don't stink in the regular season.
Gino.
But when it comes to the playoffs, their offense stinks.
Hold on. No, I don't like their offense either. But hold on a second. Are you telling me Gino in Northeast Philly, smart guy, who one of these days you and I got to have a beer together?
Sure, Joe.
Are you telling me that the Phillies can't win the World Series?
Yes.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
The offense has proven year after year after year that they can't get it done in the playoffs. And we didn't change anybody on the offense. We changed the Dallas Garcia.
Well, him and Crawford, but not much. Yeah, listen, I'm not happy with the offseason either, but I disagree with your overall assessment. And by the way, while we all know the offense has to be better to win in October, we also know, much like the 24 Eagles, if they're going to win it all, it's going to be on the backbone of what I'll call their defense, meaning their pitching. The primary, I mean, the Eagles, listen, we can say all we want about all the Saquon and the O-line, and that was a huge part of it. But the defense was number one in football. And that's similar to the Phillies pitching staff. It really, the Phillies pitching staff, now, to be fair, let me back this up and actually reverse for a second. We don't know what Wheeler's going to be. So we have to find Wheeler out, what he is post-injury. And there's an unknown there. But if he is back to being him, they absolutely should still be, even without Ranger, one of the 2 or 3 best staffs in baseball.
Can I give you my Jalen point real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so Jalen, listen, there's a lot of fair criticisms about Jalen. Like, I love Jalen, but he didn't play. He didn't have a great season this year. I'll be the first one to admit it, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What I can't stand is when you get guys calling up the station going, he thinks he's Michael Jordan. Why? Because he wears Michael Jordan clothes? Like, how do you know who he thinks he is and how he acts? Are you there?
Well, you got to remember, Gino, there's now been reporting that the players call him Little Jordan, and it's not meant as a compliment. So you got to take
I understand,
that.
But Joe, I'm just one of them people. I don't believe all the reports. Like Shady McCoy loved Jalen, and now all of a sudden he's bashing Jalen, and it's pretty convenient that, Shady McCoy is very, very tight with A.J. Brown. Now all of a sudden he's just, every time he talks, he's bashing Jalen Hurts. I just think a lot of these people have agendas, Joe. I really do.
Well, some do, but I don't think LaShawn does. I think he talks to people and gets information. Of course he is.
Important point, Gino.
No, I mean, of course he's friends with AJ. We know that for sure. He's also friends with Saquon. Give me what you got, Gino, as an answer for who or what is cool but weird.
I'm going to go with something like an old toy. How about a Slinky?
It's a pretty good answer. It's definitely weird.
Yeah.
And I would say it's
pretty
cool.
tired after about,
Yeah, but I'd say cool.
Mine would always break. I mean, like, fast.
Yes.
Cool,
no matter
weird.
how gentle you try to be with that thing, I don't know, like one of the spring things would get bent, and then it's like, oh man, it never goes back.
Good
now.
answer. Slinky, man.
I love a Slinky.
So what was the Rhea? I was going to say. Can I say what I was going to say? No, I can't.
I don't know what you were going to say.
It's great.
Oh boy, I don't know if I should say it.
Uh-oh.
If it's not
Intriguing.
meant offensive but could be viewed as offensive, do I have the green light to say it?
If it's not what
Yeah.
offensive?
If it's not
Probably
meant,
not.
if it's not meant as offensive but could be viewed as offensive, should I say it?
Sure.
Don't listen to John.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
no.
Is it going to get us fired?
No, it's nothing like that.
Then say it.
Because I was going to talk about the Slinky in the 70s. As the oldest person here, Ray.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Oh,
God,
okay,
that
yeah.
was all to get to that.
That was all
I'm
for
aware
that.
that I'm the oldest person here.
Women.
I was expecting so much
Women
worse.
take a different.
No,
to this.
I'm different that
Rhea,
way,
as
yes.
the oldest
Yes.
person here, what year was like 1975, 1979? Like the Slinky was at its height in the 70s, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Somewhere in there, right?
But remember, I was the youngest of 6,
Yeah.
like at that point. And so, I mean, I got all hand-me-down toys. There was no new toys coming around.
So it was broken by the time I got
it was
to
broken long
Definitely
before it got to
broken.
me. I was
That's
playing
right.
with my brother's
I
G.I.
gotcha.
Joe.
All right, let's. I want to play some audio here of Elliot Shore-Parks and Seth Joyner because we're doing a deep dive on Jalen today and getting everyone on the record where you stand on Jalen. I want to start with something Elliot said to us. This goes back a week or so ago. I had asked Elliot about Sirianni and Hurts, and listen to something Elliot said to us. Whose job do you think is more on the line next year?
I think Jalen's job is probably more on the line next year, just because I do think there's probably more organizational belief. Is the most important person in that building. Like, it's him and Nick. Like, those are the two key people. And then, obviously, Howie clearly in a different way. But I think that if Jalen is the same kind of passer he was last year and next year, then I do think his job will certainly be on the line. I mean, think about this. When they won the Super Bowl, that Jalen, I will stand by, was the biggest reason why they won. Like, he played a huge part in that. Nick got paid. I think Howie got paid. Like a lot of people in that building got benefits from that. Like, Jalen didn't get a new contract. And if Jalen doesn't get one this offseason either, I think that tells us everything we need to know about how hot Jalen's seat is going into this.
And that was Elliot last week. Now, we'll talk to Elliot at 8:30 more on this.
Are you sure? Did you check with him?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, Elliot and I were texting yesterday. By the way, all jokes aside, new time for Elliot on Tuesdays. Normally, Elliot's with us right around this time on Tuesdays.
Well, what's funny is I called Elliot, but not forgetting that he was at 8:30, and he's like, "Aren't I on at 8:30?" And I'm like, "Yes, you are. That is my fault. I'm sorry, buddy."
Good job by you, James. At least admitting to it.
He's awake.
Yeah.
It was my fault. I was like, "Whoops, my bad.
great.
I've been calling you at the same time for 8 months or whatever. My
8
bad."
months.
Hey,
like 3 or
was he
4 years.
Yeah,
asleep?
whatever it is. Yeah, I was just thinking football season.
That's great. All right.
Was he asleep?
He did sound a little groggy.
That's good job by you, James.
Wow.
Yeah, I got him
But
going. I'll
what
have more
time was
energy
it
from
when you
Elliot.
called him?
It was 7:50 when he's supposed to, or it used to be 7:49, whatever I called him.
That's great. All right, a couple other things. We're going to get to this audio Seth in a moment. Let me just tell you, on a day when we're getting on the record on Jalen, here's where I stand. And I could go in a million directions, but I'm going to boil it down to 4 points. Point one, I found his 2025 season to be very disappointing. In a word, I would say lousy. Not compared to the worst starting quarterbacks in pro football, but compared to the guys who are supposed to be like the really good ones. For making $50 million, that was a lousy season. Point two.
I'd say,
Go
just in defense, you look around the NFL, a lot of quarterbacks had that kind of season because of the way defenses have
Defenses made some moves
off of what worked last season.
Yep.
I mean, just take a gander
clearly
at all
defenses
the other
are
guys too.
Yeah, defenses are flipping some stuff back, but I'll stand by lousy. Point two, 2026 strikes me as a make or break year for him. I mean, Elliot was just talking about the contract. He's not going to get it this offseason. He sure better not. And I think his job is on the line next year.
He's like the 10th or 11th highest average yearly quarterback.
Because other
now,
guys have signed since
which
he did.
I think is fair. I mean, I actually think right now, based on the way he played, he's being adequately compensated.
Yeah.
I would love to see him out-earn his contract, which he has the capability to do.
Well, he did with the first contract. He was on a rookie second-year deal.
Yeah.
All right, point number three, I'd say 3 things he's got to do better. And I could give you a different way to break this down, but I'm just going to make it simple. 3 things to do better. 1, passing game stuff. That means pocket presence, step up, not step out. Pocket presence. Reading defenses, both pre and post snap, and timing. Timing of passes. I've never criticized Jalen's ball. I think he throws a pretty good ball. Obviously, he doesn't have the arm of like Aaron Rodgers or Josh Allen, and that's okay. You can clearly win with his arm. They have before, but you want to see the timing improve. The 2 other things for him to improve on. So passing game's 1. Be more willing to run. I don't want him to go wild. This isn't like, hey, Michael Vick run 12 times a game. No, I don't want that. But be more willing to run, particularly in a playoff game. And then also, I mean, I think we know enough to know at this point, him and teammates have some issues. So you just still want to try to bridge some divide there and connect with teammates better. And the final thing I'll say on the Jalen front, on a day when we're all getting on the record, is, if I'm Howie and Laurie, I've got a 3-pronged strategy at the position over the next 15 months. Door number 1 is Jalen. Obviously, the option that you hope works out. He plays better, and you keep him for long term, and he proves worthy of that. Choice 2 is Tanner McKee, who takes a big hit for the way he played in that game, but not to me a fatal hit. He was with a bunch of backups. I mean, we talk about how bad the Eagles' offensive line was this year with Jalen. Average at times, bad often. That offensive line with Tanner McKee was a farce. I mean, it was a complete farce. So I wasn't happy with how Tanner McKee played, but I also know, to be fair to him, you'd be inclined to want to evaluate based on regular players out there with him. So I'm not out on McKee, but obviously I was disappointed with how he played. And then the third thing I'd say in the strategy is you've got 2 drafts to draft a quarterback that could be a quarterback of the future. You got this draft in April. It's not going to be a first-round pick, but, they did the Jalen pick before when they had Carson in the second round. I don't think it'll be second-rounder, but you never know. But you got this draft and you got next draft. So you got ways to have a new quarterback in 27 if you need it. Let's hope they don't. but I think his job's on the line at 26. That's where I net out on Jalen. Curious where you do at 215-592-9494. One thing Seth Joyner said to us this week really resonated with me, which is coach Jalen harder, a little different, and throwing tough love at him. Seth was with us yesterday. Listen to what Seth said yesterday. He wants this up. Whoever the new coordinator is going to become. Listen to something Seth said yesterday. I think this makes a lot of sense.
You sure, Brian? You sure he won't tell Brian Dable? No.
Well, see, this is my issue.
Thanks for the suggestion, Coach. Nah.
This is my thing, Jody, and people have got to. So when all of these reports about Jalen having too much power, one of the things that bothers me about the history of the Philadelphia Eagles is if that is the case, that the head coach, the GM, and the owner treat the quarterback differently and won't call him out, then there's a precedent here. Because you had a first-round draft pick that was supposed to be your franchise quarterback for the next 15 years.
Sure.
And things went to hell in a handbasket because half the locker room didn't like the guy because they felt like you gave him preferential treatment.
That's right.
He would talk about what he was going to do and he wasn't going to do. And here we are positioned with this all over again, okay? So my thing is, if you're an employee for my company and I'm paying you $50 million, you do what the hell I say do.
I totally agree with Seth. Totally agree. And, John, you weren't here yesterday, and thanks to Jody Mack for filling in, but a point I made to Jody yesterday, John, and I just think this is maybe not business 101, but business 201. The firmness on the issue can't come initially from whomever the new coordinator is. It's not Brian Dable's job or McDaniel's job or door number 3's job to get Jalen to do it initially. It's Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman have to say to Jalen, hey, bud, we're bringing in a new dude, and he's going to run the show, and you got to listen to him do what he says. Because, Jalen making $50 million and Brian Dable making $2 million or $3 million, it doesn't equate.
It's an improper balance.
Normally the
it
head
has
coach.
to come. Normally it does.
Normally the head coach.
I know. And listen, maybe Nick
align this.
It's
needs
fair.
to be the enforcer. Needs to be the disciplinarian as well as the revered, football mind rolled into one package. We don't have that.
Well, I think they do, except for the fact they've empowered Jalen to an extent that I tend to think he doesn't probably adhere to the head coach as much as he should, is my guess.
And it's going to be even
the power
harder
is
for
in the
guys
contract.
who are questioning the head coach now that they're taking even more away.
I know. No, that's fair, but I'll say this. There's only two people in this organization, for sure, that aren't going anywhere, other than like Quinyon and Cooper, who, two guys not going anywhere, Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman. And by the way, they're the two guys that gave him the $250 million contract. That's why I feel like
whoever gives you the money can have a chat with you.
Right, Ray? Is that fair?
Yes.
Because also, when you listen to what Seth says, when he says, like, if you work for me, I think he's implying the Lurie, Howie level of you work for me. Like,
100%.
Jalen doesn't work for Nick Sirianni, but he does definitely work for Jeffrey Lurie. Yeah. And I'd say, by extension, he works for Howie Roseman. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. As we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio, we'll talk to Elliot at 8:30. Deep dive on Jalen. What is he? What isn't he? Get on the record 6 years into his career where you stand. Let's talk to Nate in Williamstown. Nate, good morning.
What's going on? How you doing?
Hi, Nate. Doing well.
So I just think that this passing game will never be an elite passing game in the NFL. I think that last year, having the running game being as good as it was, masked up the problems that they have on offense.
Well, I agree with your second point, and I fear your first point might be correct. I'm interested to find out if they do different things, if it works. I tend to think it won't. But clearly, the run game was the engine behind the offense last year. And listen, to Jalen's credit, he was a part of that, both with his running and the threat of his running. And I've definitely seen enough now to know he has to either run or have the threat to run for the offense to be at its best. He can't just pass and regular handoff. He has to run at times and threaten to run for this thing to be at its best. But I share your concern on the passing game, obviously.
Right. That's how the Broncos dominated this year. That's how Josh Allen has a lot of success because he runs. When you're a dual threat with your legs, it makes it very difficult to play defense.
So I'll say this about Josh Allen, Nate. He's certainly not going to play as long as Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. And I have wondered how much something like that's in Jalen's head. You know, I look at a guy like Cam Newton, who was pretty much done at the age of 30. I mean, like 30 or 31, he was done.
Well, because he took a beat. Don't you remember the game here where he got sacked 9 times?
No, he took much more of a beating than Jalen.
He did.
But let's also acknowledge, Jalen took more of a beating than most quarterbacks just based on his runs. I mean, just more hits. Just did. And again, high school and college, you know, all the times he was tackled to the ground. I mean, tackled way more than most quarterbacks.
Josh Allen seeks out contact
way too
Jalen
much.
Does.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Jackson Dart's the same way.
But I have wondered if longevity, Nate, is it should be in Jalen's mind, but it's almost like, listen, you're 27, you're 28 to be 29. Like, you also got to, you can't just save it all to be healthy for 36 and 37. Like, you also got to play with your hair a little bit on fire.
That's definitely possible. I think in order to see that he's going to, if he wants to be the quarterback for the next 10 years of the football team, I think that he's going to have to lead the passing game a lot better. I mean, it's been towards the last of the league for the past couple of years.
Well, that's right. 2 years in a row, they've been near the bottom. Nate, give me an answer for who or what is cool but weird.
Do space.
Yeah.
Space.
Very.
Yeah, sure.
Cool for sure. Weird.
I don't know if weird's the right word. It's like mysterious and all that, but I don't know if it's weird. Like space isn't weird.
James.
Yeah.
And unknowns.
I think it's the wrong answer. It's unknown. It's mysterious. It's dangerous. It's whatever you want to say, but I don't know about weird.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment.
I don't know, man. Think about there are unknown life
everything's
forms
weird if we go
there.
like that, though. You know, it's like
well, black hole's weird. Like why?
It's crazy.
And why is it's like the Eagles' offense? Why? Why was the Eagles a black hole offense? It was really brutal. God, it was so brutal.
It was weird, but not cool.
Right. All right. So, my God, the offense was bad. O-line, coordinator, make of it what you will. Jalen, it was brutal. All right. Interesting article a couple days ago. We covered this on Friday, but I want to bring a few points back here because Michael Silver had an article, and Rhea, I think you noticed it late in our program Friday.
Yep.
I also noticed, and I don't know if stuff was added, but it might be. I see here the article was updated over the weekend.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Updated January 18th, which is Sunday.
Yeah.
So maybe like new stuff's in it? I don't know.
All right,
I got the article as of Sunday. So a couple things here I want to he covers a lot of ground, but I'm going to focus on the Jalen front in a moment. But let me start by saying he obviously addresses what is crystal clear, and I'll read right from his article. Michael Silver wrote, "There's plenty of blame to go around, and it would be dishonest to suggest otherwise." Absolutely. Anybody that's telling you Jalen's, the whole piece of the pie, what went wrong, is ridiculous. O-line, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But a couple things stood out on the Jalen front from this article from Michael Silver. First off, on the Final Four place, Michael Silver quotes we all know there's been so much focus on the fourth and, was it 11? Just 4th and 11, yes. Right? So much focus on the fourth down, but there's also the first three when they didn't go anywhere, and, some of that was on Jalen. So Michael Silver got to a 49ers defensive assistant who was quoted as saying this: for those 4 plays, 49ers defensive assistant coach said, quote, "We were going to make Hurts play quarterback," which I read as, make him throw the ball into tight coverage and try to beat us that way. So it sounds like a 49ers assistant coach doubting Jalen's throwing capabilities. That's how I interpret it. Next thing of note, as it relates to Jalen. And Rhea, you did bring this up on Friday. So obviously the A.J. Sirianni thing during the game was a thing. It was a moment. And so Silver references it, says how Sirianni forcefully got in the face of his frustrated receiver. And then said, and I'm
might
reading,
not have been the smoothest move, he said.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then reading right from the article, it says, this is a special, so it says, all right, so let me back up a sentence here. Well, okay, let me just get to this. It says, it's juxtaposed against a sense inside the locker room that the Eagles' power brokers, Sirianni, Howie, and Lurie, are reluctant to criticize Hurts. So he's trying to drive at how this, his reporting is this has created frustration amongst
He went
players.
after AJ, but would never do that to Jalen.
Yep.
That's
and then says this in the article, he's talking about Jalen. He has been the source of much internal frustration including from teammates other than Brown. Then he goes on to say this in the article. Hurts, who has an endorsement deal with Michael Jordan's brand within the Nike subdivision, fashions himself as the NFL's MJ, witnessed his hallway pose with a cigar and the Lombardi Trophy last February, and some in the organization take that personally.
Did you understand that sentence?
Yeah.
Because first of all, like the way someone's celebrating after they just win a championship, I think you can months later say, I didn't like that, but I'm sure it didn't bother them in the moment. But
might have, Ray. My theory. You know my theory.
But what are they taking personally? That he celebrated with a cigar and the trophy?
No, that he's seeking more credit than he deserves. That was my theory all along. Here's what look. People aren't going to like this.
He gets lambasted every day by everyone.
Come on. Not by everybody, but lately it's been hard. Here's the analogy I'll give. A lot of people aren't going to like it. I'll give it because you guys know I said last year during the season and after the season, I thought he was at best the 8th best player in offense. James, you thought I was crazy. I said it the whole year. The whole year I said I thought he was at best the 8th best player in offense. Here's the analogy.
I still think you're crazy.
I know you do. Here's the analogy I'll give. To me, it would be like if Pedro Feliz got hot in the last 2 rounds of the playoff, was World Series MVP. And then it's like, all glory on me. I'm Pedro Feliz.
But that's not a one-to-one.
That's my analogy.
He's the quarterback.
I understand.
He has so much more to do and so much more on his plate that the performance has to be judged based on the position they play.
That's part of it.
Know?
That's part of it. But I think that glory thing irked teammates.
Now that is a possible thing. We're forgetting what he deserves or what his role was. Yeah. You said that like halfway through the year, whatever, and I was like, well, that makes sense.
I mean, if I'm Saquon, just as a for instance, like that was my year.
Well, I think any player has ego and thinks they're a part of it and all that. And when it's all Jalen and not enough of the other, I'm sure. Yeah,
that was my theory.
Anyway, could breed resentment.
It was some interesting stuff. And one last thing from this article. So Michael Silver references Carson in the, surprising draft pick of Jalen Hurts back in 2020 when Carson was under long-term contract. And Silver writes this: could history repeat? Some NFL sources familiar with the Eagles' organizational mindset believe they might draft a quarterback this spring. Backup Tanner McKee, a 2023 6th-round selection, is also highly regarded within the building. Hurts, who has 3 years remaining on the 5-year, $255 million extension he signed after his first Super Bowl appearance, likely isn't going anywhere anytime soon, especially given Lurie's regard for him. So he kind of has 2 different points in there that seem to contradict. And they're literally paragraphs right next to each other. Make of it what you will. It was an interesting article. A lot of reporting's coming out here.
I'm just trying to figure out what they updated.
I don't know.
I just reread it again, and I'm like,
I don't know.
I don't see anything of the major talking points
different than Friday.
Different.
Yeah. Anyway, 215-592-9494 on a very frigid Tuesday morning. Coming up, we'll talk to Elliot at 8:30, plus more on this Mike McDaniel situation that's being reported as possibly being the Eagles' #1 target for offensive coordinator. That and more. Phone calls on all of it on 94 WIP.
It is indeed frigid outside, so Horizon Services knows the last thing you want to have to deal with, especially right now, are issues with your home's heating system. That's why Horizon Services Heating and Cooling is here to keep your home comfortable. They'll handle any repairs or replaces you might need with no emergency fees on same-day services. Horizon's highly trained specialists, they arrive on time with fully stocked trucks guaranteed. And with Horizon's team, amazing team, you'll know the job will always be done right the first time. Did your heater finally reach the end of its life cycle? Not a good time for that right now. We'll get a free estimate from Horizon Services today with next-day installations available at no cost. And right now, Horizon Services making it easier on you and your wallet with flexible financing options for system repairs and replacements. Plus, get up to $5,000 toward a next-day HVAC system installation when you trade in your existing unit. Stay comfortable all season long with your local home comfort experts. Book with Horizon Services today at horizonservices.com.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Right now at Del Chevy, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. DelChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub. The familiar faces it's filled with and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Glory for the Hoosiers. 27-21 the final score. Indiana, national champions after a win over Miami with one of the most dominant college football seasons we've ever seen. Fernando Mendoza, Heisman winner, surefire number 1 overall pick. Kurt Signetti, coach of the year. Storybook season ends with glory for IU. I'm Drake Toll.
You know we take snacks seriously here in the Tasty Cake Studios, and Tasty Cake has something seriously great for you. For a limited time, Tasty Cake's got a winner with the salted caramel baked pie. It has a graham cracker-style crust, rich caramel cheesecake filling, and 0 leftovers. And don't forget the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack, because one is never enough. When it comes to legendary snacks, there's only one choice: Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Philadelphia International Airport. Inquirer's Marcus Hayes reports the Eagles have made it known to sources around the league hiring Mike McDaniel as their new offense coordinator is their number 1 priority. However, Hayes adding league sources tell him they have also not yet convinced McDaniel to interview with them. Sixers beat the Pacers 113-104. They got 28 points, 8 assists, and a career-high 8 steals from Tyrese Maxey, 30 points from Joel Embiid. Flyers beat the Golden Knights 2-1, snapping a 6-game skid. Indiana won the national championship 27-21 over Miami. Hoosiers quarterback Fernando Mendoza did something no other quarterback has ever done in college or the NFL. Throw 40-plus touchdown passes, never lost a game, never lost a fumble, and won the title all in one season per Opta Stats. Philadelphia International Airport's new premier valet parking service, managed by the Philadelphia Parking Authority, reserved now on phl.org. Sunny today, high 26. It's currently 18. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, good morning, Sam. A cold one. Real cold. And James, you said it's only going to get colder?
Yeah, it's supposed to get single digits this weekend. And we got a snowstorm coming, too, this weekend.
Saturday, right?
Yeah. Like the legit one, apparently. We'll see what happens, but they're saying as of now.
We'll take a good legit storm.
Yeah.
Company going to put us in a hotel?
Yeah, I don't
remember
think
those
so.
days?
I do.
John, remember the early days we get put in that hotel 2 or 3 blocks away to ensure that we would be at work?
I do.
But then I moved real close, and then, like, they're going to put me in a hotel. I can still use one. I can still use a hotel room.
They'll put you in if it's a big-time one. They put us in there's a hotel here, Fittler.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is right.
No, they put us in one that was down on Delaware Ave when we were on Willow Street.
Yep.
I still don't know how Wechter and I met. It was a bad storm.
Oh.
And we had to come out of the parking lot of the hotel and bang a hard right going through a massive, snow. And I went, we're either going to make it through or die, Joe. There's just one or two.
I get it.
Have you seen the videos from Russia right now?
Of what?
They had the largest snowstorm in history.
No.
Like 147 years of like tracking it or whatever.
Yeah.
It beats all that.
It beats Siberia's past?
Dude, it's nuts, man. You see videos like there's like towns covered in snow. It's like there's one video I saw of a guy dig his car. He went like a tunnel down to where his car is. Like the Russia stuff is wild right now.
That is crazy. No, I did not know that. That is, And when that's yes, Russia is crazy right now.
Newsflash.
I just want to say that for the record. All right, so Rhea had in the update. It is notable. Marcus Hayes yesterday reporting that Mike McDaniel is the Eagles' #1 target. I mean, the sentence literally is, in the past week, the Eagles have made it known to sources around the league that hiring former Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel as a new offensive coordinator is their #1 offseason priority. He also goes on to say the firing of Sean McDermott has complicated things because, of course, McDaniel, Brian Dable, and others, might be a candidate for the Bills' head coaching job. It's also a conundrum, and we'll get into this with Elliot. Elliot's going to join us in about 5 minutes. How long you wait? So let's say I want McDaniel, but let's say he's interviewing for the Bills' job, and that takes 2 weeks. And let's say I've got coordinator number 2 and 3 that I'm interested in. They're not up for any Bills job. Do I pivot this week to coordinator 2 or 3 because I can get him now before someone else gets him? Or not?
Not if you're telling people he's your #1 choice. You wait until he's off the market, right?
I don't know. Because here's what you don't want. You don't want your number 7 choice.
No, that's true.
So like it's a little bit like free agency in sports. You want to get who you want, but you also don't want to get nobody. I mean, it kind of feels like the Phillies' efforts to get Bichette kind of left them with,
the
nobody.
Eagles can't get this wrong.
It's an important thing. Another interesting name to throw out there is Joe Brady, who's been with the Bills with McDermott, and does he now shake free? John, would you be interested in Joe Brady, their coordinator in Buffalo all these years?
Sure. Seems like he's had success. I don't like him as much as McDaniel because I just feel like McDaniel has separated himself as elite. Like one of those guys who truly can watch 2 seconds of tape and tell you what 22 guys just did. That stuff amazes me. A guy who has the eidetic memory. I don't know if you watched after the Bears-Rams game.
Okay.
But it's something that Sean McVay does after every game.
Was it when he properly shook the hand of Ben Johnson, unlike Ben Johnson with the coach? Because that was such a jerk move.
That was weak, yeah.
Nice job by McVay. 1, kicking his ass, and 2, shaking his hand. But anyway, go ahead.
He sort of goes back through the main points of the game. He's not one who stands up there and says, hey, I got to take a look at the tape.
I love him
He
after
actually
games.
has the ability to tell you play for play what happened, what the personnel was, what the formation was for every single play. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. He referenced the third down play. He said, I made a terrible call on 3rd and 1.
Yes.
I got to go back and be back. And I was like, it was
accountable,
impressive.
being beyond accountable. But I'm telling, there are guys like that out there. There are guys like that out there who are young and coming up through the ranks. We need to find guys like that, guys who can wow every player in that locker room with the football gigantic brain, with the football knowledge and acumen. This is what we need for our offensive coordinator and play caller. And I hoped we were getting that. Yeah. We did not, except for a few isolated instances where those guys immediately get hired away. It's going to happen again. If we get a good one, he will be hired away. Hopefully, we can forestall that for at least a year where we get the same guy for 2 years. We could win a Super Bowl.
Well, we'll say. So, look, a lot on the table today. OC stuff. We'll talk to Elliot about that shortly. Also, where you stand on Jalen at this stage of his career, 6 years in. Also, congrats to Tyrese Maxey, Hall of Famer, NBA All-Star starter, as named yesterday, which is great. LeBron, who's, of course, going to make the Hall of Fame, first time in about 20 years. He's not an all-star starter. And if you missed it, the really stinky news. Stinky? Stinky. Stinky news from last night. News that stinks. Jimmy Butler tore his knee. So he's done for the season. And obviously at the age of 35, that's gonna really hurt the remainder. I mean, it's big setback for the remainder of his career. Let's get to Dan in Philly. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, crew. How are you today?
Good, Dan.
Doing well, Dan.
Dan, stinky news. I don't normally say it that way, but stinky.
It's odd.
I'll always love Jimmy, by the way. What a player.
Yeah, I'll thank Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons for that. That's another weird situation, but Listen, if they get McDaniel, can they put in his contract that he has to wear like khakis and a polo? Like, I don't want to see that dude on the sideline in joggers and his Rolex and his sunglasses.
Well, you know what's interesting, Dan? For whatever reason, and I don't know the reason, Chip Kelly, the visor from Oregon, never wore it on the sideline in an Eagles game. Never wore the visor.
It was weird.
It just
went away.
Just went away.
Wait, Chip Kelly never wore a visor as an Eagles head coach?
I don't think so. That was the Oregon days, right, James?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember.
I do not believe he ever wore the visor.
Certainly
with
in
the
a
Eagles.
game, he might have worn it on like the practice field and stuff. But
yep, never wore the visor.
I wouldn't have known that, John. I don't think McDaniel will get a head coaching job again, even with success. I just think. Anyway, I don't want to go off on that tangent. As for the Eagles, if
that would be great, then that would be awesome. If we hire him and he stays
with players, I think that ended up being not. I think that was kind of his thing.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Eagles, let's say this situation is deja vu, and it turns out like the Carson Wentz situation. And to go back to Seth Joyner's point, like, does that become an organizational problem?
Yeah,
and, like,
I think so.
You can't even blame it on like Chip Kelly or like if that's Jeffrey Lurie. And again, we've had great success, and obviously it fades out after a while. But like, I don't know, that maybe that's an organizational approach that we're going to have to live with because, I mean, it comes from him. And he's
Here's what I'll say, Dan.
It
starts with the players, obviously. If they're struggling to connect with people, if they have personality issues that make it tough, that it starts with them. But to your point, is it something the Eagles should take notice of in future generations if they empower players with big contracts at that position, because that's the position where they get most empowered? To be careful who they empower? Yeah.
Big contracts and almost like,
I know. All right, Dan, I want to get to Elliot. Give me an answer. Who or what is cool but weird? And by the way, Elliot is not an answer because he's not cool, but go ahead.
I thought it was cool your cousin took you to the prom. I thought it was weird you answered, but my answer is Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman. Oh. Is he cool? Let me ask Elliot. Elliot joins us every single Tuesday.
Real quick, just before you go to Elliot,
What?
Louis Coco has already buried you. He found a picture of Chip Kelly wearing the visor
in a game.
In a game, standing on the sidelines.
Preseason.
I can't
Coco, that was preseason.
Hold on. There's a date. No, it wasn't.
Oh, damn. We didn't wear it much.
That's it. Already a loss for the Hammer.
Well, but you know what? When you got this many wins, I mean, think about it. Let me bring Elliot. Elliot, I would have to lose and beat the Hammer for, about 8 straight years to have a 500 record. Think about that. Every Friday for 8 years. That's,
After you just said I wasn't cool, I might have to start rooting for that to happen after having your back all these years.
Elliot, let me tell you something. You are nothing. You are nothing but a Luke Perry to me, man. You walk down the street, and the girls whistle in admiration for you. You know what I'm saying?
That's an old reference right there. Nothing but a Luke.
Well, I didn't go to James Dean or the Fonz. I just figured I'd go to the 90s with Luke Perry. All right, Elliot, a lot to do. And, of course, Elliot with us every single Tuesday, usually in the 7 o'clock hour, but new time for Elliot right around 8:30, brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Elliot, what can you tell us about the coordinator search? Who has interviewed, who hasn't, who they want, who they don't want? What do you know? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so they're definitely casting a wide net here. They're already up to 7 reported interviews. Last year, I believe they did have to interview 2 people before they hired Patullo, but we all know that they were going to hire Patullo, so there was really not much of a wide net cast. And so 7 guys so far. And I'll say this, like, if you are in the camp of wanting, a huge change in the offense, I don't know if this current group of candidates signifies that, and I think that's a good thing. But you look at who they're interviewing. Jim Bob Cooter was in the building in 2021. Mike Kafka has been in the building. Zach Robinson would probably, kind of signify a bit of a change. But again, he's not viewed as like that Mike McDaniel, like amazing offensive mind. So they're definitely casting a wide net. I think a benefit of doing that is you get to at least meet with a lot of people and get different ideas. So we'll see how close they are. But, 7 guys so far.
How difficult will it be to get Mike McDaniel to interview with the Eagles?
Good question. I do think he would interview. Now, the Robert Saleh hiring in Tennessee is an interesting one. There was some reporting that they might want to be like a package deal, right? Like Mike McDaniel would be the offensive coordinator for Robert Saleh. And so it comes down to, like, what would be a more attractive job for Mike McDaniel? Would he rather come to Philadelphia or would he rather go to Tennessee? And I think there's an argument for Tennessee. You got the number 1 pick that just came out, obviously, last year. You get to go with a new regime, right, where there's a ton of job security, a lower pressure job in Tennessee. It's a much more winnable division in some ways. I mean, I guess it's better now than it used to be. Whereas in Philadelphia, it's a tough spot to walk into. So I'm sure that, he would interview if they really wanted him to. And we'll see if he does. But I don't know how attractive the job is for him.
Elliot, how long can the Eagles wait? Let's say the head coaching cycle goes on another 10, 12 days, which it might. How long can the Eagles wait for the guy they want if he's in that process, and meanwhile other good coordinating options go off the table because other teams scoop those guys up?
Yeah, that's a tough thing. I think at this point right now, almost half the league is looking for an offensive coordinator between teams like the Eagles that have a head coach and teams that are hiring head coaches that will then hire an offensive coordinator. So there is a ton of competition out there right now. I think you have to just wait for the right guy. I get your point that you don't want to wait and then you get, left at the altar kind of. But I think the worst thing they can do is hire somebody simply out of pressure to get a deal done. And let's be honest, guys like Mike Kafka, Jim Bob Cooter, I don't think they're going to be in the first wave of guys hired. So that's the other thing with the list of people they have interviewed. They're not people that are probably going to be at the top of the list. So
well, here's what I'll say, and I think this will resonate with a lot of people with what happened over the weekend. You don't want to wait for Bobahette, and then when he signs elsewhere, you don't really have star hitters left to sign because the ones that were available have largely signed. I mean, that is an issue.
I think that's actually a great analogy because if you think about the Eagles and what we're viewing this offensive coordinator job as, right? I think there's so much desperation and so much hope from fans with this offensive coordinator job. He's going to come in and save it, right? Kind of like people hope with Bobahette. But in reality, Bobahette was just going to be someone that, yes, would help, but everyone else needed to be better too. And so while we can talk about the offensive coordinator job as if he's going to come in and run all these new amazing schemes that's going to save the season, that's not what's going to save next year. What next year is going to be saved with is better offensive line play, better quarterback play, better effort, fewer penalties. Those are the things that matter so much more than the coordinator they hire. So I do think it's actually a good analogy by you.
Sean McDermott was a defensive assistant here in Philadelphia when I was a player. Has he burned the bridges back to Philadelphia to where he would not be even considered to be an interview for this staff? And also,
can I just say he's going to make $50 million when he gets a head coaching job? I mean, he's a guy that coached for 8 years for the Bills to the playoffs.
And at least he'd be in DC somewhere. He wouldn't come and work on Vic's staff.
Hold on, guys. The fact that he was fired, does that change the perception of the way Nick Sirianni's job security is viewed? I mean, he was 98-50 in the regular season. He was 8-8 in the playoffs. 16 playoff games this guy went and coached with the Bills. Had a lot of success, just not that ultimate success.
Mm-hmm.
Where do the Eagles sit in the way that they perceive Sean McDermott, and how does Sean McDermott's firing affect the way the Eagles perceive Nick Sirianni's job security?
Yeah, so I think there's probably 4 or 5 coaches around the league that Jeffrey Lurie, well, there's probably more than that, but guys that worked for Andy, like that Andy Reid tree, right? And Sean McDermott, he was on the Andy Reid tree, if I remember correctly, or at least was around him. Yeah, so I do think Lurie has a ton of respect for those guys, no question about it. Now, would he make sense on this staff? I think the only way you would see Sean McDermott on this staff, and this is, I would say, very small, is if he doesn't like any of the other head coaching jobs, he wants to be in this area, and he's kind of like a consultant on the defensive side of the ball. But ultimately, when you have Vic Fangio, you don't really need that. They could pull a Juan Castillo and make him the offensive coordinator, but I don't think that's going to happen. Now, in terms of how it changes Sirianni's job kind of security, I think it's a reminder that, things change really quickly, but Sirianni does not need to look to McDermott to see that. Doug lost his job 2 years after winning the Super Bowl. So I think in Philadelphia with Jeffrey Lurie and this Eagles team, you enter almost every single year on the hot seat, and I think that's definitely the case going into this year.
Can you draw a correlation between what just went down with the front office here in Philadelphia and Nick Sirianni and what went down between the front office here and Doug Peterson back in the day when Doug ended up saying, see ya. I mean, was there a similar situation here where basically the Eagles said, hey, we are going to further remove your power? And Doug said no, but Nick said, okay. Am I viewing this the wrong way, or is that the way you see it too?
I think the correlation would be the main hiccup at the end. It was more than a hiccup, but the main issue between Doug and ownership when he was fired was the control of his staff, right?
Yeah.
That was like he really wanted to keep Press Taylor. He brought Press Taylor to Jacksonville. It ultimately ended up ruining his career. But, that was the main hiccup. I think with Nick, right, like we've been down this road before. Like prior to 2024, it was, he got the offense taken from him. What's he going to do, right? And he ended up being extremely involved in the offense during the regular season. Like he was a big part of the switch to a running game, right? So we have been through different iterations of Nick where it's perceived as like, how involved is he? Is he not? As long as Nick is in that building, he is going to be very involved in the offense. And again, that's why I would caution people against this idea that thinking the offense is going to be much different next year. Like Nick's in the building. Jalen is in the building. So I think they will have, even if they brought Patullo back, I think the offense would probably be better next year regardless. In theory, you'll get better offensive line play. In theory, like you'll run the ball better because of that. So like they were likely going to have a better offense next year anyway. I think the main thing is, can whoever they bring in just a few new ideas to kind of get things going. But yeah, I think as long as Nick is involved, he is in the building, he will absolutely be involved no matter what they say publicly.
Elliot, you may be right that it's only some tinkering with the offense, but you might be wrong. I mean, I think there's an argument to, and maybe Lurie and Howie will think this way, let's find out. Let's stretch the bounds of the offense dramatically and find out whether Jalen handles it well or not. I don't think it'll work out, but they might do it. They might.
I just think that that's such a bad strategy, right? Like next season can't be a science experiment. Like you need to go into next year doing what's best for the players on the roster. Mm-hmm. And again, like the Niners game, guys are open. I know we love to put Patullo as the main reason, and like getting him out of the building is going to fix everything. Unless this new offensive coordinator gives the good coaching point of, hey, AJ and Devontae, catch the ball. Like then I don't see what the difference is going to be. Like ultimately they are who they are, and guys are open. So yeah, we'll see how it ends up impacting things. But I mean, I don't expect a major change.
Elliot, a couple other things here. I want to get to Brandon Graham. Really not talked about him at all since after the season ended. Right after it ended, Mike Garafolo from the NFL Network and former WIP reported this. He put on Twitter, I spoke to Brandon Graham briefly last night. He'll take time to think, but don't assume that's it for his career. His body responded well, and he felt he was just getting into a groove down the stretch. He'll turn 38 in April, but had the look and sound of a guy that has football left. What do you think happens with Brandon Graham?
I think Brandon wants to play. Just being around him since he came back, being around him really, his whole career, but especially these last few years. Like, I never got the sense he wanted to retire. I think the injury, the Super Bowl, the dynamics of the Eagles roster were all way bigger in reasons he retired. Now, the tough thing is, like, if you're the Eagles, what do you do? Because if he wants to come back, you asked him to come out of retirement this past year. You actually asked him twice, right? The first time he said no, the second time he agreed. Like, can you go to him and say, yeah, we don't really have a roster spot?
Well, they did last year. 10 months ago they did. 10 months ago they said we don't want you.
But I agree with that, and that's a tough thing now. Like, are you gonna kind of persuade him into retirement again? Like, that seems kind of messed up after you asked him to come out already.
Yeah.
So he played well. I think he has a spot on the team where he would help the team. But I think this will be up to the Eagles. I don't think this is up to Brandon. I think Brandon wants to play, played at a high level. And the Eagles will have to decide if they want him on the roster.
I agree.
Is it crazy to assume that if he's not here, would still play somewhere else?
Well, because he didn't last year, I doubt it. Because he was faced with the same thing last year and chose not to.
But he experienced that he can get out there, he can actually be productive. I mean, that does change his perspective.
I mean,
doesn't it?
Elliot, I'll be shocked if he goes elsewhere. I mean, he could, but I'll be shocked.
I would be shocked also, but. Man, why wouldn't you if you can still play?
Because 12 months ago he didn't, or 10 months ago.
What
but he
if
didn't
John
know if he could.
What if what if John Harbaugh calls him?
Yeah.
Right? It's like, hey, why don't you, we're new regime here. He's probably the coach that Brandon's familiar with. Like, I agree with you, Joe. I would be surprised. But now that he's out of retirement, like, it's kind of all bets are off at this point.
Yeah.
Like he's come back. So I wouldn't completely shocked.
Yeah.
All right.
Something crazy could go down.
All right, Elliot, last thing here. I don't know if you've thought about this at all yet. I'm going to put you on the spot. So there's been a lot of turnover of guys in the top 10 as recently as 6 months ago, top 10 players in Philly sports. I mean, tons. I mean, Wheeler got hurt.
Yeah.
Saquon wasn't as good. Jalen wasn't as good. Lane wasn't as good. Right on down the line. Is Tyrese Maxey now the best player in Philly sports?
So it's so funny you say that because I actually, over the weekend for fun, made a list of my top guys. And I actually think it's Joel. Like, if you look at
All right, just hang up on him.
Come on, Elliot. Come on.
Can I
No.
You can make a case for Quinyon and Cooper and a couple other guys. You cannot make a case for
He
Joel.
has to leave right now.
Come on, Elliot.
Well, if you're not going to let me make the case,
No,
then
I'll
of
let
course
you
I
make
can.
it, but I'm going to have a quick hook. Go ahead. I'm going to be like what Mufasa should have done with Stroud. Should have done. Quick hook, but go ahead.
All right, so I know none of us thought he would get here, and I didn't think he would get here, but he is back to playing close to what Joel has been throughout his career. He's playing in almost every single game. He's averaged, I think, almost 30 points over the past, 6 weeks. And if he's Joel, then the resume matters. And he has an MVP. He's going to the Hall of Fame. So, again, if you want to say Quinyon, I think I had him number 2 on my list. Maxey would certainly be in the top 5. But if Joel is playing at the Joel level, then the past matters. And the past matters where he was an all-time great player. So I think
How was he in the
Joel.
playoffs?
Yeah, how's that going to look?
Yeah, he's not had great playoffs. I agree.
Look,
how's Maxey been
Isn't that part of the
All right,
resume?
Elliot, here's what I'm going to say.
Well, how's Tyrese Maxey been in the playoffs?
Well,
I wouldn't put Maxey first either,
Yeah, well, he might be. Here's what I'll say, Elliot. And Maxey's gotten better. He's got a lot better since the last time he was in the playoffs, which was
for sure. This will
20
be a
months
big year
ago
for him.
against the Knicks.
Yeah, this will be a big year.
Elliot, here's what I'll say. Embiid's got a shot to get back to number 1. I got to see many more months stacked up before I put him there. I can't just give it to him because he's played good offensively the last 4 weeks. No way. Come on.
All right, well, we disagree on that.
All right. Elliot.
He is the ultimate troll. That Elliot
Well, I
Schwartz.
mean, he's playing at the level he used to.
Absolutely.
Yes,
But his
exactly.
defense
And
still isn't as good as it used to be, and that was a big part of what made him.
Yeah, but his job is also way harder than Quinyon's and Cooper's. To be the top guy, that's just very different in the NBA than it is to be a cornerback.
Well,
Much like Jalen got
I'll
the
say this. He's not even the best player on his own team, but that's akin to Jalen last year when James had him number 2 in Philadelphia sports, and I didn't have him in the
Well,
top.
I had him number 1.
I didn't have him in the top 8.
number 1.
I didn't have him in the top 7 of their offense. Well, who am I to be so right? All right, Elliot, have a wonderful day, buddy.
Good stuff. Yep, talk to you
See
soon.
you, man.
Thanks, Elliot.
All right, that's Elliot's new time, Tuesday. See how I just slid that little comment?
Yeah, no one liked it. So you're laughing and everyone else is sitting there like, well, that was annoying.
I am laughing. All right, what do we got? We got the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Arriving shortly, the all-new 2027 Chevy Bolt EV, starting under $30,000. Reserve yours today. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question. Who's better at the job, Jalen Hurts or Nick Sirianni? When we did this poll question back on December 4th, Jalen got 63% of the vote. I expect it to be closer to 50-50 at this point. We'll see. Who's better at their job, Jalen or Nick? Second poll question, will you be happy with the Phillies offseason if they re-sign Bader? Yes or no? Look, I'm higher on the Phils than most, but I would still give that a no. And I want them to sign Bader, and I hope they sign Bader. But there's a difference between running it back and being comfortable that gives them a great chance to win, because it does, and wanting more, because that gives them a greater chance to win. And that's where I would say no. I would still put it as a disappointment in the offseason if it's pretty much just the same team. Let's get to John and Manayunk. John, good morning.
What up, fellas? Before I get to this Eagles thing, just real quick, I want to ask John Ritchie something. And I did see John Ritchie shopping the other day with his strapping young son, and he looks great.
Look at that.
So I got a question for you, John. I'm watching the national championship game last night.
Yeah.
And I just don't watch a lot of college ball. Do these kids not wear knee pads anymore? Did you see every single skill position player?
Oh, no one's worn knee pads for a while, John.
What's
different
up with that? Is that
when
because
I
they're paid
played.
down? They're not risky. Isn't that insane or no?
It was different when I played. I guess the rule is not in there that you had to wear them anymore. When I played in college, you had to wear knee pads, thigh pads, hip pads, and a butt pad.
Wow.
And then I got to the league, and no one's wearing hip pads. No one's wearing a butt pad. Some people wear thigh pads. Some people wear knee pads. It was optional in the NFL. Now it has clearly become optional with the NIL and everything else that's going on at the college level.
Craziness.
Yeah, it is crazy. I never did it. Even when I was allowed to not wear pads on my legs, it hurts. It's so detrimental to just have a thigh bruise. I don't know if you've ever had a thigh bruise. It can really seize up. I mean, you get hit in that quad. It can derail you for weeks. Wow. So I didn't want to risk that. I always wore the knee pads and thigh pads.
I'm sure it makes them faster, but I just think it's just total insanity.
Right.
Now, real quick,
I think it is too.
To my Eagles point,
sure.
Listen, for a couple of years, Joe, and I've said this on the air before, I've heard rumblings, and I got some secondhand, firsthand knowledge. I know some coaches up there, too. I've heard for a couple of years that maybe it's not Sirianni or Petula. Maybe it's Jalen, okay? Like, I've heard that for a while, that maybe Jalen doesn't listen ever since he got paid. Maybe he doesn't want to run. Maybe he's not interested in paying attention. Now, if that's true, no one knows, whatever. If that's true, I'll tell you what, Howie's recent comments saying how they're going to invest in the future but also try to win now, don't be surprised if they draft a quarterback this year. If they remember they signed what's his name from the Rams, who we had, the nice kid, and then they signed Carson underneath him. Then when we had Carson,
Bradford?
they signed
Bradford.
Yeah, Bradford.
Yeah.
Howie has done this before.
Yeah.
That's in Silver's article.
Howie,
He does say that.
QB. I'm just saying Howie's done.
No, listen, John, I don't disagree. I think it's unlikely to be a first or second rounder this year, but it could be. And the fact
pressure on Jalen to start paying attention. Maybe he's.
Yeah, listen,
right,
I like that.
Cool.
I like that part of it, John. You're not saying anything. You're just doing something, securing your future by drafting another quarterback just in case. But that absolutely puts pressure on Jalen, whether he likes it, and he will not like it or not.
I think it's a big possibility, but you heard it here first.
Yeah.
Here's last thing, weird but cool. This is a weird one.
Sure.
Professional wrestling. Everyone's in on it. The characters are very weird. Somehow it's cool. It's a soap opera for men. It doesn't make sense, but it does. Live stunts, I think professional wrestling's the answer. I love you guys.
Pretty good answer.
Not a bad answer.
Yeah. I think that's James, who's your favorite ever?
I was always an Ultimate Warrior guy.
He was classic.
I love the running in,
Rhea, did you have a wrestler that was your
wrestling?
No, that's not you.
It's not me.
All right, I was JYD, John. Who'd you have? I was Junkyard Dog. Who'd you like?
Man, I mean, I liked all of it. I was of course, I was a Hulkamaniac.
For sure.
But
everyone was a Hulkamaniac.
That was Andre the Giant was amazing. Even the Iron Sheik and the Camel Clutch. I mean, he was a bad guy, but everyone loved him. I mean, Roddy Piper was always running his mouth, and then he had that movie that was out. Remember V?
They Lived.
V, They Lived. My gosh.
John Carpenter.
Roddy Piper. I'm a huge fan.
One of the great fights in movie history, and They Live. Unbelievable.
Right. They Live, really a classic.
Yeah, but when Hulk and Mr. T took them out, that was a beautiful moment in human history. Remember when Mr. T and Hulk teamed up?
Yes.
It's around 85, 86, something there.
You're right. I think that might have been on Saturday night's main event. You remember every once in a while, it was like maybe once a year. It was almost like pay-per-view where they would do on Saturday night on NBC. They would have pro wrestling at 11:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And it was like WrestleMania.
Well, you know what I'm laughing about? Because I'm thinking last night in the national title game when they do a promo for like some upcoming wrestling thing, and they're like, it's in Saudi Arabia. I'm like, it is. I'm like, it wasn't WrestleMania, but it was something like that. Yeah, coming to you from Saudi Arabia. I'm like, all right, yeah, fair enough. All right, coming up, what do we got? We got more on the Eagles situation, more on the college football national championship game from last night, which was a great game, and more. Your phone calls on all this on 94 WIP.
As a parent, you want to make sure your kids are warm and comfortable at night. That's why I'm so glad that I had Window Nation come and replace the windows in my kids' bedrooms. I trust Window Nation because they're ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies, and they installed all the windows they replaced at my house in just one day.
If you didn't get your windows replaced like John did, and you're tired of a cold, drafty house and those shockingly expensive winter heating bills, it is time to call Window Nation. You shouldn't have to pay a fortune for comfort, and right now you don't have to. It's their buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. That's right, buy 4, get 4 free. Plus, you can replace every window in your home with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 monthly payments for 2 full years.
Put an end to your window problems today. Save big with the buy 4, get 4 sale and enjoy no payments for 2 years. This offer ends soon, though, so don't wait. Schedule your fast free estimate now by doing like I did and calling 866-90NATION or visiting windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota are into fatties. Fat incentives, fat selections, and deals so thick, you'll drive home with more car than you planned for. Less payment than expected. Every new deal on a new car or truck this month is PHAT fat. Pretty hot and tempting, thanks to the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. You can get out of your current car or truck and slip into a new one, all while keeping your payments the same, or maybe even make them less. So, payments stay tight even when you size up. Right now at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. Go ahead, treat yourself. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tags.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Curt Cignetti is the best, worst thing to ever happen to college football after Indiana's 27-21 win over Miami in the national championship. He's the reason your coach will be fired. He just won the title in year number 2 at Indiana in the NIL and portal era. If your coach in the SEC can't do that, he's can't. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. In order to make room for JT Realmuto on the roster, the Phillies, I'm very sorry to say, Joe DeCamera, have DFA'd Weston Wilson. Eagles reportedly want Mike McDaniels badly as their offensive coordinator. Inquirer's Marcus Hayes reports the Eagles have made it known to sources around the league hiring McDaniel is their number one priority. However, Hayes added league sources tell him they have also not yet convinced McDaniel to interview with him. Pretty good day for Tyrese Maxey. Named a starter on the All-Star team, then had 28 points, 8 assists, a career-high 8 steals. In the Sixers' 113-104 win over the Pacers, Flyers beat the Golden Knights 2-1, and that ends their 6-game skid. A hotel might have a bar, a resort, a spa, but if you want it all, dining, gaming, and more, takes a Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Sunny, high 26, currently 19. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Grab a ring and taking a shot at me in the LP.
Warranted shot. Are you okay? Was Wes Wilson in the LP?
Yeah, I'm going to say
how much you love that Phillies team last year. You know, so.
96 wins.
You were proud, no not.
You know, one thing they have lacked. Sosa's been a solid role player, but more in the defense replacement sorts. They've lacked a good hitter off the bench for the entirety of these 4 years that they've been knocking on the door.
They lack good hitters in the lineup. Of
well,
course they've lacked a good hitter on the bench, you know?
Yeah, no, you're right. Because I think there was 1 or 2 playoff games Weston Wilson started where whomever was struggling, Marsh or
Mets, that Mets
somebody
game
was
definitely
struggling
started for sure.
And they're like, all right, we got to go with like door number 6, and it was Weston Wilson.
Door
it's
number
like,
6.
You know,
You're like, oh God.
Well, I will say I am starting to get increasingly excited for the Phils, but I get people's frustration. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a deep dive on the Phils. It's James, who's left? Like they had $200 million to spend on Bobahette, but they didn't. So we know Bader's left. Who else is left?
So I have to check the list, but not much. Like there's no all the top market guys are gone from an offensive perspective.
Wow. I thought so. I mean, just hearing you say it confirms it. I thought so. Well, it's a disappointment. Look, the one thing they got that they didn't have for the entirety of last year, which is good, is you do have a legit closer for the first time since Billy Wagner?
Papelbon?
Papelbon. Papelbon. Yeah, since Papelbon. And 2 years left on Duran's deal. Of course, they could extend him at some point. We'll see if they do. But Look, the offense is, John, it's disappointing to not have better offense. And we're all frustrated they didn't do
just
more.
Consistent.
But hopefully they get at least Bader.
Well,
feels
like it's doable.
Yeah, because here's the thing I'll say on the other three guys out there. Marsh, Crawford, and what's the other guy's name? I'm forgetting. Garcia. Like, none of them are B-plus players. You hope that they play into that, but they're not lock it in, I got a B-plus player. Some of them aren't even B players. So having a fourth option to have what they've had in recent years, but maybe a little better because how bad Castellanos was last year. 4 options for 3 spots. That would make me feel better.
So are they really letting Castellanos play his way off the team, compete for a spot?
No, he's going to get cut.
I think he's going to get cut. I think they're
but is he going to be here competing for a spot?
I don't think
he's going to get cut.
Well,
gone, I think.
Here's what I think. John, here's what I think is happening. I think
we need to get something for him. Is that now impossible?
It's difficult. Here's what I believe is occurring. They are waiting to the end of free agency. Let's call it early to mid-February, before they go to camp, whenever that date is, to see how it all shook out with all these, who got outfielders, who didn't. They're going to go to the 7 teams that didn't get an outfielder that they maybe wanted one and say, hey, team, you didn't get an outfielder, but you wanted one. You want Nick Castellanos? Mm-hmm. And then that team will probably say no, and then they'll probably cut him.
Wow.
Is that a fair assessment, James?
Yes, I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
And maybe there's a 12% chance one of those teams says, sure, I'll take Nick Castellanos, and then the Phillies pay 89% of his salary, and then that's what that is. So that I think that's the strategy. You're just waiting.
Yeah, sad that it's come to this.
You're just waiting. It's kind of like remember Bradbury? No, him they stashed for a whole year, but no one wanted him. No one wanted him.
He was on the team. We didn't remember that he was even on
our
team.
But they won't keep Castellanos and not play him. They'll just cut him. That's what's going to happen.
Runyon says that the rule has been the same for decades. Rule 5 of the NFL playing rules. Okay.
I don't know what rule we're talking about.
You have to wear knee pads and thigh boards in the NFL, but I guess no one did. No one did back then. Now that the rule is still in place and it's Runyon's rule to enforce it.
Are you ripping John Runyon?
I think maybe he's doing a better job than what they did back then.
He just texted you and you're ripping him?
Yeah, that was
quite the opposite.
Decision.
Listen to what I'm saying. He's now enforcing it where it was not enforced previously.
He's the enforcer. There you go.
He is actually the enforcer. Yeah. So now they're wearing these tiny little. You can check out the size of the knee pads and thigh pads in the NFL. I've been intrigued by how crazy small they look.
Yeah,
they've got them on.
Big John,
because Runyon is
in charge,
taking a hard line on this.
I love that Big John listens to the show, man. It's a beautiful thing.
He's a beautiful thing.
He's a great guy,
like a giant Sasquatch.
Well, there you go. By the way, speaking of that era of football,
he's an unbelievable football player.
He was a great player and a great guy. There's no question. Speaking of that era of football, happy birthday to the Axeman, Jeremiah Trotter, 49 today.
Nice.
Hope the Axeman's having a good start to his day. Let's go to the phones.
He is an unbelievable football player.
He was great too, man.
My gosh.
Dude.
2 of the greatest.
I know. Both in the Eagles Hall of Fame, justifiably, both phenomenal. Let's get to Derek in Paoli right now. Derek, what's going on, dude?
Hey, good morning. Real quick with the Phillies, right? I could kind of see why they didn't they're not they don't have to be desperate because they lost to the Dodgers last year. They could have easily won that series. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's right.
You know what I mean? It's not like the Dodgers just whipped them up and they weren't good enough to win that series. They had enough players to win
Derek,
that series.
It came down to 5 or 6 plays, man.
Yeah.
It came down to 5. It was
Toronto,
killing.
Toronto took them 7 games, right? They won 7 games with them, and they don't have half the roster that they have. So I feel like sometimes we think we just got to go get this, and this, and that's going to solve all the problems. But guys show up.
Well, Derek, let me just say this. As someone who believes the Phillies can win it all and can beat the Dodgers, can beat them, it would be nice if they put more into the it reminds me of the Eagles' offense a little bit. Now, the Eagles' offense, ironically, has all sorts of parts. The Phillies' offense, here a couple of problems. First off, Bryce is declining. That's problem 1. Problem 2 is that Bowman Stott, who you hoped a couple years ago would grow into the role of Victorino and Worth. They're not your inner core, but they're your complementary quality players. Haven't been. Is that a fair assessment, James? Like Schwarber and JT and Bryce were sort of your inner core, and Bohm and Stott were like my complementary good players, but they're not that good.
Sure.
And Bohm's a head case.
You always say that. I don't know. I just think the issue is he just doesn't have power. I mean, maybe the head case thing. He gets
works against him.
Hey, I was
in the
calling for the
playoffs.
Eagles,
It has. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Go ahead, Derek. And
real quick
JT's
with the
declining
Eagles.
and all that stuff. You know.
Real quick with the Eagles, right? We always compare Jalen Rose's role to the team for like a Trent Dilfer, like a game manager. But then people like Chuck will come on here.
No.
The first thing he do is compare him to Tom Brady, right? Either he's Trent Dilfer or he's Tom Brady. We know he's not Tom Brady, but I just feel like we underrate. Like last year,
Tom Brady
like
was winning
Saquon
because
got-
of his
right?
defense when he first started
Yeah,
winning.
and he had a good system, too, because you just don't turn a seventh rounder into the GOAT unless you end up in a good
Six.
situation. But I feel like we do underrate what Hurts meant
Some
last year. It was
some
like
do. Some do.
Saquon got 2,000 yards, right? And it was like, Hurts touches the ball every play. He's a big deal. We underrated it. Then this year, the only major difference to me was Saquon wasn't what he was the year before.
Well,
Now,
that
we
in the
don't know why,
that in the line, but
Hurts-
also Derek. Jalen has to run more.
Okay,
he
that's
has
my whole
to.
point. That's
Okay.
my whole point. We undervalue the importance of his running.
Well, how about he?
for
How about
Saquon
he?
to get
How
to the
about he
2,000.
undervalued it? How about
Well, maybe
responsibility
who's
on
to say?
him?
But listen,
How do we know?
Because he
running
didn't
the ball
run.
is not as easy as you think, Joe. Did you watch all those games on Saturday? Like Caleb
Yes.
Williams, there were so many. They had like first and goal. How many times they didn't call one running play
Yeah,
for
and
them,
that's
right?
it's their coach's fault for not calling a quarterback
That's what I'm
sneak.
saying.
Didn't they
So
start
why
calling it
can't
late,
that be
though?
a coaching?
Ben Johnson.
Yeah, didn't they start letting him run later in the game?
Well, I'm
Nah,
talking
he
about
had a
quarterback
scrambler.
sneaks.
He
They
had a
had
scramble
they had
lead.
3rd and 1s and 4th and 1s and weren't running
Well, the play
sneaks.
calls were terrible.
I mean, Ben Johnson was brutal in that game. He was brutal.
To your point, Rhea, he had a scramble late in that game
Yeah, that
got him
helps.
a big time first
Oh,
down.
huge.
But there
It was
so many
massive.
times where it was like, what's the name? Collinsworth was like, why isn't they calling more design runs for this guy on short yardage and this and that? I just think a lot of times, I don't know why they don't do it. I just can't believe
Because
that Hurts is saying, I don't want to run the ball when he got where he got by running the ball. That
Yeah.
just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know.
I'm
But,
with you. I think we're trying to deduce a lot based on what we're seeing and hearing and rumors and things like that. I know that the offense seems to function better when Jalen runs the ball more
Clearly.
than what he did at the end of the year. And for whatever reason, he didn't
Well,
run
Derek,
it enough. A better offensive coordinator needs to ensure, A, that he is willing, and B, that he does.
I agree.
run it
And
enough.
Derek, I'll give you the irony to the whole thing. I thought Jalen was about as good as I've ever seen from anybody who runs a good amount at taking care of himself. I mean, like Jackson Dart is the worst at it that I've ever seen.
Jaden Daniels doesn't take care of
Jaden
himself.
Daniels doesn't. Vic was reckless. I mean, some guys are reckless. Jalen Hurts, I thought, had a superb feel. And listen, you're going to get hit, and it's going to happen. The Bears game 2022, it's going to happen from time to time. Shoulder into the ground, whatever. But like generally speaking, I think Jalen is superb. And Brady calls it spatial awareness. And it's a good term. I think he's got a great feel when he runs for spatial awareness, when to get down, when he's going to get hit, how to avoid getting hit hard. And like you got that, so run because I trust you to actually like take care of yourself. Anyway, Derek, give me a big answer for what's cool but weird.
Something that people think is cool, but it's super weird is I think people that when they line up and do Jello shots. That is weird.
Jello shots.
I don't do them, but
I don't think it's that weird. It's just
not that. It's just another way
a vehicle to get alcohol in your body.
Pretty much. Yeah, I think that is a fair way to put it, James.
I love Jello. I love pudding and Jello. I didn't outgrow them.
Bill Cosby.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, it is.
I love the
when
pudding
you
pops,
when
too.
you mentioned
The pudding
Jello
pops
and
were great.
He mentioned Jello and pudding. The first thing I thought it was Bill Cosby.
Of course
I did too. I just didn't say it out loud.
I grew up on Bill Cosby. Maybe that is part of it.
I mean, if you mention tough acting, Tinactin, I think of John Madden.
Boom.
If you mention isotoners, Who?
Dan Marino.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well done, guys. I'm very impressed.
Fruit of the loom.
Jim
MJ,
Palmer.
right?
I was thinking Michael Jordan.
Well,
yeah.
No, Jim, I thought
Palmer's
Jim
the
Palmer
old
was.
one. That's
Wasn't he
way old for
Haynes?
us, man.
Oh, no.
Maybe it was Haynes.
I think he might have been Haynes.
Was it? Yeah.
Wranglers.
Brett
Brett
Favre.
Favre.
Brett
Here
Favre.
comes Wrangler. He's one tough customer. He knows what
Pretty
he
good.
likes
That's
when
right.
he sees it. Wrangler.
P.I. Dental. The Hammer.
No.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to the phones.
I refuse to.
Shout out
answer
to
that
P.I.
question.
Dental.
Yeah,
Let's
P.I.
get-
Dental's great.
James is just knocking me. Not knocking
I'm
P.I.
knocking the
Dental.
Hammer. Yes, of course.
James is
No,
just-
what I'm knocking is you including yourself in that
Sure.
list. I'm knocking. We're talking Michael Jordan. All these people, and you're like, dude, the Hammer.
Yeah, well,
That's what I'm knocking.
you know what? Who's the 300 game winner? Me. Palmer, did he get there?
No.
Just saying. By the way, on Friday, you know who I pass? Tom Glavine.
You looked it up?
305. Listen, first off, Hammer knows this stuff off the top of his head.
Okay.
No, of course I looked it up. I will be making fools in the coming weeks, months, and years of all.
You take Pud Galvin down?
All sorts of
Kid
people.
Nichols?
305 for Glavine, 305 for the Hammer. Friday, Glavine, not enough of a winner. Just putting it out there. As of Friday, Tom Glavine, loser. Let's go to the phones.
He was a two-sport star, you know.
He was, but what game did he not win that if he got to 306?
The
it would-
Mets.
The Mets.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Was it? But it wasn't
It
about.
was the
I will
greatest.
tell you.
It was the greatest afternoon.
If you read John Feinstein's book
Yeah.
on Glavine and who was the Yankees pitcher at that time, begins with an M.
Machina.
Mike Messina, yeah.
Messina.
Yeah.
Literally, Glavine knew the day before they were going to get crushed.
Why?
Because of Hanley. Was it Hanley Ramirez who played for the Mets then?
Hanley played for the Marlins.
Marlins.
That's who they lost
They
to.
lost
They
to
lost to the Marlins
Mets
that game.
Yeah.
Totally embarrassed the Marlins on Saturday.
Yep.
I mean, like it was, and Glavine was back in the clubhouse
Okay.
sitting with John Feinstein because he spent the whole season with both those pitchers.
Interesting.
And he goes, "Oh, this is bad. This is." I mean, literally,
Wow.
he reported the whole thing in the book.
Interesting.
And came out and 7 runs in the first inning.
Yeah, it was.
And he knew it. He knew it. He said the Marlins wanted to destroy their
Wow.
season.
Wow.
Because
Okay.
whatever they did, I forget what they did in the game.
But some hot dogging kind of
but
stuff.
they completely humiliated the Marlins.
Interesting. All right, that's some good.
Yeah.
That was such a pivotal day in the history of Philly sports.
Oh.
That was when the Phillies finally made the playoffs in 2007 for the first time in 14 years. And Phillies game started about an hour after the Mets game. And
What a day.
we just knew when the Phillies game started, the Mets were already in a 7-0 hole. It was
magical.
They entered the game 162 tie. That was an amazing day. Then that night,
The Eagles, right?
12 sacks against Donovan.
Yeah.
O.C. Umenyor, 6 sacks on Winston Justice. Let's go to the phones.
Not that great of a day.
And that's the Hammer being the Hammer there, boys and girls. Just so you know, I don't need to put the thinking cap on. It's always on. Let's go to the phones. David in Drexel Hill. David, I get a little cocky, but I'm just joking. I'm just joking, man.
Trying to mess with you about Jalen.
Well, let's do it.
Listen, you know what's funny? Some callers back, you named about 4 or 5 quarterbacks you said was ahead of Jalen when you did it last year. I think you said
4. I had 4 ahead
you
of
know
him.
what was funny?
Yeah.
I got my grandson's computer and got on it. And do you know none of them basically was in the playoffs?
Yeah, only
And
one
did
of them
nothing.
was.
And that's amazing that you still talk about Jalen. And then here's what's funny, because
Funny
I
to me,
looked
funny
at
to me too.
that as bad as Jalen played,
It's funny
why
to me
come
too.
he has as many touchdowns as like almost most of the quarterbacks playing, but the top 4?
Well, they get it to the 1, and then he gets a quarterback sneak. Listen, I'm not saying Jalen's.
That's not true, Hammer. I'm
Well,
talking
there's
about
so- well,
throwing touchdowns, not his running touchdowns. I'm talking about throwing.
Well, he had 18 for what it's worth in 24.
No, he had 25 touchdowns this year.
Well, I was saying in 24. Look, let me ask you this. Do you think
Yeah, I'm
Jalen
waiting to
Hurts?
hear it.
No, let me ask you a question. Do you think Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback?
I think he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks.
I think he's around 10. I would put him outside of 10, but he's around 10.
And I would put him over that because think about this. How does he got this year throwing more touchdowns than Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Herbert, Knicks? One of them got one more than him that I named.
And are you
But
saying total
all
touchdowns
those
or passing? I'm just curious. I don't have the numbers.
Passing, only passing, because if we take total touchdowns, he's ahead of some of them.
Well, Mahomes played
even
about
more.
2/3 of the year or so, maybe 3/4, I guess.
Mahomes got hurt in the second to last game.
Second to last game, all right. So almost the whole game.
End of the
See,
he missed 2
make
games, I think.
the stat up
Mahomes.
on Patrick, tried to make the stat up on Patrick. Jalen got more than them, and this is a season that he stink. And here's the only thing me and you got in common.
What?
That Jalen Hurts should have been running the ball more.
Sure.
I said that, but when y'all say he don't run, that's not true. He runs, but not enough.
Well, yeah. When I say, I don't say don't like it's don't ever, but yeah, he doesn't run enough. Yeah.
But if he runs, it opens the game up for Barkley.
Yep.
It opens the game up for everybody. And in closing, and I think I'm repeating myself because I asked you this before, when we played that last game, because you was making excuses for the Phillies and different people when they played in the playoffs, Jalen Hurts was the only one that played okay to me in the game. The receivers missed the ball
Hurts in the
constantly.
in the playoff game?
And that get no.
No, he was not good in the playoff game.
Rhea,
It was not good. And the
AJ
receivers,
dropped
there.
the foul ball
Listen, hold
3
on.
times.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Right.
Receivers drop balls, and Jalen was dreadful.
Yeah. I
What
agree.
did he do dreadful, though, I'm saying? He had a 15-yard penalty call back where he had the team in good position.
He missed
But I'm saying he
receivers,
throw picks.
too. Oh, the don't throw.
Really, Rhea, you going to say that when the
Yeah,
ball
I'm
was in
I'm
his
sorry.
hand 3 times?
He
It
was
in
terrible
Smith's
in the
hand
game.
one time.
It
It was in Goddard's hand one time. It was in our running back's hand.
Were a
with
lot of
nobody
drives in that
on
game.
one
There were.
arm.
I will say.
There
There
were.
were a lot of drives in that game.
There were.
And I'm
On the
saying, when
critical
I'm looking at
drive,
the
he threw
quarterback
the ball
Sunday,
out of bounds. You cannot do that. He overthrew receivers. He was not very good.
And he
and
was
didn't
leaving
run.
the pocket
Left the
unnecessarily.
Did
Yeah.
y'all watch the game Sunday?
No,
and watch those
I didn't watch any
quarterbacks
games.
Who
I hate when
all
people say that.
only scored 20 points in the game. We said the Eagles stunk for only scoring 20 points.
And those
They couldn't do
quarterbacks
nothing.
missed on throws, too.
But they also faced tougher
It
defenses.
happens.
The Niners'
And I'm
defense with
saying
Manny
it's
Moe and
not
Jack, I
good.
mean, that was bad.
And let me close on this. I'm saying
Sure.
it's not good because I was disappointed in Jalen.
Yep.
But to say he's not worth it, and here's where people are going to be shocked. Jalen messing around and tired of us and might want to roll.
But I'm sorry, say it again,
People
Jalen
don't
what?
think about that.
Jalen-
Jalen might be tired of us and want to roll.
Well,
'Cause
it's
now he's
possible,
married.
but-
His wife might want to be in another part of the hemisphere.
Maybe, but tough. I mean,
All right, we
tough.
will see.
Yeah.
Hey, and in closing, why do you root for the Phillies like that and they stink? Don't win nothing in the playoffs the last
I
3
root for
years.
all our teams,
The
my man.
Stars? No, you don't. You don't. You act.
The
but
only
you don't,
time I didn't
Hammer.
root for one of our
And I
teams
love
was when I
you.
wanted the Sixers to lose so they get a higher ping pong ball.
Yes.
How did
and
that
in
work
closing,
out for you?
Hammer.
Well, they did
Hammer, do
lose.
y'all have- Hey, Hammer, in
What?
closing.
Yes, sir.
Do you have if any of y'all got teenagers and you get into that conversation about the birds and the bees?
Uh-oh.
Take them to the Wing Bowl.
To Wing Bowl?
I took my sons to Wing Bowl when they was 15. And 2 of their friends, they left out. They're like, wow.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we need that flux
I didn't
capacitor
learn.
thing. We got to
They
go.
learned it all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, we got to get 88 miles an hour there to go back in time. That kind of doesn't exist
Hey,
anymore.
have a great one.
David, give me an answer. What's cool but weird?
I was going to say Jalen, but I'm going to go with Halloween.
You got it. All right, Halloween.
Do you think
would've been a good
David's
answer.
unaware that we don't hold it anymore?
Wing Bowl? I don't know. He could be like, do you remember that story of the Japanese guy that was, what was it, 15 years or so after World War II, didn't know it had ended?
Oh, because he was like in a cave or
He was in a
something?
cave.
Yeah.
You ever hear that, John?
Pretty wild.
There was a guy who was a soldier, and it was years later, long time later. This guy had survived, but, he was, at one point trapped or whatever, and he just stayed close to where he was. And like 15 or so years later, someone's like, dude, the war's over. It was unbelievable. Might have been in the 60s.
Sounds like that guy's pretty messed up, man. I mean,
So anyway.
So he was
It was a long, whatever it was a long time.
hiding
was
in
a
a
lo-
cave.
Yeah, I mean, he was not interacting with humans for a long time. Living off the land. And finally, they're like, my man.
So did he just reassimilate?
I don't know that part of the story.
It sounds like he probably didn't.
All right, coming up, time's yours and more phone calls as well on 94 WIP.
There has never been a better time to upgrade your ride at Lexus of Cherry Hill. It's brand new, and that means brand new year, and that means a new Lexus is waiting for you. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is happening right now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. For a limited time, receive special finance rates on select L Certified Lexus vehicles now through March 2nd. You can choose from over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles, all backed by the luxury, performance, and reliability Lexus is known for. Lexus of Cherry Hill, they have proudly served the Delaware Valley since 1989. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and committed to delivering an exceptional customer experience every single time. Stop in today, see Tony Labello and his incredible team, experience firsthand why they continue to earn the prestigious honor of now an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience, a distinction that is earned only by the very best. Shop online anytime at Lexus of Cherry Hill. That's Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned, veteran-owned, and driven by excellence. For more information, visit jdpower.com.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Evans here to help them beat the Bulls, who are the Westwood One Sports. In a Super Tuesday SEC showdown, this sprint chaser is shouting, "Woo, Pig Sue-wee!" Inside Bud Walton, Arkansas should extend its season-long home undefeated streak to 12. This season, the Hawks are shooting 38.4% from three. I'm right in Arkansas, -1.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Tasty Cake knows you love the classics, but it's a new year. Time for new Tasty Cake favorites. For a limited time, grab the salted caramel baked pie. It brings a graham cracker crust and a rich caramel cheesecake filling. And the Mint Chocolate Candy Cakes Family Pack delivers the perfect mix of mint and dark chocolate. You can always get your go-to snacks, but try something new this year. Every bite, every time, Tasty Cake delivers. Accept no substitute.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet are into fatties. Fat incentives, fat selections, and deals so thick, you'll drive home with more car than you planned for. Less payment than expected. Every new deal on a new car or truck this month is PHAT fat. Pretty hot and tempting. Thanks to the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. You can get out of your current car or truck and slip into a new one, all while keeping your payments the same, or maybe even make them less. So payments stay tight even when you size up. Right now at Dell Chevy, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. Go ahead, treat yourself. Dell Chevy is close, located on Route 30 in Paoli. You're just minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tags.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
If this is the year you've decided to finally make it official and pop the big question like I did, maybe you got a Valentine's proposal this winter getting ready here in the near future, Benari has great news for you. If you started looking or you're ready to make the decision about a ring, don't miss Benari's annual Bridal Bash now through February 7th. Benari's Bridal Bash specials include special savings, massive savings, 12-month financing on engagement rings and wedding bands, plus a chance to win $1,000. You've heard me say it before. The team at Benari, they're the diamond experts, and they helped me. They helped my fiance. We designed our rings right there in the store. It was so fun. It was so easy every step of the way. And with the top designers and the big names that she mentions from Instagram and Pinterest, every size, style, and setting, Benari has you covered. You got choices in rose gold, white gold, yellow gold, and of course, platinum. And during Benari's Bridal Bash, they'll make sure you save more and even give you 1 year to finance based on approval. That's Benari's Bridal Bash now through February 7th at 2 locations in Exton and Newtown Square. Go to BenariJewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Well, this should be pretty interesting. The Phillies are going to make JT Realmuto, Dave Dombrowski, and Rob Thompson all available via Zoom at 10 a.m. Talk to reporters to discuss, obviously, bringing JT back. Probably sure the Bobahette, relationship chatter that was going on before they brought JT back will be mentioned. So, again, that is at 10 a.m. Phillies holding a Zoom meeting. The Inquirer's Marcus Hayes reports the Eagles have made it known around the league Mike McDaniels is their number one priority. However, sources telling Hayes the Eagles haven't yet convinced McDaniel to take an interview with them. Right now, get 4 windows for free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Go to windownation.com. Sunny, a high of 26. It is currently 19. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, I'm glad JT's back. It'll be interesting to hear what those guys say. All right, got a few things to get to here today in our final segment, none of which Mick Jagger cares about, but we care about. Poll questions related to Philly sports. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. It's Chevy Equinox month. January means huge savings on every Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. So Mick Jagger probably doesn't know who Harrison Bader is, but we do. Poll question, John, how do you think people voted on this one? Will you be happy with the Phillies offseason if they re-sign Harrison Bader, yes or no?
I think everyone's ticked off enough right now that it's going to be really hard to pull out of the nosedive. So maybe 30% will be happy.
I am surprised this is almost 50-50.
Wow.
48% say they'll be happy if they get Bader.
Just doesn't feel quite adequate enough compared to Bobahette.
Want it more. Want it more. Look, I will tell you this, though. If they get Bader, that'll make me feel a lot better. I wouldn't put it in the I'm happy with the offseason.
I'll feel better.
But I'd feel better.
Yeah.
Because, I think he's solid. And by the way, he might be.
And he's inspiring. Guys like him. It does seem like it makes an impact, not just baseball-wise, but culture-wise.
Well, and also fan-wise, it'll at least stir some positive feelings.
Yes.
And look, guys, there's a chance he could be their best outfielder. Last year he was, for the portion he played, by far their best outfielder. All right, the other poll question we have, and we'll do more on the Phillies today. The other poll question we have is who's better at their job, Jalen or Nick? Let's all weigh in ourselves. I've said, at least since the end of 22. After 22, I might have said Jalen. I honestly don't remember. We might not have done this poll back then, but we've done this poll for a couple times over the last few years. The last couple years, I've been saying Nick, so I'm going to still say Nick. They both get dinged for how this year went. I think Jalen gets dinged more. That's my opinion. But, all right, who's better at their job, James, Nick or Jalen?
Real quick before I answer, Diana Russini just tweeted out the Eagles are interviewing former Giants head coach Brian Daboll today for their offensive coordinator positions. They will officially be interviewing Daboll, which we heard rumored and all that.
So he does. It's you know what's odd? I'm going for a coordinator job. I'm going for a head coach job.
It's such a strange thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There's so many vacancies.
It's 10 vacant. Now 9's are, or I guess other 7, whatever. But 10 overall that's a third of the league almost.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, James, you are the person here that is the most
for me to answer
pro
this
both.
one. Yeah.
You're pro both.
Yes, I am.
So who's better, Jalen or Nick?
I think Nick, but I'm really torn on it.
Okay.
I like both.
Okay, fair enough. John, I know you feel pretty confident it's Jalen, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhea?
I'm going to go Jalen because Nick utterly had no answers when he realized Petula couldn't do the job. Didn't give it to Leffler, didn't give it to anybody, and he couldn't do it.
I'm surprised to hear you say Jalen because you've been pretty down on him lately.
I am down on but Nick's job, if the guy you hired couldn't do it and you couldn't even do it.
Step in, yeah.
Then you were worse this year.
All right, so John, the poll, oh darn, I just threw out the piece of paper. The poll result back in December, what did I say earlier? 60 what percent?
65 or something like that.
Something like that was Jalen. Something like that.
I think you said 2/3 or something.
Roughly. All right, John, what do you think the poll comes out today?
60% Jalen.
It's still 66% Jalen. It's right where it's been, the whole time.
That's funny.
Nothing changed.
Wow.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk
It must be true.
Daniel in Allentown. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Good chance I finally get to talk to you.
Awesome.
I'm a big Hurts fan. I called a couple times, and I just think he needs to get a new system, something to do, get him to play better, to do better, maybe get a
challenge
good
him.
Kirk Cousins as a good backup. So you know that your job's on the line. We got a new offensive coordinator that can tell you, And I have a couple of questions real quick. Can you give an extension to a coach as an offensive coordinator, give him a certain amount for 2 years like you do to players, or that can't be done ever?
You can, but what I don't think anybody would.
The rules are you can't block them from taking a promotion. So, any offense coordinator, no matter what deal they're signed to, can always leave to be a head coach. Those are the rules.
Well, James, hold on. I don't know if that's
know.
right, James. If a coordinator agrees to it, maybe you can put handcuffs on him. But
I don't think for a promotion that you can. For lateral moves,
I'm pretty
you can.
sure the NFL rules are if it's a promotion, you cannot stop it.
So you're telling me if I offer a coach
it doesn't matter.
$75 million a year.
It doesn't matter. Now, they might get less.
You're right.
They might not take the job because it'd be less to be a head coach. They might take the money to be an. You could offer enough money. But I'm almost positive the rules say if it's a promotion, you have to. They have to be allowed to do it. I'm almost positive.
Okay. The only thing that you might be wrong about is if they write it into the contract.
Well, I don't even know if that's ever happened.
Well,
maybe
that's
theoretically.
I
don't know. It might not be. You might not be allowed to.
Might not.
It's possible, depending on what the the language of these, I don't even know, for coaches and things like that. Who was blocked from applying? Was it?
Well, they didn't let DiFilippo become a coordinator after 16. They blocked DiFilippo for 1 year, kept him for 17. They won the Super Bowl.
So how does
So
that?
you are allowed to
part
block.
You can
work?
block a coach, or at least you used to be able to block a coach
Right.
from becoming a coordinator for, I think, 1 year, I believe.
Is that rule still
I don't
in
know.
place? I mean, that's the back then. That was the first time I had heard about that concept.
I don't know.
Blocking a guy, but there was a limited period that you could do it, and I
Right.
think you could only do it once.
One time, I believe. Yeah. Anyway, Daniel, we went off on a tangent. Go ahead, bud.
All right, but thank you for letting me talk. And I have that one for the question for the weird but cool.
Sure.
I think that parrot on social media that interviews with the police, sometimes it's cool to have the parrot talking, but it's not cool. Some of the questions are weird.
All right, well,
and the way they act.
I'll say this. That parrot, I'm not sure about. A parrot, I think, is a great answer. I mean, the whole concept of a parrot is weird but cool. I mean, it says, like, Jalen Hurts isn't as good as you thought he is. And then the parrot says, Jalen Hurts isn't as good as you thought he is.
It's crazy how they can mimic
See
your
what I just
voices.
did there? I just did.
Yes.
I'm spreading the word.
No, I didn't see it.
The irony is I actually overrated Jalen. Imagine that. Joe DeCamera overrated Jalen Hurts. It's true. I had him as the 5th best quarterback. You know what? About Jalen, I was wrong. Let's go to the phones. Oh, actually, real quick, before we go to the phones. Last night, national title game. Unbelievable job by Mendoza getting into the end zone on this one quarterback draw. This is an amazing play. Listen to this.
He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first and goal, diving toward the end zone. Touchdown!
You know, that was an amazing moment. And then after they won the national title, Kurt Signetti said something that probably no one in Indiana or the nation ever thought would be said.
Let me tell you, we won the national championship at Indiana University. It can be done, and I'm so happy for our fans. Words can't describe it.
All right, so let me get to something here. And look, no one ever had Indiana as like theoretically could happen until recently because they were off the map. I'm going to give you 3 teams. Tell me which would be the biggest deal nationally, if they break through. And I mean next year or the next 20 years. The Bills, the Browns, the Jets. Because we've seen the Rangers break through, the Red Sox, we've seen the Cubs break through, we saw the Eagles break through. Long droughts or never win it.
It's a great. I think those are the 3. So I think the Bills are the Bills have the never won and went to 4 straight, but they've also been better. Like the Browns and the Jets, I think are the 2 that stand out as like the worst franchises.
I think it's the Jets.
The Jets.
So the Jets is my gut call, but they've won a Super Bowl, so it's like a little. But I think it's the Jets too.
I think it's the Jets.
It's the Browns. The Browns have been such a laughing stock for so long, and this last few years, like the defense really was outstanding, but the offense was such a joke that they couldn't pull out of the unfortunate situation. It feels like they're right on. Well, I shouldn't say it feels like they're right on the cusp. I know that their general manager is a former Eagles front office, and I do think they're headed in the right direction. It's just taking an awful long time when you make a huge swing and a miss on the quarterback.
Well, that killed them. Just killed them. I mean, it just
feels like they
deserve blame for that. They gave the guy
they
gave the guy the worst contract in the history of the sport.
Yeah. What I'll say this, because obviously there's all the stuff that went on off the field, and I think that likely affected him. But I will tell you, watching that guy play in that game versus Nick Foles in 2018, I thought Deshaun Watson was really legit.
Going to be a star.
I mean, I thought
I think we all did.
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, he just completely fell apart.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Henry in North Philadelphia. Hi, Henry.
Hey, good morning. How you doing today?
Hi, Henry. Doing well.
I'm sorry. I know it's kind of late, but Happy New Year to y'all. I know we probably don't go into
Happy New Year.
That's cool.
Either
Happy
that
New
or
Year.
early.
It
I mean,
is.
11 and a half months early, but either way.
Yes, I've been trying to get through for a minute, but I'll be at work, and this is my off day. But to make a long story short, I'm still kind of like feeling the agony of defeat, as far as like with the Eagles. Yep. Jalen Hurts, he had plenty of time to run. I looked at that game a couple of times, and it might have not been a couple of players, a couple of wide receivers open, but he had the opportunity to run to the left. where you have a wide enough pocket to pick up maybe 4 or 5 yards. He didn't do it. He always stepping back in the pocket. One thing about the Eagles, they want to make a quarterback a pocket quarterback. He's not a pocket quarterback. He has to run. The guy has to run. That's what he's known for. But now they're saying that he don't want to run. Let him be him. You know.
Well, I think it might be he has to let him be him. But look, I agree with you, Henry. Whether it's him or them, they got to get back to him running more. You don't want him running 12 times a game because then he is going to get knocked out. But they got to find a balance, which they have not found. They had it a little bit last year for sure. I mean, I guess they did, but I mean, it worked. They won a Super Bowl, but he was at his best in 22. Clearly at his best for the duration of a season in 2022. That was by far his best season.
He was a leader.
Well, he was dynamic. I mean, forget leader. He was just great. In 2022, He was great. He was dynamic. He was great. He was.
In between there, something happened. And now they want to go after, they want the offensive coordinator. They're looking at Dabo. They're looking at Mike. No. And then you want to go to a college and get the offensive coordinator from the college. That's not good. Look what happened to Chip Kelly. We got him. We pulled him from college. What happened?
But it can work. I mean, they got Jeff. For what it's worth, Henry, they got Jeff Stoutland from college. You probably never heard of him until they got him, and he's one of the great position coaches in modern NFL history, so it certainly can work. All right, Henry, I got to move fast, my man. Give me who or what is cool but weird.
Man purses.
Man purses. They're not cool. No.
I can't see you with one.
No, of course not. Now, there's a good scene in The Wire. Remember when McNulty's wearing that?
Of course.
Because he's trying to be the Englishman, going into like some not good establishment. I'll put it that way. The fact that he gets with the... I got to stop talking. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time. It's an outrageous
The time
scene.
is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail.
Outrageous.
Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Would you trade Hurts a first round and a third round to the Raiders for the first pick overall and take Mendoza and just start all over again with our offense? Get the right offensive coordinator to teach this young kid.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I would.
What is the point of Jalen Hurts not running to prolong a career that's mediocre? He's not baby Jordan. He's baby Eli Manning. He's an average quarterback that has had a couple flashes of greatness. And when your quarterback's best compliment is, if he doesn't turn the ball over, we don't lose, that says more about the team than it does about him.
Look, it's good to not turn it over, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But the whole, let's play for the punt strategy does get irritating.
Hey, I'm listening to the Jalen Hurts talk and controversy, and all I can say is he's another Carson Wentz. He basically blew the first Super Bowl with the fumble touchdown, and the one he won, he faced a declining Kansas City Chiefs, and Andy Reid reappeared as Andy Reid of the Eagle fame.
I think it's a little too harsh, but, all right.
The Flyers and the 76ers won? Holy and in the same night?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They were doing that a lot in November and December, and then January not so much. And with that, Time's Yours, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Sixers back at it tonight. You don't normally get, I don't think you do, the Monday-Tuesday back-to-back games.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that sometimes Friday-Saturday, but the Monday-Tuesday thing, I don't remember that much. Anyways, so let me give you the standings where both are at. Sixers right now are the 5 seed, clumped together with a number of teams. They could go up to 3. They could go down to 7 or 8. Look, obviously, objective 1 is you want to avoid the play-in tournaments. You want to be top 6. Objective 2 is you want to be top 4. Which gives you, home court advantage in the first round. And then objective 3 is take it as far as you can. Tatum could be coming back at some point. I tend to think Boston is actually the most dangerous team in the East. But we don't know what Tatum's status will be. Although, I did just pick him up in fantasy basketball a couple of days ago because he might be playing in March or April. Flyers are 3 points out of a playoff spot as of right now. 3 points back. All right. Let's turn to quickly. We're looking for who or what is cool but weird. We've gotten some really good answers. This is in honor of Indiana. Very cool to see them win the national title, but weird to know Indiana wins the national title in college football. By the way, shut down the ESPYs now as far as team of the year. It's Indiana.
Yeah.
I mean, the only team that has a shot is if the Oklahoma City Thunder break the record, but now they're not going to.
Dodgers?
No. You know why, James? First off, they weren't a spectacular regular season
Well,
team.
I was talking if they go like 120 and whatever
No,
this
but it
year.
happens in the
because it's
summer.
for last year. Yeah, okay.
Like
All right,
they
never
won-
mind. No. I was thinking
Yeah.
if they were like a 120
Right.
and, whatever.
That's a year and a half from now. Because, So it's going to have to be Indiana. I mean, as it should be. I mean, it's just what it is. All right, we're turning too quick. Who or what is cool but weird? Joe in West Philly. Joe, what do you got?
I got Clark Kent.
You got who?
Clark Kent.
Clark Kent.
Clark Kent.
Cool but weird.
Not cool.
Yeah, I don't think he's that cool.
Not cool.
He's uncool.
Yeah, not cool.
Dirty.
Neil in Northeast Philly. Neil, cool but weird.
Well, I would say Sean Penn. Spicoli and Falcon and
Sean
Snowman.
Penn. All right, Neil, we got you. Sean Penn. Yeah, boy, it brings up a whole nother thing with actors. We didn't even get there. There's a lot of weird or
There's
some cool.
weird,
All right,
weird, cool ones.
Here's, I think, probably the best we got. The Mummers.
Yeah.
But you do have to ask yourself,
I love that.
how cool are they? I mean, it's just
Debatably cool, yeah.
Twitter poll tomorrow, are the Mummers cool? I mean, I do love the Mummers, but I don't know if cool is the main definition. The Slinky, pro wrestling, the fake kind. That parrot, although I think a parrot might have been a better answer. The guy said that parrot.
Yeah.
Gritty. What are we doing here? I think a parrot would have won.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that parrot.
This is
Slinky,
tough.
maybe?
It is tough.
I don't know. I think Mummers.
I think Mummers,
but
too.
I don't
Yeah.
know that they're
I'll go
cool
Mummers.
outside our vicinity.
But we're in
definitely
our
not
vicinity, so.
Yeah.
But James Seltzer,
they are
you're
so weird.
James, you're on the stand, and you got 5 seconds to answer this because we got to move. You're asked by an attorney under oath, are the Mummers cool?
No. I mean, if I'm under oath.
Well, then how do they win?
I don't know.
I think Jason Kelsey made him
Slinky.
cooler
How about
I think it's
for
the
me.
Slinky.
Slinky's good.
Ray the Slinky?
I'll go with the Slinky. James just ruined the whole thing.
All right, Gino, you got it. By the way, Mummers, I'm pro Mummers. It was Seltzer that voted against
I
you.
am definitely pro Mummers.
I don't want Froggy Carr mad at me. That's Seltzer. All right, Gino's won the tickets to the auto show. Have a great rest of the day. Joe, be mad at Seltzer. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota are into fatties. Fat incentives, fat selections, and deals so thick, you'll drive home with more car than you planned for. Less payment than expected. Every new deal on a new car or truck this month is PHAT fat. Pretty hot and tempting. Thanks to the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your current car or truck and slip into a new one, all while keeping your payments the same, or maybe even make them less. So payments stay tight even when you size up. Right now at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. Go ahead, treat yourself. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tags.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. ColonialHyundai.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I'm a little skeptical of the Miami Dolphins hire of Jeff Hafley as their next head coach, the former Packer defensive coordinator and former head coach at Boston College. At BC, he's there for 4 years, under 500 record, 22-26. And yes, did a nice job the last couple of years with the Packers, but who knows how this is going to go now that he's leading an NFL team. I'll be watching to see who he hires as his offensive coordinator. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. an Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. After a long weekend, we're back. And we got a lot to talk about. This offseason's been going on for 8 days for the Eagles. It feels like 8 weeks with all the news coming out, including an offensive coordinator search that I'm not sure what the hell we're doing right now. Phillies as well with the Bobahette stuff, him going to the Mets, a disaster. A lot to get to. Devin will join us at 11. We will talk about a crazy NFL weekend and the fallout. Good morning, Hugh Douglas.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, I want to give a shout-out to all the people that went to Indiana, rooted for Indiana last night. But there was something that happened during the broadcast that I didn't know nothing about, so I want to give a shout-out to ChatGPT? GTP?
You're using AI to start the day?
Wait, no, because there was a shot where, I'm watching the game, and this young lady was on the shot, right? Mm-hmm. And I was wondering why they were showing her, and the camera guy kind of panned to her and stayed with her for a while. So then my internet started blowing up, and they were, how sometimes you don't get the memes and the losing quarterback for Miami. And I thought it was his girlfriend at first.
It wasn't?
Wasn't. It was some lady named Bella Danger.
Who's that?
It was just, let me say this.
Hold on.
It was the internet was on fire last night. That's all I got to say. Because I didn't know, but then I figured it out.
Am I supposed to know who she is? Is she famous?
Well,
am I on the loop on this?
You probably wouldn't know, but in some circles, she's pretty famous.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Depends on what websites you're going
to.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, but it was weird, right? Because I was like, normally in situations like that, they show the person's girlfriend. So I thought it was her girlfriend. I mean, his girlfriend.
This tends to happen in college football sometimes,
No, but that was a lot, though.
Yeah, but who was it? That woman that was Musburger all those years ago, whatever her name
Jen
was.
Sturgeon.
Yeah, once in a while they get famous with this kind of stuff. All right, I didn't think we were starting there, but we're back.
No,
after
I just was
a 3-day weekend.
I was just like, wow, like the internet is like. The search, I turned on my searches, and I was like, good
you
Lord.
might turn those searches off. You went work
messed
now.
Messed up my algorithm.
It's a mess now. All right, 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. Yes, Indiana wins it last night.
Crazy.
Great weekend of football from top to bottom.
Shout out to the Big Ten.
Yeah, wow, three champions.
3 champions in a row.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ike Reese, Big Ten. Big Ten participant.
Yeah, 3 in a row. I mean, they're the top conference. And I wish we were talking about the Eagles coming off this great weekend. I mean, because that's what I think a lot of us expected. I always think division round weekend leading into the college football championship is such a great weekend of football. We didn't get the Eagles there. Instead, we got offensive coordinator rumors, Hugh. Left and right names.
I heard a rumor.
Yeah, names that, let me just say, probably aren't going to knock your socks off if you just kind of tune in.
It's a lot of, huh?
Well, there are a lot of hunts.
Jim Bob who?
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to unpack all the names coming up at 10:30. We'll go through all the names we know they have legitimate interest in or have interviewed already. Some names perhaps that you wish they have and they haven't. And Hugh, as I sit here today, and we are, about a full week now? I guess they fired Patul on Tuesday last week. So a week into
this OC search.
The OC search. I got to tell you, I don't think this offensive coordinator position is as attractive as we want it to be. And I wish it was, and I wish this was the job everyone was fighting over and tripping over each other to get. But I really don't feel it. I think we, as a fan base, have an inflated sense of how great this job is and have an inflated sense of who's going to want to come here and grab this job. Let's go over some things that I think are close to fact, in my opinion, but I think pretty close to accurate, just a reasoning of what's going on here. We have a quarterback that right now does not look like one of the best in the NFL. I'm not saying he's terrible. I'm not saying you can't win with him. They've won with him. But this past season played, in my opinion, closer to mediocre than great. So you have a quarterback that fits somewhere in the middle of the pack among current starting quarterbacks in the NFL. A running back that took a step backwards off of a huge workload the year before.
Huge workload.
And is approaching the age of 30. An offensive line that was phenomenal for years and last year was not due to mostly injury. And then I have a right tackle who's getting close to the end, and they have no ready replacement. I have a wide receiver who, according to one report, asked for a trade multiple times during the season. So I don't even know if A.J. Brown's going to be here. That's the offense. I have a head coach here who probably is on the hot seat again. So if I come take this job and it doesn't work out, I'm out of a job again. And we know a lot of these coordinators are young-ish kind of coaches, right? And they're typically in that age where they may have families and kids, or they want to run up to Philadelphia to live for 1 year and then might be out. So I know you could look at this and say, Joe, come on. Kellen Moore became a head coach, and Shane Steichen became a head coach. And that's true. But also Brian Johnson was fired, and Kevin Patullo was fired in 1 year. I don't think this job is as attractive as we think it is, and I think so far the search is showing us that. I mean, the top names are not running here. In fact, we're getting guys that were just fired or nobody wanted. Hugh, how do you look at this? Because this is a huge moment for the franchise, trying to get the next OC. Do you think this job is attractive?
I think it's an attractive job, but I think what's happening is this. Because I've heard some of the names that were mentioned. I saw Mike McDaniels in the airport in Baltimore with his nice suit on, his nice checkered suit on. And I also think back on some of the stuff that I've heard about this organization in the past, as far as, people coming here and kind of having to fall into lockstep with what the Eagles want to do. Now, there's been a report that, everything is carte blanche. It's going to be whatever the offensive coordinator wants to do and things of that nature. But when I look at some of the names that we've talked about, the familiar names that we talked about at OC, the guys that have had the jobs, the Kingsburys, the McDaniels, the Dables and stuff like that, the guys that we've talked about and the guys that interview, they don't match up, right? So that tells me that there might be some truth to the rumor that the Eagles want to be, they just want somebody out in front. And they want to actually run the organization, which, when you look at the success that they had, might not be a bad thing. I mean, you talk about 2 Super Bowl appearances in the last 5 years, been in the playoffs every year. That's not a bad spot to be in my opinion. But some of these guys that you're talking about, they might not want to sign up for that.
Well, and they might not think the job and the players are as great as we do. I mean, we have a perception that the Eagles' offense is the most loaded in the NFL. And at one point, maybe within the last couple of years, it felt like that, right? Like at their best, their top level 2 years ago, 2024 season, it was great. I mean, yes, but is there a real chance here the quarterback is in decline? I think so. Is there a chance the running back's best days are past him? Probably. Is there a chance A.J. Brown's not going to be here? I think there's a very good chance that happens. So if I'm an offensive coordinator candidate, I'm like, wait a second. I've got a running back that's probably never going to be what he was a couple years ago. A quarterback that, I mean, I could maybe make him better, but how good is he? A wide receiver who probably wants out, and maybe the franchise is going to move on. So what are the definites here on this offense? Devontae Smith feels like a definite. I kind of know what he is next year. Mm-hmm. Jordan Mailata feels like he's entrenched for a while. And I want to say that, Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson are definites, but they just had surgeries and they weren't the same.
You feel we aging out that quick?
Well, I just feel like if I'm a coordinator candidate and I got the 16 offensive coordinator jobs are open in the NFL. Think about that for a second. 16, right? Like between the head coach changes and then the offensive coordinator changes with coaches that kept their jobs. 16 teams could have new coordinators. A year ago, 2 years ago, you would have said everyone's running to Philadelphia. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this, and then with that, I saw this morning from our guy Marcus Hayes, who wrote this in his column. Ready for this? Quote, league sources say the Eagles have not yet convinced McDaniel to interview, which offers a glimpse in how he considers the Philly job. Just think about that sentence for a second. That the Eagles have not, according to Marcus Hayes, have not yet convinced Mike McDaniel to interview. I mean, Hugh, it's one thing to convince him to take the job, right? That's a lot that goes in that money and all that. But they haven't convinced him to sit down for an interview. That feels telling to me. Like, why won't he interview?
And if I'm not mistaken, he's already interviewed for some OC jobs, right?
He interviewed for the Bucks. I believe he's interviewed. If he hasn't already, he's going to interview for the Chargers. He interviewed for the Lions. Yeah, quite a few.
That's kind of interesting because my initial thought was maybe he was holding out for a head coaching spot. But to put it out there that you want to interview with him and you have to convince him is telling, that kind of plays into what I was talking about. Maybe that's the case. Maybe he feels like he would be more a puppet here and wouldn't have as much say as he wanted to have.
Maybe.
I don't know,
Joe. But they
Joe.
are saying that you full autonomy to the offensive coordinator.
They are. I feel like, to me, this is an attractive job. And I might be a little biased, for obvious reasons. I feel like it's an attractive job when you talk about what has been accomplished over the last couple of seasons and the talent that you have. But I think it does raise a question when you think about some of the things you just presented. You don't know what Lane's going to be. Saquon's a little bit older. But we still have Tank here for the most part. We still have Tank under control for another year, right?
Yeah, he's here. Yep.
So, there's that. You have a solid offensive line that I feel like once they get healthier, they'll be better.
They should be better. But we don't know what Lane's future is. He's getting up there.
I think if I had to guess, just looking at the landscape of the jobs that are available now and the job that we are presenting, a lot of the other coordinators are looking at the younger quarterbacks, more impressionable quarterbacks.
Sure.
Maybe that's the case.
And the other thing, and I'm sure someone's going to tell me today, Joe, don't forget, Shane Steichen parlayed the Eagles into a head coaching job, and Kellen Moore parlayed the Eagles to a head coach job. That is possible, right? I actually look at this job as high risk, high reward. The reward is super high, right? We've seen this Eagles group go win a Super Bowl. So maybe if coached better, they could do a good job and get back to a Super Bowl next year. That is on the table. But there's also like the Kevin Patullo thing. If I'm a coordinator, I'm looking at what happened here this past year. I believe the guy was scapegoated. We all know what happened, with the fan base in this guy. Like, do I want to come here and if we're not a top 5 offense, everyone hates me? I'm like, I can go somewhere else.
Being hated, that would not be a deterrent for me as much as being scapegoated. Like being hated, that's a part of the job. That's a part of the job.
It is. But it feels like it's not an easy.
It's not.
It's not an easy job.
It's not. It's not, and everybody's not built for it. But I think, especially this year, Kevin Patullo got a lot of heat because he was the newest face in town. Mm-hmm. And you're coming off of Kellen Moore last year, who started off a little rocky. And then as the season progressed, we all know the story to that ending. But he adjusted. And I think that was one of the things that he did extremely well. He saw what he had, he saw what he was working with, and he adjusted accordingly to that. I still feel like this is an attractive job, Joe. When you talk about being here in this city and what this team has accomplished thus far and could potentially accomplish again, I think I would probably jump at this job if I was an OC.
Were you interviewed?
No, they ain't. Man, listen, I tell you what. I already get enough heat from y'all on the radio. I would not last long because I would
built for this, Hugh Douglas.
No, I'm built for it, but I'm telling you, doing some of the stuff that happened to Buddy. Yeah, y'all, I'd have been running down the street trying to catch
that wouldn't be good
folks,
for anybody.
Man.
All right, can we hear from Peter Schrager,
knocking
ESPN?
On doors and stuff.
Talking about this job. Is it really as attractive as we say? Here's Schrager on ESPN.
There are 9 open head coaching positions right now. I think the Eagles' offensive coordinator hire is more fascinating than any of those 9 jobs.
Any of them. Yep.
That includes whoever's going to be the head coach for Lamar Jackson's second chapter of his career. That includes the mighty New York Giants and the mighty Pittsburgh Steelers. This job right here, the Eagles OC, is as pressure-filled, as microscopic an analysis, and as hot a seat as any in the NFL. And Kevin Patullo just learned just how difficult a job it can be in that media market. Kellen Moore, when they hired him, that was not looked at as this amazing hire. They interviewed Cliff Kingsbury. They interviewed Zach Robinson. They did a wide search for that job. And when Kellen Moore won a Super Bowl and got the opportunity with New Orleans, it left this vacant role. And they said, we're going to hire from within, and Sirianni's going to hire his guy. He'd worked with Patullo for years. They were together. They did stuff with Steichen. They have a history. Who wants that job right now?
Well, the way he said it at the end, I'm wondering the same thing. Who wants this Eagles job? Is it attractive? 215-592-9494 to start us off in a new week here. Kyle, what are you feeling? Is this an attractive job?
So, initially, when it opened up and when our season was over, I was like, yeah, I mean, of course, it's the Philadelphia Eagles OC job. Why wouldn't it be attractive? They just won the Super Bowl last year. It's probably viewed, it should at least be considered a stepping stone to move forward in your career, like we saw with Steichen, like we did with Kellen Moore. But man, the more that's coming out, the McDaniel thing, and the more I think about it, and honestly, just the fact that all of these new positions keep getting opened up. I can't remember. I mean, I could be misremembering, but has there ever been a time where there have been more OC/head coach jobs available at one time?
Feels like a lot,
especially when you consider the places, we're talking Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Ravens, teams that are perennially playoff contenders.
Well, with
right?
that, think about the quarterbacks that need either new head coaches or play callers, right? Like, so Lamar Jackson needs one. Herbert needs one. Obviously, Josh Allen's
Allen's going to need one.
Yep.
Yeah, like, so I don't know. And like, so I'm starting to feel like now just on that scale, because it's all relative, right? Like, I feel like we're sort of more toward the bottom half of the attractive openings out there. It kind of seems to me like there's sort of been like a 180 in the perception of the culture of the Eagles right now. It's just a lot of weird stuff, like between the AJ thing, the Jalen thing, Sirianni's involvement, like all that stuff. And then you add on top of that, like, I don't know if this OC that's coming in here is going to be able to hire their own staff, things like that. So when I'm just looking up and down the list of names of the guys that that right now they're going after versus all the guys that are out there that people fantasize about, it feels like we're going to end up getting like that second tier, that second wave of
You mean
guys.
that guy you're going to be like, who?
Yeah.
You're going to be like,
like a Charlie Weiss or like,
who?
somebody that no one's ever heard of. That's what it feels like right now.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel to me right now like a super attractive job. 215-592-9494. Is the Eagles' offensive coordinator spot actually an attractive job? We talk about it like it is in terms of the talent, the players, their accomplishments, what the team has done in 2 of the last 4 years. But as this search continues and we see these names coming out, and then, the report this morning, or, part of the column this morning by Marcus says the Eagles have not yet convinced Mike McDaniel to come in here for an interview. Guys, I'm not sure this is an attractive job. Will in the Northeast starts us off this morning on WIP. Hey, Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Will. What's up, buddy?
Man, I think the next coordinator that they bring in here needs to know how to coach a mobile quarterback, first of all, right? They need to know the team and understand the team. Like, everybody keeps saying, oh, AJ is out, AJ. No, man, they just need somebody in that locker room, like myself, and I'm like you. I'm looking for a job. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm not saying being an offensive coordinator, just somebody that's going to keep the team on pace and keep the team focused on the main thing. You dig what I'm saying? When situations get a little heated where the teammates is not getting along or whatever, they need somebody that's going to be able to calm the team down and be able to talk to the players. And like I said, by me watching this team and understanding this team, man, that's what they really need. They need somebody in here that's going to show Jalen how to run the offense, show him how to read defense. But Jalen is going to have to be willing to want to do this. And I'm going to say this, because I know there's a lot of callers calling, but what I want to say with Jalen, man, in order for you to be that Michael Jordan of this type of organization, right, you have to get uncomfortable. You have to learn a new way of running the offense and being able to do it. But the only way you can do it is, like I said, man, and this is a main thing, and everybody, I don't know if y'all understand me, they have to have a relationship on and off the field, man, because the reason why I keep saying this, man, is because once you have that type of relationship, man, the practicing and all that, this is a team right now that can be a dynasty as long as they coach well. And the reason why we lost a lot of games because we was better coached.
Well, I think the players are a big part of it too, Will. I mean, they didn't lose only because they weren't coached well this season. The players didn't play well.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
But real quick, because the reason why I say that is because, like, even with the hiring of the offensive coordinator, we just came off a Super Bowl winning season, right? Like, my thing is, I'm not going to bring somebody in here that's going to try and learn the offense or learn how to call plays. I'm going to bring a seasoned offensive coordinator that understands the team and know what it takes to get us back to the Super Bowl. That was the biggest mistake, losing that offensive coordinator. And that's what they got to work on. They got to know somebody that know this team and know what the team needs to do. That's it, man.
All right, Will, we got you, man. We appreciate it. So we're still in positivity mode. Like, things are going to be fine. The last week has been a little bit humbling around here. That things have not gone our way.
Humble pie.
It's been humble pie. I would say that's a good way to put the last week.
To see the 49ers get dragged, that was crazy.
And that make you feel better or worse?
No, we'd have probably got dragged.
I think they yes.
We'd have probably got dragged.
I'm glad we're starting with honesty this week.
Yeah, we probably.
All right, let's go. Let's go. You know what? Suspension fulfilled. It is over. And the return of Aaron in San Diego on WIP. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning. on in, Philadelphia.
Hey, Aaron.
Suspension nothing, Joe. Suspension nothing.
Well, you were
okay?
suspended for a full
week. The fact is, no, I had my own Kevin Patullo / John Harbaugh situation, here in San Diego.
What does that mean?
Where I've been with the same company for 26 years. I do a very good job. We have some changes at work. Philosophies aren't the same. So, I'm kind of contemplating my future here, just like, John Harbaugh did and Kevin Patullo has to now. But,
we're contemplating your future here as well.
Okay.
Damn, it got real quick, didn't it?
Let's talk about 2025, okay? What happened with 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, it wasn't Kevin Patullo's fault, okay? They made a mistake when they didn't bring in a seasoned offensive coordinator, okay, because we were and we are a ball control, clock management. We are when the opportunity arises, we're going to go for the big play, okay? But otherwise, we are a running team, okay? We rely on that offensive line, and injuries, okay, were the biggest thing. And when the offensive line couldn't produce and we couldn't run the ball, Kevin Patullo was put in a situation which was unfair to him because he didn't have any experience. So how can you expect a guy that has no experience to freaking make corrections, make adjustments, okay, and get through to a quarterback who has been to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years? He was just not the guy for that situation, and that's why we're stuck where we are. We need Jason Avant said last week. We need and Jalen Hurts needs somebody that is going to challenge him.
I agree.
Okay?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And Mike McDaniel, I think he would be the perfect fit. He doesn't want to, after listening to his press conferences last year. I don't think you would have any interest in being a head coach, next year, maybe the year after that. But you could have him for 2 years. He could challenge Jalen Hurts. We're not going to be a prolific offense in terms of the Rams.
Why can't we be that?
Because we just don't do that.
What does it mean we don't do that? Well, then maybe they're not. If they don't have the players to do that, then this is not as an attractive a job as we think it is.
It's a fantastic job because.
Hold on, you're telling me that we're not going to be the Rams. It means we can't score a lot of points. The Rams score a lot of points. Let's score for it.
I didn't say we can't. I didn't say we can't score a lot of points. Okay, I said what we are built for is to hold on to that ball, and when we have the lead in the fourth quarter, we can just jam it down the opposing team's
Well, we're not
throat.
built. Maybe we're not built that way anymore. They had 3 leads this year where they blew in the fourth quarter because they can't run. They couldn't run the ball.
That's because Joe, and we look back on it. Okay, and your center, right? How can you expect a center to go through back surgery and come back immediately?
Well, Aaron, that's fine. Aaron,
they expected him to.
Aaron, that's fine. But after the season, Landon Dickerson said he doesn't know if he'll ever physically be the same again. Like, we're just assuming all these guys, after all the wear and tear and all the injuries and age, are just going to go back to being great. And I'm telling you, I don't know if that's true. And I think the coordinators around the league are saying, I don't know if you guys have the talent you think you do. McDaniel hasn't even agreed to an interview. Why?
That's crazy.
See, McDaniels, his what he's good at is his run game.
Right.
And this is the perfect situation. But here's the good news, Joe. Here's the good news. Regardless of what happens, in 2021, we lost in the first round of the playoffs. 2022, we go to the Super Bowl. 2023, we lose in the first round of the playoffs. 2024, we win the Super Bowl.
I get the pattern.
2025, we lose the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Guess what? Next year, we're going to the Super Bowl, baby. Let's go, Birds.
There he's back.
EAGLES.
He's back.
Eagles.
All right, Aaron. That I don't know.
I just wanted to push back on something that Aaron said. Because he was talking about you hired your boy Kevin Patullo, and he was ill-equipped to do the job, but he was in the building, and that's what we were sold on, the relationship that he had with
continuity
Jalen.
Was the word.
Yes. So I don't think that dog hunts. If I'm the one thing I value in all the relationships that I have with the people that I consider friends is that you can have those tough conversations.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Even when you don't want to hear them. I've had them before where, certain friends, they talk to you. You might not like what they're saying, but you receive it and you work through those feelings, those initial feelings, and you understand where they're coming from.
And the information is valuable because of who it's coming from.
Yes,
right.
yes, because it's like that's the thing. Like for me, if Kevin Patullo was in the building and Jalen Hurts valued his input, then it shouldn't have been an issue.
I agree. And unfortunately, the offense just didn't work this year. We know that. Now they got to fix it. Is this actually an attractive job? 215-592-9494. I'm not sure it is. And the more we go through this, I think it is less attractive than we think it is. We'll take your phone calls now. Plus, we'll go through all the rumored interview candidates one by one. Apparently, one scheduled for today, a bigger name. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wing pole, wing pole, wing pole. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The snow and ice from the weekend storms will be around for a while thanks to frigid temps. New Jersey officially swearing in Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill this morning. And Tyrese Maxey follows his all-star nod with 29 points, 8 assists, and 8 steals in the Sixers win over the Pacers.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We say it like it is. We talk about it like it is. Like, who wouldn't want this job? Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, this offensive line. It doesn't feel that way right now. I'm watching a head coach who's probably on the hot seat next year. This job could be a one and done. Sure, it could lead to a head coaching job. It could be a very great job for someone like it was for Shane Steichen or Kellen Moore. But that other side of the coin is there. And I'm looking at the talent we have here. And it may be we peaked with that talent. And now people don't look at it quite the same as they used to. All right, Hugh, before we go back to the phones, let's talk about the known candidates, right? So guys they have already interviewed or reportedly will interview. So as of this morning, according to Marcus Hayes, they have not yet been able to get Mike McDaniel to agree to come in for an interview. That's not great. Here is what we do know, and here are some of the names. Hugh, let's go through these one by one. Early thoughts on these names, what they've done before, and if you'd be a thumbs up or a thumbs down if this is the next Eagles coordinator. Hugh Douglas, let's start with, I believe this guy was the first one to interview, Zach Robinson, former Falcons offensive coordinator. Now, he was with Sean McVay and the Rams before following Raheem Morris over to Atlanta, and he was his coordinator, and they weren't great. I don't know if he had much at quarterback, right? It's a declining Kirk Cousins. It's a young Michael Penix. I think he's an interesting name. He's a former college quarterback. Then he got to the NFL. Followed McVay around. Hugh, Zach Robinson, your first thought.
You know, that was one of the names. I think we kicked it around Friday.
Yep.
Was it OC for the Falcons? Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with that one. Don't know that much about him, but didn't have a problem with it given where he was in Atlanta.
Okay. A name that I think for our audience and maybe for our drop board would be great for us. I'm not sure it's super great for the Philadelphia Eagles. Colts offensive coordinator Jim Bob Cooter.
Jim Bob Cooter. Yeah, I like that name.
He's been around the block. He was with the Lions back in the day when Matthew Stafford was there. A hell of a name.
What's your mama?
You like Cooter?
What's your daddy? Yeah, I love it. Love Cooter.
This is not going to work.
I mean,
what? I'm talking about Jim Bob.
Yeah, good coordinator. Like Jim Bob.
Can you imagine this guy trying to go through a full season with Jim Bob Cooter?
Absolutely not.
Jim Bob
Cooter. We're getting removed from the airwaves.
Big fan of Cooter.
Your full thoughts on Jim Bob?
Big fan. Big fan.
We couldn't even get through 20 seconds of Jim Bob Cooter.
Big fan of his work.
20 seconds of Jim Bob Cooter.
Big old fan of his work.
All right, you know what it would be for me? It would be an extension of two things. He's familiar with Sirianni. Has been with Sirianni before. It's also, Hugh, an extension of trying to recreate the old Shane Steichen thing, right? Because he's been most recently with Shane Steichen in Indianapolis. I think this one would come with a lot of,
angst.
I think it would come with a lack of fanfare. But I understand why the Eagles are interviewing Jim Bob Cooter. I think it checks some boxes here of familiarity where maybe Jalen Hurts has played some good football in the past. All right, Jim Bob Cooter in the mix. Hugh, we also got Mike Kafka getting an interview here. Now, Kafka, I think if you just look at the last year or so, you would say, right? Because the Giants thing didn't work out. He became the interim. Jackson Dart actually played worse with Mike Kafka than when he was with Brian Daboll. But I will say this about Kafka, Hugh. He's got a pretty good start to his career in terms of who he's worked with. I mean, he's worked with Andy Reid. He worked with Patrick Mahomes. Brian Daboll kind of pointed to him to call plays for him with a young quarterback in Jackson Dart. Hugh, I think Kafka's interesting. I think he was kind of shoved into an interim head coaching role he wasn't ready for with a bad football team. Mm-hmm. I don't think we should hold that against him. He was an Eagle. He came up through the Eagles. Andy Reid connection. What do you think about Kafka?
I like Kafka. I mean, but in this situation, I like the fact that, he had a chance to be the head coach, interim head coach or whatever. I need somebody with a little bit more bite.
Okay. Josh Grizzard, offensive coordinator, most recently of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This one, of all the names we've said so far, is the biggest red flag for me. So Josh Grizzard was with Baker Mayfield, and he was under Liam Cohen, right? Like Liam Cohen was the coordinator, and Baker played his best. Then Liam Cohen leaves to go become the Jaguars head coach. So they give the job to Josh Grizzard. In effect, he was almost like the Bucs' Kevin Petula, right? Like he got the job last year because the guy above him left. They said, all right, well, you're the next guy up. And I thought the Bucs offense took a major step back under Josh Grizzard. What do you think? I'm out on him.
Yeah, I'm out on that too.
I didn't love what I saw last year. Now, the Baker and the Bucs started hot. They had a lot of injuries. It didn't end well. But I just don't love that it was a high-powered offense the year before, and it went backwards under Josh Grizzard. So that one was one of the names we saw this weekend. Two more names, and then we got an interview coming up today, according to Diana Russini. So a name we heard last week, I haven't heard that they've actually done the interview yet, but Charlie Weis Jr.'s name came up. Now, he is a guy that's more known now for college. His dad, obviously, all those years in the NFL with the Patriots and Tom Brady. Charlie Weis Jr. was running the offense of Ole Miss, who had a heck of a season, right? College football playoff, made it to the semifinal. Hear your thought on Weis Jr. coming out of the college ranks.
I know he's not his pops. Wasn't a big fan of his pops. I feel like it's a name that doesn't pop for me. When you talk about this offense and where they've been, it feels like more of when you talk about this list of names, it got progressively worse after you talk about Cooter because now it's a bunch of guys that this fan base isn't readily familiar with. And I think that going into this process, a lot of people felt like the sweetheart names. What's his name from
McDaniel?
McDaniels. No, what's his name? The Thailand dude, the dude that's always in Thailand.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Couldn't think of Cliff name.
He always
he's in
there,
Thailand.
or did he go once?
Well, I'm just saying he might be back. Like the Kingsbury's. I couldn't think of his name. I was about to say the dude that go to Thailand
the
all
hot
the time.
Names. The hot names.
It's not none of the hot names. And I think that for a lot of us as Eagles fans, that's how we kind of envision this.
Yeah.
Somebody, because even Kellen Moore, even though his name wasn't hot on the head coaching side, it was hot on the coordinator side because of what he did, and we were familiar with him.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dak could play good football with him.
Yeah. So I think that's why it's not as appealing because we all thought – we went into this thinking that it was going to be a name that we were somewhat familiar with.
All right, let me give you one more name. Then we'll get to the newest name that is now put into the mix, and according to reports, they are interviewing him today. The one more name that we got yesterday is Bobby Slowick. Now, Bobby Slowick is the classic case of his star shined really bright very quickly, and then it kind of started to fade out. So Bobby Slowick, most recently, was the pass game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins this past year. But the 2 years prior to that, he was the offensive coordinator under DeMeco Ryans with the Houston Texans. Now, Hugh, 2 years ago, Bobby Slowick was looked at as the next maybe a future head coach, maybe a future star coordinator, because he was the offensive coordinator in C.J. Stroud's first year in the NFL. When he kind of took the league by storm, they made the playoffs, Rookie of the Year. Stroud looked like a future top 10 quarterback, right?
Yes.
And then the next year happened, and the Texans' offense went backwards a little bit. Stroud wasn't as good, and they moved off of Slowick. And now, Stroud has kind of continued to go backwards. Hugh, what do you think of Slowick? 2 years as a coordinator, let go, and then he went to work under Mike McDaniel. I think he's at least interesting because at one point a few years ago,
he was a hot name.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he's the next Kellen Moore, but I see some similarities to a young Kellen Moore, that he got the job, it looked good early, and then people started to kind of pick away at maybe he's not that good. I think Bobby Slowick is an interesting name. He's worked with Kyle Shanahan. He's worked under DeMeco Ryans. He had C.J. Stroud, the most success he ever had was with Bobby Slowick. Hugh, that name is a little bit, of all of them so far, that one I kind of can look at and say there's maybe something there.
You know, it's funny, Joe, when I think of the name, when you say his name, and I think of the coordinator and what we were told, full autonomy, that doesn't marry well. I don't think that's the case. It feels more so like it's going to be much of the same. I think that initially, as Eagles fans, and if I'm wrong, Eagles fans, please chime in, I feel like we felt that it was going to be somebody who comes in with a little bit more cachet.
Yep.
You know, and that there was going to be a real shakeup. That doesn't feel like a real shakeup to me.
All right, so the name that was out there early, then we didn't hear much, and now it is back. According to Diana Russini, the Eagles will interview Brian Daboll today for their offensive coordinator position. Now, Hugh, of all the names, this is the biggest name, right? Of all the names that we talked about so far, Weiss Jr., Zach Robinson, Jim Bob Cooter, Mike Kafka, Josh Grizzard, Bobby Slowick, Brian Daboll comes with the resume, right? He's been a head coach. Before that, he worked with Josh Allen and helped Allen develop from kind of a raw prospect to an MVP caliber player.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh, Daboll has to be number one on this list, right? Of all the guys I've mentioned so far?
Out of all the guys that you've mentioned, yes. Yes, definitely. But even he, when you talk about where he was in New York and you know, the fact that I think that Jalen has an intimate relationship with him.
Alabama, yeah.
And I think Daboll even took a shot at him at the beginning of this year, like he knows who Jalen is or whatever. You know,
was that the one where Daboll was talking about watching the Eagles tape before their game and said
receivers are open?
Receivers are open. It did feel like a little bit of shot. Yeah, it did.
I forgot about that.
I did too. Yeah, we
forget.
Bring that one back.
Well, I like that because that feels like if Daboll comes here, he's familiar enough with Jalen to know that he needs to shake his game up a little bit. I'm okay with that one.
So that one, of all the names, feels like the best candidate. Now, that might be complicated now, though, because the Bills fired Sean McDermott yesterday. And if I'm Brian Daboll, don't you think he wants to run back to Buffalo to try to grab that head coaching job? He worked with Allen.
There are some opportunities out there that he probably want to explore. That might be the case. And I know that with so many coordinator jobs and head coaching jobs coming up for grab, there's going to be some young names out there that are going to get opportunities. I just don't feel like that should be the case here.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. It's 10:42 on a Tuesday as we go through this thing. Hugh Douglas. So you and I, are we aligned of the names we talked about? Daboll's number one?
Yes.
Okay. If we can't get Daboll, of the other six names we talked about, if you had to pick, Charlie Weiss Jr., Zach Robinson, Jim Bob Cooter,
Saying who?
Cooter,
Mike Kafka, Josh Grizzard, Bobby Slowick.
Rolling with the Cooter.
Okay, there it is.
Diving in.
Swish.
We're in trouble
like
here,
a pool.
215-592-9494. Yeah, from the Daily Douglas to Jim Bob Cooter, we are off to a roaring start.
I just got back to work today.
Yeah, roaring start
today.
Yeah.
Did you miss me?
How much longer will we last is the question.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much longer.
Yeah, I was about.
Kind of just walked right in.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Jeff in Wilmington is up on WIP. Hey, Jeff.
Hugh, I think you were thinking with your show head instead of your football head.
Yeah, we're going to definitely get in trouble for that one.
Yeah, we're just going to get in trouble today.
We're just definitely going to get in trouble for that one.
Yep.
I'm trying to keep it clean here.
Keep it clean.
Too late.
So when you look at the team itself, it looks like an attractive position to take because of the talent we have. But Hugh, you said something earlier that kind of had interest in me. What's his name? Petula has been here the whole time, and we were told that it would be a smoother transition. Well, that's kind of the idea. because he's been here. So if he's been here the whole time, how does he not know how to fix some of these things that he sees? Because this isn't the first year. This is the second year of us seeing the same kind of offense and their troubles. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would think that he would have been in a better position to fix it, being that he's been here the whole time. So some of the blame definitely goes on him for, the way the team ended up playing the last, 5, 6, 7 weeks.
It does. And Jeff, that's why he lost his job, right? I mean, ultimately, whether or not he got scapegoated, he got too much of the blame, it's his job to fix it. It's any coach's job to get the most out of their players, and the Eagles obviously didn't think he got the most out of his players. That's why they're searching for the next guy.
But the issue now is, you guys mentioned it earlier, there's 7 or 8 head coaching jobs available?
So there were 10. There were 10 when McDermott got fired yesterday. But I think as of this morning, because the Titans are going to hire Saleh, so I think 4 out of the 10 have been. So Saleh's going to go to the Titans, Harbaugh to the Giants, Stefanski Falcons, and Jeff Hafley's taking the Dolphins job. So 6 more, and the 4 have been filled. So 10 head coaching jobs were open as of 2 days ago.
This whole thing has me going back to the end of Carson's tenure and Doug Peterson. I was like, are we headed in that direction where we've got to do this all over again?
That's a good
Jeff,
question,
I want to say no, but there is a chance that this thing's going to look a lot different 12 months from now. I do. For the first time in a few years, I think that. I haven't thought that in a while. There's been times where Sirianni's been the one that maybe, but the whole thing could look different 12 months from now, depending on the next year.
Yeah, I fear we may not get a top guy because of this whole situation. And some of these top guys that are OCs will take head coaching jobs. That's kind of like the catch-22 we're in. We're a good place to go, but there's other good places to go too, and these other guys want to move up. They're not going to move up here.
Well, I think it's a great point, man. I appreciate the phone call. So we'll see how the 10 head coaching jobs, where they go.
Mm-hmm.
But so 3 of the 4 that have been hired so far. So Robert Saleh is going to be the Titans head coach. John Harbaugh of the Giants, Jeff Hafley of the Dolphins. All 3 of those are not offensive play callers. So if I'm looking for job security as an offensive coordinator, I think there's more job security following Robert Saleh to Tennessee, right? He's going to get 2 years at least.
Yeah.
John Harbaugh is probably going to get 4 or 5 based on the money they're paying him. Jeff Hafley's going to get 2 or 3. I don't know. Didn't we just see 2 out of the last 3 years? If you don't succeed with this job, they get rid of you in a year.
Yeah, it's a tough fan base, man. No question about that. It's a tough fan base.
And the owner changes his mind a lot.
Yeah, it is definitely that. But I still feel like this is an attractive job for where this team has been, the great city that we're in. But on the flip side, you're gonna get some runway in Tennessee if that's where McDaniel decides to go. If we're talking about Josh McDaniel, you're gonna get some runway because you got a young team, and they had some decent players. Because it was like the year before. Who was the quarterback when the coach said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Will Levis.
They have some good young players, so you're gonna get a little bit of runway. And you're in a division that is probably a little easier than the one that we're in.
Yeah,
you're going to get some runway.
It just feels like if I'm looking for it depends on every coordinator's going to look for something different. I look at the names they've interviewed, and it strikes me as guys who just want a job, want to be an offensive coordinator.
Scrap heap.
Yeah, that's what name is scrap heap to you? Slowick, Grizzard.
Yeah, everyone that's not the McDaniel, Dable.
Yeah, it just feels like and the names aren't popping.
I guess I shouldn't have expected me to just recognize every name, but I don't know. It's I guess the crop is, I would describe it as uninspiring.
I think that's a really good word for it. Now, look, if they end up with Brian Daboll and it works, we're all going to be happy, and we'll say that's great. And he's a former head coach, and he's worked with Jalen and all that kind of stuff. But I look at the other list. The other names that they have either reportedly interviewed already or will. And it doesn't feel inspiring. I don't think this is as attractive as a job as the perception out there. Matt is in Prospect Park. What's up, Matt?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey Matt, what's up?
Well, it is disconcerting that McDaniel's not taking the interview. I really like the guy. I think he's cool, but it's also, you can kind of see why it wouldn't be an attractive spot, especially for him. a lot of what he does in terms of his innovations is the run game. So then you got like Stoutland. Like, how are you going to deal with him? Can you bring in your run people? Then you got a quarterback that, people are whispering is not so coachable maybe. And then you have the very ambiguous position of Sirianni, who's basically, we're still running a shell of his offense for the last 4 years. So if I'm Mike McDaniel, I'm not feeling it. But it sucks because he would be a really good person here. I was saying to Kyle that, like, I remember when Jeffrey was talking about emotional intelligence. I mean, Mike McDaniel has got that in addition to being, a really innovative dude. And so the last thing I'm going to say is, to me, I think it's a little bit weird that Daboll's coming in. I mean, he seems to me like almost the total opposite of a McDaniel. Not just in terms of his demeanor, but like, I don't know. It makes me wonder, like, do they know what they want even? Do they know what they're looking for? Do they need somebody who's going to like bark at Jalen or somebody who's going to like, I don't know. McDaniel's got sort of a more, just a subtler way about him. I don't know. I just can't imagine Daboll on the sideline with Sirianni.
Matt, I've thought about that. I mean, I think of all the names we've said, he's the most accomplished. And I mean, to be fair, like, he helped Allen develop, right? And he probably got, before this past year, the only good year Daniel Jones ever had, got out of him. So there's something there with him as an offensive coordinator. But I agree, Matt. That feels like a very combustible situation. And I don't know. It's a good point. Like, when you look at the different names, do you think they know what they want here, or are they just bringing people in here and trying to gauge them when they get in here? Because these are all different kinds of coaches, like McVay tree, Steichen kind of tree, Daboll. Like, there's not one. There's a college guy in there. There's not one theme to these names.
I think that listening to the names that were said, and then you throw Brian Daboll's name in there, I think with Coach Daboll comes accountability. When it comes to the quarterback, if a lot of people feel like the quarterback's the problem. If you're talking about those other guys, it feels like a puppet, to be totally honest, because you're talking about some young guys who are just trying to cut their teeth in the NFL or trying to advance their career in the NFL.
Well, if that's the case, then the offense won't change much, right? It'll be the same as it's been. Yeah. I mean, Matt, it's a good point. They're all over the map, like the names and where they came from.
Right. I mean, it might just be that we end up with Cooter. I mean, which even when it's bad, it's good, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and you know what? Just for the sole purpose of this show, Matt, and appreciate the phone call, and Hugh Douglas trying to get through a full year, that's what's going to happen here. It's going to be Jim Bob Cooter.
I think for our sake, we can't have this.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea.
Undefeated.
You're a problem.
Especially if he goes undefeated. That'd be crazy.
You going to put him in your stocking next year?
Cooter? Probably. You probably put him, Coach Cooter into my stocking.
This is a problem. This is a major problem. All right, 215-592-94. As soon as I got the notification that Jim Bob Cooter was being interviewed, I was like, oh no. It's nothing to do with the guy's career. I mean, the guy's had a nice career.
No, maybe it's me, but I thought at least today would go easier.
Why? Because we just got back.
We didn't get through a segment.
I know. No, not even a minute.
And it was MLK Day yesterday, too. This is what I come back and do.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine, like, there have been, what would you say, 10 to 20 shows this year all about Kevin Petullo, right? That's just kind of what happens, right, with the coordinator, right?
So we're going to talk a lot about that Cooter, Jim Bob Cooter, if he's the coach.
The amount of people yelling about Cooter.
Fire Cooter.
Yeah, it's not going to work. All right,
or hire Cooter.
Do you think the Eagles' offensive coordinator job is attractive? More phone calls on that. After we talk to Devin Caney, few things to address with her about this search. Is this an attractive job? And we'll address Dave Dombrowski's press conference earlier today as the Phillies officially reintroduce JT Realmuto with a 3-year contract as they brought him back on Friday right after Bobahette ended up with the New York Mets. We'll unpack that all next. Your phone calls as well. Is the Eagles OC job actually an attractive job? I don't think it is. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching clinching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been talking about my friends at Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and 2 of my current cars. Right now, you can lease the all-new 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for just $343 a month for 39 months. Catch these New Year's savings before they blow away. Head over to Scott Honda of Westchester or Vineland today. Make sure to tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval, not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Good morning. This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match alarm. We've got fluffy eggs and sausage on a made-from-scratch biscuit ready. Or perhaps biscuit and gravy. Ooh, maybe a sweet cinnamon roll. Wake up and smell that sweet deal. Mix and match any 2 for just $5 for a limited time. Only at Hardee's. Don't snooze on the app. Snag juicy deals, order ahead, and get to work on time. Maybe. Exclusive app offers for registered My Rewards members only. Available for limited time at participating restaurants.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. When it comes to my car, I trust United Tire and Service, and I've been going to them for years. Every United Tire location is owner-operated with owners who have real automotive backgrounds and stand behind their work. People are keeping their cars longer than ever, and reliability matters when you're driving your family around. United Tire doesn't just fix what's wrong, they help you plan ahead. Right now, they're offering a free vehicle safety check to catch small issues early. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Build your team, build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Febreze.
New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and New Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I get why the Tennessee Titans named Robert Saleh their next head coach. Saleh did an unbelievable job as the Niners defensive coordinator this year, and you can argue that the reason why he failed with the Jets is because the Jets never had a great quarterback situation. But I don't love the thought of pairing a defense-first head coach with a young quarterback in Cam Ward. Maybe he proves me wrong. We'll see who the offensive coordinator hire is, but I don't love this hire on the surface. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Eagles off-season happenings happen here.
You can do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Set up championship weekend in the National Football League. Right now, though, we're going to check in with Devin Caney. We talk to her every week around this time. And we got to hit some things on the Eagles and the Phillies as they just wrapped up talking after JT Realmuto finalized his new 3-year contract. Devin, how you doing today?
Dev!
I'm doing well, guys. Just got off a very interesting Zoom with Dave Dombrowski, JT, and Rob Thompson piped up at the end. Eagle season might be over, but Philly's still keeping it interesting as well.
Well, that's for sure. All right, we'll end our conversation with your thoughts on where the Eagles are at. But let's start with the Phillies because you just were on the Zoom. And Devin, I'm sure you've felt it the last few days. We were on the air live on Friday when the Bobahette news came down, and then the JT news came down. So people are not happy. I don't even really think it has anything to do with JT because people love JT. It's just, to me, it felt like when you add the two things together, it felt like, we didn't get Bobahette. All right, I guess we'll just run and give JT the money now. What was the feeling of the press conference? And did JT acknowledge anything about not sure if he was going to come back and how the whole thing came together on Friday?
Yeah, so the overall takeaway that I gathered from both JT and Dave Dombrowski speaking just now was that they had every intention to try and sign or re-sign JT. Dombrowski said that it was always about the money. He didn't say years. He said money. They couldn't find a place where they could meet in the middle. But they still had confidence that they were going to sign him. JT said he thought he was going to be a Philly up until the end. He said, quote, it got a little bit hairy, basically saying if the Phillies were going to re-sign Bobahette, which they thought that they were going to up until the final minute when, the Mets swooped in and gave him that shorter term deal, they were not going to sign JT. Dave Dombrowski said that they had a backup option or options. He wouldn't get into it exactly who it was with the catcher position if that Bobahette deal did go through. But then the Kyle Tucker deal happened with the Dodgers. Bobahette signed with the Mets. Phillies pivoted to JT, or back to JT, I should say. He didn't sound bitter about it. He said he's happy to be back with the Phillies. He said he feels like the catcher position is undervalued in baseball, almost similar to like the running back position in football. But he got his deal at the end of the day. So it's just a little bit hard to get excited, I think, for Phillies fans right now, because once again, Dave Dombrowski said, I think we're pretty content with where we're at going into spring training.
Deb, I'm kind of curious, how many questions were the Phillies asked about the whole Bobahette debacle?
A decent amount. It's kind of funny. I've never heard so many questions asked about someone without their name being said.
Is that right?
So, that deal that almost happened, but then didn't happen without specifically saying Bobahette. So basically how they did it was JT was on first. We got our questions in for JT. They let him go and then opened it up, for further questions for Dave Dombrowski. And then Rob Thompson weighed in at the very end about Zach Wheeler's progress, which was good news. But a lot of questions asked about Bobahette without specifically being asked about Bobahette. Dombrowski said it was a gut punch. Like, this front office was as blindsided as the fans were when that Mets deal came down. That being said, there's not much else they can do now in terms of free agents. And Dombrowski was asked about that. He said, they're content with where they're at. They might, add some depth. I would hope that the depth comes in the form of another outfielder, because you can't have Brandon Marsh out there every single day in left field when he can't hit lefties. And guys, I think the starting rotation for the Phils is an area that we're not talking about enough going into this season. Like, there's so many unknowns. Is Aaron Nola going to go back to the Nola that we saw, in seasons past? Zach Wheeler, where's his status? Where's his health going to be at the start of the season? Andrew Painter, is he going to be ready? And it's just a little bit of a head scratcher, because you let Ranger Suarez go. You didn't end up paying Bobahette. You didn't get him. You bring back JT. It's kind of, running it back. It's the same team that we saw essentially last season.
Yeah, I agree with you, Devin. I think the starting rotation is going to be kind of told to us as their strength, and it could be still, but you're right that there are major questions. I mean, Nola had a 6 ERA last year. Ranger's gone, as you just said. I only think there are two definites, and that is Christopher Sanchez, and I count Luzardo as I know he's good. We'll see if he could become great, but I know he's good. I only see two. So, Devin, you mentioned an update on Zach Wheeler. What did they say? Where do we think he's at? Because that's, if I had to decide like what could tip the scales on this rotation still being great, it would be if you told me Zach Wheeler's himself. We probably won't know that for a while. What was the update today on his health and his progress here?
Well, so I believe from hearing from Rob Thompson throughout this offseason, I think Zach Wheeler's sticking around, or is stuck around this area where he's, putting in work and working himself back to where he was at, hopefully eventually back to where he was at. And Rob Thompson said he hasn't thrown off a mound, but he's thrown up to 90 feet. He said every report he gets has been really positive, and that Zach Wheeler is progressing great, but they can't put a date on it. They can't put a definitive, he'll be ready by opening day. He'll be ready by, May 5th. They can't do that just yet. He hasn't even thrown off a mound yet, but still throwing 90 feet, like, that's pretty good. And he said that it's all been positive updates. That being said, Zach Wheeler's your ace. It's just a lot of question marks when it comes to this starting rotation. So we'll see how it all plays out before the regular season starts, I guess.
Devin, was there any update today from Dombrowski on the status of Nick Castellanos? Because I thought it was interesting this morning when they officially made the transaction to kind of put JT back on the roster. They designated Weston Wilson for assignment. Not that Weston Wilson is a great player, but he kind of profiles as that platoon-ish partner for Brandon Marsh. Like, I would have kept him on the team just as depth. They moved off of him, yet Castellanos is still on the team, even though they've telegraphed that he's not actually going to be here when the season starts. Was Castellanos talked about today? Because it's January, 20th? And yeah. I still don't understand why he's here if they know he's not going to be here.
Yeah, I don't really understand it either. And I saw that, Weston Wilson DFA move, and I guess it kind of makes sense, but not really when you consider the fact that you still have Nick Castellanos on the roster. They're still trying to give Nick a change of scenery, they like to say it. It's like putting a cow out to pasture or something, a nice way of putting it. They're trying to give him a change of scenery still. I think no one is biting. He's not really an interesting or intriguing candidate that teams want to pay. I feel like the Phillies actually might just have to eat that $20 million when it comes to Nick Castellanos. But I do not think Nick will be on the roster, not just to start opening day. I don't think he'll be on the roster to start spring training in less than a month here.
I agree with you. I thought, this was kind of been the easy way for them to do it. Just, he's out and JT's in and just release him. But he is still here. All right, Devin, let's pivot to the Eagles. It has been quite a week here. I always feel like Eagles off seasons, when they don't win a championship, they are just crazy. Every day there's something new. And this one is lived up to that. It's been a week. It's felt like 4 weeks. So the offensive coordinator search is ongoing. There's been a lot of names, but not the biggest ones yet. McDaniel has coming in for an interview. Today, it sounds like Dable's going to have his interview. Devin, when you look at the job, Do you think this is an attractive job, or are you starting to wonder if this is a place where the top candidates actually want to come run the offense?
Yeah, I heard you guys kind of talking about this earlier. I think it's crazy to say it's not an attractive job. I mean,
Joe.
the Eagles are looked at around the NFL as one of the best, if not the best, run organizations from top to bottom. I think Jeffrey Lurie sets a really good precedent as an owner. Howie Roseman is such a good GM that, other GMs sometimes just like screen his phone calls because they don't want to get fleeced because his reputation precedes him. I think that Nick Sirianni might make some enemies in his behavior on sidelines at times, but I still think that when you look at this offense, yeah, you don't know exactly who's going to be on it come next season. We don't know A.J. Brown's future, but what offensive coordinator wouldn't want a chance to work with a team, work with an offense that has a Super Bowl MVP at quarterback, that has one of the best, if not the best, at least potential-wise, running back in the game in Saquon Barkley, that has a great O-line when healthy. So I just don't really see how it wouldn't be attractive when you look at, the other teams that are looking for new OCs. I'm not saying that someone would take an OC job with the Eagles over a head coach job somewhere, but it's a great organization, and I think that a lot of coaches would be biting at the opportunity, especially when you consider that outside of Kevin Petullo and Brian Johnson, look at Kellen Moore. He's head coach of the Saints now. Look at Shane Steichen. So these guys can go on to bigger and better opportunities after, which I know as Eagles fans, we don't always want, but it still makes it an attractive job.
Well, that feels like a big selling point for them. Like, if you do well here, you're probably going to become a head coach in the next cycle. Devin, we appreciate hopping on. It's a busy time with the Eagles search and obviously all this Philly stuff. Thank you, and we'll catch up next week.
Appreciate you, Dev.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
There she goes. Devin Caney on the Phillies and the Eagles stuff. Yeah, I mean, the Phillies, did they not realize that today would be about Bobahette? I mean, it was a good question you would ask, because when we heard this morning they were going to do a Zoom, to introduce, or I guess reintroduce, whatever you call it, JT, right, with his new contract, I'm like...
Yeah, you knew that was going to be the question.
Did they realize the tenor is going to be about Bobahette?
Yeah. And I don't think JT mind because he just got a big old fat
Yeah,
check.
I'm sure he's fine. It feels like it's a weird thing. And I know this has been on my mind for a while. I'm sure to everyone it's a small thing. Who cares about Weston Wilson? I think the Phillies, with this Castellanos thing, I don't know what they're doing. If they think someone's going to take that contract off their hands, they're crazy. They're going to have to end up eating almost all of it anyway. And they DFA'd Weston Wilson today, who is a decent bench player. When they know Castellanos is not going to be here, it just feels like a very strange thing. Just release Castellanos.
Because you're going to do it anyway.
I mean, you're going to do it anyway. I mean, why did they lose a player that's been a part of the big league team for
Because they feel like
3
maybe
years
maybe there's some interest, but they're just waiting to see what the Phillies are going to do.
There's no interest. I mean, who's taking Castellanos?
I mean, I don't know, Joe, but that when you talk about the move, that's what it kind of screams to me. Like they feel that they're going to try to hold on to him because somebody wants him until they absolutely need him.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's what they're thinking. And perhaps someone gets hurt in spring training and someone says we'll pay half. I think we are barreling towards we get to spring training and they release him the day before spring training because no one will take him. It feels like they've played this whole thing wrong. They've telegraphed. I mean, Dombrowski telegraphs his moves 10 yards in advance. Everyone knows he didn't want Bohm last year. That's why no one offered him anything. They've been telling everyone that would listen to them since the end of the season, Castellanos won't be here. Well, why would anyone trade anything for him? If someone wants him, they're going to wait till you release him.
Definitely not operating from a position of power.
It makes no sense. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Anthony in Washington Township is up talking about the Eagles OC spot. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Anthony, what's up?
I absolutely think that we are a great position for any OC. I mean,
great.
I do not like Dable. I mean, I think, he was never able to unlock Daniel Jones. So, why do we think he could do anything for Hurts?
Well, I think at that point that the players probably felt he was a bubblehead, and so that's probably what.
Dayball?
Yeah, I think so because there were reports that who was a receiver? Was it Neighbors?
Malik Neighbors, yeah.
Was they were kind of talking bad about the coaching staff last year?
Do we
before the young quarterback year before the young quarterback got there?
Now, Anthony, I hear you. I mean, do we give him any credit for the development of Josh Allen? He was pretty raw when he got to the NFL, and then with
Josh
Dable
Allen's now Josh Allen. I mean, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Should we attribute that to just one coach?
No, I know. I'm just trying to unpack, the
But look
pros
at
and
Shane
cons,
Steichen.
pros and cons.
That's who we need. We need someone like Shane Steichen. We need someone who can unlock the quarterback. We need someone who can unlock our passing offense. I mean, it's for what it was this year. I think our running offense will be fine. I think Stoutland has it down. The line will get better. We need to focus on the passing game. We need an OC that is going to do that. I mean, someone far away from the Sirianni tree. We're 2 for 2 in Super Bowls, not hiring from the Sirianni tree. So that should be attractive to anybody right there. Mike McDaniels doesn't want to come here because him and Vic Fangio hate each other. I think that's a big reason why he doesn't want to be here.
So I think it's an interesting theory. I mean, I do, but do you think you really have to work with them much? I mean, they're opposite sides.
Yeah. I personally think Mike McDaniels is stubborn in a way too, where like he doesn't want to be here for a few reasons, but I think that could be the main one. I don't think that should be a detriment to if the Eagles OC job is a good job or not. I just think there's a lot to go into it, but who wouldn't want to come here with this great team who's gone to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years, and we have a great front office. You can honestly, even if you have a great year and we go to Super Bowl, you could take the head coaching job here.
Well,
you could.
There are pros to it, Anthony, but I do also think there are some cons. I mean, you're right, great team, but most of the talent at this point, like the young talent, is on the defense. I'm not sure if the offense is as great talent-wise and physically as we think it is. These guys are not as
starting to flip.
I think it's starting to flip. Yeah, I mean, the offense.
I think if you bring someone in creative, they can get this offense back rolling. I mean, if you look back at the San Fran game, I mean, well, we were finally asking for Patullo to finally do some flashy stuff, some stuff that we haven't seen. And we were marching the first drive. We saw stuff that we didn't see before. And then it just stopped. But, if you can keep that going and get someone who can actually put together something that's not vanilla, I think we could do great things. And that's exactly what Steichen did. I mean,
well, it was, yeah. I mean, that was the. I mean, Anthony, to your point, and good phone call. That was the best version of the Eagles' offense. Was the Steichen offense? There is an elephant in the room here, right? We know this.
What are you talking about?
Is the quarterback someone that people around the league want to work with?
You know what's funny? I was sitting there thinking that when they were talking, and I know the Jalenites out there might not want to hear that, but I think you have to be open to why this is even a conversation. Not saying that Jalen is the problem, but my thinking is, why is this even a conversation? When you talk about what this Eagles offense has been able to accomplish in the last 3 seasons,
it should be attractive.
It should be. There shouldn't be, to me, there should never be reports that the Philadelphia Eagles are interested in so-and-so, and so it should be the other way around. It should be the top name coordinators are beating down the door to get here.
I agree.
To be a part of this offense.
That would be logical.
I mean, I think that any fan with a brain would ask themselves, okay, what's the issue? And I don't think that it's all Jalen. I think some of it is the thought that when you come here, you're not going to have a whole lot of say. And they've already put that to rest when they say, hey, we got full autonomy.
Your offense, run it.
So there's something. There's something there. And I don't know what it is, because to me, to be this is the most, not this year, but for the last few years, this has been one of the most exciting divisions to be in the East.
Sure.
This year was the West. But when you talk about in the past, most of the time it went through here. And you would think that this would be one of the most attractive jobs. Right now, it's just weird that we're in a position, we're in limbo right now when it comes to our OC.
So one thing that our last caller was bringing up was, unlock it like Steichen did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steichen wasn't yesterday. I mean, we have memories that kind of fold together of the last 4 years of Eagles football. 2022 was a long time ago in NFL terms.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about how much change. Go back and look at the leaders in the NFL statistically in 2022 versus 2025. I mean, yeah, you're going to have your McCaffreys that are still up there, but most has changed. It's a long time in the league. So,
what about our offense compared to the Rams' offense since 2022?
Please don't. Elliot was in here earlier. But my point is,
I couldn't resist.
I know you couldn't. If I'm a coordinator and I'm coming here for an interview, one of my first questions is, do we have a dual threat quarterback still? Or do I have to work with a one-dimensional quarterback, and that's what I have? Because in 2022, when Shane Steichen got the most out of Jalen Hurts, he was a real dual threat, like a weapon in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still that?
It's, do we have Cam Newton when his legs left, or do we have Russell Wilson when he learned how to pass?
And you know what hit me watching the games this weekend? Jalen has really taken a step back as a runner compared to the rest of the league. Now, you may say, Joe, he could still do it again. Okay, maybe, if he wants to. I don't know. He didn't do it this year. Like, just watching the games this weekend, Allen's a better runner. Nix is a better runner. May's a better runner. I'm going through the other...
like a lot of guys that you don't necessarily think
Caleb
of
Williams is a better runner.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, I think...
Yeah,
Say his name right. Khalid.
I mean, there's probably... Is Jalen Hurts still a top 10 running quarterback? I don't know. I just reeled off 3 or 4 from this weekend that we're just playing.
There's
I'm
some
not
good games this weekend, though.
There really were.
It was some good.
They're not even guys who are like runners. They just have run more.
And they're just they extend plays. They're more mobile. I mean, it was all weekend watching the NFL, and that was just 8 teams. There's 24 more that weren't playing this weekend that we could pick from. So to me, that's a big question in these interviews. I'm sure these guys are asking: do we still expect Jalen Hurts to be a dual threat quarterback? Hugh, I don't know the full answer to that. I mean, I want him to be, but he didn't run this year.
I feel like. And this is my thinking when it comes to this offense. Regardless to what you've accomplished, because we hear that a lot, I think that if you ask all those players, okay, how do you think this season went? Right. I think a lot of them would say we didn't do what we set out to do. So you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said that quite a bit. In order to get back to where you want to be, you have to put yourself in a situation where you're willing to receive criticism and learn from your mistakes. And I'm not just talking about one person. I'm not talking about the quarterback. I'm talking about everybody. Like everybody has a hand or had a hand in the demise of this season, if that's what you want to call it. So everybody has to come back with the mindset that we're going to be open to criticism and we're going to work harder than we ever worked before.
Well, it's got to be that way. Dennis in Newtown is up on WIP. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, how are you guys today?
Hey, Dennis. Good morning.
Good. Hey, you.
Yes.
Quick question. Atlanta's head coaching position has been taken. Or you have your sight set on something else now?
No, that was the only job.
Stole
That was
it
the
from
only
him.
job. And then, Robert Saleh went to Tennessee. I was trying to get one of them Southern jobs.
If you still want a job with Atlanta, Stefanski's a Philly guy, Matt Ryan's a Philly guy, you played for the Eagles. It's like there's a connection there.
Yeah, they would hire you as a defensive guy.
It wouldn't be the same. You know what I mean, man? I'm just gonna stay here and deal with this snowstorm that we're having this weekend.
All right, so you're gonna be promoting some other stuff when you're on the air as well. That's good. Anyway, hey, I think it'd be a great job for an offensive coordinator. I don't know that you're going to attract the huge names here, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's going to be somebody that has to be compatible with Sirianni because, look, it's a fact. I've not seen him deviate. It's how they run the organization. He's going to have full autonomy. I would test the heck out of that if I was that kind of a coach, and see how far that would go. But I think it's a great program to get yourself noticed, to develop, and move on. And unfortunately, that's the way it is in the NFL, unless we hire a Jim Harbaugh as a head coach who can fix an offense and fix a defense, and then maybe you have a longer time as an OC before you get promoted. But I think I would do it in a minute if I was an up-and-comer, and it's kind of how I feel.
Well, I think a lot of people, Dennis, feel that way, and hopefully that is the case because that means the Eagles will get someone good. Dennis, we appreciate the phone call. There is a path for this being a great job for someone if it works out and you parlay it to a head coach job, but there is that other side. Like 2 of the last 3 have been fired. And the offense is getting more expensive. And frankly, I don't know if they're all going to be here next year. We're going to get to that next because a story came out over the weekend about A.J. Brown during the season. Remember all that smoke? Remember all of the rumors out there? Mm-hmm. Well, potentially why. We'll tell you about A.J. Brown, report over the weekend, and his apparent trade requests, not requests, trade requests.
That sounds like you're doing a plural.
Plural, S on the end. Trade requests last season and some potential landing spots if it does go there this offseason. 215-592-9494. Is this Eagles OC job attractive? We'll take your phone calls. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, this time of year, everybody talking about fresh starts. That's why Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets are my weekly go-to game plan. They're preseason packed with protein and oven ready in about 35 minutes, so it's no stress and no guesswork. From savory brown sugar to Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, or honey garlic teriyaki. These flavors turn busy nights into easy wins. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and where to buy. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas. And madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in, opt into the promotion, and then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania, New Jersey only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flourtown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The snow and ice from the weekend storms will be around for a while thanks to frigid temps. New Jersey officially swearing in Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill this morning. And Tyrese Maxey follows his all-star nod with 29 points, 8 assists, and 8 steals in the Sixers win over the Pacers.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Breezy with sunshine through the afternoon, high 26.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's going to be quite an offseason, Hugh.
And is this the Carpenters? Wow, you pulled an old school song for real. Wow. This is crazy. That is crazy.
Are you ready for this offseason? Because it's only just begun, Hugh Douglas.
I'm the one that kind of told you that.
Oh, stop.
Well, I did tell you that this is like a divorce. This is going to get ugly.
Yeah.
I did tell you that.
Well, there's no drama like Eagles drama, and we have a lot of it.
Ain't that the truth?
It's been a week, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm running out of space on I have my notebook, keeping track of all these things that are going on here. I know we have Hugh's notebook during the season.
Lead Jessica. It was her and her brother, man. They were a good group.
It's a good song.
Yeah. This is where we are, huh?
Yes.
With reckless rumors and we're gonna be left to figure out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, this one feels real because when there's smoke, there's often fire. All right, so this one came out a couple days ago. You may have missed it over the long weekend. So we'll get back to your phone calls on the OC job and is this an attractive job? But part of the reasoning I have that I don't think this as attractive as a job as we want it to be is, are we sure A.J. Brown's actually part of this next year's Eagles offense? Because according to this report, he didn't even want to be part of last year's Eagles offense. So, according to Joe Santoliquito from Bleeding Green Nation, and I would advise everyone to not poo-poo Joe's reports.
Joe been on point for a couple years, man.
He's 1 for 1 in terms of the big ones with the Eagles that people don't like to hear. And
Joe a good dude too.
Yes, and we remember that for back in the day. But Joe's a good reporter, and here is what he wrote a couple days ago. Quote, A.J. Brown asked for a trade numerous times this past season, as early as after the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Los Angeles Rams in Week 3. Multiple sources confirmed to Bleeding Green Nation. So, Hugh Douglas, we have our report now that all that smoke around AJ, which really was all the way through and up to the trade deadline, where was that coming from, everyone wondered? Well, according to this report, it came from AJ himself because he was the one asking the Eagles for a trade. Again, what stuck out to me is numerous times. Hugh, your reaction to this report?
Wow. So, AJ, it's a lot to unpack. And I know that for a lot of Eagles fans, AJ is they point to him as the reason why everything is the way that it is. And I get that. And I got to say, it's most surprising when it comes from older fans, like people that went to college and you would think have common sense. But it's surprising that a lot of people feel like AJ was the catalyst for all this to happen. AJ wasn't happy. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know how AJ thinks, but we know that AJ is a super competitive guy. And I'm gonna frame this reckless speculation around him looking at himself and wanting to be a Hall of Fame receiver. That's when I'm going to frame it around. Because, he had, after the end of the Super Bowl, he had the saying that he wasn't satisfied and all this stuff. And it took, even me, did not really understand where he was coming from when he said that. And then when you look at the timing of the ask to get out of Philadelphia was coming off the heels of having a pretty good game as a Philadelphia Eagle. Because the report states that he asked after the Rams game.
Yep.
So in that Rams game, he had a pretty good game. So I'm going to say that AJ wasn't satisfied with his performance because he felt like he could have done more. And he felt like, now listen to me, folks, this is not real. This is reckless speculation. Before y'all start sliding my DMs and start talking crazy. This comes off of me thinking that he feels that in order to get to where he wants to be as an individual, that Jalen's not going to get him there. He's not the quarterback to steward him into the Hall of Fame.
I think you're probably spot on with it. I have two reactions to this. My first is I'm not surprised at all. I mean, you mentioned his thinking, right? He told us from the minute the Super Bowl ended.
He was not satisfied.
He wasn't satisfied. I mean, and the line, when people tell you who they are, believe them. This is who he is. And his priorities here, that's fine. Like, if that's what he wants, and if his satisfaction and his happiness from playing football comes from numbers and stats, then this isn't the place for him. I mean, that's so, and he knows that. Obviously, he expressed that to the team. And I'm not surprised that all these stories are coming out, because we'd be crazy not to remember the smoke around AJ all season long. So my first reaction is I'm not surprised. My second reaction is that the Eagles made a mistake. They should have traded him during the season before the trade deadline. When a player is multiple times asking for a trade, they're going to be disruptive. So I think Howie Roseman made a mistake there. They thought they could placate him. Obviously, it didn't work. And I think it's ironic the season ended with the ball going his way many times and him not making plays. Him and the quarterback just weren't on the same page. So I think this is who the player is. The Eagles could have moved on. They chose to try to put a Band-Aid on this thing. And then the third thought I had, I guess I have three thoughts, is everyone out there that said that the people reporting on it, specifically Diana Russini of The Athletic during that month of October, were lying and making things up.
Lying and the truth ain't in them.
I mean, come on, guys.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
There's a reason when national reporters have stories, they have stories.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
It was totally embarrassing. Everyone calling her a liar. Her source was probably AJ and his agent. She knew the whole time that there was something going on here, and it was obvious to anyone with clear eyes that he was not happy here, Hugh. And now it makes you wonder, they got through this year, right? I guess they put a Band-Aid on it. Can they do this for another year, or are we headed to a divorce?
There's a lot to unpack from not just the Joe Sandler-Laquido story, but, some of the stuff that I think the afternoon show talked about when they were talking about how the players felt about the quarterback. Some of the angst that they had, what they call him, Baby Jordan or Little Jordan, or Little Michael or whatever the name is, and things of that nature. This is before we get to where we feel we know where this team is going to go. We still got to get through the rest of these rumors, Joe. I hate
buckle
to tell
up,
you.
Hugh.
It's about to get.
It's going to get bumpy. All right, can we hear
it's gonna
from
be something every week.
Ian Rappaport talking about this offseason and what's to come with A.J. Brown?
Nothing is impossible. If the Philadelphia Eagles want to trade A.J. Brown, they certainly can trade A.J. Brown. They'll take a cap hit. They'll save some cash. If this is what they want to do, which certainly seems like Howie Roseman is at least willing to answer the phone, he always answers the phone, then they can do it. And you're right. I think it's fair to say there's some questions about whether or not A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts can be together for another season.
Well, that's an interesting way of putting it. Can they be together for another season? It makes you think it was pretty rocky.
Jalen said they're in a great spot.
That's wonderful. I'm glad he said that. All right. We also had Howie last week, and listen how he answered the question when asked about AJ and the offseason to come.
If it makes sense, are you open to trading him, or is that just a non-starter?
Yeah, we talked about this, I think, at the trade deadline last time I talked. It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and AJ is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
That wasn't a no.
It's funny because I don't know how anybody else processes this new information that we have.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, now it makes sense to why Mr. Lurie was at practice. When you talk about multiple times being asked to be traded, I'm thinking maybe that was coming off the heels on being asked to be traded one time, and Mr. Lurie was talking to him and say, "Hey man, why would you want that?" When you talk about the success, and I'm ad-libbing, I don't know what they talked about, but it feels like that's probably the reason why when we get the report that he said, "Hey, he apologized," he was like, "Hey, no need to apologize. I get it," because he's trying to calm him down, because he's feeling some kind of way. So it's a lot, man. It's for me, it's going to be a lot of replaying certain instances and milestones that we accomplished during the season. Wondering, okay, this fits this, or this is why this went the way that it went.
Now your puzzle's coming together.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of that,
Yeah.
man. It's going to be a lot. I feel like it's going to be a lot more to unpack before we ever get to the point where we feel comfortable with this football season with this football team in the offseason.
Well, interestingly enough, as we talk about the AJ stuff from a couple days ago, the AJ stuff from the press conference, ESPN.com today has a story up where Jeremy Fowler talks to league executives, and they predict big offseason moves. One of those, AJ Brown traded to the Buffalo Bills. The quote from an executive, NFL personnel evaluator, said, quote, the Bills have to upgrade there. Their best receiver is Khalil Shakir, who is a nice player, but he's not a top guy. Brown is an immediate upgrade, and he's still young, turning 29 this June, and the Eagles can build the passing game around Devontae Smith and a high pick. So, Hugh, I know it would be a cap hit, but the Eagles are not strangers taking cap hits. If the report is totally accurate, I don't know how they bring him back. I don't know how you bring back a guy that multiple times asked for a trade. It ended the way it did. It obviously was a distraction last year. I just don't know how it's tenable to try to do it again.
Because you believe in him. I mean, there's a way around this, Joe. I hear what you're saying, but you believe in him, and the OC is going to, if the quarterback's the issue, the OC is going to challenge the quarterback. I think that's why it's important that you get somebody in here that's going to challenge this offense as a whole.
Yeah.
Not just Jalen. This offense as a whole and hold them accountable.
I just think back to the season. You said you're going to kind of in your head unpack things. I've heard Ike say this a lot. If you go back to the season, they were not throwing the ball much to AJ. Jalen was playing some of his best football late October into November. Then they started, I'll use the word, forcing the ball to AJ post-trade deadline, and the offensive passing game never looked good again. Kyle, I think this thing is headed for divorce. It's just too much.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of said it. It's kind of feel like maybe to a lesser degree, sort of like the Castellanos situation. Like, how can you go back into next season with him there?
Yeah, you could cross your fingers.
Crazy. It's crazy that we're at that point.
I know, because he's a better player than Castellanos. Right. Like it shouldn't be there.
I hear what Ike's saying, and Ike's watched a lot of film, and the linebacker spot, and he knows all the drops and everything. But I think that when I think about it, I think AJ's frustration comes from the fact that on the plays that he didn't get or he was complaining about, maybe he was the primary read and Jalen didn't see him.
Maybe.
And then it became a situation where the plays were designed to go to him specifically. And that's where the angst came in, because they were trying to design plays to specifically say, hey, throw it to him on this play.
Yeah.
And that was the problem.
If we're talking about, like, if we're to go off of what Rappaport said, like, there's questions about whether or not Jalen and AJ can be together next season. They kind of just had a similar situation with, could Jalen and Kevin Patullo work again next season? They chose Jalen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be consistent, they got to choose Jalen again.
I think so too. I mean, and I don't know what A.J. Brown's trade market is. I don't know what they're going to get for him.
Probably not that high.
It's probably not what we want it to be. But this is a lot. I mean, if it was smoke last year, it feels like fire now. Let's go back to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Is the Eagles OC job actually attractive? And your reaction to A.J. Brown reportedly multiple times last year asking for a trade in the season. Frank in Savannah's up. Hey, Frank.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Frank.
Just wanted to reach out and say Hugh was right about Kevin Patullo.
In terms of what?
What'd I do?
What did he say about him?
Remember, you said that he was the leak. I mean, I think you should win Insider of the Year for that.
Well, he's up for it. He's up for it.
I don't know what the standings look like. I think
Sherman
Elliott
said it. Richard Sherman over the weekend went ahead and said that you were right. He said that he didn't use you specifically.
Are you talking about that podcast that he was on last week when he said Patullo called Fitzpatrick?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I don't, okay.
That's pretty weak, man. But I do think if we get the right person in here to challenge Jalen, like you guys are saying, I think it'll work. But they have to make a decision and tell him he has to run, and I think they're going to have to give him some money to do that.
Yeah, financial apology?
Yes.
They probably ain't going to do that.
Financial apology to who? A.J. Brown?
Jalen?
No, to Jalen Hurts. Unfortunately,
you want to pay Jalen more money this offseason?
I don't.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't. I think he needs to run.
Yeah.
Like you guys are saying, and he's not special if he doesn't run. And I love Jalen, but he's not the same guy. And Marcus Hayes says he's afraid of getting a concussion like he did in Washington last year. I don't think he ever had one before. Or if he did, it was years ago.
That's it. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember him missing a game with a concussion, here in the NFL. Perhaps that happened in college. And look, Frank, I get it. When you're a mobile quarterback and you start getting into the middle of your career, you start to maybe try to pull back on that so you could last longer. And Frank, appreciate the phone call. Hugh, I think it's a logical thing to think that Jalen's future is in his head, right? He only has 1 year guaranteed money left. I understand that. But the idea that they're going to give him more money to run. I heard I don't know if you saw this. Broads was doing his 3 ways to save Jalen Hurts. Mm-hmm. And I love Broads.
Broads, three ways to save Jalen.
I love it. It was a great idea for a kind
Shout
of
out to Broads,
a consecutive show thing. But one of his ways was to pay him more so he would run. I mean, guys, I will lose my mind if they pay him so he will run. He's making $50 million a year. If we have to pay him any more to run, we're losing the plot on this thing. I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't know. And it's part of why I don't think this is a super attractive job. I don't know if AJ is going to be here. Our guess is he's probably not, at least the three of us. I mean, if we had to put our heads together, I don't think we think he's going to be here. Also, I don't know if Jalen Hurts is actually a dual threat quarterback anymore. So about 20 minutes ago, we had a caller, and Hugh, we were going through which quarterbacks this weekend just look like they're faster than Hurts at this point. Mm-hmm. So I started writing down names, just where I think Hurts is among dual threat quarterbacks. I think all these guys I wrote down are more of dual threats than he is right now. Caleb, Josh Allen, Drake May, Lamar, Mahomes, Herbert, Dart, Lawrence, Daniels, Nix. That's 10 right there. I didn't even get to Daniel Jones, who runs. I didn't get to Malik Willis, who might be a starter next year. I mean, Hugh, a couple of years ago, Jalen Hurts was probably a top 5 mobile quarterback, like one of the 5 best runners at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Looks to me like it's more like towards the middle now than the top.
Well, it's a lot to unpack. And I think that people are looking at this the wrong way because I feel like everybody feels that if Jalen runs more, that fixes everything. I don't believe that. I think that Jalen has to evolve. When I say evolve, I mean Jalen has to be more of a threat in the passing game for all that other stuff to work.
Yeah, but don't you think him not being a runner impacts the passing game? If they know he's not going to run anymore, more
he might be a finished product in the passing game.
But listen to listen to what other people are saying about Jalen. Coach Saleh, we made him play quarterback. Nobody's afraid. Like, we know Jalen can run. And Jalen knows.
I don't know if he can anymore.
Okay, for the sake of this argument, Jalen can run when he wants to, right? The issue is, can Jalen evolve and become more of a pocket passer? That's the knock on Jalen. When you hear teams talk about Jalen, when you hear defensive coordinators talk about Jalen, they talk about him playing quarterback from the pocket. He's not doing that well. In order for all of that other stuff to work that we're talking about, that's the part of his game that he has to do better.
So I agree with you, but he used to be effective as not a great pocket passer because of his legs, right? If his legs are going, then what you're saying is the only path back to greatness.
Well, I don't think that Jalen. I think Jalen can still run. I think there's instances.
But like 3 or 4 yards. I mean, this guy once had 100 yards in a quarter.
Okay,
I think that guy's gone.
I still think he can do that, but it has to be in spurts. I think the biggest knock when I think of Jalen as a former defender, the thing that scares me the most about Jalen is his ability to run. So I'm not going to let him do that. And you marry that with the fact that Saquon Barkley was who he was a year ago. So that scares me more than anything. And if you look at any defense, they tell you the first thing you have to do is stop the run. The thing that was the huge detriment this weekend to the Houston Texans was the fact that they couldn't run the ball and their quarterback couldn't settle down. That killed that team.
Sure.
That killed them. But you see they kept trying to run the ball. When I think of the offensive plays this weekend, there was some, like Sam Darnold threw one, like he threw a missile. Like, that is the biggest difference. That is the difference that separates the quarterbacks and the elite quarterbacks from the everyday guys, is that ability to play from the pocket when need be. I think that's what Jalen needs to he needs to evolve in that aspect.
It would help, specifically on his running. When he first got in the league, he was at 5.6 yards a carry. I mean, that's your Lamar, Josh Allen, game-breaking type of stuff. He's at 4 now. That's a big difference. I mean, that's different. Let's go to Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Good morning, man.
Hey, Chris. What's up?
Hugh, Douglas, can we talk, please?
Yes, we can. What are we talking about?
Hugh.
Yes.
I just knew. I knew you were going to go hard after Cooter. I mean,
we all did. I mean, it was as soon as the interview happened or the name came out there, I was like, oh, this is a problem.
Because I'm childish.
Yes. I knew you were going to be hot for the Cooter. And just, all right. Can we try to behave ourselves? All right. This is, I know I already got fired as the assistant PR guy before I even got the chance. But I'm trying to help you keep the job you got there. Okay. All right. Let's focus here, guys. Let's get into this. If anybody that thinks that this is an attractive job, this OC position, you're just delusional. All right. I have a message for you. Set down the Eagles Kool-Aid that you're drinking. It's making you look foolish. And Scoops, when she called in, you notice she didn't say a very important fact of why you would come here. She said, come here to coach Saquon Barkley? She left out the number one reason why
the quarterback.
This unattractive job is because of the quarterback. All right, he's flawed. His weaknesses have been fully exposed. And you know what? To the Jalenites out there, I'm sorry, but the truth hurts. Okay? And you know what? Here's some of the other problems with this team. And if you take this OC position, Nick is going to stick his nose in to try to justify his job. He saw what just happened up in Buffalo. He knows that, the blade is coming behind him to chop him too soon. And he's trying to, show that there's some sort of justifications for what it is that he does. And here's the worst thing about this. If you come in as OC and you do a good job, you're not going to get promoted. They're not going to give you Nick's job. Nick's going to take all the credit. Howie's going to take all the credit for finding another great OC and convincing him to come in here and save this ship. And you know what? What you do? Hey, maybe you'll get an opportunity as a head coach, but you have to go to your family. You have to uproot them again. You got to move, and you got to start all over by now fixing the problems in that city. So you know what? But here's the worst part. If you don't have success, the Eagles are gonna blame you, even if it's not your fault. Listen, just go ask Patsy Patullo what that's like. Most importantly, you must get every week. Here's the biggest problem with this job. Every week, a former Eagles Hall of Famer, WIP host, Hugh Douglas, with his third eye blind, reckless speculation, is going to evaluate you.
Wow, that's true. Yeah, you're going to get ripped by Hugh.
Is that right? I'll be ripping people?
Well, I mean, you did say Patullo lost the play calling duties to Jalen in week 3. Yeah, so if I heard that, I don't want to take this job. I don't want to get slapped across the lips.
We remember it all. We remember it all. Guys, that said, I want David, okay?
Hugh said he was going to swing on Jalen, too.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I remember that.
We know you promoted violence, and we're saying bad things to you. We're not going to repeat that. Okay, bring in Dable. Okay, he knows how to work with Jalen, and I really believe this, guys. If anybody can unlock him and knows him, it's Dable. I mean, he's evaluated him as a young quarterback. He's seen him coaching against him on the opposing sidelines. He knows how it is. And guys, this really is a Hail Mary for Jalen, because I think that's what it is. You got to bring in somebody that can try to restore him, because it's up to the new contract. Are we going to stick with him, or do we have to move on from him too? So, you know what? Bring him in, let it go. But, it's going to be – the other problem is it's going to be tough. You got to bring in somebody that's tough. And he is tough because he could stand up to Nicky – core values when he starts chirping.
Yeah, we might have to put Big Dom in the middle of
those
two on the sidelines. That might be a lot. Yeah. No, and Chris, good phone call. Dable, of all the names that we went over and that are out there, feels like the biggest upside play and the guy that's had some success before. Does feel pretty combustible though. I mean, he's got a short fuse. Sirianni's got a short fuse. That's that part of it that makes it interesting. I will keep this going on the other side. Your thoughts on all of this on the phone lines. Plus, Jeff McClain with some info on how the Eagles will lead this OC search and a pretty shocking discovery about Nick Sirianni and his job status over the years here in Philadelphia. 215-592-9494, midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers are national champions, and not in college basketball. In college football, this downtrodden program hadn't won a bowl game since 1991. Prior to this year, is now the national champions. Kurt Cignetti, this is the greatest coaching job in the history of sports. This is like what you would do in the NCAA video game. Take a terrible program, lead them to a title. Unbelievable job by Indiana. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Your exclusive home for the Philadelphia Eagles offseason.
Great players that underperformed what they should have.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another great song, man.
It's been a good day of music. It has. Welcome back. Midday Show. To Douglas.
Shout out to the IT department.
Is this about the printer again, the 3D printer?
It's about 3D printer. Shout out to a man, Austin. Austin is, like, I'm learning. I have a new hobby now.
Yeah.
I kind of put soap to the side.
It's good.
And
You dropped the soap.
I dropped, well, okay. And now I'm into 3D printing, man, and I got this new printer. And Austin is showing me, like on the off days, Austin is showing me how to use it.
In the breaks, too.
Yeah, in the breaks.
Do you think you're going to get in trouble when Austin clearly has to go ask for a raise here because he's doing double duty?
Yeah, he's doing double duty, helping me learn how to use this 3D printer. But man, listen.
Here we go.
It's fascinating. Like, it is the absolute best, the 3D printer.
And what would you make this weekend?
Well, I was trying to learn how to make models.
Okay.
And I didn't understand how to prepare, like, the color, because I have a printer that has, like, it has 4 different filaments now, so I can print in color. So I was asking Austin, how do I print in color? And he just showed me real quick. And then he also showed me how to download the files from the zip folder. So, yeah, I'm in the game now. I'm about to go home and be printing up some stuff.
I know we're about a month and a half, 2 months out from the bracket of Hughes, but 3D Douglas is making his way up the board.
Man, I tell you what, man, this is, for a person that has ADHD, this is probably the best gift that you can get them. Like, if you have anybody in your family that has that. This
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, this is great.
We need you to lock in.
I'm locked in. I'm here. But I just want to give Austin a shout out.
I know. He'll ask more money around here soon. All right. Before we get back to your phone calls on this OC search, and if you believe this is actually an attractive job, I don't. I think we want it to be, and we just say it. But, like, I look at the idea of the head coach could be out of here in a year. The quarterback is not as good as he was a couple years ago. The running back is a year older and was not as great. The star wide receiver apparently asked out multiple times last year and I think could be gone this offseason. And the Hall of Fame right tackle was banged up the whole season, and I don't know where his future is. And if they have the next right tackle anyway, they have to draft that. So I don't think this is a great offensive coordinator spot for these candidates, but I know a lot of people do. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Couple interesting things from Jeff McClain's latest podcast, Uncovering the Birds. Hugh Douglas was a guest on that show once.
Yeah, I took a shot at the podcast leader and he checked me about it.
Well, good. You got to be checked once in a while. But a couple of interesting things from Jeff here on his podcast. First, about the OC search and how it's going and kind of who's in charge of leading this thing.
They did allow him to make a decision. He's a Super Bowl winning coach. What are you going to tell him? No, you can't have your offensive coordinator. Here we are, a year into this. 1 year, we're back to where we were 2 years ago. And I'm sure Howie and Jeff are probably like, hey, go back to the kids' table. Let the adults run the show here. And that's what my reporting is saying, is that, essentially Howie's going to be leading the search. In the interview room will be Jeffrey Lurie. And from what I understand, also the other son, Julian Lurie, who now has a formal role with the organization. I'm sure he's just there observing, and Jeffrey's just kind of showing him, the ins and outs of what it's going to take when you eventually take over as owner and these types of interviews, et cetera. And Nick will be in the room as well. But the decision's going to be made. It's obvious the decision's going to be made by Jeffrey and Howie on who the next OC will be.
So we
shout out to Julian. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Well, he's learning every aspect. He's going to be running this thing one day. So, I mean, it does paint another picture of Nick Sirianni virtually powerless, Hugh, the way that's described. I mean, Nick gets to be in the room.
You know what?
But you have the GM, the owner, and the owner's son, kind of leading the charge here.
I didn't even look at it like that.
The way he said at the end, Nick gets to be in the room. He's the head coach.
That didn't even click for me.
My goodness.
Do they need his expertise on tackling?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna have some input. He's gonna have stuff to say.
Yeah, you think they're gonna listen?
He's gonna have stuff to say.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Didn't answer the question.
It all depends on how you feel that room is gonna go. It's like when Nick starts talking about, here we go.
How he jumped on him during the press conference the other day and just answered the question for him.
I mean, I can see from that description right there, I can see why you would feel the way that you feel.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
I mean, but again, that's what he signed up for. So ain't no need to start, putting a whole lot, sucking in a whole lot of air and acting like you that dude now, because that's what you signed up for.
Well, he did, and that's the way they're going to go about this search. So that was interesting from Jeff's podcast, Uncovering the Birds. Also, this was. So, Hugh, now there's two parts to this, two little elements that Jeff McLean speaks about here. The first, I think, is everyone remembers this, right? The end of the 2023 season, Eagles losing the postseason to the Bucs. Remember, they took 9 days to have their season-ending press conference, and there were a lot of people,
yes,
including us, who thought that potentially Nick Sirianni was going to be out. They obviously chose to keep him. They did it for another year. They brought Kellen Moore, and they win the Super Bowl. Great. Everything's great. But also, keep listening, because there's another part, apparently, within the 2024 season, like the Super Bowl year, Nick Sirianni's job was in peril. Here is Jeff McLean on Sirianni and multiple times where the owner thought about moving on.
If you recall, as we all recall, it took forever for Howie and Nick to have that end of season press conference. Again, as it became increasingly clear, and I've since understood, is and we probably knew at the time, Nick's future was in doubt.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey and was certainly considering moving on at that point. So there's history here. And Jeffrey has become increasingly impatient when it comes to his head coaches. And in fact, when they got with 2-2 to start the season, and there was that bye there, as I've since now understood and have reported, Nick Sirianni's job was in peril, and he had to make a lot of changes, and because Jeffrey was going to possibly fire him.
I know we could kind of go back and think about what we thought then. It is pretty amazing to think that in the midst of one of the great Eagles seasons ever, for one of the great Eagles teams ever, that led to a parade, he said his job was in peril. And that timeline, remember what that lined up with? The buzzing of the hair, the kids at the podium. I mean, it all kind of fits now that you think back.
Now you see how I think, because now, I tried to tell y'all.
This turned into what I told you so.
No, I'm just saying, but I told you when we were sitting there, Elliot was right there. I said, he's going through something.
That was it.
He was about to get fired.
Yes.
He was about to get fired.
And he knew it.
He was stressed out. And he was like, hey, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out my way. But his bounce back game is strong because he got paid after that. And he took this team to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So he's pretty resilient. He's pretty resilient as a coach.
I agree with that.
But it's something to be said about being in a room or feeling like you're powerless in this situation. And that everything that you just said kind of lends itself to how I feel about Coach Sirianni. I think that he's a good coach that signed on for something that he cannot come back from now, because his success with this team will always be in question because of the decision that he made when he decided to come here. He's considered, a figurehead in a way, and you've had a lot of success from that. And what can you do?
Well,
what can you do? You can't buck it. You gotta kind of roll with it.
I've thought for a while that when we think as football fans, we think of football coaches like we think of Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay. I really think the Eagles look at the head coach like a baseball manager. Just push the buttons we tell you. You have to speak to the media. You kind of have to put the message out there. Keep the clubhouse, at least in some sort of harmony. And, we'll give you the plan, right? And there's pitching coaches, there's hitting coaches.
Do what we tell you to do.
Right. And then in terms of game management stuff, I mean, we've heard this in baseball the last 20 years where the manager really, the front office kind of tells the manager, this is the way we want to use our bullpen. These are the places you use these pitchers. It's not like, in the old days with baseball managers, they used to run the show. That's over now. Yeah. And I think the Eagles view that with the head coach. Like, you just manage everybody.
And you've had a lot of success with that.
It's worked.
I mean, and can you, at the end of the day, how mad can you be?
If you're Sirianni?
If I'm Sirianni, I mean, I've been to 2 Super Bowls. I just got paid again. I am a Super Bowl winning coach. How mad can you be?
Well,
I just got to sit there and eat a turd every now and then. Now that's the part for me that would probably be
the stinky turd.
That'd probably be a little tough to do. But we all make decisions in our life that we have to deal with.
That's true.
You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, that's the turd that you decided to eat. Mm-hmm. So I mean, hell, you're successful for it. Kids probably going to a great school. Like there's some trade-offs in life.
That's true.
And he man, hey, Kyle, I'm being philosophical about the situation. It's some trade-offs, man. And if you eat a turd every now and then to have the success that you're having, that's cool for some people.
Not many Super Bowl winning coaches do that, though. Let's just call it for what it is. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Jake in Bethlehem's up. Hey, Jake.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Hugh, and good morning, Kyle.
Hey,
What's
Jake.
Oh, it's afternoon. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's close enough. It's only 12:09.
I think the Eagles' coordinator job is a plum job, but I think there's so much turmoil going on. It's not one you'd want to take. I think Sirianni is way over his head as a pro football coach, and you got to get rid of that guy, Big Dom. Like, do they pay him?
How Big Dom catch a stray? What do you do?
Well, he smacked the one last year. He smacked one of the guys. He got sanctioned because he hit somebody on the sideline.
Oh, the Greenlaw for the Niners.
He smacked him?
Well, he got involved. He got involved, in the Greenlaw thing.
Suspended.
2023. Then they gave him a headset after that, yeah.
I got a job for Hugh. This would be a big thing. Everybody would like to hear it.
You got
to reach out and find that sixth grade kid that they interviewed on Network News coming out of the link last week. It's 10 days now. He said, time to decompress. How do you really feel? He's the kid that said, this was my Christmas present.
Oh, yeah.
He said, they got to get rid of A.J. Brown. And then he said, Padullo should be flipping hamburgers at McDonald's.
He did do that. I remember that.
And guess what? He got his way. I mean, Patullo's out. I don't know what his next job is. But
he got fired the next day.
That's right.
I'd like to hear that kid talk, though. He was really a breath of fresh air.
Jake, if I had to make a prediction, that kid's going to be working at WIP one day. I could feel it. Like that just sounded to me like a host on this radio station one day.
I agree. I think somebody like Rhea Hughes should interview him.
Yeah, that's probably a better
approach.
I'd love it if he called into one of the shows. Jake, good phone call. It'd be great.
Isn't he supposed to be at school?
You would think.
Yeah.
Probably off yesterday. Schools were off yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, was he wrong about Patullo?
He was not wrong.
A lot of people believed that.
He had a lot of bravado, though.
Yeah. Was he wrong about AJ? I mean, it feels like everything he says it's going to happen this offseason.
He was on
Strong
fire.
takes.
He was on fire.
Yeah. I even like that he had an analogy. Like, he didn't just say flipping burgers. He explained why, right?
Yeah, he was like, one side is cooked. Mm-hmm. And then the other side is raw. That was great.
And you don't want that. I mean, obviously not.
That's death if you get it like that.
Yeah, it's gross. Let's go to Larry.
Who has experience?
Let's go to Larry in Philadelphia. Hey, Larry.
Hey, fellas. How y'all feeling?
Hey, Larry. What's up?
So I'm kind of on the fence, and I was telling Kyle this. I was trying to weigh my options of whether this is a great organization to work for. But at the same time, there's a lot of, what's the word I'm going to use? Testosterone in the room that's hard to get out. You know, you have Nick Sirianni, who is a CEO coach, but also want to play the offensive coordinator position, but don't know the offense. Then you have Jalen Hurts, who says, the offense going to look how Jalen Hurts wants to look. Potential offensive coordinators, and they hear those things, they see those things. They're like, well, I can come in and have my own strategy and force it, to do these things. But if you don't do it, then it's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? So it's a great organization to work with, but a lot of people not going to want to deal with the headache, and having to answer to Nick Sirianni, who's as you like to say, a bubblehead. So, I think that as far as the OC, I think Cooter would be a good fit. Like I say, he worked on the Shane Steichen, out there in Indianapolis, and I think that with this year coming up, I think it's a make or break season for Nick Sirianni. So whoever they bring in, is going to be, well, can he move up to the next spot as a head coach? If this doesn't work out.
Sure. No, I think it's one of those things, Larry, where you could look at the glass as half full or half empty, right? If you want to look at it half full, like you're saying, you could become the next head coach. You could become a head coach elsewhere. There's players that have accomplished things here. But the half empty is there's a lot of turmoil. There's drama. And if Sirianni's fired, you could be fired with them, right? You could be out of here in a year. It just depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, but I think that if they're going outside the organization, whoever they bring in, it's not going to be the guy that that they fire. I think that they go out and get Hooter or whoever else they bring in. If they want, we're going to try to give this guy a shot at. He's an offensive coordinator. He does good. It's a big fight between the players and Nick. Some emotions in the locker room that's not being dealt with. I think Nick's out of here, and the person that they bring in, moves up to the offense to the head coaching position, who also has offensive coordinator experience.
It could be, yeah. I mean, it's natural. I mean, especially if he does. Larry, I agree. That's a natural transition if we get there. And Larry, good phone call. I mean, Hugh, I would love to have all these people that come in for the interviews, just with truth here. Just tell the truth. Do you deep down think this is a great job, or are you just taking the interview because you're trying to get a job? Right?
Well, a stepping stone.
Yeah.
You're going into a job interview, man, and you're not gonna be that truthful.
No, I want them on truth. I don't want them to tell the truth to Howie and Jeff. I'm just saying, to us.
But this is a situation where when you look at this job and you look at how it's been in the past, it could be a stepping stone for some, but I don't think with some of the names that you're talking about that's going to be an issue. When you talk about outside of Dable and Kingsbury, and who was the other guy, Zach Robinson, I think the other guys, when you talk about Charlie Weiss Jr. and the younger cats, I don't think that's an option.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I remember we had discussions with Steichen, heading into 22, and I said, if he's good, he's going to be head coach. People were like, no, nobody knows who he is. He won't be a head coach. Well, he was a head coach.
That happened pretty. Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, if the Eagles are in the Super Bowl next year, we're all happy. But their offensive coordinator is probably going to be a head coach. I mean, it's kind of just the way we've set this up, where the good years we lose the coach, the bad years we fire the coach, and we go on this every single year. Let's go to Paul, who's up on WIP. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Paul. What's up?
Paul?
Not much, man. First thing, just wanted to get I think the whole AJ, we might as well just say goodbye to AJ Brown. I think that's obvious. There shouldn't even be discussion of if he gets traded. It's just a matter of when. And that's pretty much all we're going to be talking about until it happens. We all know it's coming.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if he's here next year. It just doesn't feel like it's tenable to do for an entire other season. It just feels crazy.
I mean, how do you go back? You asked for a trade not only once, but numerous times. It's clear you don't want to be here. You can't expect a guy to give his full if he doesn't want to be here. It's like being at a job you hate, man. Like, you go in there every day, it's like, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean? The guy checked out. And even if he wanted to come back, to be honest with you, I might even just cut my ties with him if I'm the Eagles, just because I think I hate to use the word cancer in the locker room, and people say that it bothers me. I think that's such a strong way of going about it, but I think he's very destructive.
Well, Paul, before you make your next point, sometimes I know people are going to be upset because we're losing, this kind of talent, but sometimes addition by subtraction happens. I look at the Seahawks, right? And they traded DK Metcalf last year, and they thought, and they were right, that Jackson Smith and Jigba could take a leap if he was the number one guy. And I'm not saying I expect Devontae to have 1,800 yards, but that could happen. The Eagles' offense could be better next year without AJ. I just watched it with the Seahawks this year.
Well, basically didn't Hurts have his best game of the year without AJ in the lineup anyway?
He did. Yep, he did.
I mean, there's so many reasons to just accept it. The only issue I have with it is it's well known that he doesn't want to be there now. So with trade value wise, I'm not sure. I mean, I think you'd be lucky to get a third for the guy at this point now, knowing that he doesn't want to be there. So that could be an issue as well, I think.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, I just think it's one of those scenarios where you could try to like justify, and Paul, a good phone call. I think they tried to justify, hey, we're in the middle of a season. We're trying to repeat. We can't replace him in the middle of the season. Let's just try to patch this up and get there together. But now that we're headed to the offseason, they can trade AJ and draft a receiver. Like, they could replace him this offseason.
Yeah, they could. But I think the reason why they went into it the way that they went into it is because they were trying to salvage the relationship, because they on some level, I feel like they probably understood AJ's frustration.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking.
But to do it again?
To do it again, yeah.
That's what I mean, like to do it again next year. I get why they didn't trade him during the season, but to do it again
I think that depends on what the offensive coordinator, whoever he is, comes in, he wants to do.
Well, that's part of why is this attractive or not. I mean, I'm sure these conversations are happening. Like Daboll's interviewing today. If I'm Brian Daboll, I'm asking two things off the jump. Is Jalen Hurts still a runner? Is he willing to run anymore? Like, what's the deal here? Because there were reports during the season that he told him he didn't want to run. Like, do I have a mobile quarterback or do I not?
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing I'm asking is, are we keeping AJ?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
If you tell me AJ's being traded and Jalen won't run anymore, I'm not. This job quite doesn't look the same as it did.
Well,
a few
you still
years ago.
have Schmitty here, and you still have a decent draft pick. What are you picking, like 20, 23?
I think it's 23.
Yeah. I mean, you still got a decent draft pick, and, we've known how he has a propensity to move up in situations like that. So I don't think it is as dire as you make it out to be.
But it's attractive. If you tell me AJ's gone and Jalen doesn't run anymore, this is an attractive job?
Well, this is where carte blanche comes in for me. If I'm told as an offensive coordinator, hey, you coach the quarterback hard, or try to get the quarterback as much as you possibly can from, or especially if you have say for instance, I don't know what's going to happen in the draft or whatever, but say for instance, you let the offensive coordinator come in, and you said he has full autonomy.
And that's what they said.
And he says, and don't nobody get all the panties all up in a bunch, but if he says, if you want me to be here, you need to draft so-and-so quarterback from so-and-so school. And they say, okay. So now Jalen's on high alert. And if Jalen can't conform to what they're doing, then the offensive coordinator gets his guy in there.
Sure.
So I'm thinking, there's a possibility that might be the case, because there's been some reckless speculation out there that the Eagles might draft a quarterback.
Sure. I mean, and I think that's going to continue over the next few months. All right, let's go to Kristen in Philadelphia. Hey, Kristen.
Yeah, they're going to draft his backup. They're going to draft a better backup than Tanner McKee.
Sure. Just like they drafted a backup for Carson Wentz 6 years ago.
Yep, and guess what? Jalen Hurts is going to be the quarterback, and that's how it's going to be. But I want to answer the question. Okay. I think the position is not for the weak.
The offensive coordinator position?
Yeah, it's not for the weak.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're weak, don't take the position. Because here's the thing. You're dealing with a new generation of players. This is not Gen X. This is not the baby boomers. And look at Gen X. Gen Z is so emotional and on the rails. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows what they're dealing with. And this is the whole league now in all sports. But coming to Philadelphia, right, is not for the weak. It really isn't. And if you're a weak person and you're a weak-minded person and you can't, command respect and demand respect, you don't need that job. It ain't like the job is paying pennies. If I knew how to call plays, I would take the job.
I kind of would root for you to get the job. That'd be great. Hugh, I think Kristen would do a tremendous job.
And I would do a damn good job.
I know you would.
I'm aggressive.
Yep.
I'm very aggressive. Okay. My energy is very sweltering to people, and I'm not afraid. And I demand respect. I don't care who you are, what boat you came on, and I think that's what it is. You need somebody that's going to be an authoritative person, okay, not care about your feelings. This is the job. This is how the job is going to be.
But see, Kristen, can I ask a question? Because what about accountability? How are you with that one?
That's what I mean.
So say you're sorry.
What I said.
Say you sorry
Just
for accusing me.
No.
Say you
Yeah, you know what? He's right. You should take accountability.
And here we go again.
You want to
That's a good point. That's a good point, Hugh.
Say you sorry. Say you sorry to me. Apologize.
Hugh, this is not a battle you're going to win,
Your
man.
exact words were, you would be in that. You would go to the locker room every day and swing on Jalen Hurts.
I said no. I did not, Chris.
Hugh, you're not going to win this one.
That is what you said.
Hey, see, Kristen,
If I had to put money down, I'd take Kristen every time over Hugh.
No,
this fight isn't
Listen,
fair.
I knew when I did that I was going to get her.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Kristen, say you sorry to me right now because I didn't say that. Apologize.
You said that. Yes, you did. Then what did you say?
I said if I was Kevin Patullo, then I would probably go in the locker room and want to swing on Jalen every day.
Kristen's probably the most stubborn person that's ever called into the show.
What you mean is the fact that I said it. You said that I said I was going to swing on Jalen and I didn't. Apologize, Kristen. Apologize.
I apologize.
That hurt.
Wow, an upset! Hugh won this round. Wow, we've come a long way.
No way.
Okay, well, Kristen, since we're all in a new space, I apologize for saying it. How about that?
Wait, so everyone apologized?
All
right, it's a draw then.
We agree.
All right.
We agree.
Kristen, great stuff. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
How does that work?
I don't know. I mean, Hugh, you had a win and you get right back.
No, it's just funny for all the reasons why we were all thinking in our head. You know, we said that, and then Kristen apologized. You know, I know that was probably hard for her. So, I had to give it back to her. I had to give her back her power, man, because that had to be hard. How many times have you heard an apology?
From a caller?
From a woman.
From you.
Oh, no, it's rare.
I'm just saying.
Rare.
From a woman. I mean, how many times have you heard that?
In fairness, I don't hear one from you ever.
I mean, because that's not what I do. But for us guys,
you should more.
When she did that was big of Kristen, so that's why I gave
it back. You did it for all the men listening.
That's why I did that.
Wow. How big of you?
Fellas, y'all need to clip that and listen to that because that's the only apology you're going to ever get.
Fellas, a win. We haven't had one in a while. 215-592-9494. We go around the NFL at 1 after an incredible divisional round weekend and a lot to unpack as we look forward to championship weekend. But we want to get to one thing from the weekend and see where everyone comes down on it next. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. NFC title game. Seattle and Los Angeles. Seattle running back Zach Charbonnet is already out with an ACL injury. Kenneth Walker is the other running back. L.A. linebacker Byron Young has some knee soreness. Cornerback Emmanuel Forbes, he has a shoulder. Both expected to play. AFC, Denver versus New England. Oh, that's going to be a good one. Denver QB, Bo Nix is out with a broken ankle. That was pretty heroic of that young man to still play after that. Jared Stidham will start. Running back J.K. Dobbins. Practice window open. New England cornerback Carlton Davis left with a head injury. That's it. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury in the playoffs. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible prop, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play Insurance gives you an edge when it comes to cooking up your parlay. Some books protect your bet from the first quarter, some do nothing at all. But at Fanatics Sportsbook, they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, boom, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatics Sportsbook app, and the payout is super quick, so you can get paid. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. That's today's report. Listen throughout the playoffs for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When you have a problem with your water heater leaking, you want it looked at right away. When it's the dead of winter and your older heating system isn't working right, that's a right away situation. That's why Sela Heating and Air is so great. No more hot water from your water heater, they can replace it the same day. When you're a homeowner, you want peace of mind. And that's why I was so happy to be with Sela. They took care of my house in Delco for years, and now they're doing it in South Jersey for me. Qualified buyers can take advantage of Sela's 0% financing plans. Go to Sela.com to find your peace of mind. That's SILA.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Is this Eagles OC job actually attractive? We'll get to unpack that with you on the phone lines. The AJ trade rumors are out there. And, of course, more about the structure of this search for the Eagles and who's really in charge. But let's go out to the guest line. We talk to him every Tuesday, and what a weekend it was. And Ross was part of the call in Chicago for an overtime game between the Rams and the Chicago Bears on Sunday night. He joins us right now to talk about the NFL and this Eagles search. Ross, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic,
Ross.
guys. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Ross, we're good. So let's just start with the game you called and you were part of on Sunday. Ross, take us through your vantage point with the Caleb Williams throw to tie the game. I mean, that was an incredible football game, and that throw, it goes down as one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was awesome. So what's really cool about it is the radio booth is probably on like the 25-yard line to the end of the field where the Bears were and on the side where Kmet caught it. So I had like a beautiful vantage point for that. And as he was running backwards, I got to tell you, I can't remember the last time I saw an NFL quarterback literally turn his back and like sprint 15 yards the opposite direction of the end zone. I'm thinking, oh, there's no way.
It's all bad.
And then once the ball was in the air, I was like, this is like a Hail Mary. I have no idea what Kobe Durant for the Rams was doing. Like, you just stay attached no matter what. And I know they were calling for a push-off. That wasn't a push-off. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not enough to call it. I like the no call. I don't know why Durant didn't stay with him, but just incredible. To your point, Joe, about one of the best you've ever seen, I'm racking my brain to think of how many throws I've seen that were better, how many sports moments I've been around that were better. That place, as you might imagine, went bonkers. And how about this? Because a lot of people have posted online, I didn't say a word for 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Yeah, I heard it. Yep.
1 minute 24 because Kevin went crazy, Kevin Harlan, as he should. And I'm just letting it breathe and letting him kick butt. But then the extra point's super important because they're down by 1 point, So I was like, well, I'm not going to talk now. What if he misses it or whatever? And then so I finally talked afterwards. It was interesting because I had a CBS producer say, what was your take on whether or not they should go for 2? I was like, we didn't really get into it because, we didn't really have time because the play was just that magical. And it's funny because as a broadcaster, I don't really care who wins the game. But, it probably would have been cooler at that point if the Bears won it because then I don't know, on a scale of 1 to 10, people will remember that forever on like a 7 or 8. If they won that game, it'd be like a 9. If they went on to win the Super Bowl, it'd be one of the most talked about plays ever.
Ross, while we're talking about divisional round weekend, I think the 2 plays that stand out from the weekend are the play we just spoke about that you were there for, and the other one, of course, Saturday night in Denver. Josh Allen throws the ball deep to Brandon Cooks in overtime. If it's a catch, the Bills are in position to win the game. It was called an interception by Jaquan McMillan. It was close. My thought as I watched it was, I thought it was an interception. Obviously, Sean McDermott and the Bills were irate. They thought it was rushed through, and they didn't really take their time to review it. Russ, what did you think would have been the right call, and what did you think about the process that they got to the call they got to?
Well, I'll start with the Sean McDermott part. I really like Sean. I think he was very intentional about what he did after the game. I think he knew he was on the hot seat, and so I think that was probably an attempt to defer blame and or, make that the focus as opposed to the focus being the Bills losing in the playoffs again. And or if he knew he was already donezo, so to speak, he could have been going out, with Bills fans remembering him fighting for Buffalo, darn it, and, thinking about the officiating part more than him. I'm not a big fan of blaming other people. Like even that play right there, hey, if you're Brandon Cooks, hold on to the ball. Hold on to the ball. You have the ball. You're going to the ground. Don't let him rip it out. Even if you're both holding on to it, it's still a catch. Hold on to the ball. I thought they got the call right. And I'm a little surprised that people don't understand the difference between that and the Davante Adams play on Sunday. Davante Adams caught it, took a couple steps. He had completed the process of the catch. Then his knee hit. So he's down. Brandon Cooks was going to the ground while trying to catch the ball. You have to survive the ground. In other words, let's say McMillan's not even there. If as Cooks goes to the ground, hits the ground or rolls over or whatever, if the ball pops out, it's not a catch. So it couldn't have possibly been a catch. It could only be an interception because McMillan maintained possession through the process of being on the ground.
Yeah, Ross, I agree with you, and I think it did cloud what was a great football game, regardless of that play, just back and forth, and the two best games of the weekend, that one and the one you called. All right, Ross, let's look at the Eagles situation. A lot has happened in a week. I mean, you know it. Eagles drama is loud when it gets dramatic, and it's been dramatic here for the past week. And now we're starting to unpack this coordinator search, and there's been a lot of names, Ross. And just to kind of throw it out to the audience and use some of the names we've seen attached, Zach Robinson, Jim Bob Cooter, Mike Kafka, Josh Grizzard, Bobby Slowick, Charlie Weiss Jr. Today, they're reportedly interviewing Brian Daboll. Ross, big picture, when you look at the job, do you consider it attractive? I understand why it would be, but there's also some question marks right now about, the health of some of these players, if AJ's going to be here, Jalen Hurts' play and level as we move forward. How do you view the Eagles' offensive coordinator job right now?
I think it is attractive, and I would say in particular, I think it's a decent amount more attractive than it was last year. When you talk to coaches, they'll talk a lot about entry point. And what do they mean by that? What's the situation when you're getting there? If you ever noticed, Bill Parcells, he was no dummy. When he went to an organization to be their head coach, they were usually terrible the year before. Because I think he knew that with him as a coach and making a few moves, it's very doable to go from being awful to being respectable. And Parcells did that everywhere he went, and so he was lauded and praised because of that. Kevin Patullo had about as bad of an entry point as you could possibly have as the Eagles offensive coordinator. He was entering a position where he was more or less the only new guy on a team that won the Super Bowl and lit it up in the playoffs. They could really only go down from there, and he was always going to get all the blame, right or wrong, in the court of public opinion. I told him that in August during the preseason games. I said, are you and your family aware, ready for what's about to happen? I knew it was coming. Now, I didn't know idiots would egg his house, but I knew that he was going to get the blame if and when things didn't go well. For whoever comes in now, it was not very good this past year. So for whoever comes in now, the fan base, the media, they're really going to be excited about any potential growth, any improvement. So I still think there's plenty of talent there to work with. And I think because of how badly it went, I would like to think that both the players and the coaches that stay will be very open to new ideas, new concepts. I think Sirianni has said it'll be the offense for whoever comes in there. And I don't want to say there's nowhere to go but up, because it's not like the Eagles had the worst offense in the league. But there's, let's call it, a lot of room for growth.
Well, I think we'd agree with that. There's plenty of that, especially the way it ended in the playoff game. Ross, let's quickly end with your thoughts on the two conference championship games this Sunday. Let's start with the AFC. Unfortunately, the Broncos lose Bo Nix to a season-ending injury at the second to last play. Now they're going to put Jarrett Stidham out there at quarterback. The Patriots are big road favorites. Ross, am I crazy to still give the Broncos a chance? Sean Payton has done a lot with backup quarterbacks in his career, and they're at home. Is that a Patriots win, or do you give the Broncos a shot here?
I definitely give the Broncos a shot. And in fact, on Tuesdays we record the Even Money betting podcast. I really like the Broncos and the points. I think it's going to be a close game. Let's be honest. Bo Nix is not like some superstar quarterback, okay? And Stidham is a high-end backup. And by the way, speaking of entry points, this could not possibly be better for Sean Payton's legacy. It's almost like he's going to AC and gets a free roll. If they lose, it's like, okay, well, he didn't have Bo Nix. Starting quarterback broke his ankle. It's not a big deal that he lost. But if he wins, it's, oh my gosh, Sean Payton got them to the Super Bowl even though they lost their starting quarterback. What a great coach he is. It puts Payton in a very, very good place from a Hall of Fame coaching legacy standpoint. In the NFC, I'll be on the sideline for that one. It'll be Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner in the booth. I'll be on the sideline, which is always fun for a championship game. That environment in Seattle will be crazy. I really like Seattle. I think the Rams over the last month, they're just not playing as well. You know, the defense has dropped off. That young D-line, all those young bulls up front, they're not really getting it done. As a result, their corners are struggling. Stafford's not doing well under pressure. I think that the Rams are going into a hornet's nest. The only way the Rams win that game, in my mind, the Seahawks are kind of giving me Eagles postseason last year vibes. The only way the Rams win that is if Stafford plays an MVP caliber game and Darnold plays below average. I really think you need those two things to happen for the Rams to win.
Yeah, and which is really what happened during the regular season with Darnold for a couple of those Rams games. That's probably the only reason they didn't beat him twice. Otherwise, they would have, because he threw a lot of picks in the first game. Ross, it's going to be a fun weekend. We'll hear you on the call Sunday night, and have a great one, and we'll catch up soon.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Have a good one.
There he goes, Ross Tucker with us there. So he thinks that it's interesting the way he framed the Eagles coordinator job, Hugh. Almost nowhere to go but up, considering how bad it was at the end. It's like, yeah, I mean, you take the job, you're probably going to do better than Patullo did.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why it's interesting that when you talk about the names of the coordinators, they're not names that we're familiar with for the most part.
Yeah, not huge names.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you wonder, like, everything that Ross just said, and you're like, well, damn, why isn't there more people? Why are there reports out there that, hey, Mike McDaniel, we like you, and he's kind of like, I mean, we're not ugly. We're not the ugly person at the end of the bar. And why is it so hard for us to, like, even come down and just say, you know, have a sit down, have a drink?
Yeah, I mean,
that's crazy.
I do wonder how much of it is the quarterback. And then people hear that they're going to say, you hate Hurts. No, I mean, these are the quarterbacks that need a play caller this offseason. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert all need play callers. So, like, I don't know, do coordinators rather come here or coach those guys?
Yeah. It's a tough year to be single Jalen Hurts.
It is. There's a lot of people that need a partner, and I don't know which partner we're going to get here. All right, Hugh, before we go back to the phone lines, we just were talking with Ross about some of the games this weekend. Obviously, the Rams and Bears was an epic one with that Caleb Williams throw, went to overtime. Seahawks rolled over the 49ers, dominated them, and that game was over from the opening kick return. Hugh, watching the games this weekend, did it make you feel better or worse about the Eagles?
I felt like, we weren't going to beat none of those teams that they played against. So I guess I guess indifferent.
So I felt the same. I actually made me feel a little bit better. I don't think if the Eagles snuck past the 49ers, they were going to win the Super Bowl. And by losing last week, at least we got the ball rolling on everything that needs to get into the right way, right? Like get our ducks in a row to get this thing back on track. I mean, guys, let's be real. The 49ers didn't belong in the NFC division.
No, they got boat race.
So from that perspective, it's like, man, we lost to that team. But would the Eagles be playing this coming weekend if they got through the 49ers?
No,
I don't think so.
Probably not.
No.
I mean, if we're being realistic, like we're looking at our offense compared to some of the innovative and trickeration that we saw this weekend, I would say no. It looked different than what we've been accustomed to seeing every week, if you're being honest with yourself. Regardless of what we did last year and how great our quarterback is, this weekend's games look different than what we've been showing all year.
It's less to me about the loss to the Niners last week. It's more to me just about the missed opportunity that Rams, Jarrett Stidham, and
You're right. I mean, we could have a Sam
why
Darnold,
the hell
Jarrett
could we be
Stidham.
repeating right now?
It could be Sam Darnold and Stidham in the Super Bowl.
I mean, come on.
That is wild.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah.
It's less like the Niners thing is one thing. It's annoying that we lost to them. That's spilt milk to me at this point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still, like, I guess now I'm just thinking about, like, I'm zooming out on the whole season. I'm like, what the hell? Like, man.
It was interesting the way Ross framed his view on the Seahawks, how it's Eagles-ish from last year. It's a roster story more than anything else.
And, like,
dude, there was one play that Sam Darnold made, because, you know, you always hear in the back of your mind how, he comes up short in the playoffs. He threw a quick slant that went, I think they took it to the house on that play. Dude, that was a hell of a throw.
So he played pretty well for what they asked him to do. The game was over early, but I know Ross is taking the Seahawks. I'm not sure if he's healthy. The way they framed it is he had a Toradol shot an hour before the game, and then you notice he didn't finish the game. I know they were up a lot.
Have wore off.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm not sure he's actually healthy. He got through the game, and they blew them out. But, like, can he throw it 40 times if they need him to next Sunday?
Yeah, he's going to have to. That's a two-shot game then.
Yeah, it might be.
That's the one that you had to get one at halftime.
This was a chance for the Eagles to really, like, own this era, like, put their stamp on this.
I know.
And we're going to go back to the Seahawks and Patriots, but with Sam Darnold and Drake May.
It does feel. Imagine if I told you before the season Mahomes would not play in the postseason, right? And Josh Allen wouldn't get there again.
Yep, Lamar's out. Burrow's out.
Lamar, Burrow, Mahomes missed the playoffs. Allen doesn't make the Super Bowl.
He out there crying.
And Sam Darnold is in the title game. Would you say I'll take the Eagles' chances? Of course you would have.
Yeah.
And we didn't even get past the first
annoying.
round.
That's really annoying.
That is annoying. When you unpack it that way, it is. Let's go to Kevin in Philadelphia. What's up, Kevin?
Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say.
Hey, Kevin. What's up, man?
Two quick ones. One, I do think that the Eagles' job, offensive coordinator job, is an attractive position. But the first question I would ask, in deference to what you said earlier, is how healthy is the offensive line?
Mm-hmm.
How healthy? And is Lane Johnson coming back? Those would be the questions that I would ask. The second thing I want to say is I was not surprised, disappointed at the Eagles' loss, but not surprised. You know, we are creatures of habit, and the habits that they had from an offensive perspective were laid out really early. And so they were not going to change. But here's one thing I will say. As I watched the games this weekend, there was 3 or 4 or 5 plays that folks made. That catch that Devontae Adams made sliding out of bounds, that catch that Butte made, one hand in the end zone, we didn't have that. A.J. Brown had the opportunity to make 2 of those. He didn't do it. The interception that Denver made, those games come down to 1 or 2 plays, and we had the opportunity to make them. Jalen did not play well, but he put the ball in positions that great receivers make happen.
Kevin, I agree with you. I think sometimes we live in a bubble. We kind of are slower to realize what's going on than the whole league. And I watched Kevin. I agree with you. And AJ's still a good player, right? He's still good.
Yes, he is.
But I watched receivers this weekend that are better. Puka Nacua is a better player than AJ. So when they have to figure out the calculus of should they try to keep AJ or not, like I don't think he's a top 5 guy anymore. He's good, but not great anymore.
And I read something earlier because I read about AJ. I went to see where he came. He came from Ole Miss, and they were not winning all the time in the SEC. So he didn't come from a winning program where you put maximum effort out. Here's the other thing I will say. In Tennessee, they didn't want to sign him he wanted $22 million. They didn't want to sign him, not because he wasn't a good player. They were concerned about his knee. They thought he had a knee issue. And I would say to you, if I look at the pass that Jalen put on the sideline where he was reaching, he didn't run through it. And I do think there's something – he has lost a half a step.
Yes.
So
yeah,
that's made a difference.
Kevin, I agree. And when we go to the trade stuff this offseason, Kevin, good phone call. And people – and look, if they trade AJ, people are going to be upset because he's been a great Eagle over the years he's been here. But I think Kevin's accurate, Hugh. I see receivers around the league that are better than him. Jackson Smith-Njigba's better right now. Puka Nacua is better. Chase is better. Jefferson's better. He's good still, but – Is it worth it?
It's the young Thundercats that are playing. I still think AJ's a good player. I think that he's a good, serviceable player. I think he has a little bit of that in him, but he hasn't had the opportunity to show it.
Well, he did in the playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, I'm talking about this year.
Oh, yeah, the whole season.
This whole season. He hadn't had an opportunity to show it. And I think there's something to be said about being disgruntled, being somewhere and being disgruntled, because I've been that. And it's hard going into a situation feeling the way that you feel and giving it your all if you're not comfortable in that situation. It's just unfortunate that it got to that for him because we've seen the best of AJ.
Yeah. Well, we have. I mean, he's been great.
And the unfortunate part about him, the guy that we saw him at his best probably is not going to be the guy that we see ever again, but he's still a good player. And I think AJ knows that. I think that's why he's looking at the way that he's looking at it, because for him, it's about legacy. And I want to say another thing because I hear this a lot. People talk about AJ being a selfish player and all this and this and that. Everybody that plays this game has some level of selfishness. It's just that we do a good job of compartmentalizing that, and it's not a big deal. But everybody that plays this game is a little selfish.
And I think specifically skill players. I mean, it feels like that, right? Because you're defined on your statistics. For the most part, defensive players aren't. I know ends, right? Pass rushers are. But like defensive tackles, linebackers, corner safeties, do we know any of their stats? Like if you ask someone right now, like someone who watches every snap of the Eagles, Give me a stat by Cooper DeJean this year. You don't know any of his stats. You just know he played really well. Right, he's an all-pro.
He's all-pro.
Offensive players, we know Saquon ran for 2,000. We know if receivers have 1,000. It just kind of lends itself to the skill players, more kind of think like that. All right, your phone call is coming up. A Twitter question. We got a couple up today. Is the Eagles OC job attractive? Hugh, you've been on a heater here guessing the percentages. Yes or no on this one?
75% yes.
78% yes. How long will this Hugh run last? This is pretty darn good. And did this weekend make you feel better or worse about how the Eagles season ended? Where'd you guess on that?
Better or worse? I'll probably say worse, 82%.
Worse, 77%.
He's looking at these.
I know.
I'm not looking at these.
I'm starting to believe
Come
you
on,
are.
dog. You really think I'm going to take time? I'm out here trying to learn how to 3D print, dog. I got other stuff.
A little bit different than looking at a Twitter poll, but
I'm out here trying to learn how to 3D print.
Yeah, you've been too good at these, actually. All right, we'll get to everything from around the NFL this weekend coming up. Thoughts on the games, the latest in the coaching carousel. John Harbaugh officially introduced as the Giants coach. And is Joe Shane okay? We'll play some audio next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Bring your party to Chicky and Pete's. We can handle groups of all sizes at our locations across the Delaware Valley. Big parties, small parties, company parties, family parties, get-togethers with friends. Order off the menu or our special catering options. We can do it all, including coming to your home or office or special Play 2 party packages at our South Philly location. Book your party today. Hurry, the space is limited. Visit chickyandpete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's is official caterer of the Philadelphia Eagles Touchdown Club and a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Well, fellas, it's 2026, a brand new year, which means we all have to make ourselves better in some way.
Yeah, Fritz. How are you making yourself better?
Are you kidding? How could you make this better? This is as good as it gets.
Blue Chew, Jack. That's a way you can make yourself better where it really counts. Better in the bedroom.
Yeah, listen, the gym is great, eating better is great, but let me tell you what's better than great. Chewables from Blue Chew.
Just imagine her telling all of her friends about your performance. Come on, man.
And if you go to BlueChew.com, you don't have to make any doctor's appointments. You don't even have to go to the pharmacy.
Sure don't. They ship it to you in a discreet, hard package.
Your first month with Blue Chew is going to be free.
Yup, I'm still paying for it.
You're paying for it? Give me a break. You won't even pay for parking.
Use code 94 at checkout at BlueChew.com, and your first month is free. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers won the College Football National Championship last night. Indiana had the second most losses in college football history. The turnaround in the success story at IU is one of the best sports stories of all time. In a new world of college football, anyone from anywhere can win at the highest level. The Hoosiers just proved that. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. All the Eagles offseason happenings happen here.
I think it's important that we continue to evolve as an offense.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Command in motion. Williams drifting. Sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble, put it up for grabs in the end zone, come down, he got it! For the touchdown! They've done it again!
I mean, my goodness gracious, what a play to send that game in overtime. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, it is the Midday Show. All right, Hugh, let's go through some of the NFL stuff over a great weekend, and we'll kind of go into where the head coaching hirings are right now, the cycle. Hugh, I was watching that play Sunday night, right? The Bears force overtime, ultimately lose to the Rams there. And I was trying to think how many quarterbacks I've ever seen that could make that throw. Mahomes, Caleb, John Elway, maybe Josh Allen. Like, there's like 10,
Jalen
maybe.
Hurts.
No.
No, you're talking about the way he did it? Yeah, that was phenomenal.
I mean, to run backwards, to sprint backwards, to flip around and off of one leg.
And
that
throw it
ball
the way,
went 50 yards in the air.
Yeah, he got a cannon. He definitely got a cannon. You know, it was so funny when I saw it. I was like, "Is that real?"
There's AI.
Like, no. Seriously, all jokes aside, because there's a lot of AI out there. And when I saw it, and I was like, "Dog, that can't be real." There's a lot of AI.
It's gotta be AI.
Hey, no, seriously, who didn't think that? If I wouldn't been watching, I'd have been like, "Man, that's AI."
Yeah.
That looked like AI.
It was just an incredible moment to send that game into overtime. Rams win it. So we got Rams Seahawks. The Seahawks 49ers game was over on the jump. I mean
they had enough points to win at the beginning of the game.
Remember the Eagles-Giants playoff game here? What was it, 3 years ago when the Eagles had the bye, 22, right? The Giants won a road playoff game that came in here, and the game was over in 10 seconds. It reminded me of that. Like, oh, this thing's done. That's over. So the Seahawks dominate the 49ers. Rams win in overtime over the Chicago Bears. And then Hugh in the AFC, that Bills and Broncos game was just unbelievable. Did you think it was an interception? When Mick Williams stole,
he snatched it. You got to maintain possession.
Cooks,
you got to maintain possession, and you can't. Even though you were down, you have to have possession all the way through. That's the way that I understood the rule, because they were trying to compare it to something that happened. Was it the Denver game?
This is the Denver game.
No, I'm talking about it was another game.
The
Rams game.
Yeah.
It was that game. I'm sorry.
McMillan, by the way, had the pick. Yeah.
It was one of those things where when I saw it, I understood exactly what it was, because he had possession, but he took the football from you.
I thought it was an interception.
Yeah, it was. It was an interception. No question.
Like, we've all been watching football. We've seen seen half in, or we've seen like those 50-50 type plays before.
He took the
We
football.
all know the rule, guys. That was an interception.
He took the football.
He didn't complete the process of the catch going to the ground.
Now, I guess optically, could they have spent more time on the replay? It did feel quick. They decided the game, right? If it's Cooks' ball, the Bills have an easy field goal to win the game and go to the AFC title game. So I understand why they were upset. Ultimately, all they have to do is get the call right. I think they did, and Denver goes on to win the football game. All right. Before we unpack what it all means, because Denver now lost their starting quarterback and Bo Nix is out, can we hear Sean McDermott, now we know has lost his job, As to me, this was his last
Former
stand.
Bills head coach.
Former Bills head coach Sean McDermott.
Man, that's a tough one.
His last stand at the podium on Saturday night.
I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm.
Do you agree with that? They should have done more with the replay? I mean, it did feel like they quickly decided it was a pick and just moved on, as if it wasn't a huge play in the game.
I mean, you got to maintain possession, man. Or at least when you come down, tie goes to the runner.
Then that would be the offense's ball.
Well, yeah, that's what it would have been. So it's one of those things.
Oh, you
man.
mean like not let it go?
Yeah, just hold on to the ball, because that's how I remember it. Like you catch the ball and you hold on to it till the ref gets there, and the ref usually gives you the ball because you're the receiver. So, but you didn't do that. So I understand it. It was one of those things where it came down to the wire, and that probably decided the game. But man, listen, going into that, everybody felt like this was your year. And you blew it. And you were the sacrificial lamb. In this case, Coach McDermott was the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double whammy for them, because this should have been their year for a lot of people's minds, right?
And a lot of people felt like he was crying because he wanted to keep that Josh Allen, keep that heat off of him. That heat coming, bro.
Well, it's coming from both of them.
That's heat. That heat coming.
Deserved too. I mean,
yeah.
5. What was it? 4 turnovers.
4 turnovers. Even if you
that
think
fumble was ridiculous.
Terrible. The 2 fumbles were bad. The one before the half gave them points. Even if you think that last play was controversial, like the interception we're talking about, it's still 3 turnovers by Josh Allen.
Yeah, that heat coming. Dog.
He also made a million plays and kept them in the game, but they need him to play perfect or close to it to win, and he wasn't. I mean, that's just the bottom line. He didn't. And
also,
that's it.
I don't know. I get how much defense let up. What was the final score? 33-30?
30. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay.
I mean, 4 turnovers
or it was
puts your defense in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it puts them in the blender.
Yeah.
Well, before they gave them 3 points for the half. Yeah, and now, I mean, to the end of the crazy part is because of that call and because of all the reaction to Allen, no one even, the second story was the Broncos quarterback broke his ankle and it's out of the game. So they now have a backup in the title game with Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, I know, they tight in Bronco land.
The Patriots are going to the Super Bowl.
I think the Broncos have a chance with
that defense is going to keep them in the game.
I know.
Garrett Stidham hasn't thrown a pass all season.
I hear you. I mean, I get why the Broncos are the favorite. Well, the Patriots are the favorite. We shall see. All right. The other thing we have going on here across the NFL is the head coaching, the carousel. It's being filled here day by day. So I think we have 4 of the 10 head coaches have been filled. Stefanski to the Falcons. Jeff Hafley is the new head coach of the Dolphins.
Yep.
And I saw Christian Parker's getting an interview to become the defensive coordinator of the Packers, so we'll keep an eye on that. Eagle guy.
He's also interviewing for Cowboys DC, as well as Jonathan Gannon.
We might lose. Lose Christian Parker. Okay, so halfway to the Dolphins, Stefanski to the Falcons, stealing the job that Hugh Douglas wanted. Robert Saleh goes to the Titans. And this morning, after a lot of, I guess, like contract talk and consternation, the Giants officially introduced John Harbaugh as their new head coach.
By the way, Monken getting other interviews, so not an automatic that he goes with Harbaugh.
I think he's getting the Cleveland Browns head coaching interview?
Yes, I believe so.
That's an interesting one. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. But we have 4 of the 10 jobs filled now, 6 more open. And this morning, the Giants introduced John Harbaugh, and it sounds like Joe Schoen, who may have lost all his power in this whole thing, is, well, let's just listen to Joe Schoen
here. John has built a foundation of culture, player development, and toughness throughout each of his programs that he's been a part of. He's a proven winner, and when we set out to do this, we knew that John was going to be the perfect person for the New York Giants. When we did our research, what continually came up was John's respect that the players had for him and the ability to develop young men. And with that being said, I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
Why is Joe Schoen out of breath?
Sound like he was crying.
And
can't believe y'all gonna make me go out here and do this press conference and y'all took all this power from me.
Did he run to the podium?
No, he was crying.
John has built
because they told him, they was like, listen here, choice choice words.
You lost all your power.
You're going to take your butt out there. You're going to introduce him.
Is he hanging out with Daryl Morey?
Yeah, he was crying.
But Shane looks like he's in decent shape, doesn't he?
No, he was crying. He was crying, and he was trying to hold it together.
Like a panic attack.
Yeah, he was holding it together.
There was a lot of crying this weekend. Josh Allen, tears at the podium.
Can't believe y'all made me come out here and do this. Yeah, he was sick.
John has built a foundation of culture, player development, and toughness.
It's so bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
Who had what was the worst press conference moment? Shane crying at the podium, or Josh Allen was crying at the podium?
Yeah, he was sick.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that feeling, but y'all wouldn't have caught me crying at the podium. I mean, dog, you blew it. Like, you blew it.
Josh Allen just played an emotional game. Joe Shane, you hired somebody. Yeah. I mean, get it together, buddy.
Yeah, I get the player being more emotional there. I do.
You blew it, dog.
I do feel bad for Josh Allen.
For what?
Because to me, he's moving into that realm of like these great players that don't win. Like I used to feel for when I was young, John Elway didn't have one yet when he lost in the postseason. Peyton Manning got to that level.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron in the middle of his career. Not that Josh Allen's LeBron, but I do when there's truly a great player that hasn't won yet. I feel bad.
I would feel bad if he was like 35.
He's still
29.
young.
Yeah, but this might have been his best shot.
I feel bad for Bills fans.
Yeah,
sure.
That's who
Allen's
I feel bad.
gonna be fine.
Bills Mafia, because they've been jumping through tables and putting little kids through tables for years, and for them
And
to
Seltzer went through a table up there.
Yeah, for
He
them
did.
to have go to 4 Super Bowls and not win one, and then to have Josh Allen turn out to be a really good quarterback and can't get you over the hump, that has to be tough for that fan base.
Of course.
I mean, no, but do I feel bad for him? Nah, he'll be all right.
I guess he just goes in that category for me. Again, Elway, Peyton Manning before he won one, LeBron. Like when there's a guy that's this good, and he just it hasn't happened yet. You start to wonder, is he going to become Marino?
I mean, well, yeah, it's hard for me to feel bad for a guy who turned the football over 4 times.
Yeah, I guess
he did do that.
And basically lost the game.
Specifically to this game, yes. But like his whole career now, he's mostly played well in the postseason.
Mostly.
And
He'll
he
get
has.
other chances.
Yeah, he'll go back.
He's going to be fine.
They'll get him some weapons. Whoever comes in there is going to get him some weapons. It might.
Well, they have a new coach.
You never know. It might be a not Patriots, but a Tampa Bay thing.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, it might be that.
You know what I felt bad for? Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, but Phillip Rivers didn't play well in the postseason often. Allen usually
I'm
does.
talking about guys who are like at the end of their career it's over.
Yeah.
That's it.
And Allen's not over yet. He's got time to go. Terrence in Springfield is up. Hey, Terrence.
Hugo Kyle, what's up, man?
Hey, Terrence. What's up, buddy?
Guys, I do think this is an attractive OC position, depending on, like you guys said, if AJ's back, how his offensive line is. But I feel like this was doomed from the start. Like you guys were saying earlier, when they let Sirianni have the privilege to hire his own OC, and to me, this is the second time this has happened, and that's a bad sign that it happened on Sirianni's watch, that the ship has sank, and how he's been and Jeffrey Lurie has been on that watch also. So to me, if it happens a third time, because the first 2 times it happened, Nick Sirianni he could not fix it at all. And to me, that's a bad sign of a head coach, guys. If you can't fix what's going on with your team, you can't fix your offense, and that's a horrible sign. And we know the next offensive coordinator coming in here, he has to be able to do a better job. I mean, we know what I learned from this weekend. The offenses that we saw this weekend, guys, they're more innovative. We see all kind of crosses. We see motion all throughout the game. And we see these guys scheming their receivers open, and we see great play design, and we haven't had that all this year. And we know it's Jalen Hurts, it's Sirianni, and to me it's the head, it's Jeffrey Lurie and Howard, because they're letting Sirianni be this puppet, and they're watching him not be able to fix his team. And to me that's concerning. From like, if you're the owner and you're the GM and you're watching your head coach, he has no say in time how to fix his offense. That is very disturbing, and it's the second time that they watched their head coach go down the cycle of not being able to fix his team. And what I got from this weekend, guys, is to me we're going to have a horrible Super Bowl. We're going to have, like you said, we're going to have Drake May or Sam Darnold or Stidham win a Super Bowl. And to me, this is going to be horrible ratings. It's going to be bad for the NFL. And to me, at this point, I'm hoping Stafford can win it. Or I don't like the Patriots, but I'm hoping either it's the Patriots or the Rams at this point, because this Super Bowl is showing me. I'm mad because I was kind of rooting for Josh Allen, but what he showed me once again is that he's the James Harden of football. Every time he gets in the playoffs, 5 turnovers are not going to cut it for Josh Allen. Like, he had 3 fumbles and 2 interceptions. Like at some point, the regular season defense and the playoff defenses are way different. And he kills it all the way in the regular season, but somehow it's going to have to change his fortune. And bringing in a new head coach for Buffalo, I don't know if that's going to cut it at this point.
Well, they made a choice, right? And I do think there's a chance it does, that McDermott got them as far as he could get to. And Terrence, we appreciate the phone call. I do think we're going a little far with the James Harden thing. I mean, Josh Allen has played mostly really well in the playoffs. He did not play well Saturday. We all saw the turnovers. But
definitely didn't play.
his playoff career now, he has played 15 games. He has 29 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in the playoffs. He's played. It's 101.5 passer rating in the postseason, even when you include Saturday. He's played well in the postseason.
Lamar is probably a closer comp.
Lamar, I think, is, yeah. Lamar's had a lot of bad.
Herbert, yeah.
Herbert's had bad playoff games. Yeah, and Allen had his first one in a while, and he picked the wrong time to do it. I mean,
Allen's been largely really good in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Harden thing. I agree with you. It's more Herbert or Lamar Jackson there. Let's go to Quaz up in Philly. What's up, Quaz? Or Quaz,
what's good, fellas?
What's up, Quaz?
Good afternoon. What's good? I just wanted to answer your question, Joe. You asked, is the OC position an attractive position? Yes. Okay. I would say for the right guy. And the right guy, a lot of the cars hit on a lot of things. He's going to have to be experienced. He's going to have to be able to deal with Philadelphia and the scrutiny that comes along with that. He's going to have a track record. He's going to have to get A.J. Brown excited to play football again. Now, when I look over the landscape, there's one guy that I just do not understand why he does not get interviewed, and that's Todd Haley. Todd Haley has a resume that is like
it's not a name I heard in a long time.
2-3 times better. Yeah, well, Dick Vermeil was out of the league for 15 years. Okay, and he came back.
Yeah, he was.
Call him.
Yeah.
You know, but before, I don't know if you know this, Quaz. Todd Haley gave Nick Sirianni his first job in pro football with the Chiefs. So those two have a history.
2009.
Yep.
Now, so you saying that this guy could come in, he don't want the head coaching job, but he do know he's a great OC, and he can work well with Nick Sirianni. I do not understand. And Nick uses him as a consultant right now. So I don't know if there's something else about him. I know he was very aggressive and bristly, but guess what? That's what we need right now. Somebody who will – I look at the defense. They will run through a brick wall for Vic Fangio. And the thing about these Gen X guys, not Gen X, Gen Z guys, when a leader steps in the room, they will follow him. You're not going – I'm telling you, some guy named Cooter – come here, you might as well go here and trade AJ, dude. So let a guy named Cooter come to be our last straw.
That breaks the camel's back right there. I hear you.
That's it. So, and if you ever looked at his resume is just outstanding. Remember, he was with Kurt Warner and those guys with Larry Fitzgerald. He handled Antonio Brown, who was a loose cannon of a receiver. But he got him to work and do what he needed to do. And they were like a top 3 offense for like 3 years straight. Yeah. Todd Haley, he's one of those guys that I would look at to be a comeback story, a big-time comeback story, because I think he checks all the boxes. But when I look across the landscape of the guys and the names that's coming up, not one of them for me, not one of them match up to Todd Haley.
Well, it's an interesting. It is an interesting name. You're right that he has disappeared. So, do you guys know where he's been for the last 7 years? He has been a high school offensive coordinator, and then bounced around the United Football League with the Tampa Bay Bandits, Memphis Showboats, and the Columbus Aviators. Hugh, I believe you crossed paths with Todd. Did you not with the Jets?
Todd Haley. You know what I remember Todd? Because his dad. I sat at dinner with him and his father. When they were thinking about drafting me, it was him, his dad, and James Harris Shack. And they were thinking about drafting me. And I just remember Todd was a young man then, and his dad, they were just trying to figure out what type of person I was. But, yeah, I remember him fondly. Good dude.
So his high school offense, not a big step down.
His last NFL job was the offensive coordinator of the Browns in 2018. I think they broke him. I think that he's I'm out. Yeah. But to the caller's point, he was a pretty big NFL name for about a decade.
He was
like 58 years old.
He was at Pittsburgh too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so he was the Chiefs head coach. Well, he was the he was the Cardinals coordinator when they made the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Chiefs head coach, and he gave Sirianni his first job. And
I think
then
he rubbed people the wrong
OC
way.
for the Steelers from 12 to 17.
And there was playoff years for them, right? Title games. That was when the Steelers were still winning playoff games.
Wait, was 18 the year the Browns went 0-16?
Oh, was it?
1-15?
That might have been the breaking point. That might have been like, you know what? I'm out.
Somehow you survived the 1-15 season with the Jets.
I think he rubbed some people the wrong way. If I'm not mistaken, there was a story behind that. He rubbed some folks the wrong way, and they got him up out of there.
But the Sirianni tie does make it gives at least something to it. I mean, he hired Sirianni at his first NFL job.
So 17, they were 0-16. 18, they bounced back and were 7-8-1.
That's a big jump.
I mean, I don't have a problem with
Haley.
Todd, but
good job.
here's the thing: the game has changed, man, and how much has Todd been keeping up with it?
Well, do you want us to check the stats of the Columbus Aviators in the UFL because he was their coordinator last year? Yeah. I'll check them out. Let's see if they were a good offense. Columbus Aviators 2026 stats. I didn't think I'd be searching this one today.
See if we can get Todd on the show.
Yeah. Do you think this is a good idea, or are we now grasping at straws to fill this coordinator spot?
I think it's very, very curious that we're using attractive job and a bunch of no names in the same breath. Don't nobody else find that interesting?
Well, that's why I said it wasn't that attractive of a job.
You find that fascinating, Hugh?
I find it fascinating. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a Harvard study on that. But that's weird. It's weird that there are not that many people clamoring for this job.
So the Columbus Aviators are a new team. So he hasn't actually coached for them yet. That's why I can't find their stats from last year.
Okay.
They're an expansion UFL team, guys. All right, let's go to Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Andy, what's up?
Nothing much. So Kyle loves absolutes, I've realized, because you kind of touched on something earlier that when I called, I said, I don't think it's an unattractive job, I said. And it's like, I don't have to be a 10. I could be a 7. So there's so many jobs out there right now that all the big names aren't necessarily going to be looking for this first, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to end up being a good spot for them. They're going to end up here, hopefully be able to run their offense exactly how they want to run it, and that leaves the potential for a head coaching job down the road even here. That's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, so it's almost like beauty is in the eye of the beholder, the way I'm hearing you say it, Andy. Like it could be attractive if you squint, but is it attractive compared to the other jobs that are open?
What I found funny was I said, "Is it an attractive job?" He said, "It's not unattractive."
Yeah,
and I'm like, if I were to ask Hugh about this girl he was talking to, like, hey, she hot?
Yeah.
He's like, well, she's not bad.
I'd
be like, okay, well, I have my answer.
It means something. Yeah, it's
1:49 in the morning at the bar. It's not unattractive.
Yeah, we went through that analogy last week.
Yeah, we know what that means.
I'd rather not revisit.
That's funny.
So, yeah, anyway, and then that being said, suppose Dable is the guy. Are you guys good with that?
I think there's some combustibility to it, but I am good with it.
It's too many bald people in Philly.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, you talking about me, Joe, Dable.
Welcome to the club. He's in.
Come on home.
Yeah.
He's been home.
Yeah, Dable is fully home.
Look forward to. I think it would be could be kind of fun, the two of them interacting, and I don't know that you would necessarily see them interacting on the sidelines too much, but maybe Nick needs somebody of that same kind of passion working with him that'll kind of keep him in check, and they can keep each other in check.
That's an interesting take on it. I feel like when I hear full autonomy, I'm like, it has to be something different than what we're accustomed to seeing. I think that's how most Eagle fans look at it when I think about it, because as much as this team has accomplished, we were stagnant this year. So it has to be it can't be something familiar. It has to be one of those things, in my opinion, that when Eagle fans see it, they get excited about the upcoming season.
Yeah, and if it comes down to, for me, I've been disillusioned by the team, honestly, but if Jalen Hurts is who I thought he was a couple of years ago, somebody comes in and says, this is what we're doing, he should be able to handle it. And that's when we find out it's sink or swim. And I still want to go buy my capri pants. But if Dable, if he's the guy, then I'll take him.
And I think the fact that he's worked with Hurts before, like they have a relationship, he was his coordinator at Alabama, Andy, we appreciate that. That would make me feel better about it. It's a box that we know he's got experience working with them, and we know that he can get whatever you can get out of him. We've seen that in the college ranks. 215-592-9494. We'll finish with your phone calls. We'll have you people coming up towards the end of the show. Plus, the fallout from the crazy Friday the Phillies had. Dave Dombrowski spoke this morning. We'll tell you about that next, and we'll look forward to tonight. Tonight is the Baseball Hall of Fame announcement. Where do we think Chase Utley is going to come down? I think closer to induction than you might think. We'll hit that next. Your phone calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The NBA season is heating up, and so is Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's the deal, folks. You guys have heard me talk about fan cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking fan cash. Fan cash unlocks value you can get without another sports book, like more bets, you get unlimited profit boosts, and you can get your favorite player props. Authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. Make the switch to a sports book that gives you more to play with. Visit Winning Hits Different over here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books at Westwood One Sports. Rockets host the Spurs, and San Antonio is playing a back-to-back after beating the Jazz at home. It's also the third game in 4 nights for the Spurs, and the way the Rockets have been playing defense lately, I think they put a dent into San Antonio's special season. And Alperen Şengün has been a beast in his last 5 games since coming back from a small ankle injury. He's averaging 20, 10, and 5 on 50% shooting in those games. I'll lay the points with the Rockets. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is Jared from Passarella's Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen in South Jersey. If you're looking for your new favorite meal to order on game day or any day, you have to try Passarella's. We deliver all around Moorestown, Voorhees, and Haddonfield, and it's only possible with our partner, PDQ POS. Their system makes processing orders and managing deliveries as easy as it can be. If you're a business owner looking for a point of sale system, contact the experts at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jared sent you.
Wing pole, wing pole, wing pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com. For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
I'm Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity.
If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
You'd love new windows, but don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale, you could also get 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summer still canceled, or was that just an emotion on Friday?
No, it's over.
Okay,
It's
summer.
over, so just being a little more.
We did cancel summer
I'm not
on Friday.
canceling summer.
Well, you.
About to go get me some of this protein powder.
I'm
I
not-
ain't gonna get the snickerdoodle.
I'm not
It's
going to
about to be
spring training.
shredding season. What you talking about?
Summer might be canceled. We're sorry. All right, welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Dave Dombrowski spoke this morning, in which they thought was going to be a welcome back JT press conference. It actually turned into, hey, what the hell about Bobahette press conference? We have some of that. Dave Dombrowski asked something we talked about on Friday. Did you think you actually had a deal done with Bobahette before he jumped to the Mets? Here was Dombrowski earlier today.
Well, I can't say that we ever thought it was done because there's a difference between, we thought we were very close to having a deal done. We thought it was going to happen, but it wasn't done.
Why are you laughing?
And so there's a difference between the two. And as I've explained to some other people, that it's a situation where in baseball, and agents run things differently between themselves. They do things in different ways. Until you sign a memo of understanding, you don't have a deal done. And we did not sign one of those. And it wasn't that we weren't moving towards that direction. It isn't, didn't think that we were going to get there based upon our conversations. But we did not get to that point. So I can't say that I ever thought we had it. I did think we were going to get a deal.
I'm confused.
This is a joke, quite frankly.
I'm confused because, and to be fair to him, this is the first time that I've heard him speak on this. Like that I've actually heard him speak on this.
Sure.
But we were all led to believe, for whatever reason, that this was a gentleman's deal that was done. You know, and that was my whole sticking point. If I was wrong, I apologize to Bobahette. But my understanding was that this was a gentleman's deal. Like, hey, we're going to get the deal signed.
They met his asking price, is the way it was reported.
Yes, that's the way it was reported. Now, either one or two things are going on here. Either you're trying to walk it back the way that, or you're trying to protect Bobahette from the sense that, you know, you had a gentleman's deal done and that didn't go through, or somebody was too quick on the trigger telling this story, thinking that it was a done deal. It's either one of the two. And either way, you know, it stinks. Big time.
It does. I mean,
it stinks.
It absolutely stinks.
Because this whole fan base, and I know how people feel about this was like a punch to the mommy daddy button. This was like a kick in the groin. This really was when we found out that Bobahette was going somewhere else. And for you to frame it and kind of hem and haw and well, we really didn't have a deal done. Okay, so why did you get everybody all excited?
Well, I mean, how do you think it's got out there that they had interest in him?
Yeah.
I mean, they telegraph. You know, I've had a lot of frustration towards Topper in the last few years about how the seasons have ended and his performance in the postseason. I'm shifting now. If this year doesn't go where we want it to go to Dombrowski, I just think the guy's had a horrendous offseason here.
With the Bryce Harper thing.
Between the Harper thing, telegraphing to the entire world that he doesn't want Castellanos on his team, and then expecting people to line up and offer him something.
And not only that, I mean, from my perspective, it makes you look a little weak in both instances where, you know, you were strong on Bryce, and then you walked it back, and then, you know, again, the second one kind of not on him, but the fact that you came out and said something about it in the way you were him and hard, it's just a bad look for you.
This is as bad of an offseason as I've seen an executive have around here in a long time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's rough. I'm watching a video this morning of Topper trying to spin this for his organization. Like, yeah, we got young players, Gabe Rincones, and I'm like, what? Otto Kemp? Are we serious? Bobahette just walked out the door.
Dead ass serious.
The funny thing is, it could have been. It's not that it would have been a lot better, but it wouldn't have felt this bad had Bobahette never even been connected to the Phillies in any way, shape, or form.
Well, we could have then blamed the owner not spending enough.
It would have been your ho-hum, we're running it back, and people would have still been annoyed, but it wouldn't
feel like dead.
Yeah, because for some reason, the Bichette thing and loss missing out on him made me throw the towel in. Not the fact that we're bringing back Realmuto and Schwarber, which I already knew. I think it's just a matter of I'm seeing what other teams are doing.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're getting left in the dust.
It feels a little bit in totality like the year that they just added Whit Merrifield.
Right.
But there was no rumors they were going to add someone else.
Right.
This is Whit Merrifield.
This feels way worse.
But when we thought we had Bobahette.
And then Kyle Tucker goes to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And Bichette, and then it does also sting that he went to the Mets.
Of course it does.
Oh,
big time.
Of course it does. I mean, last year they had the Mets have a down season, which may have included a lot of infighting in their clubhouse, and the Braves were all injured. The Braves players are coming back from injury. They're going to be good again, we know that. And the Mets are going to be better.
And we did have home field advantage against the Dodgers.
I know. We couldn't get back here. We couldn't get it back here for a Game 5. I know. The Phillies, and Dombrowski could spin. It's going to be okay. But he also said it today in this press conference. It was a gut punch. So that he feels it. He knows it.
Kicking the Neds.
Also, if he tells us now we love our club, he's lying because they don't. They tried to get Bobahette.
They showed their hand.
That's all they do around here is show.
It's a bad look, man. I mean, it's a bad look.
Well, because he telegraphed that they need more, and now he doesn't have the ability to get more.
After you've said that we're good, then you go out and try to make this move, and it doesn't happen. And then you got to sit there at the press conference and talk about it. Not necessarily.
No, you don't. You absolutely don't. All right, 215-592-9494. For now, perhaps tonight I'll feel a little better baseball-wise. Tonight, Hugh, is the Baseball Hall of Fame announcement. And so there's a guy who tracks the voting, right? So people that vote, you could either wait till the announcement to have your vote revealed, or you can do it publicly, right? Like on the air or on a podcast or maybe in a column or whatever. So a lot of writers will reveal their ballots. So this guy tracks it all, and he kind of tallies it up and gives you a sense. It's almost like when you watch the election, like it has the precincts are reporting, right? You get a sense of where the balloting is going. So you can get a sense right now with, a good amount of the votes. 54% of the votes are public and accounted for. So with that, we kind of have a sense of how this voting is going to go tonight. I think it's going to be Carlos Beltran making the Hall of Fame, maybe Andrew Jones. He's going to be right on the cusp. But as far as the former Phillies guys, I think it's really interesting where this is going. Chase Utley is not going to make the Hall of Fame tonight, but I would, if you want to be a Chase Utley's...
He's getting more voting, right?
Yeah. If you want to be a Chase Utley's Hall of Fame induction, I would keep next July, like July 2027 open, because he's shooting up the percentages. So as I look at it right now, he is at about 68%. Even if that's around 60 on the final tally, he could get to 75 next year. This is only his third year on the ballot, Hugh. I remember when he retired and then the years following, a lot of people were like, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer. I've always thought he's going to make it, and I think he's going to make it pretty quick here. So Utley is at 68.1%, probably going to get around 60% tonight, and I think he's in the next year or two. But I think this part might surprise people. I'm just going to ask you guys, who do you think is going to get more votes? Or just right now is getting more votes? Jimmy Rollins or Cole Hamels?
Jimmy Rollins. I want to say Jimmy Rollins, but it feels like it might be Cole Hamels.
So you read my tone correctly. I would have guessed Jimmy Rollins, too. This is Jimmy Rollins' 5th year on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
And last year he received, I think I'm trying to find where he was last year. I think in the 20s or 30s. He was in that kind of that range. He's only at 26% of the vote. So he's not making that same kind of leap Utley's making. He's kind of stagnating there.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, first year on the ballot, Cole Hamels is over 30%. I think this is going to surprise people if this continues, because just based on this, it seems like Cole Hamels has a better chance in the future years to make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And you talk about that. Cole was lights out that year, though.
I mean, Cole was great, too. They're both really good.
Yeah, but it's kind of unfortunate that that's the case, because how many more years J-Roll has on the ballot?
So J-Roll, this is his 5th out of 10. So it's not over, but he's not like Utley's.
He's not moving up. He's not moving up the meter like Utley is.
Utley's spiking in his 3rd year. Rollins is kind of sitting there, and I don't know if a lot of people envision Cole Hamels in the Hall of Fame, but if he gets 30% in his first year, that's a good number.
Well, and I feel like Jimmy has had a high enough profile so that number should jump, because I think what really is doing it for Chase is the fact that, he's a baseball ambassador. He was over there, a couple years ago when he lived overseas. I think he was living in London, and he was an ambassador for baseball over there. Mm-hmm. I think that's helped out his cause a lot. And Jimmy's on television all the time, so that should help out his cause.
I think it's helped Utley that there's not many great second basemen. Jeff Kent's getting in this year, and I think Utley was a better player. I think Rollins is hurt by so many great shortstops in the last 20 years. It's like, is he better than those guys? Is he close to them? Is he just below them? I think that hurts him.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see where it goes tonight. But I think Utley is going to be close, and I would say in the next 2 years, we're going to have a Chase Utley Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Let's go to the phone lines here. William in Jenkintown is up. Hey, William.
Hey, you just ruined my mood, because no organization has worse PR than the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, what that idiot spews is moronic. And then he says they're not going to go after anyone else this offseason. Dumbo, spread your big old wings and fly away. Get out of my damn city. You are awful at your job, man. And here you gave me PTSD talking about London and what happened versus the Mets over there. So just try that bad.
My bad. No,
why'd you do that to him?
I was talking about Chase Utley, though. I was talking about Chase.
Yeah, but just don't mention that city.
Okay.
Every time I hear that
My
city,
bad.
I think about it.
First of all, nothing really happened there. They split the series. It was what happened after that. That was.
You mean the down? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what happened there that was so devastating? I mean, they lost a game? God forbid.
Well,
all right.
Good talk.
All right, William, catch your breath. We'll talk tomorrow. I mean, listen.
I stumped him.
You did. I think he's also just in a bad spot right now. He's made.
I
got to tell you, the Dombrowski thing is going to be. It could get a good run here the next few months if they don't. Does any team need a better spring training or like a hotter start to the season than the Phillies?
They better. Those young guys that Topper talked about, they better come through. I mean, that's what we're talking about, because the Bobahette thing was the big move that got everybody excited. Now you're looking like you're going to run it back. As a matter of fact, I saw something. This is where you need to vet everything on social media, because I saw something where they said they unveiled the new city, jerseys.
City Connect.
And it said something about running back. And I had to ask you this morning. I was like, wait a minute, are these jerseys real? It's like, we running it back.
That would require a sense of humor I doubt they have about this offseason. I would laugh at that.
Oh, man, that was crazy.
Just lean into it.
Yeah, the young guys, you have to do something with the young cats, especially if you're out of moves to be made.
Yeah.
You got to do something.
I mean, I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of Crawford in the outfield. We're going to see Painter in the rotation. And I hope, just like everyone, that they're ready to play at the highest level. But is this unfair to these guys? I almost think it's unfair to Painter and Crawford. Like, the hopes of an entire city, you guys are rookies. You better play really well, otherwise we're in trouble.
Well, that's the only play you have left.
I know, but like sometimes rookies go through ups and downs.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. But that's the only play you left yourself.
I know. It's just like if Painter has a 4.5 ERA, it's not.
Yeah, that's the play. You sat there and you told everybody you weren't going to try to do anything in offseason. Then when you tried to do something in offseason, it backfired. And then not only that, let me go back a little bit further. You tried to call Bryce Harper out, and that didn't work. so much that it's motivated Bryce that at some point you got to give him a financial apology.
No, why
it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You did not give didn't you just give JT some more money?
Well, he was a free agent.
You gave him more money than you wanted to give him.
Than I wanted to, yeah.
Because you screwed up this whole Bobahette thing.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Aren't they kind of putting everything on Harper and Schwarber and Trey?
Yeah.
Not getting Bichette, calling out Harper, saying he's not elite anymore. Like it's on those three guys again for the fourth season in a row.
But
third
we've
season
seen that story.
Of course.
They need more. Do you think there's a chance in the next 2 weeks they try a Hail Mary to make people feel better and bring back Bader? People liked Bader. People don't want Bader to leave. He's still a free agent. Feels like a PR, you know what? Here, we brought Harrison back.
The JT thing didn't work.
Yeah,
the JT thing did not work.
That screams desperation if they do that. That's crazy. If they do that.
They should be desperate.
Yeah, they pretty much are.
I have a funny feeling we're going to get the 2-year, $25 million Harrison Bader's back. We're sorry, guys. We're sorry about Bichette, but Bader's back type
Summer
of
will
thing.
still be over.
Yeah, it probably will.
Until further notice.
Okay, let's go to Drexel Hill. Jake. What's up, Jake?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Jake?
Hey, it was kind of glossed over earlier, but Hugh dropped a new word earlier. It was great.
What did he say?
I believe it was trickeration.
Oh, that's what they call in football, like trick plays, trickeration.
That's not really new.
Yeah, that's what they say. OCs be like, yeah, they did a little trickeration. Yeah.
Oh.
That's not new.
That was new to me, at least.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, now we're all on the same page. Now Hugh could use it every day, and we're all good.
Yeah. So as far as the Phillies go, yeah, I mean, come on, run it back again. I will be down. I'm taking a vacation with my family down to St. Petersburg Beach, I think it is, and we're going to a spring training game. So when is WIP going down there?
So we're going as a station. All three shows are going. It's a little bit earlier this year because the World Baseball Classic. I think morning and afternoon or the last week of February. We're the first week of March.
Okay. We're going March 3rd to March 7th, I believe.
That's our days. That's our days, Jake. We'll be at the park.
Oh, can't wait to see you. And yeah, I mean, it's a really weird feeling right now around that team. It's a really weird feeling around the city with everything that's happening. But I will say this: the Buffalo fan base. I mean, they are what we used to be before 2017. At this point, they are the most disgruntled fan base in the league.
And I get the sense there's like a fatalist feeling, like it's never going to happen. They feel like, I mean, they've had this quarterback for 7 or 8 years, and they keep getting close, and they can't win.
They've been snake bitten. That organization, it feels like it's just been bad.
Well,
luck.
and multiple generations, right? To lose those Super Bowls and then this now, it's crazy.
Yeah, this weekend felt like pretty much if he wasn't going to do it now, then that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? So, and as far as being an attractive position, I would say don't get a stucco house because that's the toughest to clean eggs off of, and don't have kids that are of elementary school age.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make it easy because a lot of these coaches have those things. And Jake, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I think we want it to be attractive, and we could spin it as attractive, but I would love to hear the news that Mike McDaniel's taking the interview. When I saw this morning that they haven't convinced him to forget convincing him to take the job.
Yeah, convincing is great.
Convincing him just to show up here for an interview feels like, oh God, that's not good.
Like my son likes to say when he doesn't, I'm good.
No thanks.
Like, I'm good.
No thanks. That's humbling. All right, can we check in with you people?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
It is too damn cold for your crap today.
Yeah, it is cold.
It's freezing.
It's brick.
So
Speaking
cold.
of
Make sure you
weather,
let your car warm up when you get in it, though.
Yeah.
That's a good way to mess it up. You got to let it warm up a little bit.
You ready for the snow this weekend?
Oh, yeah, I got a truck.
I don't think you're driving. If the forecasts are what they're saying, you're not going anywhere.
I mean,
I don't plan on going
there's
anywhere.
There's got to be no way it's like a foot, right?
That would be fun. That would be fun.
Well, because it was at 20 yesterday, 20 inches, and now today it's at 12.
When I saw it on my iPhone app yesterday, I was like,
it's going to go down to like 5 or 6.
I thought I was reading the metric wrong. I was like, it can't be that. That's ridiculous.
That sounds fun, though. I'm okay with that.
No.
It's a lot of snow, man.
Yeah, it is. Well,
I'm over the winter.
No,
even though summer's over too.
Bring it.
All spring, all day.
Yeah,
bring it.
Skipping to spring and then right to the fall.
Yeah.
You morons are played out.
That's why you're still here. Because we're played out.
We weren't even here yesterday. We had a lot to say.
Yeah.
Unpack a lot of things going on around.
Not going anywhere. I'm not sure Joe Giglio knows a damn thing.
Well, I mean, you're not the only one who thinks that, but that's.
I don't think we're entirely sure either.
No. It's okay. That doesn't hurt my feelings.
Nah. Time to replace Joe with Jolly, who is undefeated in WIP debates.
Well, so you can have the first opinion, but it's clearly a wrong thing to say he's undefeated. He got hosed in a couple of those debates.
Oh, he treats it like it's an objective fact that he
got
undefeated.
rocked. I mean, he got rocked. Right. I mean, maybe one or two you could say advantage Jolly, but for the most part, a losing record.
It's not what Jolly and many of the people are saying.
It's fine.
Jolly is undefeated. Mm-hmm. Who listens to what Jeff McCall says anyway?
Who is Jeff McCall?
I don't know Jeff McCall, but Jeff McClain is a good reporter. He's Insider of the Year candidate.
I mean, man, and there are still some reporters out there that actually vet stories that before they put them out there.
Wow, it's reporting.
Well, yeah, I mean, legit reporters, and Jeff's one of them. Derek Gunn still has that cachet. Who else? Diana Russini caught a little bit of heat.
Well,
Joe Santoliquito.
People should apologize to Diana.
Joe Santoliquito. Yeah.
It's a simple formula. If you don't like it,
it's wrong.
It's crap.
It's fake.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
We know.
That's the rule. WIP made the OC job unattractive.
Okay, that's fine.
We egged his house.
I love the fact that we get so much blame for what's actually being talked about in the city. That's crazy. But I get it.
Yeah, we didn't. Actually, I feel like this is one where I think we mostly sat out of the Patullo thing.
During the season?
I think that was way more of the fans than us this time.
I actually think as a whole, the station was either split or more towards, hey, the players aren't playing well versus it wasn't day one Patullo. At least our show wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Hugh took the play calling away from him with Jalen.
I think he got slapped across the list.
Yeah.
But I think I was right about him.
This one was on the fans.
Yeah. Yes. And on the players. I mean, that's what happened.
I think I was right about him being snitched, though.
Maybe.
All right, time to ban Aaron again.
We're not going to ban him.
That was kind of weak.
But it wasn't a great return.
No. It really was.
Also, was he threatening to go to leave us or something?
It felt to me like we got "you can't fire me, I quit" vibes. He was like, "You didn't suspend me. Like I was dealing with something."
I quit vibes from Aaron in San Diego.
You conveniently called a week after you were suspended.
Yeah, no, he knew his suspension was over, and he rang the phone.
I mean, that was obvious. The beginning of Cooter and Philly will simultaneously signal the beginning of the end of this show. I think I have to agree.
Quite possible.
Cooter. That's crazy.
We couldn't get through one segment.
Nope. I'm out on this version of Hugh.
What version?
I don't know what that means.
3D Douglas.
Yeah,
3D.
That's the new you.
Maybe
shout out to my man Austin. He showed me how to actually paint my 3D paint printers now.
Yeah.
Now it's on and cracking. I can't wait to get home.
I hope Austin is putting in for overtime because the guy's working extra.
He is definitely working extra hard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
HR needs to go down there and arrest Hugh right now.
For what?
I don't think HR
does not.
people.
HR doesn't make arrests.
Wait a minute. For what? For the what's her name? Bella Danger?
Yeah.
I didn't know who she was. I didn't.
Well, I don't know if I believe that. To be
AI.
honest
No,
with you.
I promise
feel like
you I didn't. I'm not a porn watcher. I don't watch the porn.
You're a doer.
No, I'm not. I don't watch porn. But I ain't gonna put nobody out there. But when I said her name, there's a few people around here that knew exactly who she was.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about how perfectly you said it, and it was so clear that it's such a perfect drop for a show.
I don't watch the porn. I don't. When you're doing the porn, but you don't want nobody to see you doing the porn. I don't watch the porn.
What was that conversation about? How did we get there?
We were talking about the porn.
Well, speaking of, there must have been a miscommunication in the meeting today.
Okay.
Because Joe was talking about the Eagles and OC, and he was talking about a Bella Danger and OF.
I didn't know.
We got the wires crossed.
I didn't know. No, because you're watching the game and you see this person, and then everybody's like, "Oh, somebody need to go to jail," because that was all the caption said. And I was like, "Why are they going to jail?" And so then that's when I went to the chat GPT.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. I went to that, and they was like, "Yeah, that's who she was." Yeah.
So, all right, but I understand why it was it went viral, right? But did the camera person do anything inherently wrong?
Well, he showed her.
Right.
She had on her Miami gear, and I guess everybody else knew who she was. And I thought it was, like I said, the quarterback's girlfriend.
I'm just like, if I'm the camera person, I'm trying to find a shot that will keep the most people watching, right? That's my job.
It kept people watching.
Well, I think then they did their job. Right?
Yeah.
We're talking about it. People watched it.
He was like, all these other people knew who she was. I
didn't know who she was.
So you took the photo of her, or you took her name?
No,
what did you take?
You know,
AI?
if you're on the Instagram, right, and if you like her name was at the bottom,
yeah,
and it'll give you a whole list of what it was. And it said something to the effect that, social media went crazy last night because she was on there, and then it told you why she went crazy.
Just don't look her up on the work computer.
No, you better not do that.
Yeah, that's the kind of problem we don't want you to have.
A lot of work. She's what they call a yeoman.
I thought you don't watch. Yep. I thought you don't watch.
I didn't watch, but I found out who she was.
Now he has to watch.
You got to do this. It's called show prep. It's called research.
That's not show prep. We're talking about the coordinator today. All right, Adam in Middletown, Pennsylvania. What's up, Adam?
OC, not OF.
Adam.
Adam, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
hey,
what's
Adam.
up?
Hey. So I don't know if it's perceived as a great job for people, but it absolutely should be. Here's the thing: how can you be worse than what the offense was this year? It's going to be better. The offense will be more healthy. Nick Sirianni is weak, and if it all blows up, you're not going to be the one blamed. You'll be the one highlight that, well, Jalen Hurts looked a little better. The offensive line, Saquon could run a little better. Yeah, I absolutely think people should be lining up.
So it's an interesting perspective, Adam. We appreciate it. Here's what I've gotten out of today as we discuss whether that's attractive or not. The 2026 Eagles offensive coordinator. It can't be worse. I mean, come take the job.
Yeah.
That's
a good job.
Quite a selling point we have here.
I feel like it can.
Well,
we were 11-6 this year.
That is
made the playoffs.
That's crazy. 11-6 team. Nobody wants this job. It's
it could
bananas.
be Scangarello, Doug. Morning wig.
Let's not do that.
2020 level.
Yeah, we can't have that. All right, we will talk to you guys tomorrow. Afternoon show is next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Well, guys, we won't have football in Philly for the next month, so how are you going to spend your extra time?
Are you kidding me? There's only one answer to this. The answer is spending more time in the bedroom.
Sleeping?
No, Fritz, not sleeping. Spending more time with some sweet lovin'.
And Blue Chew can make that sweet lovin' even sweeter.
Oh, Blue Chew, man. Blue Chew. It's chewables, and we all love chewables instead of swallowing pills. There's chewables making you a top-level bedroom performer.
And you go to BlueChew.com, you spend 10 minutes letting them figure out what's the best mix for you.
And at BlueChew.com, if you use code 94 at checkout, your first month is free.
Hell yeah. And no waiting in line at the pharmacy because nobody wants that. They're right here in the US of A, and they ship it right to you.
And when that discreet, hard package comes in the mail, oh man, you know what time it is.
It's time for you to go to BlueChew.com.
Use code 94 at checkout.
And then you can chew it and do it.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee? No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See, doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Kirk Cignetti, in 2 years at Indiana, has completed the greatest turnaround in college football history. Indiana won the national championship in college football. Heading into this year, Indiana won 3 bowl games in program history. Since January 1st, the Hoosiers have won 3 playoff games. What an incredible story. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back on a Tuesday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. What a great day to be in Philadelphia. How you doing, Ike?
Oh, I'm doing damn good there, Brother Spike. Listen, it's Tuesday. I'm always excited about that. That means ESP is in the building at some point today. Jackie Baseball. Here's the thing, Fritzy. Go get Bader. Bring him back. We got a nice outfield. Bryce is in revenge mode. It's gonna be okay. Dombrowski said so. Holla at your boy.
I'm out.
Yeah. Jack's more miserable about the Phillies than I think I've ever seen him.
I don't know why.
Well, because
He thinks-
what's the point?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, I've never seen him like this.
Hey, we're content with our ball club.
Yeah.
We love our we're gonna deathbed.
Yeah.
To say how we're content with our ball club.
Running back was always the mantra.
It's the third year of it. It's the third year. I'm still gonna have the 6'5" slap any third baseman.
We're going to talk about the Eagles in a second.
I don't care.
No.
Sorry.
I just want to say where Jack is.
Yeah.
We had talked a bunch of times about the Phillies sort of entering the Sixers zone with the general fan base about how Jack has now entered
Yeah, he's entered there.
the Sixers zone.
I got to get him out of there
He has entered the Sixers zone with the Phillies.
because he doesn't want to be there.
But he knows it's
I
true.
don't want to be here at all.
Yeah,
I'm
but
the most positive Phillies fan in the world.
Well, not today.
Not at all.
Yeah.
No, I always look for the silver lining.
Yes.
There's no silver linings.
That is.
There's not.
We still got money to spend.
My ass.
They were willing to spend it.
Where?
Bader, 3 years.
Sick. Awesome.
Center field.
He's going to have 650
Can
OPS.
Crawford play left field?
I would like that. Trade Marsh. Go get Eugenio
Adolis,
Suarez.
Bader, Crawford.
No.
Marsh is a fourth outfielder?
No, because Crawford's a lefty. You got to ship Marsh's ass out of here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty
I
negative
kind
right
of
now.
like Marsh.
Marsh is great against righties. Lefties is.
Well, that's all we need him for.
Well, Crawford's a lefty.
All right. We'll do this later. 3 o'clock to your request earlier. Elliot will join us at 3 o'clock. And something very important with Elliot today is that last week we got so involved in all of the Eagles OC stuff that we didn't get to call him on his takes for the year. So we are going to do that with Elliot today. We may have a surprise guest at 4 o'clock. We may have a good surprise guest at 4 o'clock. Fingers crossed. We do start with the Eagles. Ike, of course. Well, of course. The NFL is king.
Yes,
this is an Eagles town.
I'm with you.
So if I had asked you listening today, if I had asked me, 1 year ago, or a little less than 1 year ago after the Super Bowl, how confident are you in the combo of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts moving forward? It would have been pretty close to 100%. I'm confident, right?
Yeah.
And when you think about an NFL team, that's really the first thing you think about. Because when you think about, do they have a chance to win a Super Bowl? Everybody goes to the same thing. Who is the head coach? Who is the quarterback? Now, as the season goes on, there's a lot of other things to talk about, but everybody goes to that. And a year ago, if I had asked about the confidence in that combo, Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, not only would we have had 100% confidence moving forward, we were talking about dynasty, we're talking about back-to-back, but today, the feeling is different. And I can tell you that in the combo of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, I am not very confident at all. I would say I'm iffy. And it is about both of them. It's not about one of them. So 215-592-9494, how confident are you in the combo? I think we'll talk to some people who are out on one or the other. Yeah. To me, it is iffy about both of them. To me, this sort of feels like this offseason feels like the offseason from 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. It feels like after 2023, where the Sirianni thing is quite obvious, right? I mean, the Sirianni thing, it's almost word for word how it was after that season, in that they're going to go hire an OC, it's not his guy, blah, 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 power taken away. And the Jalen thing has really just been another couple of years of not really seeing him progress into the next level of what Jalen Hurts could be. Now, we're seeing in the NFL now, you can win a Super Bowl with a quarterback that isn't, a top 5 guy, but they are paying him big money, and he is a big money quarterback. So if you ask me what my confidence in the combo is right now, I'd say I'm iffy because I'm iffy on both of them.
Yeah, no shocker there.
Yeah.
No shocker there. You're just an iffy guy.
Well,
that's what it is.
I think they feel iffy to me.
Well,
And
it always feels iffy after a season like this. Here's what I'll tell you. And I hope the Eagles really, I'm talking to you guys. I'm talking to the Eagles, man. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath before you do something that you may regret doing. Comes off as a hastily type of move. And that's really giving up on what you have in place moving forward. I think Nick Sirianni is a very good head coach. I really do. I mean, I really do. You got me to thinking yesterday when you were arguing with Ken about what I would sell someone on Nick Sirianni as a head coach. And these are the things that I believe make Nick Sirianni a very good head coach in today's NFL. He is flexible. He's not egocentric. There is a natural and an inherent want to develop young men from a football standpoint, from a cultural standpoint, into leaders. He wants to be a leader of men. He accepts that role, that responsibility. It's not just about X's and O's with him. It is about the Jimmies and the Joes. The relationship part of this business is important for a head coach more so today than it's ever been because players have so much power in today's sports world. And why that's important? Because a player has to feel valued to a certain degree. Not just from what he does on the field, but maybe in some of his ideas as to how to be a better player himself or how the team could be better moving forward. So you have to at least be open to the idea of hearing that and wanting to sort of, I guess, collaborate in that sense. That's just from the player-coach standpoint, right? Now let's talk about from the coach front office working relationship. Everybody in this business wants credit when the team is succeeding. Nobody wants to accept blame when the team is not succeeding. They want to place blame. Well, Nick Sirianni isn't someone who's always looking for the credit. He's not looking to be validated. He's not looking to say, it's because of me. He's teaching you can't be great without the greatness of others. That's something I truly believe he believes, right? And not only that, he's willing to be a team player. And when things aren't going well, he'll take responsibility and accountability and the proverbial, I'll take the bullet for the team sort of mantra.
He has a give all the credit, take all the blame leader.
That's what Nick Sirianni, that is important in today's sports world from a head coach standpoint, right? I'm not even talking about X's and O's because, quite frankly, I think that's already established, well-documented. We all kind of agree where he stands at from that standpoint. If you don't like the idea that he can't call plays, draw up plays, and be a guy that is a play caller genius, you want to hold that against him? That's fine. That's fine. I just say I think the other things outweigh those things. Because as a head coach, you don't have to be that guy that's calling the plays. You can delegate that responsibility and be okay with it. He's proven to have done that and have won that way. Now I go to the quarterback. Only because in the interest of time. I'm getting long-winded here.
It's good, though.
But here's the thing with Jalen. And here's why I'm good with him. A lot of those same traits are there. Selfless. Doesn't care who gets the credit. Right? He's not looking to build stats and build up his own sort of, I'm this, I'm that. Right? Now, as an athlete, we all have pride. He takes pride in his work. He wants to be recognized for what he does, the hard work that he puts in. But more importantly, he wants to be recognized for winning, more important than anything else. More important than anything else. And you can win with a guy like that. You can win with a guy like Jalen Hurts. They've already proven they can win with a guy like Jalen Hurts. So I say all this to say, these are things that are already proven that we're trying to look at the grass on the other side as if it's greener because we don't like the way it is right now. I'm just saying, as an organization, you've had a lot of success in the last 5 years. The grass isn't always greener. That's all I'm saying. Let's figure out how to make what we have better versus trying to replace what we have. Because what we have is pretty damn good compared to a lot of organizations.
215-592-9494. How confident are you in the future of the Sirianni-Hurts combo?
Very confident.
The options, very confident, iffy, or I'm out. And to be out, you can just be out on one of them, right? I mean, I'm talking about the combo. I mean, it is about both of them. We do have a next question today. On this day, in 2008, Breaking Bad debuted. So we want you, and now
top 5 movies Top 5 TV series of all time.
Definitely top 5. I think people putting it number 1 sort of overrated, but I would say top 5 for sure.
Yeah.
I actually remember when I first started watching Breaking Bad, it was after I lost my job at YSP. I had all sorts of time on my hands.
And then who'd you call?
What's that?
Who'd you call to get back in?
Saul.
Daddy?
Oh, wow.
Got it. Sorry, Phil's got me down bad.
That is.
I thought he was making a Better Call Saul reference.
Well,
there.
that's gonna
He's
piss
not
me
gonna
off
let
the
that
rest
go.
of the
Yes,
day.
exactly. You know he's not.
That's
letting
not
that
what
go.
happened. Screw you.
Let's not get stuck
All
here.
right.
Yes.
Give us a TV show that you wish you could watch again for the first time. Because when you first started watching Breaking Bad, you really did get that feeling of, ooh, what is this? You know, I heard everybody talking about it, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, I get it now. Jack, what is one TV show you could watch again for the first time?
All right. So
you dumb loser, fat, can't spell, can't write.
I wrote a book.
Yeah, you were sitting in this chair, knocked you out. Okay, all right.
So there's obviously a lot of big answers out there. I'll try not to take off the board. But the one that immediately came to mind was actually Entourage. Entourage, the first time through.
Never seen Entourage?
Nah.
It's just an enjoyable watch. Easy watch, half-hour episodes, enjoyable.
Hell, some of them are not even a half hour. Like
Yeah, I know.
20 minutes, 22 minutes.
We're out on Turtle, but everyone else, still great characters.
Yes, very out on Turtle.
Well, Johnny Drama, in case people didn't know, that's where I got the inspiration for Victory.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, that's where it comes from.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't know where it came
Johnny
from.
Drama. You follow me on Twitter?
Yes.
You ever see the GIF that I use where it says
Oh,
Victory?
yeah, I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, that's Johnny Drama.
Man, so you stole it. I can't believe you stole it. You thief.
Well, no, everybody who's seen Entourage
Well, yeah.
knows where it came from.
And here's the little secret. Everything in radio is stolen from somebody else.
Not the top 5.
No, that's why I use the GIF. It's Johnny
Yes.
Drama. Yeah.
So, Ike, what is a TV show you wish you could watch again for the first time?
Well, Fritzy stole a good one.
Yeah?
In Entourage. That's an awesome one. I don't want to go back to the ones that I know that people want to name.
Whatever.
Got to come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Lost. And the
Lost
reason
is
is,
great.
so I gave up in the middle of this.
I got one.
Okay, go ahead.
24.
Never seen that either.
Love it.
You
Never
didn't see
seen
24?
Nah.
I was going to say 24 too, but I
no,
eat
20. Jack Bauer? Come on,
Dude,
man.
President David Palmer.
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Dude, amazing
24 is
show.
great. Yeah, 24 is awesome.
I gave up on Lost in the middle of the second season. I got mad at it and I gave up and I stopped watching it. And I wish I could just go back, start again, get wrapped up in it, and not be Spike about it. Sometimes I can be very Spike about something. I'm like, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. And I took a stand on Lost. I wish I hadn't taken a stand.
Now, is that on the island?
Yes. Where there's a plane crash and they're there, and then it gets weird as it goes on. Yeah. But that was a show that everybody was
remember the
addicted
show,
to.
yes.
Yeah, it was a big
I never
show.
watched it, though.
Dude, I watched that show on my iPod. That was one of the first ones where you could get TV shows.
On your iPod?
Yes, on
Network
my
TV
iPod.
or
Network
cable?
TV. Yeah. Yeah, it was network TV.
The old iPod Touch?
Yeah, I would watch it on my iPod. I took the train from Glenside, and I would watch an episode. I could watch one episode on my ride. All right, 215-592-9494. How confident are you moving forward in the combo of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts? And next question today, based on today being the day that Breaking Bad debuted in 2008, give us a TV show you wish you could watch again for the first time. Corey in Columbus leads us off, as always. Corey, you're on WIP.
Hey, man, I'm just as confident. I mean, my confidence haven't waned. Listen, and you know me, I got to address something real quick.
Yes.
We pulling your Big Ten card. I didn't get to talk to you yesterday. I heard you talking and popping a lot of that Miami to you.
Oh, listen, I celebrated them though, man.
Hey, we might be on. You might be on probation. The Big Ten Conference, bro.
Oh, that's true. That's right. No, I'm with you. I was in one of those win-win situations, man. So yes,
I feel you.
I'm happy Indiana won, though. I'm happy they won. Yes.
But get back to the topic at hand. You know,
Yes.
so
Spike
like when
and
you
Fritz,
look at the Eagles, and I hate to do this. Like if you look at the history, the postseason that we've had through the Nick Sirianni and Hurts era is like the greatest in Eagles history. Like if you look at the stats, like Devontae Smith receiving yards, Jalen top 2 in passing, top 2 in touchdowns. Rush and Saquon did that in one season. You know what I'm saying? Goddard is second in. It's like this era of football has been so successful. And I don't think that I'm not going to say we take it for granted. it's like I get it. It's been up and down, either Super Bowl or go home in the first round. I get it. It's a big range there. But I'm confident because the two guys that's been leading it, well, I'll say three because I'll throw Howie in there. The three guys that's been leading this era, like we always are successful. Like a down year for us is a first round exit in 11-6. Like the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, all them money spent. Everybody say Dak and all this. These dudes was what 6-9 or something. Like it's like a down season for us is a first round exit. And I get it. We have the talent that says that we should be better. And I'm not what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not
nitpicking.
going to
is that
push away what we did this year. You know what I'm saying? Like he underperformed. Like I'm not going to forget about that. But when I'm looking at with the Eagles, I'm confident in these dudes. Nick Sirianni, kind of like what Ike said too when you were talking about it. I think Nick Sirianni, when I say emotionally intelligent, I don't think like what he does on the sideline, obviously that's not emotionally intelligent, but I think that like he knows how to handle his players well. Like the whole A.J. Brown thing, like I feel like that's more on A.J. than that is on Nick Sirianni. Like it's like you got to understand where you are, A.J. Like Nick Sirianni is your coach. Like I don't care if you mad or not, but A.J. Brown, Arthur Brown, he a problem on this team. And I get it, he's a great player. But great play and great production should not be overlooked to be disrespectful. I'm sorry. Like you could be the best WITP talent. You just can't be going in disrespecting people, talking crazy, disregarding what your coach say and your quarterback and your other teammates. Like that got to stop. And that got to, start with the ownership and put people in their place. Y'all take the power away from Nick. Hey, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie, you better put this brother in his place. But I'm
you know what though? Can I go back to the first thing you said, Corey? And I agree with you about the playoff success. I do. But one thing that you touched on was the amount of talent they had and the sort of underperforming this year and underperforming in 23, given the amount of talent they had. I think when you're looking forward, though, you can't always bank that all you need to do is look around the teams in the NFL and see how much you can go from a talent surplus to a talent deficit. And I wonder if, when we're talking about these two, Nick and Jalen, whether moving forward, if we're at a talent deficit, are these two guys that can make up for that talent deficit in what they do? Is what Nick does making up for a talent deficit? Is what Jalen does making up for a talent deficit? Because missing out on opportunities like this year could be really harmful, because I don't know that in 3 years we're going to have the sort of same talent base that we have now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. But like I'm just looking at next year, and like the thing with the Eagles is we already know, like Jalen Hurts' contract coming up soon. Jalen Hurts got his no trade clause. Like we'll see this offseason if they want to make that long-term investment. Last year, Nick Sirianni won a Super Bowl, got an extension. I mean, Ike has said it. I know Ike plugged in. You know what I'm saying? Ike said, I think they believe in Nick Sirianni. So it's like, I hear what people saying. So it's like, if they must believe in Nick Sirianni, I get it with Jeff McClain writing every day. But it's like, you gave the man a contract extension. Y'all haven't extended Jalen. So it's like the Eagles have never been a team since McNabb. I mean, Hurts has been here, what, 6-7 years? Like, maybe that might be his tenure with the Eagles. I don't think it will be, but we'll see. I trust Howie Roseman. And the three of them together, I think Howie was going to find talent. He finally broke through with the drafting mode and been able to draft players. We know he's going to be able to get trades and sign free agents. You know what I'm saying? That's what he does best. So I still got confidence in this team. Get the right OC in here that can work with everybody. I think we're going to be right back next year, because it's a pattern. First round Super Bowl. You know what comes next. Y'all know what comes next.
Yeah.
Well,
until it doesn't.
Well, appreciate the call.
Yeah, Corey, real quick.
I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah.
What's a TV show you wish you could watch again for the first time?
Ozark. I don't know if y'all watched that.
Oh, yeah, it's a good show.
I remember it. Yeah, I didn't watch Ozark.
Oh, it's a good show. If you like Breaking Bad, Ozark is just sort of like a B-level Breaking Bad. It's a good show with Jason Bateman. Good show.
I remember it. Yeah. I never did get into it.
Yeah. I think it's Netflix. I think it's on Netflix. Good show. Yeah. Anyway, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say the Eagles usually, when they have a season like they just had where they don't meet expectations, everybody is on such high alert that everybody seemingly is doing their job to the nth degree. Sometimes when you have success, I'm not saying any of them do this consciously. It's human nature for it to happen subconsciously, that when you have when you've reached the ultimate level of success, like winning a Super Bowl or getting to a Super Bowl, do you have the same drive the following year? Right? So I put, when I look at these three guys, man, Howie Roseman, and by extension is Jeffrey Lurie. I'm just naming Howie Roseman.
Yeah, for sure.
Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, and Jalen Hurts. They all respond after having those type of disappointing years. They usually come back the next year, and things are better, right? Howie goes out, makes moves in the offseason that we don't typically see or didn't typically expect, and it turns into Saquon Barkley and Zach Bond. Right? After the 2021 season, after they had fired Doug and no one was happy about the 9-8 season, and things looked iffy with not only Jalen, who was in his first year as a full-time starter, but Nick, who had to give up play calling early in the year. Right? Howie that offseason said, you know what? What we have on offense isn't enough. I'm going to get A.J. Brown. That's what he went and did in the offseason when he got A.J. Brown. They went to the Super Bowl the next year. Coming into that season, Jalen had been a part of trade speculation to where they're wearing T-shirts with Jalen's face on there, Hurts season, all this stuff, and he has a MVP caliber season. 2023 happens. And then we know what they did in 2024.
Yep.
So now 2025 has happened. I'm willing to bet that these guys are going to give us their best next year. Right? I don't know what it's exactly going to look like, but their track record says they usually respond after having disappointing seasons by their standards. Now, let's not forget, 11-6 coming out the Super Bowl. But these are the standards they've set. That 11-6 and losing in the playoffs is a disappointing season. It's a credit to them that they've set the bar that high. Howie's not going to sit back and allow this.
215-592-9494. How confident are you in the combo of Sirianni and Hurts moving forward? Very confident, iffy, or you're out? And next question today, based on the debut of Breaking Bad, which happened almost 20 years ago. Give us a TV show you wish you could watch again for the first time. We did talk a little bit about AJ there, a little more on potential AJ trade stuff from Jeremy Fowler. We'll play that for you next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Now, each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. Now, more boost means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take a shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Don't really have the lines in front of me right now, but I'm looking at this championship matchup. Denver at home versus New England. I know New England has to be favored in that game. Then I got Seattle at home versus the Rams. I'm not really sure who's favored in that game, but I'm pretty sure the line's not. What you got there, Fritzy?
I got to look real quick.
Never mind. I'm sure the line's not too big. I thought you looked it up for me. Here's what I'm doing, Fritzy, with these two matchups. I'm taking the home teams. Denver, Seattle in the Super Bowl. Sean Payton figures out a way to beat New England at home with Jared Stidham.
Plus 5.5, by the way, the Broncos.
They are, okay.
Plus 5.
Definitely take Broncos plus 5.5. What do you got for Seattle?
They are minus 2.5.
Underdogs at home.
No, they're favorites. They're minus 2.5.
Yeah, they're favored. Okay, that seems about right. So, yeah, I'll take the home team. Seattle and Denver may not be the most exciting Super Bowl when you look at those two quarterbacks, but what can I tell you? Championship games at home. Who the hell loses championship games at home? Wink, wink. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Make the smart move for your car. Choose United Tire and Service. Schedule now at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Hey, it's Joe to Camera. At the Tasty Cake Studios, we know snacks. And if you're looking for something to snack on, Tasty Cake just delivered. For a limited time, get your hands on their salted caramel baked pie. It has a graham cracker inspired crust and a smooth, salted caramel cheesecake flavored filling. It's phenomenal. If you're stocking up, grab the family pack mint chocolate candy cakes. That classic cake, minty filling, the dark chocolate coating, perfect for game days, work days, or any day. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pre-game rituals to post-game celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
The Eagles' off-season happenings happen here.
You can do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. When we come around. I think the bread more. You throw these things to me.
Take it easy.
I don't want it if it's that easy. Baby got a brown thing. My body's got better. Everybody's looking for the ladder. You know, if you want to see a decent number, baby, you need me. Jiffy. All right. It's the WIP Afternoon Show.
Man, what we doing?
With Mike, Spike, and Fritz. That's your 232, Bob.
What we doing?
Of course, we have 330 country, 430 90s. That one could also fit into 430 90s, but it won't because it has its place as 232 Pop. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers, where old school customer service still matters. Real people, real experts, and a buying experience done right online at marks-jewelers.com. Here is the question, Ike. There's a few good ones up here, but here's the first one. How do you feel about the combo of Sirianni and Hurts today? The options: confident, hesitant, or I'm out. What do you think now?
First of all, nobody should be out.
Well, I'm just telling you, those are the options. So, and you only have to be out on one of them to be out, right? So I am hesitant. You are confident. What do you think the response has been?
I would imagine most people are hesitant.
You would be right. What do you think the percentage is?
So you got a 3-man race there.
Yep.
Let's go low 50s. That's a big number for 3. So let's go 53.
So it's 43 hesitant.
Okay.
40 confident.
Okay.
16 I'm out.
Okay.
So there you go. 215-592-9494.
I like the 40 confident.
We will have the Jeremy Fowler on A.J. Brown coming up in a moment. Derek and Paoli, you're on WIP. What's up, Derek?
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, can I make a quick non-sports thing real quick?
Oh, yeah.
So I heard y'all talking about your top callers, right? I think Yoshi and Corey got to be the top 2 because they only call y'all. You know what I'm saying? A lot of your former callers, like they call all
basically
the shows
everywhere.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Chuck used to be the top of the list, but he leaves off the morning show sometimes, so he got to be out of that 5, man. You know what I mean? By the time we get to y'all, we didn't heard him twice already. You know what I mean? So,
we've tried to talk to him about it, dude, but they don't listen.
And I respect this coming from another listener.
Man.
I respect this coming from another listener. Yes.
He was must-see TV for a little bit. When Bryce Harper flew him a kiss and all that, he was must-see TV. You know what I'm saying? But now he's like all day, Jalen Hurts sucks. So by the time he gets to 2:30, it's 2:45. It's like you already heard it twice. So you want to hear Yoshi come on here and talk his talk. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
And Rios too. You got to keep Rios in there.
Oh, Rios is definitely an afternoon caller.
Yeah.
Caller of the year. We will meet privately, but we are going to have to figure out how much we're going to dock callers for going on other shows.
I think Derek makes a great point.
I think he makes a great point as well.
That's a great point.
Yes.
Getting in on y'all show is big time. I ain't gonna hold you. It's big time because y'all used to have your little, Chuck, Wade, Yoshi, Corey. You know what I'm saying? You like, I want to be a part of that. But now they, as you said the last week, that word you used, I ain't gonna say it again.
They basically whoring themselves out everywhere.
They going around now. You know what I mean?
Well, what happened, Derek, is that it got a little bit more difficult to get on the WIP afternoon show, and some of those folks don't like waiting, and they don't understand that anything worth having is worth waiting for. And
it's prime time right here, man.
You know what I'm saying? So, look,
time. People getting off work, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
When caller of the year comes around, we'll see how it affects them. I don't know how it will, Derek. I don't know.
All right. So anyway, this is what I was calling for. So I'm kind of with you, Spike. I'm a little iffy because it's like they're running out of excuses right now. And then it's like I don't know how much confidence I have in the Eagles as a whole because just watching what they went through this year, it's like, and then they went through it 2 years ago. Like, why does this keep happening? Like, why they can't, if they got all this talent and all these great leaders and great culture, like, why has it got to be a good year, and then an average year,
good question.
year. Like, why
Yeah.
we keep going backwards if the culture and Sirianni sets this and Howie, like that whole thing with AJ, and I think he's a great player, but I feel like if he didn't want to be here, they knew that before we started talking. That whole thing after the Super Bowl, I didn't dominate, da-da-da-da-da. Like, they should have, like, really addressed that back then. To have us go through a whole season dealing with that soap opera and forcing the ball to him, like, that couldn't have been that great in the locker room.
Well,
that's just my
That's
take
fair.
on it. I don't know.
That's a fair point.
And you know what,
Yeah.
Derek? I think that extends to Howie too, because when they have success, it is almost like he starts to be like, I can figure this out without doing this. So the biggest moves have not been, they've been A.J. Brown is a splash move.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley is a splash move.
Yeah.
Those are moves, go get a player that you know is going to change stuff. The Zach Bond thing, he of course gets credit for it, but there is no possible way that he expected, that wasn't going out and getting themselves
and
a
Vic
killer.
Fangio, the one
Yes.
was like, yeah, he has to start.
So I do wonder if this offseason, because the final thing that Howie said was sort of portending, don't expect a big acquisition this offseason. I wonder if he has one like
up his sleeve,
offseason, you know, because that is how he has reacted to the bad seasons. Is they can do all the stuff with coaches all they want. Is there a game changer, whether it's an edge, whether it's whatever it is, does Howie have one up his sleeve? I think is a good question as well.
Yeah, I just looked at it like watching those last couple games, you know, with like how AJ, like even on like certain plays, him not wanting to block and stuff like that. Like, you would know better than me. Like when you're watching film and stuff like that, and you see a guy not giving his all, like, do you all just sit there and not say nothing because he's a superstar? Or are you like, man, is this guy with us or against us because he's not getting the ball? It's like $30 million.
Well, here's the one thing I will tell you.
Just,
nobody's saying anything out loud. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, nobody's confronting AJ from that standpoint. But even worse, to your point, that conversation is, whether it's under your breath or not, is being held in private circles. Because here's what happens. Here's what happens. The other players don't get that benefit of doing that without some sort of repercussion. So as a young player or a player that's making way less than a guy like an AJ, first thing you're going to say is, hold on, man, I'm grinding and doing everything I can to make sure we're successful and I can be out there playing. And you mean tell me this dude doesn't have to do the same thing? So you start to resent that just from a teammate standpoint. Yes, that happens. It's just human nature.
Before you let me go.
Yeah.
This is real. Like you and I appreciate ex-athletes who come on the airways and give, like, you know, they're not trying to, you know, throw all these, I know people and I got the inside scoop because I was a player. I do appreciate ex-athletes who just talk as a fan and they don't feel they're, you know, I know this person and that person to kind of validate what they're saying, because as a caller, how can I question what you're saying if you're telling me, oh, I was talking to Jalen Hurts and he said this. A lot of guys do that, and I appreciate the ones that don't. But
I appreciate
shows
that.
I want to watch for the first time.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to go way back and spike you up on this, too. I'm going to go Live in Color with the Wayans brothers. That was
of course. Thank you for including me in that, Derek. Yeah.
Well, you were. You watched it.
Yeah,
You
of
watched
course.
Living Color.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that time, I don't know if everybody did.
But it was a big deal.
It was Sunday night, right?
Yes, Sunday night.
Everybody watched
the new
Fox Sunday
Fox
night.
Was the new network.
Had the Simpsons on Sunday night. A Tracy Ullman show for a little while on Sunday night.
Real quick,
before Simpsons.
To address the appreciation and gratitude I have for Derek for saying what he said.
Yeah, also probably went up a seating or two in the Caller of the
Probably
Year.
did.
Yes, of course.
I've always felt, or at least I think I've learned, you know, early in my early days, it was more about being right versus being wrong. So you want to prove what you know versus what some caller may call up and say. I've way grown past that, and that's the beauty of doing what we do. See, when you gain a mutual admiration and respect for our listeners, and I'm not kissing ass right now, I'm just saying the benefit of doing this as long as I've done it and where I've grown at in doing this thing. It's not about me being right versus a caller all the time. This is a community of sport fans. And we're sitting here discussing the team that we love and we care about and we're passionate about. And your feelings about the team or your opinions about the team are just as valuable as mine are. Because I'm a fan of the team as well. Yes, I'm a former player, but I'm a fan of the team. I observe, I watch. And the one thing I wanted to make conscious of effort of doing is never belittling the people who call up to the station or who listen to the station because they're sports fans. You know, we as former players have to grow past that and realize this is a community, not a platform for you to display your dominance and how smart you are than everybody else is. We know we played the game. You don't need to remind everybody that you played the game. You hope people will respect the fact that you played, in your opinion, but I've never felt the need to have to remind anybody that I played, and because I played, I know this or that, and you don't. So this is about being a fan, and this is about how you feel about your teams in this city.
Well, and I think everybody appreciates your perspective as a former player.
Sure.
But not forgetting about listener, I wouldn't even, if you did that to me when we were debating something, what the hell am I going to say?
Right. I gotta
you know what I
respect.
mean?
Are you kidding me? Look at the guys I work with.
Yeah, it would be over. Well, no, it's true. I mean, if he goes, Spike, clearly, you're wrong because I told you, I did this.
If I didn't think you put the work in
Right.
and all those things, then I wouldn't respect your opinion.
Right.
That's the great thing about the people we have that work here. They work hard, man. Yourself, both Joes that host the shows. Elliot is a hard worker. Fritzy, like all these guys we challenge each other.
Sure.
You know
yes.
what I mean?
Yes,
we
for
challenge
sure.
each other, so you have to be on your game to be in these conversations with us.
And you'll find out at 3 o'clock if Elliot is on his game today. 215-592-9494. We'll get to Jeremy Fowler's prediction about A.J. Brown immediately after Ike tells you about Mark's Jewelers.
That's right. This Valentine's Day, say it with a diamond engagement ring from Mark's Jewelers. Now, the perfect way to go from I love you to I do. At Mark's, every piece of jewelry becomes part of someone's story. They celebrate real people, real love with expert craftsmanship, personal service, and quality that you can trust. Visit Mark's Jewelers in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, or Montgomeryville, Pennsylvania, and experience the Mark's difference, or shop online at marks-jewelers.com.
All right, so there's an article on ESPN.com where Jeremy Fowler sort of predicts what he thinks is going to happen this offseason. His prediction for A.J. Brown: the Eagles trade A.J. Brown to the Bills. He says Brown's happy to be here quotient in Philly is miserably low. He's a great player, and great players are hard to replace, but the Eagles have never been scared to make a move due to salary cap implications. The Eagles actually can save $7 million on the cap by trading Brown after June 1st, and it feels like it's time. Some league execs have felt that way since October. Quote, the Bills have to upgrade there. Their best receiver is Khalil Shakir, who's a nice player but not a top guy, an NFL personnel evaluator said. Brown is an immediate upgrade, and he's still young, and the Eagles can build the passing game around Devontae Smith and a high draft pick. Other potential fits via NFL scouts: the Titans, the Browns, the 49ers, and the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh.
So there you go.
Number 1 overall pick?
For AJ?
So there you go.
Joshy.
Yeah.
Joshy.
The Buffalo? Now, if I'm the Eagles, I'm not sending him to Buffalo.
Yeah, send him to the Raiders.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it over
Raiders
there.
or Cleveland or Tennessee.
Yeah. I
Well,
wouldn't.
first of all, I want a higher draft pick.
Yes.
Those teams are destined to be bad.
For sure, yes.
So, yes, I wouldn't want to send to Buffalo because at the end of the rounds, whichever round it is, second or third round pick.
So I think the Bills traded a first for Diggs when they traded for Diggs.
I think so, yeah.
It was either a first or a second.
And
they traded for
Did we
Diggs.
trade two? Did we trade two first for AJ? What did we trade?
No.
I think we did. We at least swapped one and traded one.
Maybe one was a flop. Maybe one was a swap, but I don't think they straight up traded two. I think they're definitely trading A.J. Brown. And for everyone, the number of people who say, it's so funny, in 2026, you still have people saying they can't because of the cap. Stop. They can. If A.J. Brown, and you've made this point several times, if A.J. Brown wants to get traded, he will certainly restructure his deal for a new deal with the new team that finds a way.
Boom.
The Eagles can, if the Broncos can make it work with $80 million of dead cap with Russell Wilson, if the Eagles can make it work for, at the time, I thought it was a record.
It was the highest, yes.
It was 30 or 35 with Carson Wentz. They can figure out the A.J. Brown thing. They can figure it out. So I think he gets traded. Today, if I were to ask you yes or no, do you think he gets traded? What do you think?
I would say I would lean more yes than no.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure, but yeah, it feels like it's run its course. And I think he wants a fresh start. And if he's not willing to be happy being here and playing the role that he's been playing, because I don't know how much is going to increase moving forward, why subject yourself to going through the same thing for a fourth year?
Yeah.
23, 24, 25.
Yeah. Well, and
it's been the same thing for 3 years.
And it's just apparently, according to Santa Liquido, the first time he asked for a trade this year was after the third game of the year.
Yeah, they weren't defeated.
So
and he was good in that game.
So if it happens after the
he didn't catch a ball to the second half, or
right,
fourth quarter.
quarter.
I don't think he had one target until the fourth quarter of that game.
If he asked for a trade after the third game this past year,
he's going to start in training camp.
I honestly believe, now I don't think they would go into it in this sort of situation. I sort of think if camp happens and he's not traded, there might be a not report situation.
Sit-ups in the driveway?
No.
He won't do that. But
and he ain't giving up that money.
No, so there's that too.
He may report and just won't be doing anything.
Yeah, my hamstrings bothering me.
Yes.
215-592-9494.
How giving up that money?
How confident are you in the Sirianni and Hurts combo moving forward? Richard in Lansdale, you're on WIP. What's up, Richard?
Hey, I moved. I live near Ballard Kenwood.
Oh, he's back.
I'm trying to remember this guy.
Remember this?
From
Men in Black.
Yeah.
He's the sugar guy.
Oh, yes. Hi, buddy.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Awesome. What's up, Richard?
Well, I have a lot to talk about.
Apparently.
All right, let's start, and I'll get into the birds.
Great.
I recently got a new puppy, 8-week-old golden doodle.
Oh, what are you, a lady?
What a horrible dog.
What are you getting, 8-week-old gold? You get a real dog. No offense. Yeah, anyway.
I'll
Do
talk
you pet
to
it?
you in a minute.
Put it in your purse?
All right, I got a bone to pick with you, too, Ike.
Ooh, I like where this is going.
Okay.
And I have a 1-year-old golden doodle.
Oh,
and
geez
then I have
Louise.
a cockapoo.
What the hell is going on in your house?
So I got 3 dogs, no wife.
Well, that's maybe not a bad choice. I don't know about that, but I don't mind the 3-dog thing.
Well, I would love to have Blue Chew.
Well, not with you got to find a lady first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, I guess you could do it by yourself.
Just talk to Spike.
Yeah.
Spike.
Yeah.
How's your dad?
He's doing good.
Is he retired?
No, he's doing his podcast. Yeah, he's never going to retire. You're not going to see a retired Howard Eskin at any point.
Did he remarry, Spike?
Well, he was never divorced. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the bird.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Is Jalen Hurts, the cap, is he going to get an increase in his salary?
Ike, what do you think?
Man, I'm out, man.
You're out? You were so excited. You're out already? I don't think he's going to get an increase.
Jalen Hurts getting what?
An extension.
An extension.
Well, they should give him one.
No.
Okay. My other question, I don't think they're going to trade him, but he should get his ass in gear and run more.
Who?
Oh, Jalen.
Oh.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I want him to run more, too.
Yeah.
What if he said to you, Richard, What if he said to you, if you pay me more, I will run more?
No, I'll tell you what's ridiculous,
Tell me.
Spike.
Yep.
You shouldn't pay a quarterback an increase in salary or an extension now when he didn't produce this past season.
I don't disagree.
We had his best passing year.
Yeah, that would be the stupidest mistake the Eagles can do.
Why does your voice keep going in and out?
I'm in the car driving.
Oh.
I got one of my dogs with me, but he's sleeping.
Okay. What are your dogs' names?
Benny, Teddy, and Snoopy.
Okay. Snoopy, how'd you think of that?
Teddy and Snoopy.
Well, the peanut character.
I know. I was being
really?
sarcastic. Yeah.
Is that a dog?
I didn't know.
Yeah. All right, Richard.
All right, Richard.
Yeah. Well, you be safe out there.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Good luck with your tiny little dogs.
I'm not working. I'm 64. I'm retired.
Yeah.
Live on City Line on the main line.
Yeah. Where?
How'd you get that?
Just living life.
Yeah. Sounds like a great life.
With 3 dogs, yeah.
3 dogs?
Yeah.
Maybe all fit in your purse?
He was whacking that thing.
What? All right, Richard. Thank you, brother. Wow. Jack was so excited for us to go to Richard.
I love Richard.
Put him right at the top.
Right. I said it's been a while, pal.
He's something else, man. He doesn't sound like a golden doodle guy.
No.
Sound like he ate a golden doodle.
Yeah. A golden doodle
pray for those dogs.
Without a wife?
Yeah.
Dude, what single 64-year-old is having 2 golden
living on
doodles
City
and
Line
a
Ave?
cockapoo?
Wow.
Yeah.
There is no doubt they're all eating the same food, one way or the other.
215.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 215-592-9494. How confident are you in the combo of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts moving forward? A big hour with Elliott coming up next. We'll get any updates there are to the offensive coordinator situation with the Eagles. And also, coming up with Elliott, we will make him answer for his 2025 takes, which he has not answered for yet.
Right.
So, yeah, he never has to answer for any of his takes on this show, so we'll finally get to that. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I've been talking about my friends at Scott Auto Group, where I bought my first car and my current car. Get ready to celebrate the new year in style with a new Kia vehicle. Right now, lease the all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS for just $115 a month for 24 months. Check out Scott Kia of Springfield or the newly opened Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing.
3384 due at signing. 10,000 miles a year. No security deposit required. Applicable taxes, fees apply. Expires 2/2/26.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday, grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers?
eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here. Every fight, bam! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Indiana won the national championship in college football. Fernando Mendoza led the Hoosiers last night and scored the winning touchdown. A 12-yard run on a quarterback keeper. Mendoza will likely be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. He'll get another chance at a major turnaround with the Raiders, who have the number 1 pick overall. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Hank. Sassy Elliott. Hank. Sassy Elliott.
Girl. It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Tuesday at 3 o'clock, which means we are joined for 1 full hour by Sassy Elliott Shore Parks. Hey, Sassy Elliott.
What up? How's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing good. Excited to, talk about this crazy OC search, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Yes.
And in the second half of the hour, we are going to make you answer for your takes for this year. You got away with it last year or last week.
Well, Dable's getting hired in 25 minutes or whatever.
Yeah,
right before.
Right.
Exactly.
So we can't make you answer for your takes. So we started the show, I said that a year ago, if I had asked everyone what their confidence was in the Sirianni-Hurts combo moving forward, we would have had close to 100% approval rating.
Yeah.
Now, a year before that, it would have been shaky, right? Where are you in looking forward, your confidence in this combo?
So before I would say my confidence, I think what stands out to me about that question is, where do we think the Eagles are at with it? Because I can sit here and say, I believe in Nick as a head coach. I think they can still win with Jalen. I would have kept Patullo. I was in to kind of just keep going with what happened this year. You hope they're healthier. You hope there's fewer penalties, those type of things, right? But they're telling us that they need a major change in terms of the offense, right? And they are once again going to give this offense coordinator full autonomy. So that speaks to a certain degree to their sense of confidence Nick could do it, right? And it feels like every leak that comes out of that building paints Jalen in a negative light, right? Like he's hard to coach. He won't run. Like the reason they do things on offense because of them. So I'll give you my opinion of them. But I think what really stands out is like we can feel however we want. They're not portraying a level of like, you should feel gung-ho, this thing's good to go, we're confident in Nick and Jalen. That's just not the sense that it feels like is coming out of that building.
I think they believe that they have a solution for everything. And I think that prevents them from being too in on anyone for very long. And I think when you look at, McLean had the report yesterday. I assume they almost fired him after 23. I think we all assumed that his job was shaky.
Well, at the very
point.
least, I'm not questioning the reporting. I'm just saying at the very least after that, you have to consider it.
Yes.
Like you're certainly going to talk about it.
It took them a while to do the end of year press conference. I was a little surprised.
I would question the 2024 one.
Yeah, he said during the bye that he was on shaky ground. Now we did have the report that that was after the bye when Nick yelled at the fans with Cleveland.
No, it was the game after.
Yeah, it was the game after the bye. We knew that the leadership at NovaCare was not happy about that. That part just sort of adds up to they were not afraid to pivot from Carson. Now, things got worse with Carson than they've gotten here, but they moved on. I think they look at themselves and they said, we did it with Doug, we did it with Carson, we did it with Foles, we did it with Sirianni, we did it with Hurts. We are the reason that the team succeeds, and these two have a hand in that. But if need be, we will find somebody else. And I think that's probably how they think about it.
I definitely think this franchise has gone through a stretch where they feel they could do no wrong. And by the way, like they've mostly been correct about that. Like if you want to say they feel the answer to everything, they kind of have for 2 years. And like the amount of games they win in the regular season at the clip they do, the Super Bowl, going to another one. So no team is above questioning. But I do think in this stretch of Eagles football, they've been pretty close, right? I think the difference now to me is when I look forward, this is the shakiest I've felt about the team in a long time. Like not only the Nick and Jalen thing aside, this offensive line is a concern to me. Like, we don't know if Lane's going to be back. We don't know what Landon's going to be next year. We don't know what Cam is going to be.
Well, Landon, we know what they are healthy.
Right, but Landon himself said after the season that he doesn't know if he'll ever, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, like, he doesn't know if he'll ever be fully healthy. Cam Jurgens had back surgery, right?
Yeah.
So it feels like for the first, and we don't know if Stoutland's going to be back. So for the first time in a long time.
Is he retiring?
Well, is the new offensive coordinator going to want him, or does he not get to pick?
He doesn't.
So you think Stoutland's here no matter what?
As long as he wants to be here.
Okay, well, so if that's the case, and that's another issue for me, which is the offensive coordinator you're bringing in is not going to get to hire his own staff. And so if you're going to say he has full autonomy, but he doesn't get to pick his staff or his quarterback or his offensive line coach or probably his quarterback coach, like that's not really full autonomy to me. So I look at the future. We don't know if AJ is going to be here. Now, we could say if that's a net positive or negative. There's a discussion to be had for that. But like the team for a few years has been on such solid ground. And I don't think that's the case anymore.
Well, so here's my take on coming off of what E just said and some of what you said, Spike. I think it's a little different than the Doug Carson situation. There had been several sort of mediocre to uninspiring bad seasons that happened before 2020 culminated in what it did. That's not the same case here. Carson was an older quarterback that couldn't shake the injury bug, right? Mm-hmm. So in other words, if Carson had been the guy they drafted and played the way he played in 2017, there would have been no question Carson Wentz would have still been here as the quarterback. They didn't even want to trade him.
I was going to say, and by the way, to what you said, like I don't think they pivoted off Carson. I think Carson pivoted off them.
He forced his way out.
And they made the best of it.
Yeah, he forced his way out, which is why you – with a guy like that, you can't, and this is as it pertains to AJ from a parallel standpoint, a guy of that magnitude, a player of that magnitude, if he's not happy here, forcing him to stay here isn't beneficial to being here, and Carson wanted to be traded.
Do you think it's possible they purpose not I know this sounds sort of, Machiavellian almost, but like,
Tupac.
Could they Do you think they made the situation uncomfortable in that they knew he would prefer not to be here?
Wentz?
Yeah.
No, I think they did what they thought was best for the organization, which is have an insurance policy in place. Wentz had just came off a concussion. They knew the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, so they almost just covered themselves just in case it didn't work. Now, it doesn't mean they wouldn't have eventually moved off of him in 2 years or what have you, but I don't think they were ready to move off of him at that point. They just gave him $100 million or so before then, but not to get stuck on him in that situation. Why I think it's different, the Eagles should view this differently is what I was ultimately saying than the Wentz-Doug situation, is that they, for the most part, have been a consistently winning organization under Nick and Jalen. They have. They just won the Super Bowl a year ago. And the fact that we can't withstand, when I say we, I mean the Eagles as an organization can't withstand 1 year of falling short of expectations, whether it's to win another Super Bowl or whatever it was, that all of a sudden we're firing the OC that we approved the year before. Knowing the circumstances, they were the last team playing. It's not like they had a large pool to choose from. They knew the difficulties that are with the passing game and everything else there. Like Kevin Patullo was going to wave some magic wand, and this offense was supposed to look like what? So they pivoted from that. To me, that was a knee-jerk reaction. I wasn't on board or in favor of that. Now, this idea that removing Nick or either Jalen, what are we doing? What are we doing? They were fortunate that Jalen turned out to be who he was after Carson left. Where's the next Jalen at? Where's the next quarterback at? Now, if you tell me we got somebody that's there that's willing to take us to higher heights, then okay. And even with Nick, how many coaches do you know that will come in and play ball, basically be told what you can and you can't do, make it look like you have no power publicly or what have you, and go along with all that without eroding your culture? Like, Nick isn't a guy behind the scenes doing moves behind people's backs and got all this other stuff. He's a team guy. So who else are you bringing in here that you know is going to do that? This offensive coordinator thing, listen, this is going to be something we deal with every other year. This is the way the Eagles have set it up. This is what they're going to deal with. This is what they're going to deal with. Are they bringing some guy in here that's going to call the plays and be the head coach that they want him to be? By the way, a head coach that you're giving all that power to or what have you, but he doesn't really have power. He doesn't really have power. Nick's comfortable in the role that he's in. He's accepted that. Jalen is a quarterback that you've proven you can win with. You chose him to move forward with. Now, you have to make the best. You've already proven you can win with him. Stick with the formula that you've won with him with versus trying to change him into something else. I'm more concerned the Eagles may be meddling too much, right? Instead of just letting things sort of simmer and fester and get better. Just let it get better.
Well, that was, I think we were talking about it with Sheil last week, in that you could imagine if this was the Atlanta Falcons who won the Super Bowl in 24. And the next year they go 11-6, they lose in the first round, and they all just look at each other and go, we could have been better, but it was kind of a Super Bowl hangover the year. The offensive line was hurt the whole year. Let's just get back to work. But here it's not that way. Here the seasons don't just end as a disappointment. It feels like, to your point, everything all of a sudden feels shaky.
Well, and that's why I just don't believe they actually think Patullo was the problem. Like, I think they knew someone had to go. They have to make a change. And this is a good way. To Ike's point, they didn't get to interview a wide net of candidates last time. They probably didn't love Patullo in that role. I think ultimately, deep down, they probably don't have a ton of faith in Nick's offense as they want to move forward with it. And they're like, all right, we can fire Patullo, make people happy. We'll get someone new in the building. But I think if you ask them, like, why was the season bad last year? I think they would say the offensive line. Jalen didn't have a great year. We couldn't run the ball. The penalties. I don't think they would be like...
The things they said all year.
Yeah, I don't think they would be like, we ran too many hitch routes. Like, that would not be the thing that they would bring up. So, to what Ike was kind of saying, like, I do think if they brought Patullo back and they had Sirianni, Patullo, and Jalen as their kind of core, and you got better offensive line play, you could win the Super Bowl next year. Like, I do think that that's the case. they're telling us that something needs to change. Like, so for whatever I want to think, they are making it clear. Like, even they are iffy on the future because they had to make a change. So I think that would be the answer.
So let me ask you this. I asked you this yesterday. I think I asked him this yesterday. What role does Jalen play in this?
In the offensive coordinator?
Yes.
What role do I think he plays or should play?
What role has he played in Patullo not being here?
Oh, okay, right.
What's going to happen moving forward? Because to make these type of decisions independent of finding out what the quarterback thinks, I don't think it's very good either.
I agree.
If he's going to be your quarterback of the future, what he thinks should matter.
Yeah, if they want Jalen to be their quarterback, they should pay him this offseason. They should hire a coordinator that goes to his strengths. I've heard this a lot. They need to bring someone in here that'll yell at him and push at him. Or I disagree with that. I don't think that's a productive way. And that's just my opinion. I don't think that's a productive way to get the best out of Jalen, right? And if you feel you need someone to do that, then I think you have questions internally about if he's the quarterback. Now, to what role did Jalen play in the season struggling, are you saying?
No, I was just saying if
he wanted Patullo to be here,
Patullo would be here. That's what I'm saying.
I think if he wanted Patullo, he'd be here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that as a negative towards Jalen because I don't know the relationship that they may have had.
Right.
I'm just saying there's no way I think they've done this without at least getting Jalen's thoughts on. Because in other words, if he had said, listen, I love working with KP. I think we're doing some good things. We're building on this. Let's stick with it moving forward. Do you think they still would have fired him?
No. But I also think to that, Jalen, and not to pin this on Jalen, but he also could have strongly pushed. You're kind of saying, hey, I'd love to have him back. Do what you got to do. He could have said, I want continuity. I've never had it in my career.
Right.
This is my chance to have a second play caller. I don't think he was the problem. And I don't know if he thinks that, but that would.
I know what you're saying.
Right. So he really could have put his foot down. But I think someone had to go because to your point, Spike, and I'm not trying to make this a Philly thing, but the pressure would have been too strong. If they would have kept Patullo, it would have been an all offseason story. The first week the offense struggled, everybody would have blown up. There would have been boos, and they could have stood up to that because they did for Nick. But I think they didn't want to.
Well, yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to that. I don't think Jalen stood up for him because if he did, now Jalen doesn't. I'm not
saying he's obligated to.
No,
I just wondered
if he didn't think he did a good job.
Have an opinion on the matter is all I'm saying.
But I think what happened is, and I could imagine this scenario very clearly. If they're sitting down with Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, and Nick Sirianni, and Jeffrey Lurie, the ultimate decision maker, said to them, was it Kevin Patullo? And they said, we don't think it was. And he said, should we fire Kevin Patullo? And they said, we don't think you should. He's like, okay, but I am telling you that this is on you now. That you can make the call. You want to bring your guy back, bring him back. But you better be ultra confident that everything's going to be better. And I think probably Nick and Howie said, well, I'm not that sure.
I just don't see what look, the offense had a bad year. So ultimately for Patullo to lose his job, I can't sit here and be like, they were 8th in points, right?
No.
Right?
Yeah.
But I just don't get what they would point to. I wonder if they thought he couldn't handle the pressure of the job or something like that, where it's not the scheme and that type of thing.
Well, he did seem like he was breaking. I mean,
I agree.
You start throwing eggs at your house.
Well, no, and I don't blame him for it. I would have run, but Ryan Fitzpatrick saying that he's calling him and he's talking about how hard
you got
it
to
is.
feel from him a little bit there. He's having a private conversation with a friend.
Well, yes.
See, these podcasters, man.
Well, and it's not even...
It's like whisper down the lane. It's Ryan Fitzpatrick to Richard Sherman.
That's the other thing. Fitzpatrick didn't even say it. He told Richard Sherman, and then Richard Sherman went and said it. So they are interviewing Brian Daboll today?
Yes.
And what do you think the odds are that Daboll gets the job?
So I think he would check a lot of boxes for them. I think what he would really check the most, to be honest, is a big fish. They would feel pride in hiring him, right? If they hired him, it would be, look, this job was attractive. We did get a veteran guy. Fans can be excited about it. Now, I think I didn't hear one fan say over the last 5 years, man, I wish Brian Daboll was running every time.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a switch over the last 1 week.
They saw Kevin Patullo.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, Patullo's done a better job over the last few years than Brian Daboll has. Like now he's been
he's had.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I
What are you talking about?
Patullo helped them win a Super Bowl.
He held Kellen Moore's hand and Sirianni's hand.
It was the passing game.
Yeah, how did the passing game look?
Yeah, so he was the right-hand man to Sirianni. Again, I agree with you. The passing game's not been good, but that staff has gotten the most out of this roster. I cannot say Brian Daboll has gotten the most out of the Giants roster.
Okay, Brian Daboll also had a more successful year as offensive coordinator in 2020 than Kevin Patullo's ever had.
I agree with that, but I'm saying over the last few years.
He's a more qualified.
I think Brian Daboll is more qualified for this job than Kevin Patullo.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, now, we can agree with that.
I agree with that, but Brian Daboll does not have an outstanding resume. He
Just
doesn't.
But you don't just hire on resume, because if his resume was great, he wouldn't be looking for a job. You know, it's just true. When you go and you look at the candidates, I believe that Mike McDaniel is a very bright offensive guy. His resumes, you don't look at his resume and go, wow, look at all those number one offenses.
You can't win in cold weather.
Yeah, even hiring Vic Fangio off of Miami, it's not like his defenses in Miami were
So
great.
I definitely get that point.
Yeah.
Like, now it doesn't feel like Patullo is being afforded that same thing. Not from you, but I'm saying.
I'm just saying they're separate conversations.
Yes. I'm just saying I think the Daboll hire, while I get why people will be excited about it, he's a veteran play caller. Like, I don't view this as a game changer for the season. I'm going to feel way different. Like, I don't know. I think the team could be better next year if the offensive line is better.
Right.
And in that case, I think any coordinator would do a better job.
Well, but there is something to knowing what to do with the horses, right? Like, you can have a stable of horses and not know how to corral them and run them or anything else. I think Brian Daboll, having somewhat of a track record where he's been an OC at some high-profile situations. He's worked with high-profile players. That's a part of it as well. That's kind of why I don't want some young guy who's
I agree
getting
with
his
you on
first
that.
shot.
Some of these people are in their early 30s. I'm like, you can't hand this offense over to a 32-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, some 32-year-olds could have done a big job.
Yeah, it's true. I guess, yeah. Sometimes you just have it.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. I guess that's one of the things that makes me feel comfortable about Daboll is that he's a more seasoned guy, and I don't mind that he's a little rough around the edges. I think there's Nick has that to him, but as the head coach, I think sometimes he doesn't know where to place that energy at. Sometimes, like Vic Fangio, he's not a yeller and screamer, but he brings a certain aura into the room, into the building, out on the practice field, that his players respond to it. I think a guy like Daboll could come in and infuse that type of energy into the offense, where now they all of a sudden have somewhat of a personality that reflects him.
I think he would have an authoritative voice in the way Patullo did not. I agree with you on that.
And it's worth noting.
That's a short way of saying
it's also worth noting that he could be a good offensive coordinator without being a good head coach and offensive coordinator.
100%. But he has been an offensive coordinator before Buffalo and failed. He was
sure.
But hold on, where was he at before Buffalo?
I believe it was. I have it written down.
He didn't
I don't
fail
want to say.
Bama.
17 touchdowns, 1 interception for Jalen.
So I'm happy you brought Jalen up.
We don't do that.
I don't think you answered. What do you think the percent chances they hire Brian Daboll to be the offensive coordinator?
35%.
Okay. All right.
Higher than anybody else's?
That'd probably be the highest, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll take that, E.
The Jalen thing, right? I hope, and I'm sure they will, like, they brought Matt Patricia in the building, even though him and Darius Slay had a rocky relationship. And I'm not comparing that directly to Daboll and Hurts, but Daboll was on the staff that benched Jalen, which was probably the most traumatic moment of Jalen's No, I think it matters. Like, Jalen holds grudges. Like,
no, he doesn't.
I think he does.
They wouldn't hire Daboll if they think Jalen hates him.
Let me ask you this: is he holding a grudge against Alabama?
I don't know, to be honest.
I don't know. You covered him for 6 years,
right? But I mean, I don't see him talk about Alabama all the time.
And that's the only school he claims. When's he talk about Oklahoma?
I see him in Oklahoma stuff. Maybe I'm wrong.
The school he claims is the SEC in Alabama, and he quotes Nick Saban, the guy who actually benched him.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point about Saban.
The only point that I'm saying, because I said this yesterday, is I think we overplayed that benching. I think Jalen used that as a learning tool. He didn't immediately transfer from Alabama. He stayed an entire year after he was benched. and then left to go to Oklahoma. So if he was so bitter and resentful towards them and what happened, he would have left there feeling like he was unjustifiably set. I'm not saying he enjoyed it. What I am saying is I don't know if he holds some grudge against everybody in Alabama. The guy loves Alabama. That's what he talks about. Hell, you wouldn't even know he went to Oklahoma half the time.
The Nick Saban, you're right about Nick Saban. He brings it up all the time. You are right about that. I just think that is something that needs to be solved and at least discussed when making this hire, because Dable was the one that was part of that, right? And so
he was there.
He was there. He was the offensive coordinator. Now, I'm sure Saban made the decision.
Is he mad at Devontae because Devontae caught the pass
Devontae had nothing to do with it.
Well, I'm saying, though, they enjoyed
But
catching
Devontae
balls
didn't
from
bench
Tua.
him. Yeah, but Devontae didn't bench him.
I'm just saying he hates everybody in Alabama.
No, I don't think he hates everyone in Alabama. I wonder if he hates Dable. Like, I would just want the answer to that question. So between the Nick stuff, between like the vibes in New York, I just don't love the Dable hire. I would rather hire Jim Bob Cooter. I would rather hire Zach Robinson.
Zach Robinson,
he doesn't have a great resume.
What is
he
his
has a better
resume?
resume than Dable does.
How?
He went to Atlanta with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix as the quarterback, right? And they've had top 15 in yards both years. I think they
got worse the second year.
Yeah, they got worse. Because the quarterback.
He's got the best running back in football.
And Bijan had an awesome year.
But as a team, he's got Drake London. He's got and Kirk Cousins is not like he's a replacement level quarterback. He's
I'm
not
agreeing
bad.
with you.
Okay.
I think that the quarterback was not great those 2 years there, right? Because like Kirk Cousins is fine, but they were in and out of the lineup, and I think he's gotten not amazing results out of there, but they were, again, top 15s in yards both years, so they moved the ball consistently. He learned under Sean McVay. He's called plays for 2 years.
Sure.
I think it's
Zach Robinson did a better job with Atlanta than Dable did with the Giants in his first year or second year?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he got fired.
He did get fired, but so did Dable.
Yes, but Dable got fired from being a head coach.
Okay.
It's a different thing.
And
He's not head coach.
But also, Zach Robinson, unless I'm wrong about this, got fired because the head coach got replaced. Am I wrong about that?
I would assume so.
Yeah, so I think that's a little bit different.
It's fair.
Yeah.
But the head coach was a defensive guy.
Yes.
And Raheem Morris. And if Zach Robinson was that highly thought of for the work that he did with Atlanta, why wouldn't they make him the head coach?
They could have. But again, I like that he's from the McVay tree. That's a good thing.
Yeah, sure.
So I think it's a cleaner hire. Dable, I think. Jim Bob Cooter I like because he comes from the Sirianni tree.
See, you know what? Brian Dable, Nick's not going to be able to get involved in that offense.
And so now they apparently have a good relationship. They've worked together.
Oh, that's right. You told me that.
Yeah, Nick said he's
like his mentor. Right.
Yeah.
Now it's all well and good.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but there's actually a good article by Zach Berman of The Athletic on it. You should read
why
it.
didn't you write it?
Yeah, I did read it. Yeah, why didn't I write it? Yeah. There's probably a long answer to that.
Yeah.
But I think that with Dable, it's all well and good now until it's week 2, the offense is struggling. Then are those two personalities going to match? And that's my word. Well, I'm not putting him up on the booth just because I'm worried of how he'll interact with Nick. If he wants to be on the sideline, he needs to be on the.
I'm a Slowick guy anyway.
Oh, I'm not that big on.
Well, first of all, Dable was in the booth when he called plays in Buffalo.
Okay, so maybe he'd prefer to be up there. I want him to be
booth.
where he wants to be. Is my point. If he wants to be on the sideline,
but if they have personality and one guy can't stay out of the other guy's way, then get your butt up in the booth.
Yeah, well then you got the wrong guy, in my opinion.
No, not necessarily.
If you can't trust two people to be next to each other on the sideline,
it's not about that. It's just it's a matter of a workplace and what makes the collective work best. That's what it is. Everybody's not going to be kumbaya. Everybody's not going to. If Nick's a fiery guy and he can't keep his hands in his pocket because he has to have something to do or what have you, let Dable do his job.
They ain't hiring Dable. They're going to hire some doofus we never heard of before. Let's be honest.
Well, first off,
we can't talk about him though.
No, we can't.
Dable's the only one that's interesting to talk about.
First off, Dable should be in the booth because we know he has problems with the medical tent.
Well, that's a good point. You
Another good point. Keep him away from the tent.
Can't get to the blue tent from the booth, or at least it's a long run.
Well, Big Dom could stop him.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Or sorry, did you?
We got no. Well, we.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yes. All right. And I have.
It is a quick one.
Yeah. Well, we also have Elliot's old takes. I also have.
We can talk about it next break.
I have a trade proposal for Elliot next as well. An Eagles trade proposal.
I love that.
And a saying that Elliot says that's infuriating.
Oh yes, that other thing that I learned about last night. Another thing that Elliot's wrong about. Just a long list.
No, I'm not wrong about this.
Well, you're literally wrong.
Would you say we're going to talk about in the next segment?
Yes.
I would too. Because it's the next segment.
Yes, it's not.
Would you
this
say we're going to talk about it this
will,
segment? No, because that's this segment.
Yes, and I have an explanation for you. And
I can't wait to hear it.
Well, is Saturday? We'll get to that next.
Yeah.
We'll get to that
next.
next.
When are we going to get to that?
Coming up next.
Next, correct.
Yes, right.
It's the next segment.
Right, because we are in a segment. We're not in a weekend.
Would you say this Saturday is
dummy.
the next one? When's the next time there will be a Saturday?
No. The reason that it's this Saturday, you moron, is this weekend is because it's part of this week.
It's the next Saturday.
Yes, it is
that's
next Saturday, but it's not next Saturday.
It is. The next time Saturday occurs will be 4 days from now.
Look it up.
I don't have to look it up.
Okay,
today's Tuesday.
So what's
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
What's the weekend after that?
The one after that. I would say the Saturday after that.
No.
That's what I would say.
Well, you'd be wrong.
I don't think I am. I think everybody else is wrong.
They're right and you're wrong.
No, I disagree.
It's actually a part of the English
language.
language.
When's the next Saturday? When is the next Saturday?
This coming Saturday.
No, yes, correct. This Saturday is the next one.
But you're not asking what is the next Saturday. You're asking what is this weekend or next weekend. And it is this weekend.
The next Saturday is 4 days from now.
Okay, so then what's this weekend?
It's Saturday.
Oh, you mean the one coming up?
I'm saying,
no.
Okay,
all right, we'll
I
get to
didn't
that
use
next.
the word this
we'll
at all.
We'll get to that next.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, you did. You literally said
I just
this.
said
Cut it.
I said it's Saturday.
Yeah, cut it. So what's this weekend? What is this weekend?
It's the next weekend. The next weekend on the calendar.
This weekend?
The next one.
Right, that's this one, you
So
dummy.
it's next. That's the point.
No, they can't be this and next.
Why?
Because it isn't. They're two different things.
Because it's wrong.
All right.
Sorry, we can go to break.
All right.
Yeah.
That is coming up next.
Next, correct? Yes.
I swear to Christ, I will kick you out of the rest of the segment.
No, man, we got a whole thing we got to do with him.
This segment.
Segment's over.
See what you started?
Go ahead, say it. Say next segment.
It's the WIP after. I'm serious. Turn his mic off. I'm going to punch him. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I feel bad that I'm talking about Colonial right here and John Ashdale because I feel opposite about the way that I do feel about Elliott as I do about John Ashdale because he's going to have it right. He is going to make the process of buying a brand new Hyundai fast, easy, and better, and not prolonged. I'm going to murder him. I'm literally going to murder him. This month at Colonial Hyundai, which is in Downingtown, only this month, drive home any new Hyundai, the Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new 26 Hyundai Tucson SE for just $199 a month. No hassle, no flags, no unnecessary roughness, no Elliott. Colonial is also going to make it easy to trade in your current Hyundai because Elliott won't be there. But the cars are John Ashdale will. They'll give you more for your trade than anyone else. The highest trade-in values of the region. The new dealership is going to make things fast, easier, and better. Why? Because Elliott's not there, making things take longer and wrong. As always, every new Hyundai, you're going to get America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance, and guaranteed no Elliott for those 10 years. That is with America's best warranty. Online, 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
If your old heater decides to call it quits in the middle of winter, no biggie. Horizon Heating and Cooling are your local experts at keeping you warm inside while kicking the cold to the curb. We'll be there to help same day with no emergency fees, even on nights and weekends. Horizon even replaces your broken unit the next day with free estimates available. And right now, trade in your old unit and get up to $5,000 toward a new HVAC system installation. So don't let heating issues stress you out. Book horizonservices.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. When it comes to my car, I trust United Tire and Service, and I've been going to them for years. Every United Tire location is owner-operated with owners who have real automotive backgrounds and stand behind their work. People are keeping their cars longer than ever, and reliability matters when you're driving your family around. United Tire doesn't just fix what's wrong, they help you plan ahead. Right now, they're offering a free vehicle safety check to catch small issues early. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
During an inauguration ceremony in Newark, Mikey Sherrill was sworn in as New Jersey's governor. A code blue is in effect for the city of Philadelphia, with temps getting into the single digits. Former Pat's King of Steaks owner, Frank Oliveri Sr., has died.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey everybody, this is Hugh Douglas. And I'll say it, Tasty Cake doesn't miss. They're always rolling out amazing treats. For a limited time, you can get your hands on the salted caramel baked pie. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's a graham cracker crust caramel cheesecake flavor. That's the problem in the best way. And the mint chocolate candy cakes family pack means you're covered all week unless your family finds them first. Maybe one of those will become your new favorite. Classic snacks, new favorites, same great Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Your exclusive home for the Philadelphia Eagles offseason is Sports Radio 94 WIP.
That voice sounds familiar.
We played Stapleton a couple times.
All right. Yeah, this is okay.
This country music?
Yeah.
What type of damn country music is this?
Well, Chris Stapleton's got a little soul to him.
A little soul.
Yeah, he's got a little soul to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cold out.
Well, yes, it is cold out.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That's your 3:30 country. In 1 hour, you'll have your 4:30 90s. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Because the moment matters, choose exceptional quality, fair pricing, and expert craftsmanship. Online at marks-jewelers.com. How do you refer to the weekend that is coming up? This weekend or next weekend? Elliot, what do you think the response is?
I would say incorrectly, probably this weekend.
92.8%.
Interesting. I'm proud of the 8% that are being honest.
It's actually just a thing in the English language where if you just look it up, that the weekend coming up is this
when
weekend.
When is the next Saturday?
Because it is, but you can keep saying that.
Because that's the only point I need.
No, it's part of this week.
I get that.
So it is this, but like that.
So let me ask you this. This radio show is happening,
yes,
right? Would you say this segment coming up is the next segment?
Yes, because it is a different segment from this segment.
But
this,
you're talking about days within a week. You're talking about days within a week.
You're going to let me talk. Turn his mic off.
You're talking about days within a week.
Turn his mic off.
Go ahead.
Turn his mic off. Turn his mic off.
I can listen.
The difference between the segments is that they are separate segments. We are within a segment. If we were talking about last Saturday and I said, what is the next weekend, which is what you're doing with segments, if it was Saturday and I asked you what next Saturday was, then it would be the following Saturday because we are in a segment and next segment will be a separate segment. Whereas coming up on this weekend is part of this week because we are within a week. So if it was like the segments and we were part of last Saturday and I said next Saturday, then it would be that Saturday. Do you see the difference?
That's just not how I view it. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you would be wrong.
This upcoming Saturday is
it's okay.
The next Saturday.
It's okay. You're wrong. It is the next Saturday, but it's not next Saturday.
Correct. It is the next Saturday.
Yes, but it is not next Saturday.
It is if it's the next one.
No, they are different.
It's not how I view it.
Well, you can view it however you want.
I know I can. I'm saying
you can view it however you want.
Yeah.
You're just wrong.
I don't think I am.
It's okay. Well, I don't think the sky's blue. It's green.
And you're welcome to think that.
Yes,
but mine has way
right.
more logic than that because the sky is obviously blue.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
Yes. This is like a good segue into this next part.
So there was a report from Mike Florio yesterday that he believes that the Raiders are going to make a play to try to trade for Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Jeremy Fowler made that same point today. If you are the Philadelphia Eagles, would you make the call to the Baltimore Ravens? In that Lamar Jackson is going to have to get a new contract, but you would think that Jalen Hurts would have to get a new contract. The Eagles, when they have made moves, have made big moves. Mm-hmm. You know, whether it's trading for A.J. Brown, signing Saquon Barkley, when they traded up to get Carson Wentz, when they thought about trading for Deshaun Watson, when they thought about trading for Russell Wilson, there were big moves. If a top 5 quarterback is available in the league, do you think the Eagles should and would make a call to the Baltimore Ravens about potentially trading for Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
Do you think they would, or do you think
I think if there are... The Eagles call on everybody. So
yes.
I believe if Lamar Jackson is in the trade market, the Eagles would like to know what he is being traded for. Do I think they would seriously entertain trading for Lamar? I think if in a world where they heard Lamar wanted to come to Philadelphia, the Ravens were willing to talk, I think you would have to consider it. And I think they would.
Consider it.
Yeah, I think they would too.
Now they would do it.
Yeah, right.
I think they would do it.
The question,
yeah.
Right. The question though is how many ones are you attaching to Jalen?
2.
You think 2? Okay.
I don't know. It all
seems fair enough.
Well, it all depends on how much they value Jalen and
the Ravens.
The Ravens, yeah. And there is a possibility that there's another team available that will give you a 1 for Jalen, and then you take that one along with your 2, and you flip it. I know Lamar Jackson hasn't won the Super Bowl, but to say that you can't win a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson, I think is ignorant.
I agree.
You can, and he is one of the few in the NFL that is literally a game changer. You know, he is in his career, he's won 2 MVPs and he's still in his prime. So unless you know something about him that would preclude you from doing it, you know that physically he's not the same guy, you know that he's bad in the building, all those sorts of things. But I think you would have to make the call, and I think if it were a price like that, I think not only would they consider it, I think you
well,
have to.
The other aspect of this is not to compare Jalen to Tim Tebow, but when Tebow was at the height of his fame, the Broncos went to Peyton Manning. And it was one of the few moves you could make where it's like, all right, we're moving on from Tebow, but everyone's not going to lose their mind because we're bringing in Peyton Manning. If you trade Jalen for a 1 straight up and you go to like Tanner McKee, that's very different.
Yes.
If you think you if internally you have questions about Jalen's ability to be the quarterback for the future, and the way you can swap him out is by bringing in Lamar Jackson, then that's like, this is your chance to do it without the public completely losing their mind.
Without question.
Yeah.
I actually think it's most similar to what it's a different quarterbacks, different parts of their evolution, clearly. But when the Rams traded Goff for Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah,
said,
it's a better one, yeah.
look, we've been successful. I know Jared Goff didn't win the Super Bowl. We've been successful. We're a successful offense. I want to go and level up. And they made the trade for Stafford. Difference being is that Lamar Jackson is much younger than Stafford, has been more successful than Stafford was to this point in his career. So
The difference there, and
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how Rams fans felt about Jared Goff.
I know Rams fans.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's part of the bonus.
And
of it.
no fan base is 100% into one way. But trading Jalen would not go over well in the city. Jalen has won them a Super Bowl. He represents the franchise in a great way. He wins all the time. Like, I think a lot of people would think he's not the problem, right? So trading Jalen is not there. You have to have better had someone coming in that people believe in.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so too.
And I would tell you, that's two different personalities.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jalen.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two different personalities.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's personality versus Jalen's personality is different.
They're different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wonder how that would. Now it's not going to happen, obviously. But then it's like the offensive coordinator. You know, who are you hiring one for Lamar? Like, there's a bunch of different parts there.
Yeah.
Well, if you hire Brian Daboll, he could do both.
Maybe not well, but
Yeah.
he certainly can try.
Well, yeah. There you go. I'm surprised that they fired Harbaugh and that this would be. I don't know if this will happen or not. It's clearly. Those are two pretty reliable guys in Florio and Fowler, and if they think that the Raiders are going to make a run at him, it means that the Raiders think he's gettable. Now they will have the number one pick in the draft, but I don't think having the number one pick in the draft for this particular quarterback class is like having the number one pick in the draft when there was a no doubt.
Hell, not even in last year.
Yeah, I'm not a Mendoza guy. Yeah. I have a super quick hypothetical, but I don't want to derail things. So just all right.
Yeah, because you really are.
I know, but I do think no. Okay, let's just start. But
Okay.
Brandon Graham, right?
Yeah.
If Brandon wants to play again, do the Eagles have to welcome him back, or do you think
no?
Would you? What if he's like, I'm going to go play for Harbaugh and the Giants?
I don't think, God bless, my opinion, I don't think that you can be held hostage by your fifth edge. And he is a legend, and I would hope they would be able to have the conversation with him that they did after the Super Bowl, I think.
Which they ended up going back on and asking him to come back twice.
Yes, first, yeah, absolutely. But I think you have to have the conversation with him. Look, man, whatever you want, but we're not in a situation. Our edge play was not good enough this year. You came in, you did an admirable job, but we got to get better.
Okay.
And he said, "Okay, I'm going to go play for the Giants." I would say, I'm sorry you're going to do that.
Yeah, you have to wish him well.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering where you guys are at with it.
If he wants to play bad enough that it doesn't matter where he plays at from his standpoint, meaning that it doesn't have to be the Eagles in his eyes, then you have to let him go play. You, like Spike said, you can't be held hostage by Brandon based on what he wants to do, right? As callous as that may sound, but if BG wants to keep playing, then let him figure out if there's a team out there that will bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I think he showed he has some stuff still left in the tank.
Yeah, I would bring him back.
That somebody would bring him in as sort of especially if you get him on a veteran team.
Well,
I don't know if you want him on a young team, but if you put him on a veteran team where a team is trying to win, BG is good in your locker room.
Also, is he? I mean, how much is he playing for?
Right. Well, you know it's not going to be a whole lot. It's
right.
not.
You know,
he's 37 years old.
They had two guys play for them this year that one of them just filled snaps and the other one didn't play. Azeez Ojulari didn't play. I hardly remember him playing this year.
I think he played in one game, maybe.
And Uche was there.
Yeah.
You know, but
got benched.
So, do you want to go over some of Elliot's 2025 takes?
I'm interested in
Let's
these,
do it.
man.
Are you in for this, Jack?
It was
Of
his
course.
idea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wonder whose idea it was. Yeah.
So the first one was...
Tell me Ike didn't text you guys? Like,
You know I did.
yeah, I got an idea.
Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts are arguably one of the top 10 head coach quarterback combos of all time.
Yeah. And I think
come
it's
on.
well. I think in some ways this season validated that. Like even in a down year for these two, They made the playoffs, won the division, and could have won 12 games if they tried. Like, there are just not many head coach and quarterback duos that have accomplished what Jalen have accomplished in their first 5 years together, that win at the clip they do, that have a Super Bowl, that have been to 2. Like, yes, absolutely.
And you would agree, though, that it's possible that neither one of them is with the team in 2027.
I would agree with that, yeah.
And would you ever, with any of the other 9 in their prime, say that that was a possibility?
I'd have to be in each situation.
Okay, all right. Probably not.
But their resume speaks. It's not really an opinion thing. Like, their resume speaks to a Hall of Fame duo that is arguably top 10.
It's not arguably top 10.
I think it is. We went over this when I was freezing in Green Bay.
Okay, Kyle Shanahan teams are not tough.
I think I was wrong about that.
Okay.
They showed toughness this year for sure.
All right.
And I think
there we are.
The Eagles. I think the Eagles underestimated how bad the Niners wanted to come in here and beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the clip of Trent Williams where he's like, "They wanted us, now they got us"?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
And I don't think they tanked for the Niners, but you certainly left that opportunity open for them to view it that way.
Yeah, I think this whole season was a demonstration of toughness by that football team. Actually,
and not
the
by
49ers.
the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 for 2. Another one, you trust the Eagles offense in a big spot these playoffs more than the Rams offense.
Yeah, I still feel that way.
Well, okay, all right.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the Rams offense in 2 consecutive games had game-winning drives, whereas the Eagles failed on their game-winning drive.
They did.
Scored 19 points at home against one of the worst defenses in football.
So how many points did the Rams score this past weekend? Was it 20 in overtime?
20.
Okay, so 20 points in overtime. That's not a ton of points.
Yeah, but
hold on. And then when the Eagles lost to the Niners, I agree their offense didn't score as much as I thought. But if you give me that exact game 10 times, I think Devontae and AJ catch those passes 8 times. I think it was uncharacteristic. And if they catch them, they're in the mid-20s, if not the 30s, and they win the game.
So to be clear,
I trust it, but a fluke thing happened.
So to be clear, just so we're laying it out, so one offense was the top scoring offense in the league. They've won 2 playoff games and have had game-winning drives in both.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was the 23rd best scoring offense in the league, lost at home as a 6-point favorite and failed on their final drive. And the offense that you trust more is the latter.
Because I think Devontae will catch that ball 9 out of 10 times.
What about Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua?
They're all good too, but I think Devontae Smith catches that ball, which changes the whole equation of this conversation.
But you know that Puka Nacua and
agree.
Devontae Adams did catch those
They did,
balls.
for sure. And
so
I think
the
Devontae
proof is actually right there.
No, but how many times out of 10 do you think Devontae catches that?
It doesn't matter.
But it matters to me.
No.
But it matters
you
to me.
said
Because I'm saying that if he catches it, they
you
get
can't
into
do the thing where you say they'll do it when it matters, and it mattered, and they didn't do it, and say you still believe they'll do it when it matters. You can't. You and everyone else about this offense has been like, well, when they need to, they needed to, and they didn't.
But the
proof is in the pudding.
But the parts people thought couldn't do it, did it. The Patullo got guys open. Jalen got the ball down the field. Devontae, now I think the throws were not good on some of them,
also,
right?
Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua are a better wide receiver combo than the Eagles have. Matt Stafford is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts is. They are better in every facet of offensive football, and in 2 have-to-do-it situations, they did it.
Okay, so first of all,
how many have-to-do-it situations did the Eagles come through with this year?
I mean,
you read the document.
Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't know if you were saying that on air, but again, the
Jax.
Regardless,
Jalen
So
manifesto.
first of all, the Rams got to play the Panthers, who I think we all agree is an easier competition than the Niners, right? And again, Devontae.
I don't know that.
I do.
Well, sure it was.
Yeah, come on.
That Niners team?
Okay, then they won in Chicago.
Yeah, that was an impressive win. They scored 20 points.
Yes, but they did it when they needed to.
And the Eagles almost did until Devontae dropped it.
And the 20 still would have been more than the Eagles' 19.
Not if Devontae catches it.
But he didn't.
Again, I agree with you at that.
But your entire proposition, Elliot, is that they would do it when they needed to.
Yes, but
and they needed to, and they didn't.
If you want to tell me your biggest concern with the offense when they need to have it is Devontae, then we can have that discussion. But what I'm saying is the parts that everybody doubted, I was right about. They got down the field. Devontae dropped a pass. AJ dropped a pass. I didn't calculate that as something that could happen.
You said that the Eagles' defense this year was better than the Eagles' defense last year.
That ended up being wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you say the Rams are playing this weekend?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Not next weekend?
But again, it's next Saturday.
No, you got
next Saturday.
No.
Next Saturday. I'm still correct. Next Saturday. It is the next Saturday.
You said that Jahad Campbell is an edge.
Well, hold on. This has been misrepresented. all
on this
season.
show?
Yes. I said I think he has upside as edge. What I said was the Eagles drafted him there because they think he can play edge. That is why they took him in the first round. I did not say that I think he's like.
They were wrong.
They could be. We'll
you
see.
see him
But
whiff on Josh Johnson?
What?
You see him whiff on Josh Johnson?
Again, I think he has to develop at edge. I agree.
Okay.
But yeah, I think they still view him as they still
There's
edge
no way
potential.
they view him as an edge rusher.
We'll find out.
Okay.
They bring Nakobe
signed
back.
9 other players when they needed
Yes,
one.
but
and
I
they
think
didn't
the
even
reason
use
they
him.
took him in the first round, it wasn't this like we believe in linebackers now. It was they think he has edge potential.
You said that Jalen Hurts is the second best quarterback in football.
Well, obviously not anymore.
Okay, all right. So you're wrong about that.
No, I wasn't wrong. I was right when I said it.
No, he's the same guy.
No, the resume is different now. To act like I should view Jalen and these quarterbacks the same way a year later is
I
crazy
agree
to
with
me.
him on that one.
He was never the second
Okay, let me
best
ask you
quarterback in
this.
football.
If Josh
he was
Allen,
never,
if Josh
never.
Allen
He
would
is
have
the
won
best quarterback in football.
If Josh Allen would have won the Super Bowl this year, do you think that should have changed his rankings?
No, because he's the best quarterback in football and he would be the best quarterback.
You think the resume and what happens does not impact the rankings?
How you play impacts
But
it.
that impacts what happens.
Jalen was never in 2024 or 2025 the second best quarterback in football.
I disagree.
And no, he never was.
Well, no, I disagree. So
Well,
I think he was. But now he did not
So
have a good
in
year.
2024,
when he won the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl
Right.
MVP, yes.
And when Josh Allen won the MVP as the actual MVP, you thought he was a better quarterback than Josh Allen in 2024?
I think I said he belongs to be ranked ahead of him.
Okay, so you think he's better?
I think Jalen last year, yes, should have been ahead of him in the rankings.
So
but
you
the
think
ranking,
he was, just say it out loud. He was better than Josh Allen.
Yes, he was.
Okay. All right. This
I don't know what
is
you want me to
not
say.
going for you. It's not
It is
well
going
you.
for me.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
And you also said
Josh Allen, by the way, who I, again, had a better year than Jalen, did turn the ball over a ton in the playoffs.
He did, and he also scored 30 points and had a perfect game in the playoffs, and he played twice.
And Jalen has a Super Bowl MVP, and he had a perfect championship game. Those things matter as well.
Right.
They do. You can't say they don't matter.
And then, but he's never been a better quarterback than
But he
Josh
has
Allen.
a better resume.
But that's not the same
That
thing.
is the that is the same thing.
Okay, so
to
is
me.
Aaron Rodgers? Who's got a better resume? Aaron Rodgers or Jalen?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, is Aaron Rodgers the best quarterback in football?
Not right now, no.
Okay, why?
Because he's like 45.
Because
and the
of
majority
how
of his
he
resume.
played.
Right, but I'm using Jalen's resume
Because
from
of how
last
he
year.
played.
You're using
and
Aaron.
last year he wasn't the second best
When he
quarterback
won the
in
Super Bowl
football.
MVP?
No, he wasn't.
I think he was.
Was Nick Foles the second best quarterback in football?
He only played a fraction of the
All
season.
right. But he won the Super Bowl MVP?
But it's different.
No, because the games matter.
No, it's different because Jalen played all year. Nick only
And
played
he
4
didn't
games
play
that year.
well all year.
No, that's not true. He didn't play well all year.
You also said Kevin Petullo would be a head coaching candidate.
I still think he should be.
Have
I
you,
never
have you
hold
heard
on.
his name in the
hold
cycle?
Hold on. Again, misrepresenting.
No.
I never said he would be. I said I think he should be, and I do think he would be a
Go to the
great head
tape.
coach.
Go to the
Go
tape.
to the tape.
Go
And
to
by
the
the way,
tape.
I'm not going to let the flawed interview process of these loser teams impact my decision. Kevin Petullo has been the right-hand man to one of the best head coaches in the NFL over the past 5 years. If they don't want to interview him, that's their loss.
You know what? You know who didn't think it mattered? The Eagles. The guy who's who he was the right-hand man
The Eagles,
to.
in my opinion, buckled to public pressure. I don't think they think Petullo was a problem.
Well, Nick Sirianni said that he chose to fire Kevin Petullo. So,
okay.
All right. Elliot, wrong about everything.
Oh, man.
What's on the next segment?
We'll see.
What's on this segment?
This segment's almost over.
Yeah, this segment's almost over.
So what's next?
Yes, it is a different segment.
Correct. It's the next segment.
You're not going to get me to cry like you did with Barchard. Yeah.
There we go. The next segment. That was fun. I really thought you would have more, to be honest. With like
You thought I'd have more? You're wrong about all of them.
I was correct about most of those. I
No,
really
you
thought
weren't.
you had like things lined up.
Shanahan, wrong.
I admitted wrong about
offense
that.
better than the Rams, wrong.
Correct.
Oh, you also
Defense.
said you felt better going into the playoffs this year than last year.
Well, that's true. It is how I felt. I mean, obviously it didn't play out that way, but it is how I felt.
You can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcasts. It comes out every day. If you want 30 minutes of this when you wake up.
The only way to start
You
the
should
day.
just put the argument about this and next at the beginning of the Go Birds podcast.
Yes,
No
you should.
context,
Yeah.
Will
Coming
do.
up next, JT spoke today. And Dave Dombrowski spoke today.
Made everyone feel better?
Oh, yeah, everyone feels great. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take a shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I told you, I'm taking the home teams this Sunday, man. Give me Denver and Seattle. Nobody wants to see that Super Bowl, which probably means that's the Super Bowl we get. Unfortunately, then apply your profit boost and go at the even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Carrier has the home comfort you need and financing options to fit any budget. Right now, you can enjoy 60 months financing on a new home comfort system. Turn to your local Carrier home comfort expert for efficient heating and cooling performance, healthier indoor air, and convenient monthly payments for qualified buyers. Visit nopaycarrier.com. That's nopaycarrier.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The greatest story in sports is complete as the Indiana Hoosiers won the national championship last night. Curt Cignetti completed the single greatest turnaround in sports and the greatest single coaching season in college football. And if you think the Hoosiers are going anywhere, they're the betting favorite to win it all next season, which is even more impressive. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're actually going to push back the JT Realmuto conversation because we will have a surprise guest in a moment. Yeah, well, I think we have a pretty good. I think we have a pretty good surprise guest. Oh, do we have? We have our surprise guest. We do. Joining us now of The Athletic, also the Scoop City podcast, Diana Russini. Diana, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, guys. Big fan of the show, as you know. Well, you don't know that, but I am.
Wait, what'd you say?
I'm a big fan of the show.
Oh, well, thank you. We appreciate that. We're a big fan of yours. We'd like to apologize for Philadelphia's behavior toward you over the last couple of years.
When we go live, I would like that public out there because all my in-laws are listening right now and they need to hear it from you because they also hate me.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So
this is live. We are live.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah,
Yes,
we're on.
Yes.
We're on.
Wow, guys, thanks for the heads up.
Well, I thought you knew. It's a radio show. I don't know what to tell you.
Usually I hear a commercial of a producer hops in my ear, welcomes me, says thank you. You guys just go.
Well,
all right, cool. You think I didn't say anything crazy? Oh my gosh, shout out to my brother-in-law Steve Goldschmidt right now listening.
Yeah. Well, so your husband's an Eagles fan, so your in-laws are. Do they get mad at you the way that regular Eagles fans do?
Well, first, let me just say that they're listening right now, not because I'm on.
Okay.
They're listening because they like you guys.
All right, fair enough.
So they're season ticket holders, and my father-in-law has been since the 70s, and they sit in the last row at the link, like up against the wall.
Yep.
And they're just like everyone in the city that just loves their team, and they can't separate family and fandom. So to answer your question, yeah, it's been a problem. Like we had dinner a few weeks ago, I'd say like early December, and my one brother-in-law was sitting to the right of me, and he wasn't saying much to me. And then I realized something was up, and then he finally said, "Can you stop reporting about AJ? Like it's getting annoying." And I said, "Sorry." I go, "I just got to do my job." So yeah, my husband does not like it. It changes the dynamic of our household when I report anything Philadelphia. So I actually try to avoid it.
Well, yeah, great job.
I'm not succeeding.
Well, and last thing before we get into the OC stuff, and I wanted to ask you some stuff about AJ as well, is I am curious whether the response from Philadelphians about news that they might not like about their team, whether other fan bases react in the same way, or if we are very special and particularly vicious.
It's the most incredible city in the world for the amount of passion that can be decorated with hate and love all at the same time. I don't get bothered by Philly at all. I used to when I was younger because I didn't understand. I thought everyone meant it. I thought it was me. I thought they were really mad at me, and they're not. It's always about the team. That's what makes Philadelphia so wonderful, is like they really just want the team to win. They want it more than I think people in the Eagles building at times, and so I think when you can separate that, that's helpful. And by the way, the conversation I've had with people across this league, people I have so much respect for, from owners to general managers, players. And when we talk about this market, everybody says the same thing, and that it is brutal. The toughest guys I know, everyone is it's just like and I know this, and we've known this, and you guys have talked about it. But when it's your city, I think it's hard for you guys to get it. I travel to every city in the country to cover football, and there's nothing like Philadelphia in terms of just the way you guys ask questions of your players, the expectations you have. There's no boundaries at times, and everyone just has to accept that. But I also think you guys pay for it, because I do think it wears on players. I think it can be very hard if you're not mentally tough to block it out. And I think the good news for Philly right now, I do know a lot of the star players, they delete Twitter altogether because they don't want to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, I can speak from firsthand. It's much better once you're a retired player here. So yeah, listen, this is a great fan base, man. They love you. It's a lot of us that are living, making our lives based off these fans and how much they support these sports teams here. So that's what I always try to convey to the current players while they're playing. It may seem tough, but I guarantee you this is a small window that you're in. When your career is over with, this is where you want to be attached to. This fan base will always love you. Yeah. Sure.
It's the loyalty. I remember, so I covered Bryce Harper as soon as he came into the league. I was a local reporter in Washington, and he was young. I mean, he had to be 19, 18 years old. And when he made the move to Philly a few years ago, I saw him at the Waste Management golf outing in Arizona. And I said, come on, tell me the truth. Like, Philly's tough, right? He's like, it's the best thing I ever did. I love Philadelphia. Like, and it was so genuine and he's like, there is nothing that I can't explain. And then really just like talking about moments that he's absorbed already at the time. And I know they need to still win, but I hold his opinion with high regard. Just, this is someone who we know could play anywhere in the world, and he wants to be there on the baseball side of things. And I think it carries over for football.
Diana Russini of The Athletic with us. Do you think the Eagles' offensive coordinator job is an attractive job?
No, I don't. I think coordinators that are on this list are aware that navigating Philly is difficult. And I mean, because of the way it's set up right now, who's on the team, and really what it's going to look like in the next few months. I think this offseason of any team right now in the NFL, I think this Eagles group has to probably do the biggest revamp of figuring out what they are. We know they're all in on Jalen. That's apparent. I don't think anyone's wondering about it. I don't think there's questions about it. All signs point to no one's giving up on the Super Bowl MVP. I just think that what is going to come with it are some hard decisions and figuring out who wants to be there and maybe perhaps who they need to bring in. And so in terms of the coordinator, I think they get it the way we see it as looking from the outside. The roster's there. The skill is there. Look at this team, which is why it was so disappointing that they lost to the Niners, because it's just on paper, it's not even close. But I just don't think it's the easiest place to just step into, especially if you're a coordinator looking to have a successful few years.
Now, do you think that's because of the way the head coach coordinator situation is set up? Like, I mean, because you mentioned, you look at these players and you would think most coordinators would love to work with the likes of Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, this offensive line with Jeff Stoutland as a run game coordinator, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. That's an awful lot of talent that could be parlayed into possibly a head coaching job for an OC. Like, what do you think? Is it the coaching setup? I'm just trying to figure out why it's not an attractive job.
Well, I do think you first have to look at it as, what's the competition out there? Are there other quarterbacks that coordinators want to work with? Are there better situations where they feel that they can step into? I think Philadelphia is pretty committed to Nick Sirianni, right? I know there were some rumblings after this season, but it was all garbage. That was never true. They were never having conversations about moving on from him. Could it potentially open up if they stink next year again? Maybe. But I don't think any coordinator is going to be looking at the Eagles' job as, oh, if I have a good year, then I can step in there if they decide to move on from Nick. Whereas I think there's other jobs where that's probably on the table. I mean, look at Tampa, right? You've had a defensive-minded head coach there for a while. They haven't gotten over the hump. Baker Mayfield, there's some. It's Tampa, right? It's like, I know that's superficial, but it's a factor.
Sure.
In some of these things. And look, the Josh Allen opening is not helping Philadelphia at all. I mean, you got to figure, right? Kevin Stefanski's sitting there in Atlanta, like, why didn't I just wait? Damn it! That is definitely the dream job. And by the way, it's not perfect there either. Like they've got stuff, you just don't hear about it as much.
Yeah.
And their roster's got issues. We saw it on Saturday. We saw what Josh Allen's trying to do with what he has. I just think that so much of what happened this year is scaring away. Sounds like these coordinators are wimps. That's not the reality. It's just a little bit more complicated coming into Philadelphia, into a system that's really already established. Nick has a big say in the offense. He may not be calling over all the plays, but he's part of this. And look, we know the facts when they've gone outside of his, we'll call it circle, and I say that respectfully. They've had success, whether it's Shane, whether it's Kellen. I think them going outside is a good move, because if this person can truly get the power, I actually think it's a great job.
Diane Russini of The Athletic with us. So you had mentioned early on that Daboll and McDaniel were at the top of their list. We know they interviewed Daboll today. McDaniel, Marcus Hayes, I believe, reported today that they haven't been able to convince him to interview here. Do you think they'd be able to, I guess, two-pronged question. Do you think they'd be able to interview McDaniel? Do you think he would interview here? And Daboll, what do you think of the fit here with the Eagles with Brian Daboll?
I'll start with McDaniel. He has a lot of options, and I think that's the problem. I think the way he's looking at the landscape of it, and all coordinators are doing this. Can I get a head coaching job? And if I can't, what's the next best? And which coach do I want to work with? Which group I want to be with? They've had conversation with Mike McDaniels. They've done that with Mike McDaniel. They've done it. I don't think it's been a formal interview, but Nick has picked up the phone and called these guys. He was doing it on Sunday and into Monday. They've been working, trying to get someone in the building, because McDaniel and Daboll are their top dogs. And by the way, that's also reflective of what the locker room wants. After they lost, I was asking a lot of the guys, who do they want? Because it was pretty obvious they were moving on from Kevin. And it's funny, those are the two names I got the most. Like it wasn't even like no one hesitated. I was like, okay, so you guys have all thought about this. So look, I think Daboll is an interesting one. He's obviously coached Jalen before. They have a relationship. I know he thinks the world of him, because I've asked him before when he was a Giants head coach. I would love to know what he truly thinks about what this offense looks like at this moment. And I know Saquon, really respects him. There was never any rift between them like that. I never, and even just talking to Saquon in interviews about his time in New York, it was always about like Joe Shane and the organization. It was never Brian Daboll. So I think, if Saquon wants to have the kind of year he had last year, you bring in a Mike McDaniel, you bring in a Brian Daboll, I think you see the same version of Saquon.
So much has come out here over the last couple of years from local and national reporters that we both respect about how Jalen is perceived, and it internally, and it hasn't all been good. Some reluctance to change some things, some reluctance to try different things. What do you think the perception of Jalen is around the league?
I don't know if I think it. I know it because I ask. I'm always asking guys, like, what do you think of Philly? What do you think of this? Because players have the best eyes. They know. And especially the players that play against Philadelphia. They're seeing it up close, especially if you're talking to a player on defense. And look, I think he's respected. He's definitely in that category of winner. You can't take that from him. I just think in terms of the level that this Eagles offense needs him to be and needed him to be this year, I don't necessarily think that that's where it fits. And I don't think I'm saying anything that you guys haven't seen yourselves. You haven't talked about on the show, I'm sure, 9 million times.
Yeah.
But it's it's so difficult to criticize somebody who had so much success last year. But there's two things can be true. I think you can say that he had a really good year and things just worked out and came together at the right time for them to win the Super Bowl. But it's also okay to say that he may be limited in some fashion and may not be growing the way this offense needs him to grow. That said, they still believe that he's the right guy. So until they pull the plug, until Howie Roseman sits there and goes, I can't win with this guy, I mean, he's the quarterback.
What do you think the perception is of Nick Sirianni around the league?
Great guy. Great guy. Obviously,
that laugh. The laugh.
I laugh because I have been very critical of Nick Sirianni.
Okay.
So much so that I had to eat it when I saw him at the owners meeting the year after they won the Super Bowl. So that year, so I guess 2 months after the Super Bowl. And he was awesome. He took it. He knows what I say about him. And it was like at the time, I thought he was emotionally out of control and had low EQ and was not a good leader of men. I was wrong. Maybe not all wrong. No, just kidding. I think that he has a good understanding of how this team can go. I still think he's growing too, though. Like, look, we're talking about these coaches right now. We're going through this coaching cycle, right? And you're hearing all these descriptions of the type of coach these organizations are looking for. And, does Nick Sirianni fall in a lot of these categories? He does. He would check. If I do believe if Nick, for let's just say Howie woke up today or tomorrow and said, you know what, I don't want Nick Sirianni. I want to bring Sean McDermott here. I think Nick would get plenty of opportunity.
So middle of the season, you reported that A.J. Brown. I forget what the report was specifically, but the A.J. stuff was pretty loud, and you were at the center of a lot of that. We did get a report locally that he asked for a trade a few times during the year. Do you think A.J. Brown is on the Eagles in 2026?
Well, first of all, Eagles fans thought I was reporting that his Instagram was telling us how he felt, which my point was you don't need an insider. You don't need me to tell you how A.J. Brown feels. That was what I was trying to say is like 90% of this is common sense. Like it doesn't take a lot of intel to figure out that your best receiver is miserable. Yes. You can just see it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I was saying a lot of this before it became very clear. And I was having conversations with people in the building and obviously people around the league. And I wrote in my column, essentially just, it's pretty evident that AJ isn't happy in this offense and it's not going to get any better. And what did we see? It didn't get any better. So do I think that AJ Brown is on the team? I think it's going to be up to him. I think it's going to be up to whether or not he wants to do this. If he wants to be in Philadelphia, if he wants to play with Jalen, if he thinks that this offense is for him. One of the things right before the trade deadline, I was putting out that keep an eye on Philadelphia, right? And everyone was crushing me. Why would we trade him? And trust me, I completely understood why people were pushing back. Also from the business side of it, right? The cap hit and what it would take. And the reason why I was saying it was because I know that there were teams watching to see if Howie would move because Howie is slick. And when you have a player of this type of caliber who doesn't want to be there, Howie's smart enough to know that that's a cancer, that is not going to work. And you roll the die on that and you get the result you got. And he did, right? And the reason why I also was reporting that you should keep an eye on it was because I know that there were teams that wanted him. So you kind of combine all of that. And I do think we're going to probably learn his fate here in the next month or so, because this isn't going to be something they're going to drag on. There's no way. There's no reason to. So we'll see. I mean, I don't want to guess on it because people are going to quote me the wrong way, but I think the three of us here can all probably put together that if a player isn't happy and he's still young and he's in his prime and he wants to be great, maybe a new chapter in his life is probably good for him.
No, you said exactly what my take has been on it. If AJ wants to be here and he wouldn't mind playing here and he'll be happy, I don't think the Eagles would want to trade him. But if he's not going to be happy and he doesn't want to be here, I don't see how you keep a guy here who is looking to be traded, and if the reports are true, who asked to be traded multiple times during the season. So I do believe
I
it really.
think there were conversations. Of course, there were conversations.
Yes.
There have been plenty of hard conversations in that building. You
Yep.
have. How do you not have them? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been actually pretty transparent in some cases about. Look, things were not going well. There was like really one period in the year where I felt like things were rolling, and it was towards the end, and I actually felt that they were going to be able to maybe get over this hump. But of course, they were beating the Raiders, the Giants. They weren't really beating great teams, and unfortunately it caught up with them. And look, I don't think anyone should have been surprised they got knocked out at the end of the day. It's disappointing, but I don't think it's surprising, especially when there was never a game where you saw them, rolling on all cylinders and putting together a really good performance. Unfortunately, it was never there this year. But I think for my perspective, just watching it all from afar, I'm not that far, but like an hour and a half away, 2 hours, watching it from afar, I think for me, it's about accountability, and I just didn't see it this year. All I saw was blame. Every locker room I was in this year after games, every person I was interviewing was like hinting at someone else's fault.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
You can't function like that. And it starts from the top. Like everyone from ownership down has to be honest about what this is. And if you're going to tiptoe around a certain player or maybe treat someone differently, it doesn't work. I've never seen it work in a football team where one person gets treated differently or you have different sets of rules for certain receiver. You can't do it. And I was really hoping at the end of the year that more of those players would come out going, I needed to do better. Like that's what I was waiting for. And I think Saquon did a bit, but I really that was bad. That left like a bad taste in my mouth for Philadelphia.
Well, Diana, if you ever need us, you are the official national insider of the WIP Afternoon Show. Just so you know, of the afternoon
Just
show.
a paid gig.
And if you need us to defend you against the in-laws, you have a direct line. Like we'll show up at a house if we need to. So
Thank you. I need some support because it's me versus all of them. Like none of like even my sister-in-laws that don't even know football, they're like shaking their head at me. Like my boys, I have 2 toddlers and they have Jalen and AJ jerseys, and recently they were together. We were all together, and my boys were hugging each other. And my sister-in-law goes, "Oh, look, they're getting along," as in Jalen and AJ. I'm like, get out of here, you nosy, gossipy football fan! Get out of here! So thank you. I could use support. So yes, I am. I'm now the official WIP insider for the Eagles.
Of the afternoon show.
Not those
show.
other shows.
Let those other this guy stink.
Yeah, we are about truth and accountability. Truth and accountability.
You guys look nice.
All right, Diana. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
There it is, Diana Russini of The Athletic and the Scoop City podcast. There we go. Diana Russini. I think that
long-winded.
Yeah, well, look, man, that's good.
Stuff.
Yeah, it is a talk show. To me, the funniest one was, well, first that she didn't know she was on. Thank God she didn't say anything bad.
I knew when she said, "Are we live?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
Yes.
We're on the radio." And the other one was, "Do you think this is an attractive job?" She's like, "No."
Nope. Nope.
And a chuckle when asked about how Sirianni's viewed around the league.
Yeah. Now she did say that she specifically was critical of Sirianni, so maybe that's why she was. That's why she was chuckling.
Yeah, and I could, I'm gonna have to listen back to it again. Sometimes reporters, insiders, they're saying something without saying something,
it,
and you just have to be able to pick up on it with what they're saying. But there was a few little nuggets in there. I was like, oh.
There was some stuff with the Jalen stuff, and there was also some stuff where players are getting treated differently, which we had heard as well. So we thank Diana Russini. Yes. Even as mean as you were to her this whole year, she still came on the WIP Afternoon Show. So thank you, Diana Russini. We'll get into what Dave Dombrowski said earlier, as well as JT Realmuto. Your calls as well. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
It's Flyers season. season, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Philadelphia Flyers on the ice. Now, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Flyers, sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
If your old heater decides to call it quits in the middle of winter, no biggie. Horizon Heating and Cooling are your local experts at keeping you warm inside while kicking the cold to the curb. We'll be there to help same day with no emergency fees, even on nights and weekends. Horizon even replaces your broken unit the next day with free estimates available. And right now, trade in your old unit and get up to $5,000 toward a new HVAC system installation. So don't let heating issues stress you out. Book horizonservices.com today.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet are into fatties. Fat incentives, fat selections, and deals so thick, you'll drive home with more car than you planned for. Less payment than expected. Every new deal on a new car or truck this month is PHAT fat. Pretty hot and tempting. Thanks to the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your current car or truck and slip into a new one, all while keeping your payments the same, or maybe even make them less. So, payments stay tight even when you size up. Right now at Dell Chevy, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. Go ahead, treat yourself. Dell Chevy is close, located on Route 30 in Paoli. You're just minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Se habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tags. What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. This year's college football season in the books. Let's take a look at the odds to win next year's national championship. And yes, this is very early. Ohio State and Notre Dame are your co-favorites, followed by Indiana, this year's champion, Texas, Oregon, and Georgia, LSU, Texas A&M, and Texas Tech from there. And if I had to look at one school right now, I would look at Texas. Texas returns its star quarterback. Got a star wide receiver in the portal, 2 awesome running backs in the portal. I think Texas is going to have a great offense this year, so Texas would be the team I'd look at early to win next year in college football. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
Happy New Year! It's a Robin from Robin Ford, Delco's #1 Ford destination for over 6 decades. Don't wing your winter car decisions. Give us a chirp. Joe from Edgemont, you're on the air.
Yeah, I'm looking to score a great deal on an F-150. Is March a good time to buy?
The early bird doesn't wait till spring. Get to Robin Ford during the Robin Ford Early Bird Sales Event. Drive home in a new Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 72 months. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Tam in Springfield.
Hey, looking at a new Explorer, but want to stick to my budget.
Exactly why people come to Robin. Nobody gets plucked on price at Robin Ford. During Robin's Early Bird Sales Event, drive home a new Ford Explorer for only $389 per month with no money down. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94.
I remember No, No, No. That was my favorite one.
Wyclef, yeah.
That was, that had to be 96, 90,
yeah.
something like that.
Destiny's Child.
Well, all these kids today don't know that Beyonce was part of Destiny's Child.
Yeah. And I was trying to think, is that the album where Michelle is a part of the group? Where they started off with 4.
4, right.
Yeah. So I can't remember if that was.
Well, Say My Name wasn't if it was 99, it was probably the second or the third album. Yeah.
I think it was second album from my crack research I did this morning on this.
Bills, all of that.
Oh,
yeah.
Bills was a great one too.
Bootylicious.
Nice. Nice.
The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. From Will You to I Love You. Mark's delivers personal service and jewelry made to last. Your first and last stop this Valentine's Day. Do you believe the Eagles can win the Super Bowl next year without A.J. Brown? Yes or no?
I need to see the rest of the roster.
Yeah, well, they don't need A.J. I mean, A.J.'s a great player. Yeah. They can win a Super Bowl without A.J. Brown.
You think so?
Well, yeah.
Next year?
Well, I don't know.
I don't think next year.
I don't know. I think they could.
I don't think they can do it next year.
No? But they would replace him with somebody. It's not going to be Jahan Dotson there.
You sure about that?
Well, okay, it might be Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, you sure about that?
Also, the poll is 61.1% that say yes. Yeah. So, I mean.
I tell you what, you would need, like Seattle is a model.
Yes.
Right? They traded away DK.
Yes.
Traded DK. And
they happen to have Jackson Smith and Jigba there, who was the best wide receiver in football this year, at least in terms of numbers.
But their defense and running game sort of have led the way. I guess, because the Eagles defense, I saw a graphic today. The Eagles have the cheapest or the least amount of money spent on the defensive side of the ball in the league.
For now.
Yes.
For now. Well, here's the truth. You're going to have to be able to win a Super Bowl without A.J. Brown because they're not going to be able to pay 2 wide receivers, and it's not going to make sense. Moving forward, do we expect the passing offense to be better? You would hope so, but it's never going to be primarily a passing offense. And look, the 49ers just came in and won a football game without a number 1 wide receiver. They're not going to win the Super Bowl, but Denver, you don't need 2.
That's the point. You don't need 2.
You don't need 2.
Yeah.
If they were scoring 33 points a game and that was how they won football games, that would be one thing. So 215-592-9494. Let's get into our baseball team a little bit here, Fritzy.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
Joining me right now is Jackie Baseball. Fritz.
Yes, Jackie Baseball.
Might be time to change the name of it.
Why?
Low hopes. Medium hopes. Jackie Baseball Report. Yeah.
He's still in the dumps.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to last for a long time. I don't even know if spring training's going to get me out of it, to be honest with you.
Oh, it will.
Oh, are you kidding
Well,
me?
I do love being down there.
Yeah.
The boys.
Yeah.
Oh.
The ball in the mitt.
Dude, watch him do a
Come
little
on, man.
PFP action. Talk to Pricey.
You get your back up after I walk into Bryce wearing my Mets gear?
Well, I'll kill you.
Yeah. It's my rivalry pack.
Yeah, no, it's very cute, the idea that you got. So we'll get to all of the things that happened today in the Zoom that happened this morning. Real quick, though, Hall of Fame ballots, or Hall of Fame is being announced tonight.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, Utley's probably not going to make it.
But he's going to be close.
But out of 52% of public votes already, he's at 68%.
Wow.
He needs 75%. So it seems like next year
Utley will get in.
Could be the year that Chase Utley gets in. It seems like tonight's going to be Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran.
Both deserving.
Yeah.
Chase Utley getting in third year, which would be next year, if I remember correctly, is pretty crazy.
It's really fast.
Yeah, I did not think he would gain this much momentum this quickly.
It's a lack of star players that are available.
Oh, boy.
I mean, you know it's the truth.
Well, they don't have to vote for anyone.
It'd be boring without it. But
Yeah,
listen,
they
they
kinda
just appreciate greatness, and they appreciate peaks, which I appreciate, because we need to get back to peaks.
I didn't really see greatness.
Great peaks. Great peaks.
See greatness?
Yeah, I did. I saw a Hall of Famer that happened to have his career
You
shut.
saw a Hall of Famer?
100%. Like, wow. He's a Hall of Famer that happened to have his career cut short due to injuries. I appreciate peak Chase Utley.
Was he the best player on the team?
Yes.
You really believe Chase Utley was the best player on that team?
The best player on the team. The best.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, Ryan
Why
Howard.
didn't you put him on your Mount Rushmore then, you fraud?
Because Ryan Howard was like.
There's no way you really believe Chase Utley was the
Well,
best
I really do. I really do. I mean,
what it means is the Mount Rushmore was a manipulation.
Well, I might have to take Pricey off. of it
Okay, all right.
To get Utley. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Utley is a man. You kidding me? Now that everyone loves to dump on him now because time passes and like, well, actually, yeah.
Well, he wasn't better than J-Roll.
Well, of course he was.
Or Ryan Howard.
Well, Trey Turner's already been better than J-Roll. And
wow, Trey Turner's better than J-Roll.
Well, like overall career, yeah, he's been better than J-Roll.
As
Not
a Philly?
here, not here.
Okay, that's all we're talking about.
Well, it's like I get it, but like, listen, but I think Ryan Howard was like, Ryan Howard.
Yeah,
but Utley's like the best player.
Yeah. Your Mount Rushmore was a manipulation to get Bryce on. You conceded Chase. And if we ever get Chase Utley in here, I'm going to tell him that you sold him out to put Bryce on the Mount Rushmore.
That's the baby boy right there.
That's what you did,
That
though.
was literally carried by Howard and Rollins.
How was he carried by Rollins?
Well, because he was in a lineup that he was protected by both of those guys.
Well, how is he
He never carried a lineup.
Well,
he played second base. He never, what?
What did you mean Rollins had to carry?
Well, he was the leadoff hitter.
Okay.
He was the tone setter of the team.
Amazing.
Won MVP.
I know he won MVP.
When did Ali fill those roles?
Well, Ali was better than him in the MVP year. He was. He just happened to get his hand
For a
broke.
short period of time.
It wasn't a short period of time. He batted 337.
Well, why didn't he win the MVP?
Because he missed like 30 games.
That's
not a
what
short
I just
period of
said,
time.
A short period of time.
It's not a short period of
Well,
time.
it wasn't long enough.
I know it wasn't long enough. He's the best, man. There's a reason why he's going to the Hall of Fame, and not old J-Roll is going to sniff it.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, so they talked today.
Yeah.
Made everyone feel better. I cut this up into 3 categories, okay?
Okay.
So the first here is just JT talking about, coming back, right? Some things I think that are interesting here. First off, I don't know how thrilled he sounds. And he refers to the Phillies as the Phillies rather than us, and it was pretty.
It didn't sound like Schwarber, is what you're saying.
No, it wasn't like, oh my goodness.
He's about 100 million short.
Yeah. So here's the first one. When asked, coming back, and if he thought there was a chance he wouldn't be back.
Yeah, there was. I mean, there towards the end, there was a short time where obviously there's no secret that the Phillies had other opportunities, and then myself as well. I was looking at other teams. There at the end, it got a little stressful to where, we thought there was an opportunity or a chance that we weren't going to be back, which, obviously wasn't ideal for us. We made it pretty clear that we wanted to be with the Phillies from the start. So luckily that didn't last too long, and we were able to come together and get a deal done.
they had other opportunities. How does it feel, JT, to be the guy that they didn't want to have to sign?
That was kind of the tone of the first half of the press conference. He was talking openly about it, and then Dombrowski's sitting there, and it was interesting.
Well, because in the end, JT got
what he wanted.
Yeah. And he got probably a little extra pay bump to sign immediately.
You know what it was? It was like, we're getting Bobahette. Tell him if we don't get Bobahette, we'll give him the full 3 years. And I tell him we'll give him things that could get him up to $20 million a year. We're never going to pay it. We're never going to have
He's never
to.
going to reach those incentives.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Gelb even reported today that they went as far to call CAA, who represents JT, and said you should find somewhere else to play because it's not going to be here. So
and I love that JT said he had other opportunities. Didn't sound like it.
Yeah, well, I think Tampa
Okay.
was a place because he lives already in Clearwater.
Of course.
Yeah. So this is also interesting because I've been wondering this too. Like, is he going to hold this against the Phillies? Like, is he mad? And it's a first answer and then a little bit of a back and forth. Here's JT.
The main thing for me, I know how the game works, and I know there's certain values on players, and at the end of the day, I just value myself and what I do for the team in the clubhouse differently than what the Phillies did for a while. So that's why it took longer than it maybe should have.
That difference in value, is that something you just brush aside now? Or, I know you've been at different points in your career, maybe where you've had acrimonious negotiations, but maybe disagreements. Like, how does that, you re-sign for 3 years, so obviously, you came to an agreement, but how do you, it can be kind of a weird thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird spot where, for me, it sucks that, the catchers, in my opinion, catchers are just undervalued in this game as far as contracts and dollars go. I truly believe it's, one of, if not the most important position on the field. And so, I just enjoy fighting for that. I believe in that value. And the Phillies did for a long time ago. I know they believe in it as well. It's just the dollars look different. And luckily, after the Phillies missed out on an opportunity there at the end, they called back and were able to make something happen and improve their offer and get to a place that we were happy with.
Dude, he is so pissed. He could have very easily said, "This is how negotiations go. I'm a Philly. I'm happy to be here." Da da da. And
how he caught himself right here, I thought was so fascinating.
The Phillies did for a long time ago. I know they believe in it as well. It's just the dollars.
Also, I don't begrudge him for any of this. He feels how he feels. Mm-hmm. But it is clear the guy is not thrilled. It's clear.
Listen, they made him sing for a supper the first time around.
Yep.
The arbitration thing happened. Remember, Bryce was doing the whole sign JT thing.
Yep.
Right? So he's not happy about that. And for a guy who we know is going to be viewed as an all-time great, I actually think the Phillies really mishandled that. Because if you weren't going to sign him and you told him to go look for other work, and then they have to go back groveling to him and overpay him what you originally wanted to sign him, he obviously has picked up on that.
Yeah, I think.
And that's why he spoke the way he did there, because he's not over that.
I wonder if they thought they were doing him a service, but when they thought they were going to get Bobahette by saying, "Hey, we don't think we're going to have the offer you want," but it ends up where it ends up, and they didn't have it, and he made them pay, not as much as he thought that he was worth, but
still,
yeah,
15 a year, still the second highest paid catcher in baseball.
Wow, really?
At 35.
At 35.
Yeah.
So, so those are the main JT cuts.
Yeah.
Great.
You want to talk about Xfinity?
Yeah,
and then
so coming up is also Dombo talking about losing out on Bobahette.
Okay.
He went into some detail on it, and infuriating Dave Dombrowski cuts.
Okay, so an infuriating Dave Dombrowski cut right after Jack tells you about Xfinity.
Yeah, imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts your speeds to your devices that need them the most. It finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all of your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get Xfinity's best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay the same. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
All right, let's hear Dombrowski. What did he say?
Okay, so this is him talking about the Bobahette situation and what happened there.
Well, I can't say that we ever thought it was done because there's a difference between, we thought we were very close to having a deal done. We thought it was going to happen, but it wasn't done. And so there's a difference between the two. And as I've explained to some other people, that it's a situation where in baseball, and agents run things differently between themselves. They do things in different ways. Until you sign a memo of understanding, you don't have a deal done. And we did not sign one of those. And it wasn't that we weren't moving towards that direction. It isn't, didn't think that we were going to get there based upon our conversations. But we did not get to that point. So I can't say that I ever thought we had it done. I did think we were going to get a deal done.
So I think he was trying to clear they didn't screw him by saying that it was done and then go somewhere else.
Right.
They thought they were going to get a deal, but it's not like the agent for Bichette said, we're good, and then turned around and said no.
Right.
But it's clear that they thought they were going to have Bobahette.
Yeah.
Bobachek, as Chuck says. Yeah.
And then the second cut here is we talked about the idea that they got played, right?
Yes.
That they got used for Bobahette. Push back on it, but here's what he had to say on that.
No, I can't, because you never know 100% what's going on from their perspective, right? I don't know where they were. The Tucker thing, signing played into it, I believe, the timing of it. I think, organizations that are smart, and the Mets and Dodgers are smart. Like, I don't know if Tucker would have gone to the Mets rather than the Dodgers, that the Dodgers wouldn't have jumped into it at the last second. And I'm sure they had some feelers into it. The timing, and I do think, and I could be wrong, so I'm not saying this for sure. I do think he was sincere about thinking about coming to Philadelphia. Yes, I do that. I think he was. And I think what ended up happening is the dollar numbers, and that we were at the numbers they really asked us to match, to pay. We were still going through some nuances, but I think in the time period that the Mets jumped in full bore ahead, and that it ended up being that their short-term offer ended up being so much that they decided to take the short-term offer rather than the long-term offer. I don't know that for sure, but that's what it's appeared to me. And but I do think he was sincere about potentially coming to us, and I think they jumped in at the last minute and made him a short-term offer that was very appealing to him.
Well, to be clear, they jumped in with that offer at the last minute, but they had conversations with Bichette for weeks prior. So the Mets didn't come out of nowhere. I think the Phillies were at best a backup plan. That's what I think. I think they were to Bichette. The Phillies were a backup plan to Bobahette, is what I think they were. If we can't get anything, if we can't get the Dodgers to jump in on this, if we can't get the Mets, at least we have this secure offer. I think the Phillies were in there. I don't think it was completely, but I still think the Phillies, given there's no reason for there to be all that public talk about the Phillies unless they were trying to manipulate the rest of the market. There's simply no reason. We heard nothing about the Mets and Bobahette, and it was the same conversations. The same amount of conversations. So
agent was doing their job.
Yeah, they were doing their job. It is what it is, but okay.
All right, now the infuriating cuts.
Yeah.
I thought you guys would appreciate this first one from Dombo.
We did rebound in the sense that we signed JT right away, which I'm very fortunate that we're very fortunate he didn't sign somewhere else.
Oh, really?
And I think overall in the wintertime, I like our club. We have a good club.
Oh, sure.
I just said it's a situation. People forget we re-signed Schwarbs.
Yep. Oh, people forget that.
Yep.
We've actually had a good offseason. We just paid more for the exact same team we had last year.
Well, less in JT's case.
Yeah, less in JT's case. More in Schwarber's case.
People forget that.
Yeah, people do forget
that Kyle Schwarber's a Philly.
Yeah.
And then there was this one.
There's some big free agents still out on the market. You do not expect to seriously engage in those guys, Framber Valdez, Bellinger, those types of guys.
Well, I really can't speak to that by the baseball rules. Because they're free agents. But I just say I think we're content where we are at this point.
That one doesn't bother me as much. He's going to say that. Maybe I don't think they're going to sign Cody Bellinger.
No.
But, yeah.
You hope it's a lie, though.
Yeah, I hope it's a lie.
What about Bader?
I know. We'll see. I don't know.
The Mets are talking about Bader.
Probably.
Awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
Cardinals.
Bader and Bichette.
Bader had a 650 OPS for the Mets.
I know he stinks now.
Yeah,
I know it.
Well, I would like him, but here he's great.
Yeah.
With the Mets, he stinks. And then just last one real quick. We talked about Casti yesterday.
Yes.
Well, Dombo gave another update on Nicky today.
So you guys DFA'd Weston Wilson today. I know he was out of options. And Nick Castellanos, you've said change of scenery. Is that still the plan for Nick? You still expect to make a change of scenery before spring training opens?
Yes, we do. We still plan on doing that, and we did designate Wes for assignment today. And but yes, that would be the plans.
That would be the plan.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah, plans change. I'm telling you, I'm putting Castellanos back in the Phillies as a 22% chance.
Way too high.
22%?
0% chance.
It's not 0%.
0% chance.
No, 22%.
They're gonna wait it out. They're gonna wait Andujar. They're gonna wait Bader. They're gonna wait Randall Grichuk. And then they're going to send him to the Pirates.
All right. 215-592-9494.
I think we get Bader back.
Joanna, no, we're going to get Castellanos back. Joanna in Drexel Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Joanna?
Hey, guys. I've been listening all week, and I've heard everything about Nick and the OC.
Yep.
And I heard Spike's take earlier, and I have to say, I totally agree.
Oh.
So I think we've got to take a collective breath in the city. Yes, it was disappointing.
No, I think that's Ike's take. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's Ike's
Yeah. Just to be clear, I was so surprised you agreed with me. And it turns out I was right to be surprised because you did not. So,
But here's the thing, though. I did agree with you last year when you talked about Howie Roseman not having a great offseason.
Okay. All right. I'll take that then.
I did agree with you that.
Okay. All right.
Here's
I'll
my
take
thing.
it.
We both agree that Tomlin and Harbaugh are great coaches, right?
Yes.
Does everyone agree they're great coaches?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, for the most part. Tomlin's there 19 years, 2 Super Bowls, won 1. Last 7 years hasn't been able to get out of the first round. Harbaugh, 18 years, 1 Super Bowl with a Lamar Jackson, most valuable player, can't get it done. They wouldn't have lasted in Philadelphia. That's my point. So we have to let some of these things play out. I mean, I think just Sirianni, whether I love him and I hate being an apologist for him because there's things about him that drives me crazy, but I think his biggest mistake was putting Patullo in a no-win situation, and I don't think Elliott is looking at it the way most of us are looking at it. Patullo has to share a large portion of why they didn't succeed. Was it 50%? Was it 60%? But I want you to think back in history. It was a mistake for Sirianni. Do you remember when Andy Reid put Juan Castillo, who was the O-line coach, as the defensive coordinator?
Yep.
I think we all.
I remember that.
We all do. Yep.
Okay, so there are mistakes from even some of the best coaches out there. I'm not saying Sirianni is. And I've heard also McDaniel, why do people want to come here? Why would McDaniel want to come here? He wants a head coaching job. Let's be honest. He was a head coach, and now he's a hot commodity. That's what he wants.
Yep.
I just think there was a lot of vitriol with Kevin Patullo, and I think we just have to say, look, we won a Super Bowl last year. Let's play this out. Hopefully we get a better OC. Hopefully we have a good draft. Hopefully Howie Roseman has a better offseason. How would this team have been with Mekhi Becton and Isaiah Rodgers on it? A little better, huh?
Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers for sure. The Becton thing is a question. I think they should have kept him. He had a bad year.
with the Chargers.
With the Chargers, I think they would have been. But I also don't think Tyler Steen was the issue on the offensive line. I don't think Mekhi Becton was holding up the issues that were happening around him. I think he was a great complement to a really good offensive line last year.
And you had Lane out there for the majority
Yes,
of the year.
we had Lane out, and Juergens was hurt. I think, to your original point about how much Patullo is to blame, I do not have a problem with them firing him. It was bad enough to where he didn't have solutions. But fault and blame are two different things, right? He can take a lot of the blame. Do I think if the offensive line played as well as the offensive line did last year, how much better is the Eagles' offense this year, even with Kevin Patullo? And I think significantly. And that... I'm sorry.
Doesn't that come back to Roseman, though? Doesn't that come back to Howie?
Well, it does, but it also, I think there was a part of it, and this goes to Ike's point about taking a deep breath. I think there was a part of it that was in nobody's control this year, that it was an offensive line that was beat to death from last year. And there is a possibility that no matter what they did, and we all want them to have great, thank you for the call, Joanna, good call. We all want them to have great backups at every position. When you're spending $20 million plus on all but one offensive line position, and $30 million plus on two receivers, and $50 million on your quarterback, you're just not. They were lucky to get Fred Johnson back. You're just not going to have a high quality backups. It's really tough to do. So I think there is a portion of their offense this year that was something that could a more experienced offensive coordinator had better answers? Maybe. But how much better? Right. 10% better with their offensive
because execution was a big part of why they
was huge, and I think that goes back to Nick. I think the penalties. I think it goes to a team focus. Yep. They all talked about last year didn't happen. Well, you certainly spent an offseason acting like it did. So, Jack, what's coming up in the top 5 of 5?
Oh, it's the birthday of a Philadelphia legend today.
Whose birthday is it?
Yeah, so we're going to take it. Listen,
I do know whose birthday
it's cold out there today.
I know whose birthday.
So we're going to make everyone feel warm and fuzzy inside with a nice little trip down memory lane.
Oh, one of those top 5s. Okay.
Come on, man. A feel-good one.
All right. 215-592-9494. It's not which WIP employee is a piece of crap today.
Who sucks?
Yeah, who's dumb? Who tweeted something dumb?
Well, I waited long enough to do the Utley thing, so I can't be a part of this.
Yeah. The smart waiting till the 4:30 segment. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I've been talking about my friend at Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and 2 of my current cars. Right now, you can lease the all-new 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for just $343 a month for 39 months. Catch these New Year savings before they blow away. Head over to Scott Honda of Westchester or Vineland today. Make sure you tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
The Eagles' 2025 season will tick away.
A disappointing end to a promising 2025 season.
Anytime you lose, you're frustrated.
Now, the noise gets louder.
Some notable Eagles are going to be gone.
Who comes in to repair an offense in disarray?
The Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo.
How can they get Jalen Hurts back on the MVP track?
Everything was there in front of us. We just got to grow from it all.
Is A.J. Brown open to a trade?
It is hard to find great players, and A.J. is a great player.
All the Eagles' offseason happenings happen here.
Do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They can overcome this.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. And if your morning calls for something sweet, try our new caramel and chocolate craze flavors. Choose caramel, go chocolate, or swirl the two into your perfect cup. Some deals promise value. Wawa delivers it. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's playoff time. You know how it goes. Big hits, hard yards, and a whole lot of opinions on Monday morning. But buying a car, it shouldn't feel like a contact sport. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. Here at Colonial, we keep it fast, easy, simple. One car, one price, one visit. Only at Colonial this month, drive home any new Hyundai of your choice, like a brand new Tucson, for just $199 per month. No whistles, no flags, no unnecessary roughness. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to get out of your old car or truck by offering the highest trade-in values in the region. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Konas, Santa Fe's, Palisades, Elantras, all with incredible offers and incentives. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. As always, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2026 Tucson SE lease for $209 a month for 36 months. 7,500 miles per year. $3,995 plus tax and fees. Stock number H260186. See dealer for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. If there was any sliver of a doubt in his mind as to who his quarterback was going to be, all of that left Raiders owner Tom Brady's mind when Fernando Mendoza dove for the end zone to extend Indiana's lead in the fourth quarter. The NFL draft isn't until April, but with the Raiders' pick solidified, the Jets are on the clock. I'm Adam Abdallah.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Afternoon Show.
Spike-o, Ike-o, and Jack-o.
Sports Radio 94.
That's your name.
WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show, the Ike, Spike, and Fritz, best show there is. Thank you for listening on your radio 94.1. Also streaming on the free Odyssey app. Jack has promised a touchy-feely top 5 at 5, so we get to that now.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Happy 37th birthday to Nick Foles.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nicky Six. Okay. Come on, man.
Let's do it.
BDN.
That's a
Nick
QB.
sending out the tweet Sunday.
Oh, that almost made me not want to do this top 5 today.
What, too thirsty?
Yeah. Ooh, Patriots struggle with backup quarterbacks. We get it. But not on his birthday.
Broncos going to win that game.
I agree.
Probably.
Yeah.
Drake, maybe
next year.
Maybe next year.
Yeah.
So what I have for you today are Nick Foles' 5 biggest plays of Super Bowl 52.
Oh, wow. Of one. I thought you were going to do the whole career.
Didn't feel like finding all the audio.
Too much work. Right. I knew that's what it was.
I realized
guy threw
He's going in one game and going with 5 highlights.
There's actually enough.
27 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Couldn't find one from that game.
Yeah, well, the 7-touchdown game I find overrated, but
okay.
Yeah. I mean, there was a high school defense he was going against.
7 is 7.
7 is 7. He's in the Hall of Fame multiple times.
Yeah.
All right, so the 5 biggest plays of Super Bowl 52 to warm you up on this cold, cold Tuesday. Starting at number 5 is how he kicked off the whole thing when he threw a deep bomb to Ike's boy Alshon for a touchdown.
On first down, Foles fakes. He's back. He steps up. He is going deep. And it is caught by Alshon Jeffrey for a touchdown.
Whoa, what a great catch by Alshon Jeffrey. A little play action, and after that big run, they immediately go up on top, and they get the big one to Alshon Jeffrey. He goes up over Eric Rowe, and he takes the football away.
He was about 9.5 yards deep. What a catch.
On a torn rotator cuff, Ike. I mean, if that's just mucking and grinding and battling, I don't know what is. You know what's a really bad sign? Because I rewatched the video today.
Yeah.
Dude, Eric Rowe got outran by Alshon on that. That's a problem for Eric Rowe, who was supposed to be Brian Dawkins 2.0 when we drafted him. He sucked. Anyway.
Oh, great catch.
Great catch.
Great catch by Alshon.
It's crazy hearing
his second best catch of the day.
That one was good. You like the other one more.
Dude, that one on the sideline, Folsey put it in between 3 guys. That's crazy.
A nice one. Yep.
It's crazy hearing the clips because it did not sound that loud there.
In the building?
No, like it was one of the things
you were in the building?
Yeah. Well, you could have been. You chose not to.
How'd you get those seats?
The company gave them to me. And you should know I represented Philly well. I was so misbehaved. They separated me and another Pat Paxton, another Odyssey employee who was a Patriots fan, and we were next to each other. I don't think they knew I had that in me, separated. And then there was another Patriots fan 3 rows ahead of us. And when they call, I'm sure we'll get to it, but when they called the Clement, when they called it a touchdown, I walked into the front of his face and went like this.
Oh, wow.
A guy I didn't even know.
You were on one.
I was on one. So I represented well. I just want to say that I had never been to a Super Bowl before. It was just, it's not that loud in there.
Yeah, because it's not the regular fans.
It's not the regular fans, and even if there's a lot of one team, it's still only half the place. Right. So hearing it that way, it just felt different there, that it didn't feel that loud.
Yeah, I will say the one in New Orleans last year felt loud. Like when the Eagles chant rang through the stadium, it really felt like it echoed off the top of the wall. I mean, Chiefs is there's a third one.
Yeah. Oh, no, dude. We were down there. Philadelphia took over New Orleans.
It was incredible.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Not even close. All right. The 4th biggest play of Nick Foles' Super Bowl in Super Bowl 52. was the one that Spike just mentioned.
3 receivers, now 4. Shotgun, Foles. 2nd and 10. Foles back again. He's looking, he's pumping. He is going deep, and is it a touchdown? I'm awaiting the signal.
It is.
It is touchdown. It goes all the way down. A 22-yard touchdown to Clement.
What a great throw by Nick Foles. He's done it time and time again.
We're back. We're still awaiting the official announcement. To us, it appeared to be a touchdown.
After review, the ruling on the field stands.
Touchdown.
What a great job. It's a dime dropped on Corey Clement from Nick Foles. What a great job catching that football.
3rd and 6.
That was just one of the best throws and catches I've ever seen.
Yeah. I'm still surprised they didn't overturn that.
Yeah, it was so close. It was,
Yeah.
but Merrill was right. He just put that ball in the exact. It was like Jeremy Lin in football. Nick Foles, when he gets hot,
yeah,
he was awesome.
He was in his own that game.
Yeah.
Do you remember who the ref was for that game?
I do, but I don't remember the name.
So it was Gene Steratore.
Was it?
Yeah. Because they called that game so much differently than the regular season.
Yeah.
We'll get to that a little bit later.
The catches, that was the year
but
of
the Jesse James play.
Yes.
But yeah, so the Clement catch, I think if you look back, he did get the first foot down and then the second, and then the third time was out.
Yeah.
100% out of bounds, but still
Yeah.
an unbelievable throw. Clement was crazy.
Yeah.
He had a great. He was the only 100-yard receiver in that game.
He could have been Super Bowl MVP.
Fun fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not that day.
Not that day, but he could have been Super Bowl MVP.
Carson.
Not that day.
It was Nick Foles was the Super Bowl MVP.
He was. If Foles
deal with it.
didn't
he earned
exist,
it. He
Clement
outdueled Tom Brady.
arguably was the third best
Wouldn't
player
have won
in
the
game.
Super Bowl without Nick Foles.
I appreciate Nick now.
You don't really.
I do really. Never mind. All right, the third biggest play of Foles' Super Bowl and Super Bowl 52, I think we can all agree, is clearly his third biggest play of the Super Bowl.
Don't.
You know, Mike, I hate to say this.
Don't.
Eagles are up 15 to 12.
You hate to say it, but you're going to say it.
I'm going to say it. I would feel better at this point taking the 3 points.
You're
I think
so stupid.
It's a risk, and if you make it, it's great. But if you don't make it, it's a big momentum swing.
Listen, I would feel better if you put LeGarrette Blount in the game and you run Blount between the tackles. That would make me feel good, but he's on the sideline.
And Clement is back in.
Oh, I'm comfortable with him as well.
Foles in the gun. Clement to his right. Now lines up behind Foles. Foles moves to the right. It goes directly to Clement. Clement reverses it, and the pass goes into the end zone.
To Nick
and
Foles.
It's a touchdown by Nick Foles.
The third biggest play? What are you talking about?
Well, it clearly was. It clearly was. It was fine. It was a special moment. I appreciate the play much more now. I think we overrate its importance. It was crazy first half, yada, yada, yada. He had bigger plays in this game.
He caught a touchdown pass. He's the quarterback, and he told the head coach to call the play.
Yeah. And he was wide open.
And I was with Merrill. Take the points.
Listen, we are a take the point show.
You know I'm a take the points guy, man.
We are a take the point show. Besides Spike.
Yeah, they were right, though. I mean, listen, it worked. It was
did.
a great call.
It was the best.
Great call.
But the third biggest play of the game.
You're so stupid. What was number one of Nick Foles? Brandon Graham strip sack? Is that what Nick Foles' biggest play of the game was?
No.
You idiot.
No. Second biggest play of the game. 5.5 minutes left.
It's fourth down conversion.
They're about midfield.
Yeah.
Big Stones Doug says you're going for it. And Nicky delivered.
The Eagles have a decision to make. It's going to be 4th down and 1.5 yards.
But they're keeping that offense on the field, and as you would expect, Doug Peterson with a gamble here.
Clement in the backfield. 4th and 1. Foles back. Foles fires. Foles completes it, and he's short of a first down. He got it to Saga. Does he have it?
Yeah.
Boy, I had to wait. They knocked him back, but they say he had forward progress and made it.
Oh, yeah. Move the change.
Whoa. Boy, he just about.
That was bigger than the Philly special?
Yeah, well, of course, later in the game.
Okay,
And they were down
all
30, and they were down 33-32 at that point.
And there was no way you could punt that ball back to Tom
To
Brady.
Tom Brady, you kidding me?
Yeah.
And Foles was dropping, and he was like off his back foot a little bit, had to be a little athletic with it. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Way bigger play than the Philly special. They were losing.
They play by Ertz.
Yeah, listen. And then to cap it off, his biggest play in Super Bowl 52 is capping off that drive, also 3rd and 7, when they're down by a point, bigger than the Philly special, is the touchdown pass to Zach Ertz.
Empty backfield. 4 receivers right. Back goes Foles. Fires. Slant. Touchdown! Zach Ertz. He caught it. He bobbled it. And he never let it drop. And he finished with the football.
And that was the play that Jesse James earlier in the season for the Steelers got overturned.
They overturned
And we
it.
thought it was going to get overturned because he caught it and then bobbled it, but they didn't because Gene Steratore respects football and helped deliver us a world championship.
Remember, that was the game that we were like, I wonder if they told the officials, just let them play.
Yeah. Don't overturn.
Don't overturn anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need you to, because that was a big year that the officials were under fire.
Right.
Because
what's a
everything-
catch? What's not a catch?
Yeah, yes, that was that year.
It was right after Dez.
Yes.
Which was a catch.
Yeah.
It was not a catch. It was 20.
The Dez Bryant play
Not
was
a catch. Not even close.
Not even close.
I need to go rewatch it, honestly.
That took 3 steps.
This hour brought to you by Guided Door and Window. Guided Door and Window's big winter sale going on now. Save 40% off any window or any door with up to a year of interest-free financing. Call them at 877-CODE-GUIDA or go to goguida.com.
Now, we did a lot of comparisons between last year's Super Bowl and 17. And 17 being your first, it's obviously a different feeling there. But, man, sometimes you don't remember the feeling until you start hearing the plays again.
Yeah.
And, man, that night, last year, we kicked our feet up. We're drinking wine.
Yeah.
That game, we were already – that game was won.
Yes.
At halftime.
This game.
That game, my goodness, we were on the edge of our seat the entire game.
I remember listening to it when we replayed it during COVID, and it was the first time I heard the radio broadcast. And I listened to it. I was like, I can't believe Nick Foles did this, and they won this game.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't believe what a football game that was.
Amazing. Would you believe me if I told you I have not watched Super Bowl 59 in its entirety?
Real? Like, again?
No, I didn't watch it in its entirety the first time.
Really?
Yeah.
I
watched the first half.
Yeah.
I watched the first half, and the second half, the game was such a blowout in the second half.
Yeah.
I wasn't locked in paying attention to the game. It was more or less, it was music in the background as you're watching it.
So you would say that any play happening during that second half definitely couldn't be the biggest play of the game.
Well, that's why I always, that's why the whole dagger thing, no. that's why. That's not a shot at Jalen.
No.
But that's why the whole dagger thing, I'm not in on.
Right.
I got to rewatch that game someday.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't an exciting game. I don't think Kansas City got a first down in the first half.
Well, the thing that I think would be striking watching again is how much our defense
how they dominated.
Overpowered the Kansas City offense. Yeah. Mahomes looked like he was in like
hell.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell from the very beginning of the game that there was no way they were going to be able to score.
Well, it was over. I felt like it was over when Jalen threw the pick and then Mahomes did nothing.
Yes.
It was like 3 and out immediately. Or maybe that was right into the Bond interception. I don't know. But like
that might have been into the Bond interception. That might have been,
Like they just had no answers.
Yeah. I hate that I just don't have the sequence of plays.
Yeah,
I literally remember Super Bowl 52 way more than I remember last year.
Because you had to be locked in because every play mattered in that game.
And I've seen it a few times.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there's why one topic after that was, do you wish the game was closer?
I remember
I remember that.
People got all worked up.
Yeah.
It's way more memorable when it's closer. I bet A.J. Brown is not putting the Instagram caption out 2 days later how that wasn't satisfying if that's like a 40-33. Yeah. No shot.
Yeah. Joe in Chester Springs.
You were ready to say something else.
Joe in Chester Springs, you're on WIP.
Consider 2 things, fellas.
Okay.
The play you just ran,
Yep.
the Philly special.
Yep.
one of the most critical plays of that game, correct?
Correct. Jack,
Okay.
shut up. Yes, correct.
Could be a big turning point. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
Could be a big turning point. Who called the play?
Nick.
Nick.
Okay?
Yeah.
The offensive coordinator, not the coach, Nick.
Yeah.
The film shows him running over to the coach. The coach, Nick, or
Doug,
I'm sorry. Thanks, Ike. The coach looking in his playbook, and Nick says to him, "How about Philly special?" And he looks up and says, "Yeah, let's do it." Okay?
Yeah.
So all this uproar this year about offensive coordinators and play callers, I think, is not placed in the right places. All right? The other thing I would consider is last year in 2024, the Eagles had the best offensive line of football. They had the best offensive player in football.
Yep.
And they had two outstanding wide receivers. Jalen Hurts, in my opinion, is a good, not great quarterback. Okay?
Okay.
I could have called plays for last year's Kellen. No offense to Kellen Moore, but, and Ross Tucker just said this this afternoon on WIP. He told Kevin Petula in preseason, he says, you got nowhere to go but down. He says, so prepare for the heat that you're going to take. That was prophetic. But it wasn't difficult to diagnose because the narrative going into the season was what? Well, we're definitely not going to be able to run the ball like we ran it last year. So we're going to have to rely on Jalen to do more passing. Okay? If I said anything that's foolish, I wish somebody would jump in here.
No, you're cooking.
Yeah.
You're cooking right now.
Yeah.
The kids say you're cooking.
Yeah.
All right. So I think the problem, and I'm sorry, Spike,
Yeah.
you said it
What did I
10
say?
minutes ago. The number one problem is the offensive line. The best offensive line of football for how many years?
I'm
2-3
several.
years at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
Okay. Has been decimated by injuries. May never be the same. Okay. So that team that we all loved last year went away. The best, what I consider the best running back in football, I saw him do some amazing things this year, but I also saw him receive a handoff and get tackled in the backfield 20 times, 30 times this year.
A lot.
Before he got the ball, and the second he got the ball, he got two defenders on top of him.
So you're
Okay?
saying that Petula was getting too much blame for what happened
Exactly.
this year? Yeah.
Exactly.
I think
yes, I've heard enough.
Yeah.
I've heard enough guys say. I've heard Shield, Kabati, and enough guys that watch film tell me that their offense is too vanilla. And once again, I go back to: is that the coach's fault, or does Jalen not want to throw the ball over the middle? Does Jalen not want to throw screen passes? I don't know. Somebody close to the team does. But the biggest indictment of Nick Sirianni was Jason Kelsey the other day on the morning show when he said, Jalen needs to be coached hard. He needs an authoritative figure. I heard Nick Sirianni say 2 or 3 years ago, Jalen loves to be coached hard. Because his father was a coach, he needs to be coached hard. Jalen has a lot of really good qualities. No ego, high character guy and all that.
Yeah.
But that stoic personality, I don't know if people are just too timid to tell him, I don't care what you like. We got to throw the ball over the middle, and we got to throw screen passes. I've talked a lot, fellas. Go ahead.
All right. There's no doubt that the Jalen Hurts, in terms of when you get paid and when you win Super Bowl MVP and when you have the ear of the owner, you are in a different position than you were before those things. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that Jalen still doesn't work hard or want to be coached hard, but if people around Jalen who are supposed to be coaching him hard fear that if they do that, that he will not approve, it does put them in a different situation. Yeah. Put it this way. When you don't just walk in and tell Angelo, you're reading this at this point. It's not how it works. You can say that you can tell him to do what you want, all you want, but when you get yourself to a certain position, it's like you have to do it differently. So I don't know. Thank you for the call, Joe. It's clear that the offense, the way it is, at least in part, is because of Jalen wanting to do certain things.
Hey, he said it's going to look the way he wants it to look.
It's clear. The question is, there's two questions. One question is that if you had the right coordinator in here, and if somebody was fearless in that, is he capable of, or could you get him to try these other things? And then the other question is what is his ability to do those other things? Mm-hmm. Because not every good quarterback is good at everything. Yep. And if his desire is, and if his best way of winning is being a read option quarterback and a simple offense that runs the ball a lot, that's fine. If he's not capable or willing to run in the same way, I don't know if that is an effective way to score points in the NFL in 2026 if he's not going to run. So I would think for Jalen's future and Jalen's career, Jalen should want to see what he's capable of in these other ways, because I don't think the old way is going to work anymore. Mm-hmm. I don't think the 2022 Jalen exists anymore. That specific kind of Jalen. I'm not saying he can't be successful,
right?
But he's not running 11 times a game ever again.
No, he will.
Oh, you think?
Well, when they give him a new deal.
Oh. Do you even think he's not as fast as he was then, too?
No.
Yeah.
He's always been more of a Russell Wilson type runner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where he's more crafty with his running than he is explosive.
Just get from point A to point B, get the yards, move on. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
But it's still effective. Your point is still taken that it's the offense and he are more effective when he's a more part of the running game.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we've seen it. Yep. You know, whether that's the future, I don't know, but we've seen it. Coming up next, potentially best athlete in Philly gets a tremendous honor that you're going to be able to wear. What is that? We'll get to that. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, want more out of your next drive? More is how they do business at Elite Acura. Now through January 31st, drive home the 2025 Acura ADX with 1.99% APR financing for up to 60 months. Now, both sleek and spacious, every detail of the 25 ADX is crafted to elevate your driving experience. Now, enjoy refined performance and precision, dynamic and standout sporty styling, and seamless audio and technology connectivity, all in this premium compact SUV. If you're looking for something more, guess what? Enjoy 90 days of deferred payments on select new Acura vehicle purchases through March 2026. Come see what more can do for you with these limited time offers at Elite Acura. Visit the showroom today or shop online anytime at EliteAcura.com and tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Payments based on MSRP of $41,350 excludes taxes and fees for well-qualified buyers through Acura Financial Services. Subject to availability. Cannot be combined with other promotions. See dealer for complete details.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Feel bad about losing control this holiday season? You don't know Jack. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota are into fatties. Fat incentives, fat selections, and deals so thick, you'll drive home with more car than you planned for. Less payment than expected. Every new deal on a new car or truck this month is PHAT FAT. Pretty hot and tempting. Thanks to the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your current car or truck and slip into a new one, all while keeping your payments the same, or maybe even make them less. So, payments stay tight even when you size up. Right now at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% APR financing every day. Go ahead, treat yourself. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, selling for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tags.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Wing Pole, Wing Pole, Wing Pole! Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Dangerously cold temperatures are gripping the region with highs in the 20s and wind chills dipping into the single digits. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill is sworn in and promises to bring down costs for residents. Donate blood to the American Red Cross and you might just score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your exclusive home for the Philadelphia Eagles offseason.
Great players that underperformed what they should have.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Expert craftsmanship, custom designs, and jewelry built to last a lifetime. Visit them in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel, or at marks-jewelers.com. How do you feel about the combo of Sirianni and Hurts today? Hesitant wins it out at 43.5%. Confident, 39.6%. I'm out at 16.9%. Congratulations to Tyrese Maxey, voted All-Star starter yesterday. Now, you remember the All-Star game this year is weird in that the All-Star game starters won't start because there's 3 different teams, 2 USA teams, 1 world team, and they play a round-robin thing of 12-minute games.
Awesome.
That won't be weird at all, and that is definitely what's going to fix it. So congratulations to the NBA. You figured it out. Instead of having the players play hard, just have them do round-robin 10-minute games with 3 teams. That'll work.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm just happy for Smiley.
Yeah.
He's an all-star starter, so that's pretty cool.
That's huge.
Oh, yeah, that's big time.
And per Shams today, he is going to get his own signature shoe from New Balance, which is good. So he's been with New Balance for 2 years now. I'm trying to think. I know Kawhi has a signature New Balance shoe. I don't know what other... Cooper Flag is New Balance.
He may not have a signature shoe, but he's New Balance.
Yes. Yeah. They've made...
The Huskies, Bloomsburg Huskies, were a New Balance team.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
They've made inroads, New Balance.
Well, Shohei.
Shohei's New Balance.
New Balance guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, even I've gotten into them.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, we're both wearing New Balance today, I think.
Yeah, it's good walking shoe.
Yeah, it's not always the white New Balances.
Yeah, as long as they're not the Jason Kelsey New Balances.
Yeah.
the dad.
Well, the dad ones are comfy. So
I know. That's
the first, I think it was a 5-mile race or something. The first race I ever ran was in the New Balance 991, which is the comfiest shoe you ever wear. It's a little too heavy to be running in my personal opinion, but I'm excited to see the Maxey shoe. Yeah. New Balance does some cool looking shoes. I think the Maxey shoe will be cool looking.
I agree. I mean, listen, New Balance is a shoe I probably wouldn't have worn 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but like you said, the designs are a lot cooler. They look a lot more fashionable to wear.
Yeah.
And they don't look like they are orthopedic shoes.
Nope. You were rocking Puma yesterday. I mean, Puma, New Balance.
Oh, yeah.
Early 2000s all over again.
Listen, I'm a big comfy guy.
Yeah. Well,
shoes gotta be
you're in your
comfortable.
50s now, so that's what happens. Was your first jersey Puma, or was that Reebok yet?
That's a good question. I think I don't know. I
think it might have been Puma.
Yeah, it might have been,
Because they went away for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
I don't remember NFL jerseys being Puma.
Oh, yeah.
It was Puma and then Reebok, I believe. Because you guys were definitely Reebok 03, 04.
Yep. No, he's right. It was Puma. It probably was Puma when we first started.
Wow.
Terrible jerseys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, that's back then before Nike started making everybody's jerseys.
Right.
Yeah.
In
the NFL. But yeah.
Looks like 1999.
Okay.
Kristen in Philly, you're on WIP. Hi, Kristen.
Hi, how are you today?
Can I ask you something, Kristen, before you get to your point?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
What do you think your patients would think of your calls to WIP?
Everything else spot on.
Oh.
People agree with me.
Well, yeah, we're forgetting agree or disagree. You know, if I was if I was going to somebody to help my mental well-being, and I heard you on the air, I might say to myself that might be a fun person. However, I don't know if I'd want that person.
Taking advice from her.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. It's different, right? Because my clients some of them do hear, preferably the older guys, right? They do hear me, right? And they be like, you be cooking. And the younger ones be like, you be eating them a lot.
All
right.
Shoot your shot today.
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, I was going to say, y'all talking about that Super Bowl, 2 different Super Bowls, right?
Oh, boy.
So I'm going to tell you what the difference is. Super Bowl 52, they went in there, they had fun, they was going to win, and they really had fun. They had such a great time, right? You can tell because Nick Foles, he was running around doing his thing, and the stress, like, they didn't even stress. That's how I feel like they didn't stress at all. But Super Bowl 59, unfortunately, it was a get back. right? It was like I considered that Super Bowl 59 like a kid who got beat up in school 2 years before, right? It got jumped. And then he waited 2 years and got all his cousins. And then they went in unknowingly on the other person that started the fight 2 years ago.
Yeah,
that's why it looks the way it looks.
Yeah, I think the first one, there was a little bit of house money going on for the Eagles, and they were definitely loose. It was part of what made them great, is that nobody believed they could do it, and they could sense that. And if you lose, nobody wants to lose, but if that team loses in that situation,
it wouldn't have been a crushing defeat.
Yeah, everybody would have said you lost to Belichick and Brady, the greatest, head coach quarterback combo ever, slightly ahead of Hurts and Sirianni, according to Elliott. But yeah, I agree with you. I think there were two different teams at two different times with two different missions at the time. I agree.
So they put a whooping on oh boy, they literally he got rode on in that game. Like I have never seen nothing like that in my life. And the officials wasn't calling anything. Like half that stuff was illegal they were doing. No what you call it, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh yeah,
so
when Jalen Carter
slapped.
He slapped Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, they was beating him down.
Yeah,
and then Travis Kelce stayed on the ground. Look, he was smart. He was like, I ain't getting back up. I'm gonna stay right here. He didn't even get back up, and they kept knocking him down. So that was all.
Oh, okay. Well, this is non-contentious.
We're on edge now, Christian.
Yeah.
We're waiting for a fight.
Yeah, you've started with everybody here now at this point. So we're.
I'm gonna admit today IQ was cooking. I was like,
okay. I'm back in your good graces.
Yeah. Who's better, Josh Allen or Jalen Ike?
No, let's not go backwards.
What was your favorite play of the second half of the Super Bowl like?
Yeah.
The dagger?
Yeah.
There it is.
Hold on. Trot had a big play in the second half. Trot Jr.
Yeah, he did.
Avonte Maddox had a big pass breakup.
I didn't see that one.
Yes, that's true. It was a lot of good things in that game. But I understand why it wasn't fun because it was a beatdown. Like that's like watching kids fight. It was great to me.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was the best thing I've seen.
Well, and it was stress-free.
And I wanted them to beat them down. So
yeah,
I felt
there was
like
no stress.
he needed to be punched in the face.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. See, there's another sign.
Seriously.
I mean, can you imagine? So I've been to therapists before. I've been to therapy.
We all have.
I can't imagine turning on the radio. Yeah, you're not in touch with your feelings. You hide from your feelings.
Of course.
Yeah, you close the door.
Oh, we shut them all down.
Throw it in the closet, shut the closet. Yep.
Internalize.
Yep.
Then don't even bring them back out.
I can just imagine if I was listening to WIP and I heard my therapist telling Hugh, lying to Hugh about,
wanted to punch
Jalen and screaming over him and not be. I would think to myself, I don't know.
You know what though?
What?
So I may have a second thought on the Hugh Christian thing.
Really?
So
okay. Go ahead.
So if you heard it this way,
yeah,
Hugh saying, well, if I was Kevin Patullo, every time I walk in that locker room, I'd be looking to punch Jalen Hurts in the face.
Oh, that's what you said.
That's what Hugh said.
So it's a little closer
than we thought it was.
It's not what she said.
Right. But you can see why she took it the way that she did.
Yes.
Because Hugh is using a straw man there.
Yeah, if I were Kevin Patullo, this is how I would feel.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh.
Right? So when you hear it that way, you can see where she kind of took it.
Yes.
Where it's like, or Hugh, you're saying you would hit Jalen.
Yes.
If you were Kevin Patullo.
Yeah.
If you were Kevin Patullo.
Now, she also, I think, got after TK yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
I think she called him the B word a couple of times.
No.
Did she call you the B word? Oh, TK's saying now. But TK says he's 5'9".
I'm a man. I'm 5'9".
5'5".
Come on, man.
All right. 215-592-9494. National Appliance Warehouse, Jack, is the best.
The best ever.
The best.
Yes. And right now, Spike,
Friends and family?
You kidding me?
Yeah.
The Friends and Family Savings event underway right now.
Yeah.
So we are all friends. We're all family here.
Yep.
You can head to National Appliance Warehouse and take advantage of one of their great savings events they have all throughout the year. Just another way the National Appliance Warehouse is making sure that your dollar is stretching further.
Their phrase is stop being stupid and get in there already.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that's not what they say. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Stop being. It's the only place you go for your appliances.
Now, listen, 15,000 square foot showroom, over 100 brands, Sub-Zero, Wolf, Cove. I went in there over the break, got a nice oven because mine exploded. Not really at home, but like enough to freak everyone out. So we went and got a brand new oven. Simple, easy process. Dealt with your own. Marshall, love those guys. In and out, they knew exactly what I needed, and it was all good. So that's the industry leading service team there to take care of you. They are there waiting your arrival. So get down there today and experience what Spike's experienced.
Yep.
What I've experienced.
Yep.
My parents have experienced.
Yep.
Everyone's going down to National Appliance Warehouse. Go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, Tom Fritz sent you.
Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP.
Hey, Justin from Tennessee.
Oh, no.
Every time I hear your call, I hear a banjo playing in the background. So congratulations on your new acting career. I hear you're playing in the sequel to Deliverance. So I hear you're playing Ned Beatty's son. He gave birth to you.
Jeez.
And we know how that happened.
Yes.
Hey, and as for you, Spike, I'd rather be a whore than a guy that hangs out in a lactation pod at an airport. God knows what you're doing in there. And I hope the next time you're on a flight with a woman, I hope you're breastfeeding. Okay, for crying out, because some dude.
It was empty. I needed to record something.
Yeah, you were recording something, all right. I'm sure it made something somewhere. Somebody happy. I'm pretty sure of that. Oh, and that's for you. Oh, by the way, Justin, I know you're so scared of flying. You'd have to get an emotional support animal, okay? Something for support and companionship. I'm thinking a goat. That would best suit you. And at this point, listen, your little stint with the Eagles is over. I'm so glad. The era of bad, silly sports is back. Great day for WIP and Cowboy Jim. Goodbye, losers.
See, he was cooking there. If he didn't call every show on the station 5 times a day, he could be higher in the Caller of the Year competition.
Oh, is that what Justin said?
Well, no. I would have.
Why is he coming after Justin?
I do forget.
No. I think Justin was just doubling down on Whore Jim. I think he was.
Right.
Yeah.
This problem that you started.
What? The W word?
Yeah. I know you can technically say it.
Not just technically.
Still makes him uncomfortable.
You can say it.
Of course. Someone's got to produce this program.
Yeah. Well, sit there. I'm telling you, it's all right.
All right.
I'll take the bullet if something goes wrong. Nothing's going wrong here. Nothing's going wrong. And, we do. I think we have to start mapping out Caller of the Year in terms of the field of 32. I think we have to get on that. We do. We're going to have to come out with the rules and how we have
to release the first. Like, you know how bracketology, they have those on the bubble?
8 each day, 4 days.
Dude, the release show or the release hour every day?
There you go.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. This is all February.
Yeah, we're going to need, we're just going to need the teams to don't do anything. We got something to do right now. You know, don't hire anyone, don't trade anyone, don't fire anyone.
The offensive coordinator will be hired by then.
One would think.
For sure.
Yeah.
Think before the Super Bowl?
Phillies won't do anything. Sixers, just, when's trade deadline?
Feb 6.
No, they're not doing it.
Yeah.
Who are they trading?
It's the Friday before the Super Bowl.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
This doesn't start till after the Super Bowl.
Well, they're going to duck the tax and going to trade Oubre to duck the tax.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to be the most disheartening trade deadline ever.
It's going to hurt you.
As the Sixers just cheap away and duck the tax and don't get any
best
player.
Best looking guy on the team out of here.
Best looking guy in America.
Okay.
He is. Nick in Hillsboro, you're on WIP.
Good evening, fellas. Ike, line up some Ike juice for me, bud.
Oh.
Holler. They must have been drinking that Ike juice.
Ike juice, Ike juice. There you go. Thank you. Comment and a question for Ike. Man, would you ever think years back you would be so jaded that the Eagles are in the Super Bowl and you wouldn't even watch the second half? Think about how many generations, their own men crying because their grandparents passed away, never got to see us win one. And here we are in our second in, 8 years?
Yeah.
And you didn't even watch the second half, man?
Well, it was
That's
on.
not a good look.
It was on.
It was only 24-0 at the half.
No, I mean, it was on the TV is what I'm saying. It was on the TV.
Yeah, you said it was like background music, right?
It was.
So what were you doing?
Talking with the fellas.
Hanging out?
No, check this out, Nick. I actually did a post-game show afterwards.
You did?
Yeah. The Comcast Sports post-game show, yeah.
Ah. You guys all hanging out?
Yeah, we're just sitting there hanging, talking, watching the game. I didn't have to break down. What'd you want me to break down when they were up 34-0, Nick?
Well, it was 24-0 at half, so the game wasn't over. We didn't know that the D was still going to dominate. I mean, Vaughn had the pick.
What'd you think of the D? Yeah, and what I'm saying is I didn't have to sit there attentively through the whole third quarter and watch them go up, 34-0 or 34-3, whatever it was at that point. By that time, we're looking for storylines and things that we want to talk about.
They could have gone up 63, 64.
And you would have been sitting there watching.
Of it, man.
And you know what? That's great for you.
I'm a lunatic fan.
No, you're not. No, you're not a lunatic. You're not a lunatic fan. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. I'm just simply saying I'm not less of a fan because I didn't sit there and watch every second of the second half.
I get you. I'm just busting your chops.
I know it.
One thing I noticed Saturday, right? Everyone's putting all these QBs ahead of Jalen, this and that.
Oh, my God.
Man,
here we go.
Just bear with me for a second.
Okay.
Whatever the threshold, the buffer between Josh Allen and Hurts is, that buffer has to close a little bit because how many times?
Let me ask you this, Nick. It's almost like if you and I were standing 10 miles away and we were 10 miles away and then you took one step toward me, are you closer? Yeah, I guess. Are you still 10 miles away? Mostly. That's the situation we're talking about here. They're not.
Get you.
Like
really, Jalen didn't have the best year, but all I want to say is some of those reckless turnovers that Josh Allen has is just like if Jalen did that, he'd be run out of town immediately.
But
right?
he also, if Jalen also, when he had, and there was, I think one of the turnovers was reckless. To be honest with you, one was reckless, but
he also missed throws.
Yes. If Jalen had also put up, I can tell you how this city would be. If Jalen put up 30 points and they lost, and in all their playoff games they're allowing 30-plus points, we probably wouldn't be blaming Jalen.
I get it. But then why do I hear from all different pundits, whether it's Philly or national, Josh Allen doesn't have enough around him, but when Jalen has enough around him, he's getting killed for it.
Yeah, but because they're different. Josh Allen, hold on, Nick. Josh Allen's getting murdered nationally. Murdered. He's getting killed. His coach got fired. He was crying after the game. He did not have a great game. He has been a very good playoff quarterback. Did not have a great game on Saturday. He did not, and they lost. And his coach got fired, and he's gotten killed for it. But it doesn't make him and Jalen the same player. Like it just doesn't. I don't know what to tell you. Jalen lost in the first round at home as a 6-point favorite, put up 19 points against a decimated defense, and had 4 downs from the opponent 20 to get to score a touchdown, and all 4 plays were either unsuccessful or negative plays. So does that put more distance after Josh Allen in the first round had essentially a perfect game? So whatever the distance was between Josh and Jalen, did it lengthen after those 2 games?
You just said it, though.
Did it?
One thing Josh has
yes
done
or
that
no?
Jalen hasn't.
Nick, after those 2 games where the Eagles were 6-point favorites at home against the Niners, and Josh Allen had an outstanding game on the road against the Jacksonville Jaguars, a very good team, did the distance between those 2 quarterbacks lengthen after those 2 games?
I wouldn't say lengthened. It stayed the same.
All right, there it is. So when Josh Allen has a great game and Jalen has a bad game, the distance between them does not lengthen. But when Josh Allen has a bad game and Jalen doesn't play at all because his team lost, the distance gets closer. Let's stop doing this. That part is over. You need to prove you're better than Brock Purdy now, not Josh Allen.
Bo Nix is a better comp.
See, I would say, here's what I would say.
Yeah.
Here's what I would say. that I don't think it's as far apart as you just
I do.
depicted it.
Sure.
I mean, Josh Allen threw 25 touchdowns this year to 10 interceptions.
He did.
So it's not like there is, at some point it has to be more than just physical talent that makes you better. If you're not winning at a higher clip, if you're not just putting up astronomical numbers, how is anybody supposed to?
They were third in the league in scoring.
But that's an offensive thing. They have the number one rushing offense too.
In part because of him, though.
James Cook led the league in rushing.
Yes.
So it was a larger part because of James Cook.
Yes.
I'm not saying Josh Allen isn't a better quarterback. I'm just saying the idea that he's so far ahead of Jalen, then he certainly shouldn't need the same amount of help that Jalen needs.
Sure, and he didn't, because with less help, he's good. I don't think, to be clear, my point on the Bills, and I don't think I've ever said that anything's his fault or whatever, offensive help, he's not had a lot of help the last 2 years, and they've been 1-3 or 2-3 in scoring offense. If we're going to talk about the Bills and what has happened in the playoffs,
Bills, right?
Their defense has failed them in giant games. Failed them on Saturday, failed them last year against teams that are far inferior, that their defense has failed. So I don't think it's do I think Josh Allen would be better with a legitimate receiver? Of course he would. Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. Everything, to me, isn't the quarterback's fault.
No, I agree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like,
I agree. Yeah. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line.
H-E-L-P. Richard and Lansdale's dogs.
I'm like, what?
Poor dogs. I'm sure they're treated great by Richard. If he's not married, all he's got is his dogs. It was the first thing he brought up. He probably loves his dogs.
Yeah.
Look.
Yes.
What's that?
Yes, don't do that.
Yeah,
Spike with
don't
the
make me
dogs
think
thing,
that something's going on with the dogs. What's next?
Ike Grace, 2:35 p.m. The thing I've learned is that I'm not here to belittle callers. Ike Grace, 2:50 p.m. Why does your voice sound like that, Richard and Lansdale? Alex in Lancaster.
So I hope Richard calls again.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I hope he does.
Could he get in on caller of the year?
He could. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
He can't be a once every 3 months caller.
No.
Once a week, Richard.
And we need the conspiracy guy back too.
Oh yeah.
Conspiracy Ted, conspiracy Bill, conspiracy Joe.
He's from Horsham.
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah, he brought up the JFK thing.
That was like the first week of the show.
Yeah, it's great. What's next?
This is pretty good, actually. Spike, when the 3:30 country song isn't really country.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I'm not going for that one.
Yeah.
That was not country.
Man, Stapleton's a country artist. I don't know what to tell you.
That song was not country.
He's got soul. I don't know what to tell you.
Jax is trying to win me over.
Well,
with
I'm trying
fake
to not.
country
He's
songs.
trying to win me over.
He could, yes. Both
I
of
think
us.
you would like Stapleton.
Yeah.
I actually like that song. I didn't know it was country.
Yeah. Well, he's a country artist.
He's a country singer.
Yes. That has soul.
Just like Beyonce.
Well, she's talking about going to the dive bars. I mean, what are we talking about?
The dive bar she bought. What's next?
These barbecue ribs are for Ike. Those vegan ribs are for you. The cookout to Jack after the J-Roll slander today.
Don't make me do it. Because I love J-Roll.
No.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
You love J-Roll about as much as you love Nick Foles.
No, I like J-Roll way more. I think actually great player, not just great player.
I know he's just not your guy.
Yeah.
At least, the baby boy.
What's next?
I hate my family! Diana Russini still not realizing we're live.
That's not fair.
Yeah. Well, luckily.
You did pop right on, man.
Yeah. Well, it was a close call. Jack's like, we're good. All right. What's next?
I stand by my opinion that this is very safe. 9 times out of 10, we wouldn't have hit that iceberg. Captain Shore Parks of the RMS Titanic.
Text line.
I just realized Fritz is 6 tonight.
Yeah.
That's why we're running. That's why we're.
How long you want to go for?
Yeah.
I just thought about that.
What's coming up on Fritz at 6, Jack?
I think we'll start Phil's.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to talk Phil's.
Yeah, man. Get it off your chest.
Yeah.
Man. Talk it out, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you spend an hour talking about the difference between Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts?
Well, these people I think they're already trying to line up.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
All right. So Jack is next, and then TK after that.
Teeks.
We will be.
You just wanted Teeks, the one who threw out there he'll trade Jalen Hurts.
Oh,
for Josh Allen.
Well, it's like.
How many firsts did you have to attach? I
Yeah.
mean, what are we, crazy? The Eagles would never lose a game with Josh Allen at the quarterback. They would never lose a game.
Right. That's Jack. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening. We love you for it. Remember, deodorant is the thief of joy. We also want to bring you more joy by helping you bring joy to your partner in love life.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yes. Here's what you got to take from this. BlueChew.com, code 94 for your first month free. Your first month is free. So if you're in a position where you think in the bedroom could be a little bit better, you've tried everything, nothing's working. You put on the sexy music, doesn't do it. You dim the lights, candle doesn't do it. Go to BlueChew.com, get some of those chewables, put them next to the candle light, and pop one of those suckers in, light the candle, and get busy.
It's called a big dose of D.
Damn right it is. BlueChew.com, code 94. You're not going to have to make a doctor's appointment. No. BlueChew.com is where you take care of it. You're not going to make a wait in line at the pharmacy. They're going to ship it to you directly in a discreet
hard
package.
Come on, Fritz. Your first month is free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping, $4 or $5, whatever, doesn't matter. And then, oh man, your life's going to be so much better.
What do you think of the D?
All right, enough. BlueChew.com, code 94, and then you can
chew it and do it.
Do it and do it. Let the good times roll.